Chapter 1, Prologue. In the southern Yu Kingdom, during the 5th year of the Yuanda era, autumn had settled in. The inner palace was engulfed in chaos, as basin after basin of blood was carried out from the chambers. Outside, a sharp voice pierced through the turmoil. His Majesty has arrived. The bustling palace maids and matrons hurriedly prostrated themselves, collectively exclaiming, "We greet your Majesty." Qi Yuan surveyed the scene, filled with kneeling maids and the stench of blood that permeated the air. His expression darkened as he strode directly towards the bed. A matron, taken aback, immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, this filthy place." "Leave." Qi Yuan's voice was cold and commanding. With that, 2 eunuchs appeared, dragging the matron out of the inner chamber. Qi Yuan then turned his gaze to the women prostrated on the ground, declaring, "All of you leave." As his words echoed, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the inner hall, prompting everyone to scramble out in a flurry. Zhao Nanshu, drenched in sweat, had disheveled strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. The pain etched on her brow had yet to dissipate, and her hands clutched the bedding tightly. Her eyes, heavy with despair, met the gaze of the man who approached the bedside. "Your Majesty, what does this mean? Today a white rainbow spans the sun. It is an ominous sign." Qi Yuan replied, his demeanor detached as he regarded the distressed woman. "The child within you is destined to slay his father and usurp his throne. Should he be born, calamities will plague the southern Yu." Zhao Nanshu gazed up at the man with fear. "Do you believe in this?" "Why should I not believe?" Qi Yuan's smile was devoid of warmth. "Zhao Nanshu, the abomination within you must perish, and you must follow suit." Qi Yuan. Zhao Nanshu summoned her remaining strength to assert herself. "You have long awaited this day, have you not? For years, I bore no child as the crown princess, and now, when all your rivals are dead, I finally conceive. It is only now that you can eliminate me, is it not? And if so, what of it?" Qi Yuan looked down upon the once mighty woman, now stripped of her power. "Your father wishes for your demise. Do you not think you deserve to die?" "My father?" Fear flickered in Zhao Nanshu's once vacant eyes, her body feeling as heavy as lead. She desperately yearned to summon the strength to give birth to her child. "For the sake of enduring glory and peace, your Zhao family has chosen to sacrifice you." Qi Yuan continued, seemingly unyielding. He called out to the outer hall, "General Zhao, do you not agree?" Zhao Nanshu trembled at his words. Moments later, a heavy voice resonated from the outer hall. She recognized it as her father's. "Your Majesty, it is best to act swiftly. If time passes and that monstrosity is born, the southern you will suffer unending calamities, and the people will despair." Listening to the cold and unfeeling tone, Zhao Nanshu reached out, grasping Qi Yuan's sleeve with all her might, pleading weakly, "Your Majesty, I implore you not to heed the slanders. Though I have no great achievements, I have endured much in these years." Qi Yuan's gaze was piercing as he shook off her hand, sneering, "Slander? Have you forgotten how I ascended to this position? Have you forgotten that today marks the anniversary of the late emperor's passing? The child you carry is nothing but a vile seed." Zhao Nanshu shook her head, her eyes filled with terror. "Bring forth a white silk for the empress," Qi Yuan commanded. Upon his words, a eunuch entered from the outer hall, carrying a length of white silk. As he approached Zhao Nanshu, Zhao Nanshu feebly shook her head. "Your Majesty, you cannot be so cruel. Father, can you truly bear to watch your daughter perish?" In despair, Zhao Nanshu gazed at the eunuch advancing towards her, her body feeling as heavy as lead. Immobilized, in the next moment, a noose of white silk encircled her neck. The eunuch's expression turned cold as he tugged at both ends of the silk. Qi Yuan observed as Zhao Nanshu's face turned purple from the constricting silk while he stepped forward, a dagger in hand, closing the distance to her side. Zhao Nanshu, with blurred vision, recognized the dagger in Qi Yuan's grasp and understood his intent. She widened her eyes and struggled fiercely with her feet. With a swift motion, Qi Yuan plunged the dagger into her swollen belly. A low, hoarse scream escaped her lips, sending shivers through the kneeling palace maids and matrons in the outer hall. After a moment, Qi Yuan and the eunuch exited the inner chamber. Qi Yuan, wiping his hands with a silk handkerchief, declared, "The empress has died in childbirth. All in the inner palace shall accompany her in death." As his words fell, countless figures clad in black surged through the great doors, their swords drawn, followed by a cacophony of gasps echoing through the air. Chapter 2. Borrowing a corpse in the 24th year of Xiliang, autumn. The imperial capital. What is the Long Princess doing descending from the bridal sedan? What a disgrace. Are you not aware? The groom from the other wedding procession is none other than the esteemed young Master Jean. Today marks his marriage to the second princess. Young Master Jean is marrying the Long Princess's bitter rival. Surely blood will be shed. Just look at that demeanor. It is evidently an invitation to trouble. Since young Master Jean returned to the imperial capital, the Long Princess has been incessantly harassing him. It is only because young Master Jean is marrying the second princess that the Long Princess, in a fit of rage, decided to marry young Master Jin's uncle. After all, entering the gates of the Qin family is still a step above the second princess and young Master Jean. The Long Princess certainly knows how to provoke. Who could argue otherwise? Both wedding processions descended from the bridal sedan, and the other halted amidst the throng of people on the streets, who were abuzz with chatter. To speak of the Long Princess's notorious reputation in the imperial capital, it is indeed infamous. Haughty and domineering, sharp-tongued and malicious, she is a true scourge. Relying on the emperor's favor, human lives in her hands are as insignificant as ants. It is said that the back courtyard of the Long Princess's residence harbors a yard filled with accumulated white bones, countless vengeful spirits, all victims of her hand. A year ago, the Long Princess became infatuated with the young master of the Zhenbei Marquis family, Qin Shujin, who had just returned from studying abroad. Henceforth, she has relentlessly pursued him. Unfortunately for her, Qin Shujin regards her with indifference, while he is enamored with the gentle and graceful second princess, who has always been cherished by all. What has the Long Princess not attained? How could she falter over a mere man? On this clear autumn day in the imperial capital, the sun shone gently, and the occasional breeze brought forth a refreshing chill. The hem of the bride's fiery red gown danced like flames with her every step, exuding a brazen confidence. On horseback, Qin Shujin squinted his eyes. Gazing at the woman who had now positioned herself before the procession, a wave of revulsion swelling within him. Long Princess, after today, you shall be my elder. Please refrain from actions that would bring embarrassment to the Qin family. You and Xiao Musai have caused me distress. Why should I extend any courtesy to you two wretched souls? The Long Princess's beauty is indeed unparalleled in the imperial capital, particularly her eyes, which now shimmer with fury, enhancing her allure. Long Princess, clearly, Qin Shujin's patience has reached its limit. Should you continue this unruly behavior, do not blame me for being impolite. I am most curious to see how you intend to be impolite. The Long Princess, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, do you rely on your elderly marquis of the Qin family, or perhaps on the fated Qin Shufei within the palace? Elder sister, the second princess, Xiao Musai, adorned in the same bridal gown, gracefully stepped out of the sedan and approached the Long Princess. I am aware that my status does not match your esteemed position, nor do I enjoy the emperor's favor, yet you cannot so shamelessly insult my mother. The Long Princess detests Xiao Musai's eternally pitiful demeanor, and she arrogantly declared, I intend to do more than insult, for those without shame deserve to perish. Long Princess, Qin Shujin raised her voice in a sharp reprimand. Swiftly dismounting and striding towards Xiao Musai, she embraced Xiao Musai and then turned to the princess, her tone icy. Who lacks the shame here? Where is your modesty as a woman? Do you even understand the meaning of honor? Today, you are to wed my uncle. The princess, with a hint of disdain in her gaze, retorted, do not presume that my slight regard for you grants you the liberty to overstep. At the princess's rebuke, Qin Shujin felt a surge of fury as she glanced at the tearful beauty beside her. Why must she be tainted by this disgrace? Why should this momentous occasion be marred by such entanglement? Is it merely because she possesses countless admirers, 1,000 pillows to rest upon? Is it solely due to her being the emperor's favored daughter that she should bear such burdens? The entire Qin family lived in fear simply because of this calamity. What if this ill-fated creature were to perish? Qin Shujin abruptly turned to face the approaching princess, her expression shifting. Qin Shujin, if you abandon Xiao Musai and come with me now, how dare you? Without hesitation, Qin Shujin screamed, startling even the weeping Xiao Musai in her arms. In an instant, Qin Shujin struck the princess's face with a resounding slap, the sharp sound slicing through the air, followed by gasps of shock from those nearby. The princess, adorned in a fiery red wedding gown, trembled slightly before collapsing to the ground. "Princess!" The maid screamed as she rushed toward them. When Qin Shujin and Xiao Musai turned to look at the fallen woman, they beheld her face a ghastly shade of purple, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. Her eyes wide open, seemingly filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness. Chapter 3. Resurrection. The night was shrouded in a hazy gloom. The barren trees in the courtyard seemed to epitomize the desolation of late autumn, and the occasional distant barks of dogs sent a chill down one's spine. In the main courtyard of the princess's residence, a multitude of people knelt in submission. Flanking the path from the courtyard to the main hall stood the imperial guards, armed with long spears, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of sternness and foreboding. At the forefront stood Lu Quan, the chief eunuch and a trusted attendant of the current emperor, who was unaware that every action and word of Lu represented the emperor outside the palace. The faces of those kneeling in the courtyard were universally etched with terror and panic. Lu Quan's gaze fell upon an elderly man standing amidst the throng. His calm eyes seemed to flicker with a thought. "Old Marquis, the matter concerning the eldest princess does not pertain to you. However, today she has married into the Qin family, and it is the second branch of the Qin family that has caused her injury and subsequent unconsciousness. Regrettably, as the head of the Qin family, it is indeed improper for you to be here at such a late hour." Lu Quan jested. "The princess has suffered greatly, and it is my lord's lack of discipline that has led to this." Despite having reached a venerable age, the old marquis stood tall, bowing slightly, which concealed the weariness etched upon his visage by the passage of time. Lu Quan's gaze swept over the first row of kneeling individuals, scrutinizing each one until it settled upon Qin Shujin, still clad in crimson attire. A chill gradually enveloped Lu Quan's expression in broad daylight. "You dare to oppress the emperor's cherished jewel, young Master Qin. Do you hold the emperor in such contempt? Chief Eunuch Lu, even if I am at fault, does that mean the princess is blameless?" Qin Shujin disregarded the icy demeanor of Lu Quan. If it were not for the princess slap, a man approximately in his 40s, who knelt beside Qin Shujin, swiftly rose and struck her forcefully before she could finish her sentence. The sharp crack of the slap resonated, startling the individual lying on the bed within the main hall awake, her heart pounding violently, reverberating through her entire being, her breath coming in rapid gasps as she clutched the bedding tightly. After a moment, calmness returned. In the next instant, a flood of memories that were not her own surged through her mind frame by frame. She widened her eyes, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks, struggling to maintain her composure as her heart raced like a drum. It was the autumn of the 24th year of Xiliang. On the 7th day of October, the grand wedding of the eldest princess. The scenes of the bridal procession flickered vividly in her mind, until the image of the fiery red figure collapsing came to a halt. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes as her lashes trembled violently. As reprimands echoed from outside, her senses returned. "Unfilial child, you have no place to speak here." The voice belonged to Qin Shujin's father, Qin Bianbo. Qin Bianbo turned and bowed respectfully. "Chief Eunuch Lu, indeed, my son has erred in this matter. However, there are reasons behind it. Moreover, the cause of the princess's unconsciousness was poisoning, and my son would never have the audacity to poison her in such a public setting. This matter, I will thoroughly investigate and provide the princess with an explanation, as well as clear my son's name." The implication was clear. If the eldest princess had understood propriety in her station, such an incident would never have occurred. Director Lu fixed his gaze upon Qin Bianbo, his eyelids fluttering slightly. "Lord Qin, if not for the circumstances at hand, do you truly believe that your family would still have the opportunity to kneel here, beseeching for the safety of Her Highness the Princess?" Qin Bianbo could distinctly sense Lu Quan's rising anger and immediately knelt down. "Director Lu, even if it costs the entire Qin family's lives, the fate of the princess cannot be altered. It would be wiser for me to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter." Someone harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the princess, and it could be that they have surreptitiously harmed her, intending to frame the Qin family for this heinous act. Inside the room, Zhao Nanshu gazed vacantly in the direction of the voice. She was not dead. She was still alive, with the light illuminating her delicate hands. Hidden within the voluminous crimson sleeves, her pupils constricted slightly. These were not her hands. An unbearable thought surged within her, propelling her to rise barefoot from the bed and approach the vanity. The chill of the floor did nothing to quell the tremors within Zhao Nanshu's heart. The woman in the copper mirror appeared to be merely 18 years of age, her hair partly disheveled, with a visage as exquisite as a lotus flower. Even with her pallor, her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. This was not her. Zhao Nanshu recalled the images that had flashed through her mind moments ago and slowly seated herself upon the stool before the vanity. She was alive, but she was not herself. Had she borrowed another's body? She had clearly perished in the imperial palace of Nanyue. The despair and unwillingness of her last moments vividly etched in her memory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself in Xiliang, transformed into another person, Princess of Xiliang, Xiaosheng. Her hands trembled faintly. The incredibility of her situation quickened her heartbeat, and cold sweat poured down her brow. She rose, intending to find solace and calm her racing thoughts. But in her haste, she inadvertently knocked a box of rouge from the vanity to the floor. With a resounding thud, someone burst in. Princess, you are awake. Chapter for the eldest princess, Zhao Nanshu, adorned in a striking crimson gown, sat regally upon the main seat. Though her countenance bore an air of frailty, an innate authority emanated from her being, sending shivers down the spines of those present. With a mere cursory glance at the unfolding situation, she retrieved a jade bracelet from her wrist, idly toying with it in her hands. Lu Quan, with his head bowed, pondered whether the princess had somehow revitalized her spirit after the attempted harm. Had she not, in fact, welcomed Qin Shujin with a smile? Meanwhile, the Qin family members kneeling in the hall collectively exhaled in relief. Surely fate had not forsaken the second branch of the Qin family. As long as the eldest princess had awakened, all would be well. Given her limited intellect and her unwavering affection for Qin Shujin, it was certain she would not allow any misfortune to befall him. The only redeeming quality of this eldest princess was her unwavering devotion to Qin Shujin. However, could one truly survive the venom of the hemlock? Was this not a calamity destined to echo through the ages? Your Highness, I must speak on behalf of Shujin. Today's events are exceptional, and it was under duress that Shujin acted against you. I beseech you, in light of past affections, to pardon him this once, Xiaomusai implored, tugging at the visibly conflicted Qin Shujin, subtly urging him to offer some words of goodwill to smooth over the matter. Reluctant as he was, with the weight of imperial authority bearing down upon him and the lives of countless members of the Qin family at stake, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Just as he prepared to speak, a languid voice pierced the air above him. Lu Quan, regarding the incident of Qin Shujin striking this royal personage, disregarding the Qin family. What punishment should be meted out? Such insubordination warrants execution. Lu Quan, maintaining a stoic facade, felt a chill at the eldest princess's decree. The frigid, unfeeling tone caused all eyes to turn toward the crimson-clad figure of the eldest princess. Your Highness, Xiaomusai gasped in disbelief. Eldest princess, Qin Bianbo exclaimed in alarm. Only the aged marquis, standing resolutely, scrutinized the eldest princess for the first time, recalling tales of her not only being domineering but also cruel. Qin Shujin's complexion drained of color, his face a ghastly white as he met the princess's cold, unyielding gaze. How could this be the same woman who had once shown him such affection? Why did she seem so foreign now? Do not delay. Take him away and execute him, Lu Quan commanded sharply, his voice laden with authority. Your Highness, Steward Lu, Xiaomusai cried out, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Shujin, her heart racing as she implored the princess. Your Highness, Qin Shujin is my husband. You have no right to condemn him. I demand an audience with the emperor. Xiaomusai gambled that the emperor would not allow Shunshao to take Qin Shujin's life nor would he disregard the entire Qin family for the sake of Xinshao's whims. At that moment, a maid approached the eldest princess, bearing a tray, and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, it is time for your medicine." Zhao Nanshu nonchalantly accepted the medicinal bowl, her tone laced with disdain as she remarked, "Since my sister wishes to provoke the Emperor's authority, I shall not intervene." However, her gaze met Xiamusai's, and she set the porcelain bowl down, her slanted phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. "How can I possibly swallow the humiliation of being publicly slapped in the face?" "What?" Xiamusai gasped, as if unable to comprehend. "This royal personage has been publicly humiliated. How can such a slight be borne?" Zhao Nanshu smiled faintly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiaomuqi. "Moreover, striking me is tantamount to striking the dignity of my father, the emperor. Even if I do not seek to defend myself, I must restore my father's honor." Xiaomuqi stared blankly at Xiao Sheng, believing the matter would resolve with Xiao Sheng's awakening. However, she was taken aback to find that Xiao Sheng showed no signs of calming down. "Sister, do you not love Xu Jin? Can you bear to see Xu Jin suffer?" Xiaomuqi's eyes bore into Xiao Sheng, realizing that Xiao Sheng intended for Qin Xu Jin to kneel at her feet, begging for mercy. It seemed that Xiao Sheng could only display her arrogance through her power. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhao Nanshu smiled, her gaze falling upon Qin Xu Jin's face. Perhaps this princess of Xiliang truly harbored affection for this person. At the very least, Qin Xu Jin's beauty warranted the princess's admiration. Alas, she was not Xiao Sheng. Zhao Nanshu knew that her ascension to the position of Empress of Nanyue was not merely due to the favor of that wretched emperor. Of course, she had ultimately lost, defeated at the moment when she was powerless. As the despair of her imminent demise flickered in her mind, Zhao Nanshu's eyes turned cold, her voice sharp as a blade, sending shivers down the spine. "Lord Qin, out of respect for the late Marquis, I shall not pursue this matter further. I grant your son 50 slaps, and we shall put this incident behind us. Do not forget to express your gratitude." The Qin family was filled with exclamations of dismay, while Xiaomuqi and Qin Xu Jin turned pale. "We thank the princess for sparing his life." Qin Bianhua gritted his teeth in response. Zhao Nanshu's lips curled into a slight smirk as she glanced at Lu Quan, casually saying, "Lu Quan, you shall personally administer the slaps." Chapter 5. The superfluous prince consort the previous day was marked by a crisp autumn breeze, yet by the early hours of the next day, a gentle autumn rain began to envelop the entire imperial capital. As dawn broke, the rain gradually ceased. The red brick walls and black-tiled roofs echoed with the sound of droplets falling from the eaves onto the cobblestones, causing Zhao Nanshu, who was lightly dozing inside, to furrow her brows in discontent. She had not slept a wink all night. This princess of Xiliang, known for her brutality and bloodshed, seemed to possess no other redeeming qualities. In a preposterous turn of events, she had agreed to marry the uncle of Qin Xu Jin. And what was more troubling was that the emperor had consented to this union. It was said that the emperor favored his eldest daughter above all. Yet how had she turned out this way? Perhaps the emperor's affections were no different from a form of suffocating adoration. What weighed most heavily on her mind was the sinister intent lurking behind the scenes. Someone wished for Xiao Sheng's demise and sought to frame Qin Xu Jin for it. With a start, she opened her eyes, her deep-set gaze fixated on the ceiling. She instinctively touched the sore spot on her left side, her expression darkening as she examined the wound, a tiny incision made by a sharp blade. She had inquired with the maidservant attending to Xiao Sheng, who revealed that Xiao Sheng had collapsed in public, with no one approaching her save for Qin Xu Jin and Xiaomusai. The female physician, upon examination, found no weapon. A death without a weapon, yet poisoned. Someone wanted this princess dead. "Your Highness, the wet nurse and maidservants sent from the palace have arrived. Please, Your Highness, proceed to the front courtyard to assess the personnel. His Majesty has conveyed that if you are unsatisfied, you may select those you prefer from the palace." Yu Huan cautiously glanced at the princess reclining on the beauty couch. At that moment, her gaze met the princess's cold, unfeeling eyes, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and lower her head. "Yu Huan," Zhao Nanshu said with a radiant smile. "Your servant is here," Yu Huan responded, her brows twitching in surprise. The princess had never addressed her so formally before. She used to affectionately call her little Yuan. It felt odd for the princess to suddenly pronounce her name with such gravity. "Where's the prince consort?" Zhao Nanshu inquired, her expression neutral, betraying no emotion. She lacked further clues regarding the man Xiao Sheng had wed, only knowing that he was the direct grandson of the old Marquis Qin. The Qin family's main branch had few offspring, unable to compare to the more prosperous second branch. The grandson of the old Marquis was of the same generation as Qin Shujin's father. Thus the second branch was flourishing while the first branch, tied to the military, had seen its lineage nearly extinguished during years of relentless border warfare, leaving only one grandson. Curiously, both princesses of Xiliang had married into the Qin family. Zhao Nanshu felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "Your Highness, have you forgotten that the prince consort is physically impaired and did not attend the palace for the wedding?" Yuan observed, sensing something unusual about the princess today. The prince consort was merely an excuse for the princess to enter the Qin family. Why would she suddenly inquire about him? Physically impaired? Zhao Nanshu's eyes flickered with surprise. Would the emperor truly marry his most beloved daughter to a man with such a handicap? A physical impairment? Was he not a useless man then? "Indeed, Your Highness." Yuan approached Zhao Nanshu, her voice deliberately subdued. "At the outset, Your Highness, you chose to wed the prince due to his physical limitations, believing it would alleviate numerous inconveniences. The implication was that the prince was, indeed, a superfluous figure." Zhao Nanshu's gaze lingered upon Yuan's countenance, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. She replied, "The maidservants and matrons who arrive from the palace shall remain. You may arrange the remaining matters." Yuan bowed gracefully, on the verge of taking her leave, when a voice from outside the room interrupted. "Your Highness, the chief steward Liu has conveyed that the emperor requests your presence in the palace." Chapter 6. Emperor Yuan at a quarter past the hour of the monkey. Autumn rain fell like fine threads upon the imperial capital, shrouding the golden eaves of the palace in a veil of mist. The crisp chill of late autumn wind pierced through the air, and although Zhao Nanshu's carriage could enter the palace, she was required to disembark and proceed on foot upon entering the inner court. Yuan, holding an oil paper umbrella, closely followed Zhao Nanshu, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Your Highness, I have heard that the second princess and young Master Jin are also in the imperial study," Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the unflappable eldest princess, feeling a slight sense of reassurance before continuing. "I wonder what the second princess has discussed with His Majesty." Receiving no reply, Yuan's heart raced with trepidation. The princess seemed excessively composed. Surely, His Majesty would be displeased with the eldest princess for the embarrassment she had caused the imperial family the previous day. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Lu Quan appeared to have been waiting for some time. "Lu Gonggong," Zhao Nanshu greeted Lu Quan with a smile, maintaining eye contact. "Your Highness," Lu Quan responded, feeling an inexplicable chill at the sight of the eldest princess's cool smile. He gestured for her to enter. "His Majesty has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please." As Zhao Nanshu stepped into the imperial study, she felt several gazes upon her. She scanned the room and noted that everyone present in the main hall of the princess's residence last night was gathered here today. Her gaze momentarily lingered on the figure beside the old Marquis Qin. The faintly ethereal expression between his brows tightened imperceptibly. He sat steadily in his wheelchair, his features illuminated by the light, revealing a hint of frailty, yet exuding a quiet nobility. It felt as though he belonged to a realm beyond the mundane. And for the first time, Zhao Nanshu felt that even a mere glance at the person in the wheelchair was a desecration for someone as ordinary and burdened as herself. Perhaps her gaze was too piercing, for the young man in the wheelchair slightly stirred, directing his eyes toward Zhao Nanshu. Draped in a crimson robe, she averted her gaze. Bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to Father." Emperor Yuan closed the memorial he held and raised his eyes to the striking red figure in the center of the hall. He had always indulged his eldest daughter, never taking issue with her trivial misdeeds. Yet, the events of yesterday had compelled the Qin family to bring their grievances to him. "I have heard that you instigated trouble first, and then slapped Qin Shujin. Is this true?" The emperor casually brushed aside the matter of his daughter's poisoning. Zhao Nanshu raised her gaze to the man seated on the dragon throne behind the imperial desk, his pure black dragon robe emanating a silent authority. "It is untrue," Zhao Nanshu replied calmly. Since Emperor Yuanin chose to overlook the poisoning of his daughter, it was evident he intended to spare the Qin family. If she were to press this issue and bring embarrassment to the Qin family, it would surely displease the emperor. She would not bring displeasure upon him. Her support lay with Yuanin. "What do you mean it is untrue?" Xiao Musai knelt down, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. "Father, the matter of my elder sister's entanglement with Shu Jin has not been a 1 or 2 day affair. On the day of the wedding yesterday, my elder sister also obstructed Shu Jin, urging her to abandon me. It was only after Shu Jin could endure no longer that she raised her hand to brush against my elder sister. My elder sister's fainting was clearly a result of prior poisoning, intended to frame Shu Jin. Father, I implore you to act on my behalf and for Shu Jin." "Father." Zhao Nanshu turned slightly, her gaze drifting over to Xiao Muzi and the swollen face of Qin Shu Jin before she returned her attention to the man seated upon the dragon throne. With an air of calmness, she addressed him, saying, "As a son, I have never been on good terms with the second princess. In the past, I have indeed committed acts that might have led to misunderstandings with young Master Qin. However, on the day of the grand wedding, how could I tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family and disregard Father Emperor's dignity? It is evident that someone wishes for my demise, deliberately luring me out of the bridal sedan. The second princess and the second prince consort have misinterpreted my intentions, believing I would engage in some scandalous act. Hence, it was the second prince consort who struck first, and I succumbed to poison afterward. This matter is inextricably linked to the second princess and the second prince consort." She refrained from mentioning the Qin family. Yet Xiao Muzi and Qin Shu Jin were relentless in their pursuit, and she was certainly not defenseless. However, the overly composed words of the grand princess drew gasps of surprise from the onlookers. The man in the wheelchair slightly curled his lips, his sword-like brows furrowing, and a hint of mockery seemed to emanate from his piercing gaze. Lord Qin, astounded, regarded the grand princess with newfound respect. Having witnessed her fierce resolve against Qin Shu Jin the previous night, realizing that she was not merely the arrogant figure of rumor, Qin Bianbua, in a fit of desperation, knelt and prostrated himself, imploring, "I beseech your majesty to investigate thoroughly. The matter of the grand princess's poisoning has nothing to do with my son. Should we bear the blame for harming the princess, the Qin family's second branch would truly be doomed." The emperor, perched high upon his throne, spoke in a tone that was unperturbed yet carried an unsettling command. "Hua, and ascertain who has sought to bring about your demise. Are you confident in your ability to do so?" Chapter 7. Thorough Investigation of Huan. The title of Xiao Sheng bears the same character as that of Emperor Yuanin, indicating the emperor's genuine affection for this eldest daughter. However, such a decree from Emperor Yuanin truly instilled fear within the Qin family. Even a usually aloof Lord Qin furrowed his brow. Regardless of the relationship between Princess Huan and the Qin family, should she harbor thoughts of their destruction, the Qin family must assist her in uncovering the truth behind the poisoning. They must not only dispel suspicions but also cleanse their name entirely. Otherwise, the Qin family would undoubtedly bear the accusation of poisoning the princess. My son is confident. Although Zhao Nanshu is unaware of the emperor's true intentions, she understands one thing. This emperor favors his eldest daughter. "I grant you 2 months, Emperor Yuanin stated calmly. Zhao Nanshu slightly lowered her head in response. "Yes. If, after 2 months, you fail to identify those who wish to see you dead, you shall be banished to the cold palace, never to be forgiven." The emperor's words sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. The man in the wheelchair fixed his gaze upon the figure clad in red. To be banished to the cold palace without hope of reprieve? It seemed that Emperor Yuanin was not oblivious to his eldest daughter's actions over the years, but rather had been indulgent. Zhao Nanshu suddenly lifted her gaze to meet the emperor's. She had initially thought this emperor treated his eldest daughter differently, but it seemed she had miscalculated. "I will not disappoint you, father." The emperor's gaze shifted to Xiao Mu Ci, then to Qin Shujin, and finally rested upon Qin Bianbo. During the investigation of Huan, Qin de Run and Lord Qin were to remain within the confines of their residence. Qin Bianbo's pupils quivered. Had all his efforts, ambitions, and schemes over the years been in vain? Remaining in the residence was tantamount to losing his position. Emperor Yuanin picked up a new memorial, grasped the vermilion brush, withdrew his gaze, and spoke softly, "You may all leave." "Yes," the assembly replied in unison. Zhao Nanshu trailed behind, puzzled by the emperor's sudden thoughts, but she recognized that he truly intended to confine her to the cold palace, perhaps merely to prevent further embarrassment for his eldest daughter. Yet, how could Zhao Nanshu allow such an occurrence? She still wished to leverage her identity as Princess Huan for many endeavors. There were countless things she yearned to accomplish. The dog emperor of Nanyue still thrived, while the treacherous Zhao family prospered atop her fallen remains. How could she allow them to have their way? Upon exiting the imperial study, the sound of the wheelchair wheels jolted Zhao Nanshu back to reality. If her guess was correct, the man in the wheelchair was indeed Xiao Shang's prince consort. She cast a fleeting glance at him before averting her gaze. "Princess, will you accompany the prince consort out of the palace?" Yuan, who had also spotted the man in the wheelchair, was now with Lord Qin. Zhao Nanshu smiled coldly. No need. The exchange between the master and servant was not discreet. Qin Yi and Lord Qin, not far away, overheard everything. The entire imperial capital is well aware of Princess Huan's infatuation with Qin Shujin, and her marriage into the Qin family is solely attributed to him. It is hardly surprising that she exhibits such audacity, choosing not to accompany her husband, the prince consort. However, this Princess Huan does not seem to harbor the overwhelming emotions toward Qin Shujin as the rumors suggest. Yet, after walking a short distance, Zhao Nanshu suddenly halted. Qin Yi observed the fiery red figure ahead come to a stop, his brows slightly furrowing as his gaze remained fixed on her. In that instant, the fiery figure turned around, locking eyes with him intently. Zhao Nanshu's crimson lips curled into a smile. If I were to perish, the second branch of the Qin family would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. The one who desires my demise has skillfully sought to eliminate two bothersome elements. Yet, it seems they underestimated the resilience of those they deem troublesome. Prince Consort, do you not agree with my assertion? Chapter 8. The princess speaks truly. Qin He felt the weight of the slightly dimming phoenix eyes upon him, his brows arching ever so slightly. It appeared as though she had discerned something, or perhaps she was merely testing him. Regardless of her intentions, Qin He could no longer regard the fiery-clad woman with the same contempt he had harbored moments ago. Princess Huan was unlike the image he had cultivated in his mind, and certainly not the vicious and arrogant figure depicted by society. The princess was indeed correct. A subtle smile graced Qin Yi's lips, his voice as warm and gentle as the sunlight of spring. Zhao Nanshu, undeterred by the unusual emotions reflected on Qin Yi's countenance, felt her conviction strengthen. The only heir of the esteemed Qin family, reputed for his reclusive nature, was far more complex than he appeared. The prince consort had just overheard her words. Should the princess fail to uncover the identity of those who wish her harm within 2 months, she would be relegated to the cold palace. Zhao Nanshu casually scrutinized the exquisite man seated in the wheelchair, jesting, surely, the prince consort does not wish to become a widower so soon after marriage. What? A widower? Both Lord Qin and Qin Yi's expressions shifted noticeably, and as they regained their composure, they noticed the fiery figure had already receded into the distance. Is ear unharmed? In that moment, Lord Qin felt an even deeper sense of guilt toward his only grandson. He could have refused the union between Qin Yi and the eldest princess, but his heart had been laden with too many concerns, leading him to acquiesce. This eldest princess was not a virtuous woman. Grandfather, I am fine. Qin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the fiery silhouette had vanished. What was she hinting at? Lord Qin had intended to offer comforting words, but those sentiments were swallowed back, and he redirected the conversation. Qin Wei will return from the apothecary tomorrow. With her care, I shall feel reassured. Qin Yi's fingers, distinct in their bony structure, stirred slightly, and he replied with an indifferent demeanor, Grandfather, Arrange for her to be placed in another courtyard. Our circumstances have changed. It is best not to involve innocent parties in this tumult. Lord Qin understood well the implication of Qin Yi's words. Now that Qin Yi was wed to the current eldest princess, despite the absurdity surrounding the union, her position warranted a degree of protection for those uninvolved. Are you planning to visit the princess's residence? Lord Qin inquired suddenly. Qin Yi, absorbed in the sound of the wheelchair's wheels echoing in his ears, did not respond to his grandfather's question. He too wished to witness how Princess Wan would maneuver through these tribulations. In 2 months, should the culprit remain undiscovered, she would be confined to the cold palace, with no hope of reprieve. Qin Yi could not shake the feeling that Emperor Yuanin and Princess Wan were entangled in some clandestine plot. It was perplexing that Princess Wan, the true victim, was subjected to such punishment by Emperor Yuanin. Do you believe the eldest princess will be able to uncover the perpetrator in 2 months? Lord Qin asked again. Should she be confined to the cold palace, his grandson would indeed face the prospect of becoming a widower, as long as the princess did not act excessively. Divorce would not be an option. It is not our concern. Qin Yi had no intention of engaging with the matter. Whether he became a widower or not held no bearing on him. Upon reboarding the carriage, Zhao Nanchu's mood was far from cheerful. Yu Huan sensed a distinct change in the princess compared to her usual self, yet her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to cautiously inquire. Princess, why did you speak those words in front of the prince consort just now? Zhao Nanchu pondered for a moment before responding in a calm tone. Then Yu Huan, are you a person of his palace or a subject of my father? Yu Huan's mind buzzed, her pupils quivering faintly. Chapter 9. The impatient one is naturally more eager. The incident of Princess Wan succumbing to poison en route to her marriage stirred considerable commotion within the capital. After all, it is widely known that the number of individuals offended by Princess Wan is not insignificant, and those wishing for her demise are countless. Thoroughly investigating the matter poses quite the challenge, as unearthing the true culprit seems nearly impossible. However, given the princess's elevated status, it is only natural that a thorough inquiry would be initiated. The sudden decree from the emperor for a comprehensive investigation raises eyebrows. Furthermore, the emperor's ominous warning that Princess Wan would be confined to the cold palace should she fail to identify the perpetrator adds an additional layer of intrigue. The officials at court couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. After all, Emperor Yuanin would not act without reason. It is undeniable that the princess is the victim in this scenario, yet she remains susceptible to the emperor's wrath. Amidst the tumultuous external circumstances, Princess Wan remained remarkably composed. Upon discovering that the maids, matrons, and guards sent to her were all arranged by Emperor Yuanin, Zhao Nanshu refrained from taking any significant actions, despite Yu Huan's vigilant presence by her side. The 2 days following Zhao Nanshu's departure from the palace were marked by her silence, which left Yu Huan deeply concerned. Although Yu Huan had conveyed numerous instructions upon their return from the palace, she was acutely aware of the emperor's worry for the princess. Your Highness, the emperor has instructed that the personnel from the Dali Temple are at your disposal. Should we commence the investigation with those maids who attended you on the day of your departure from the palace? Yu Huan inquired cautiously. Yet, her question was met with a profound silence, with only the occasional rustle of pages in the room. Observing this, Yu Huan could only lower her gaze in quiet resignation. After a brief interval, footsteps echoed from outside, and Yu Huan felt as though she had been pulled from the depths of suffocating waters. Your Highness, the Qin family has sent word that there will be a reunion banquet today, inviting you to their residence. The messenger at the door appeared anxious, fully aware of the princess's heightened ferocity. Zhao Nanshu lifted her gaze, briefly appraising the figure standing at the threshold before turning her attention back to Yu Huan. Prepare my bath and attire, she commanded. Yu Huan's spirit was invigorated. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The arrival of Princess Wan at the Qin residence was an unexpected turn of events for most of the family members. Clinging to the principle that the Qin family must not err, they extended an invitation to the princess, yet none anticipated her actual presence. After all, the harsh treatment Princess Wan had meted out to Qin Shujin was well noted, and a resentment lingered in the hearts of the second branch of the Qin family. The 50 slaps she had delivered left Qin Shujin's face still swollen, rendering her too ashamed to show herself. Standing beside Qin Yi, Qin Bianbo remarked nonchalantly, "It seems that cousin Yi is not fortunate enough to enjoy the company of such a beauty." Qin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the figure entering through the drooping floral gate, adorned in a gown of deep blue brocade. His demeanor was icy as he replied softly, "Does my cousin believe that the princess's visit pertains to Shu Jin?" Qin Bianbo had not anticipated such a retort from Qin Yi, and was about to respond when Zhao Nanshu had already approached. "Your Highness." Qin Yi acknowledged her with a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. Zhao Nanshu's attention fell upon Qin Yi, and she noted that he appeared even more enchanting than before. It was truly perplexing. How could a person embody such contradictions? Gazing at the ethereal elegance of Qinggue Huaqin, it seemed to dwell beyond the realm of the mundane, yet he found himself ensnared in the mire, with no avenue for escape. Qin Yi discerned Xiao Sheng's gaze traversing his legs. A surge of inexplicable irritation welled within him. After all, there were countless others who ridiculed him, yet her scrutiny appeared to encompass a depth of emotion far beyond mere mockery. From this point forward, the narrative will be conveyed through Xiao Sheng's perspective. The Princess Royal. Qin Bianbo bowed his head respectfully, stating, "Today marks the monthly reunion of the Qin family's main and secondary branches. It is indeed an honor for the princess to grace us with her presence." Before Xiao Sheng could utter a word, a voice emerged from the opposite side. Xiao Muzi's voice. "Sister?" Xiao Sheng turned her gaze in that direction, her expression serene, though the corners of her lips betrayed a barely perceptible curve. Those who were anxious were undoubtedly more fervent than she. Wasn't he the performance about to commence? Chapter 10. Involvement. Xiao Muzi's tone was unexpectedly filled with surprise, as if the recent rift with Xiao Sheng over Qin Shujin had never occurred. "Your Highness, I thought you would not come," she said, stepping forward with a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. However, Xiao Sheng's smile did not reach her eyes, exuding an air of sternness. "Why does your Highness think I would not come?" she inquired. Xiao Muzi was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Sheng's smile and words. Retracting the smile that had adorned her lips, with a serious expression, she looked at Xiao Sheng. "Sister, since you are here, may we have a conversation?" "Of course," Xiao Sheng replied, her gaze sweeping across Xiao Muzi's face before she turned towards the main hall. Xiao Muzi exchanged a glance with Qin Bianbo before following Xiao Sheng closely behind. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, expressionless, wheeled his chair in another direction, pondering that the custom of family reunions on the 15th of each month should be abandoned. Noticing this, Qin Bianbo's face broke into a faint smile as he walked beside Qin Yi. "Why not accompany the princess?" he asked, "Vinumidity chocolate lightly," offering no further response. A hint of displeasure flickered across Qin Bianbo's brow. He held little regard for this brother of similar age, having little interaction with him. Were it not for the fact that the princess was to wed Qin Yi, he would have truly overlooked him. Nonetheless, the Qin family would eventually fall entirely under his control, and allowing this seemingly ineffectual individual to remain within the family's shelter was not out of the question. Qin Yi should also be aware of the princess's affections for Shu Jin, and this incident had indeed caused the princess to lose face, which likely prompted her visit today to assess Shu Jin's condition. Qin Bianbo believed his reasoning to be sound, also wishing to convey to Qin Yi that the second branch of the Qin family flourished while the first branch had little to offer beyond the elderly marquis, who was now advanced in years. In the future, the first branch would require the support of the second. "I am quite pleased that my cousin harbors such thoughts," Qin Yi remarked, casting a dim, inscrutable glance at Qin Bianbo before turning his attention elsewhere. Qin Bianbo furrowed his brow, half closing his eyes as he scrutinized Qin Yi's retreating figure, realizing that Qin Yi seemed even more indifferent towards the princess than he had anticipated. In the hall, with the arrival of the princess, the maids discreetly withdrew. Xiao Muzi and Xiao Sheng sat opposite each other at the head of the table. Xiao Sheng elegantly held a teacup, gently brushing the surface of the tea with the lid. "Sister, have you been well these past few days?" Xiao Muzi began. "I hear that father has ordered you to thoroughly investigate the person who poisoned you. If you cannot identify the culprit within 2 months, You will be confined to the cold palace? The probing tone caused Xiao Sheng to frown slightly. After taking a delicate sip of tea, she responded softly, "Indeed. It seems that father truly harbors extreme disdain for me. The actions I have taken over the years have brought him nothing but shame." A peculiar emotion flickered in Xiao Muxi's eyes as she furrowed her brows, tilting her head to scrutinize Xiao Sheng's profile. "Sister, you seem somewhat different. Is that so?" Xiao Sheng placed the teacup back on the small table and turned her gaze to meet Xiao Muxi's. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Has the Empress ever harbored any suspicions regarding your prince consort?" Xiao Muxi's tone was as if she had inadvertently stumbled upon a revelation. The Qin family's first and second branches have historically been at odds. This time, dear sister, you possess an excellent opportunity. Should you meet an untimely end, the entire second branch of the Qin family would be compelled to accompany you in your demise. Thus, if your life is in jeopardy, your prince consort stands to gain the most. Chapter 11. A calculated move. Xiao Muxi regarded Xiao Sheng's silent countenance, believing that her words had resonated with her sister. She continued, "To achieve two objectives with a single act is indeed a clever strategy. Your Highness could certainly investigate the matter through your husband." Xiao Muxi deliberately lowered her voice, for although her heart brimmed with animosity towards Xiao Sheng, she understood that Xiao Sheng could not remain confined in the cold palace. If the true culprit behind the poisoning remained elusive, then Qin Shujin would likewise face a dire fate. "You speak with some merit," Xiao Sheng murmured lightly, her gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. A peculiar emotion stirred within Xiao Muxi's heart for a fleeting moment, but upon recalling that Xiao Sheng possessed only cunning yet lacked wisdom, that strange feeling dissipated almost instantaneously. "Your Highness, despite the profound rift between us, I truly do not wish to see you punished by our father in the cold palace." Xiao Muxi feigned an amiable demeanor, as if eager to mend the deep-seated grievances accumulated over the years. Yet, Xiao Sheng responded with a soft laugh, her expression cool and distant. "Thank you for your concern, dear sister." Xiao Muxi furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze lingering on Xiao Sheng for a brief moment before she averted her eyes. Elegantly, she lifted her teacup, a smile gracing her lips. "Your Highness, my words are not without reason. I must know something, yet lack the evidence." The implication was clear. The evidence required Xiao Sheng's investigation. As for how to conduct it, Xiao Muxi was certain that Emperor Yuan would covertly lend his support to Xiao Sheng. From a young age, Xiao Muxi had witnessed the emperor's favoritism toward Xiao Sheng. At this moment, the emperor's sudden harshness towards her sister hinted at deeper intrigues at play. Just as Xiao Muxi's thoughts began to wander, she caught sight of Xiao Sheng rising from her seat. Regaining her focus, she addressed her sister, "Your Highness, you may also share your thoughts with our father. He will not overlook you." Xiao Sheng turned back, her expression inscrutable, her red lips curving into a smile. "I may consider it." This ambiguous response caused Xiao Muxi to frown, and as she contemplated her next words, she realized that haste would be unwise. She watched as Xiao Sheng exited the hall, pondering that if this endeavor succeeded, she could eliminate the primary branch of the Qin family through her sister, thus solidifying her position and drawing closer to the ambitions of her mother. The Qin family's reunion banquet was set for the late hour of Shun. Although the eldest princess had married Qin Yi, she had not performed the traditional rites due to her poisoning on the day of their wedding, never even crossing the threshold of the Qin household. Given the absurdity of the union, no one truly regarded it with seriousness. Subsequently, the eldest princess remained in her own palace while Qin Yi resided in the Qin manor, with neither party finding this arrangement inappropriate. It seemed as though the Hua and eldest princess and the ethereal son of the primary branch were only connected by name, existing as mere strangers in reality. Even the servants within the Qin household believed that the Hua and eldest princess's marriage was solely for the sake of Qin Shujin. Thus, there was no courtyard designated for the eldest princess within the Qin residence, nor was there a place for her to rest. Yu Huan, closely following the eldest princess, spoke anxiously. "Princess, is what the second princess just said true?" Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Seemingly in good spirits, What does it matter whether it is true or not? The princess, with a hint of urgency in her voice, remarked. I believe the second princess speaks with a degree of reason. Oh, pray tell, what is that reasoning? Xiao Sheng strolled leisurely through the corridor, her gaze surveying the surroundings. Realizing that the depths of the Qin residence were even more profound than she had anticipated. Xiao Musi's intention to employ another's dagger to achieve her ends undoubtedly bore the mark of Lord Qin's counsel. I have heard that the prince consort is accompanied by a childhood friend. Had it not been for your sudden decision to wed him, he would likely have married this childhood companion. You have effectively severed their bond. Moreover, given the prince consort's dissatisfaction with the second house, it is not inconceivable that he might wish to use you to eliminate them. Upon finishing her words, Yu Huan discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the princess's profile. Her gaze fortuitously fell upon the drooping floral gate, where a pair of verdant shadows emerged, causing her to widen her eyes. Princess, look. Xiao Sheng turned her gaze towards the direction Yu Huan was indicating. Chapter 12. Do you wish to part ways? At the entrance of the drooping flower gate, a man sat in a wheelchair, his handsome visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Beside him stood a woman clad in a blue and green brocade gown, exuding a gentle and virtuous aura. Had it not been for the arrival of Xiao Sheng, this picturesque scene would have remained unmarred. Upon seeing Xiao Sheng, the woman's countenance shifted noticeably, revealing a mixture of complexity and tension. In contrast, the man in the wheelchair exhibited little change, merely retracting the smile that had graced his lips. Xiao Sheng maintained her composure, reflecting on the words spoken by Xiao Musi moments prior. A flicker of unusual emotion brushed her brow as she approached the drooping flower gate. Qin Yi's brow subtly arched, his dark eyes flashing with unspoken confusion. What was her purpose for coming here? May I speak with you privately? Xiao Sheng's tone was calm, as if she were merely discussing trivial matters. Before Qin Yi could respond, the woman in the blue-green gown interjected, My lord, I shall take my leave. Xiao Sheng paid little heed to the unfamiliar woman's casual dismissal before focusing on her own desire to extricate herself from the shackles of being a wife, a role that felt more like an abyss. As she drew closer to Qin Yi, she glanced at Yu Huan, who instinctively shrank back, retreating to a distance where she could see Xiao Sheng but could not hear their conversation. Alas, her princess was avoiding her. I can assist you with the wheelchair. I hope you don't mind, Xiao Sheng remarked lightly, her tone imbued with a casual friendliness, akin to conversing with an old acquaintance. Qin Yi's brow twitched slightly in acknowledgement before he responded with a soft hum. As the wheelchair glided past the drooping flower gate, Xiao Sheng directed her steps towards a stone table nestled within the courtyard. Upon reaching the table, she settled onto a stone bench beside Qin Yi. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yi observed the silhouette of a deep blue figure taking a seat, and he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Do you wish to part ways, young Master Qin? Xiao Sheng inquired in a flat tone, her voice measured and devoid of emotion. At her words, Qin Yi turned his head to regard her profile, perplexed. What do you mean? Literally what I said, Xiao Sheng replied, feeling no compulsion to elaborate for this stranger. Qin Yi remained silent, his dark gaze seeming to delve deeper into the essence of the woman before him. Young Master Qin, our relationship has always been a farce. Parting ways would be the most dignified course of action, Xiao Sheng stated, her demeanor remaining placid as she refrained from looking at Qin Yi, sensing her patience was waning. In comparison to the thorough investigation ordered by Emperor Yuan and regarding the poisoning, she yearned more to escape the confines of her husband's family. Qin Yi withdrew his gaze, caught off guard, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. Princess, as you wish, he replied with a nonchalant tone, which did not surprise Xiao Sheng. She stood, adding, I previously used you, young Master Qin, and inadvertently caused you some reputational troubles. I hope you do not dwell on it too deeply. She referred to the earlier incident where she had deliberately embroiled Qin Yi in a troublesome situation for the sake of Qin Shujin. Qin Yi regarded her with mild astonishment. Such words did not seem fitting for the esteemed Princess Hua, and Xiao Sheng concluded. I came to the Qin family today to discuss this matter. I bid you farewell. The deep blue figure departed from the Qin residence with a decisive grace that left onlookers astounded, and the unexpectedness of the exit lingered in the air. Left alone at the stone table, Qin Yi's eyes reflected a newfound bewilderment. When Qin Su entered through the weeping flower gate, he beheld the sight of a man clad in white, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought, exuding an aura of solitude. "Master!" Qin Su approached and called out. Qin Yi returned to reality, his slender fingers gently tapping the armrest of the wheelchair, signaling Qin Su to assist him in leaving this place. "Master, the old Marquis has mentioned it is time for your meal." "Hememe, Xiliang replied. Qin Su continued. The Grand Princess went directly to the Imperial Palace after leaving the Qin residence. Chapter 13. The cold-blooded nature of Emperor Yuanin after attending to state affairs. Emperor Yuanin would seldom linger in the imperial study. When he found a moment of respite, he would retreat to the Chang'an Palace, the residence of the late empress. Since her passing, this palace had become his sleeping quarters. It is often said that the imperial family is devoid of compassion. However, in the case of Emperor Yuanin, this notion presents a paradox. He is indeed cold-hearted and unfeeling, yet he harbors a peculiar fondness for the late empress and her daughter, the princess. Though this affection may seem strange to outsiders, after all, what father would permit his cherished daughter to behave so arrogantly and commit numerous transgressions? Emperor Yuanin indulges the princess to an alarming degree, even allowing her to become utterly dependent. As Lu Quan entered the grand hall, he first cast a glance at Emperor Yuanin, who was lazily perusing ancient texts before approaching him. "Your Majesty, the princess seeks an audience," Lu Quan announced, his voice rendering the hall even more serene. The emperor's hand, poised to turn the page, hesitated momentarily before he replied in a subdued tone. "Let her in." Lu Quan exited the hall, and after a brief interval, Xiao Sheng entered, without Lu Quan accompanying her. Her steps were light, and upon reaching the center of the hall, she bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to father." It had been an eternity since the father and daughter had met in such a private setting. Emperor Yuanin's gaze swept over the text before shifting to his eldest daughter, only to quickly retract his attention. "Rise," he commanded, his tone inscrutable. In truth, he had little desire to see her. The revelation of Huan's poisoning had pierced something deep within him, leaving him ensnared by the helplessness of life and death. As if a spell had been cast upon him, his treatment of his eldest daughter had always been one of endless indulgence, though it could hardly be called affection, given the infrequency of his presence by her side. At times, Emperor Yuanin pondered that as long as the Xiliang Empire remained the foremost power, his subjects and his daughter would enjoy a semblance of safety. Yet, in recent years, Huan's temperament had garnered many enemies. Although these adversaries were mere minor players, one could never predict the schemes of the underhanded. This time, the poison had manifested openly on the streets. Upon learning that Huan had awakened, the emperor resolved to keep her close, lest she vanish without a trace one day. Yet, he also wished to impart a lesson to her, to make her understand that beyond his protection, she was vulnerable to the whims of others. "Have I disturbed you, father?" Xiao Sheng inquired tentatively. Emperor Yuanin closed the book with indifference, fixing his gaze upon her. "Father, I wish to divorce Qin Yi," Xiao Sheng declared, her expression taut as she knelt, her eyes meeting the emperor's. Despite the anxiety swirling within her, she gambled, hoping for a hint of genuine concern from the emperor for his eldest daughter. "Though it may seem absurd, I beseech you, father, to grant my request." "Is this yet another ploy for Qin Shujin?" Emperor Yuanin's voice was particularly cold and sharp. Xiao Sheng did not avert her gaze. "No, it is for my own sake." The emperor scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. This daughter held little credibility in his eyes, yet it was the first time she had met his gaze so openly. "Give me a reason." Emperor Yuanin's voice softened considerably. "Father," Xiao Sheng straightened her back, slightly tilting her head to meet the gaze of the sovereign seated above. "I have heard that the region of Sangzhou is suffering due to the destruction of levees by floodwaters. Although the local authorities have taken action, the common people continue to endure hardship. Behind their suffering undoubtedly lies governmental negligence. Perhaps the matter is too extensive for your intervention, yet I wish to alleviate your burdens." "You?" Emperor Yuanin was taken aback that his eldest daughter paid attention to affairs of the court. It was indeed peculiar, for he was fully aware of her capabilities. Yet, Gazing into her dark, cold eyes, he felt an inexplicable confidence in her potential. "First, we must address your poisoning," he declared, his tone imbued with sternness. "If you lack the ability to handle this, I assure you, my words are not to be taken lightly." Xiao Shang's lips curled into a smile as she fixated on the emperor. In that moment, she became increasingly convinced that relying on this sovereign was the only way to pursue her desires without worry. Even if she were to become a sharp blade in his hands, what of it? "I shall not disappoint you, father." Her resolute tone caused Emperor Yuanan to squint slightly, sensing a change in her demeanor. His eldest daughter was indeed different now. Chapter 14. Who doesn't enjoy watching a play? Nightfall envelopes the Qin residence, aglow with brilliant lights. The estate is divided into the eastern and western gardens, with the main house situated in the east, where the fewer servants reflect the diminished presence of their master. In a courtyard of the eastern garden, a young master finds himself seated opposite a lady clad in azure silk, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. "What occupies your thoughts?" Qin Yi places the book in his hand upon the pearwood round table, gazing at the lady across from him, his tone remarkably flat. "Hua and wishes to divorce me. Though they have not performed the ceremonial rites of heaven and earth, they possess the marriage contract and official registration." Thus, the sudden declaration of divorce from the Princess Hua leaves Qin Yi perplexed regarding her true intentions. Upon hearing this, a faint sense of relief washes over the lady's eyes, as if the tension that had gripped her suddenly dissipated. What does the princess mean by this? Chen Qinwei had gleaned some information about the marriage between this man and the princess on her journey back to the capital, and she had harbored concerns. Firstly, because of Qin Yi's physical limitations, the notorious princess would surely humiliate him. Secondly, the princess's marriage to Qin Yi was initially aimed at another man, rendering Qin Yi a mere jest in the capital. "I had originally intended to utilize her to accomplish certain objectives, but it appears I must recalibrate my plans." Qin Yi responded indifferently. Chen Qinwei was acutely aware of the objectives he alluded to. However, she remarked, "Master, the princess was never part of your original plans. Now that she wishes to divorce, you should feel relieved to be rid of a burden." Qin Yi offered no comment. Chen Qinwei's gentle smile faded into silence. She could never fully fathom this man's thoughts, yet standing by his side was sufficient for her. "You should rest early, master," she said before rising and exiting the room. Qin Yi's gaze remained fixed, unperturbed by her departure. At that moment, Qin Su entered the room, bowing respectfully, after leaving the palace. The princess has begun to investigate those she encountered on the day of her wedding. Now, everyone in the palace is on edge. Qin Yi's gaze shifted slightly, a hint of a smile escaping his throat. Qin Su continued, "Today, the princess visited our estate to converse with a second princess, who has subtly guided her investigation towards you, master." "Oh." Qin Yi gestured for Qin Su to elaborate. Upon hearing this, the princess expressed her gratitude for the second princess's counsel. Qin Su, unable to discern his master's expression from his position, added, "However, I did not expect the princess to bring up the matter of divorce upon meeting you. What are you implying?" Qin Yi spoke softly, lifting the now tepid tea to his lips for a sip. Qin Su bowed his head even lower. "I believe the princess we encountered differs greatly from the one we previously investigated. They seem like two entirely different individuals. One is infamous, while the other seems desperate to enter the Qin family. How could such a transformation occur overnight? The intentions of Princess Hua in entering the Qin family are well understood. Yet, at this juncture, she chooses to pursue a divorce. Furthermore, Princess Hua had given orders to the Emperor Yuan An's men to deal with Qin Shujin with lethal intent. It is not as the rumors suggest that Princess Huan harbors a lingering affection for Qin Shujin. If that night, at the princess's residence, she acted with such severity merely out of spite for Qin Shujin's refusal to marry her, then why would she choose to part ways with her husband? If Princess Huan's marriage to her lord was not motivated by her feelings for Qin Shujin, what was the purpose of the union? There exists no personal connection between the lord and Princess Huan. Moreover, Qin Shujin's disdain for Princess Huan is well known throughout the Qin household. Thus, in Qin Su's eyes, Princess Huan embodies a paradox. Her current actions are in stark contradiction to her previous deeds. No one dares to commit murder and dispose of a body beneath the watchful gaze of Emperor Yuanin, especially to replace his most favored daughter. Qin Yi spoke in a calm tone, as if Qin Su's revelation was not a revelation at all. What does the Lord imply? Qin Su inquired, furrowing his brow. Qin Yi chuckled softly, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Since the second princess enjoys sowing discord so much, let's reveal our trump card to Princess Huan, who does not relish a good spectacle. Chapter 15. This lead no one could have anticipated that Princess Huan would embark on an investigation into the poisoning incident that transpired on her wedding day. Taking residence within the imperial palace, specifically in the side hall of Chanyang Palace. Undoubtedly, this was sanctioned by Emperor Yuanin, with his tacit approval. It seems the imperial harem is destined for another thorough cleansing. Almost everyone within the harem sensed the ominous air of danger. Princess Huan's fervor was not mere rhetoric. Should she ultimately uncover the identity of the poisoner, it would be a relief. However, if no resolution is found, given Princess Huan's temperament, an innocent party is bound to be ensnared. Logically, Emperor Yuanin would not allow Princess Huan to act with such impunity in matters of this nature. Yet, it is precisely this tacit approval from the emperor that has instilled fear among all in the harem. In the side hall of Chanyang Palace, Xiao Sheng knelt behind a small writing desk, the autumn wind howling outside and the sunlight devoid of warmth. She hesitated with her brush poised above the paper. After a lengthy pause, Yu Huan, who was waiting nearby, cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, why do you keep staring at the names of concubine Shun and concubine Wang?" On the desk lay 2 sheets of Xian paper, inscribed with the names of concubine Shun and concubine Wang. Although Yu Huan was oblivious to the princess's intentions, she believed there must be a rationale behind Xiao Sheng's actions. Her curiosity was piqued by the princess's prolonged hesitation to write. "I am merely intrigued by how these 2 ladies have maintained their friendship unwaveringly for 10 years. After all, genuine affection is a rarity in the harem." Xiao Sheng replied leisurely, setting down her brush and crumpling the 2 sheets of paper in her grasp before placing them back on the desk. Yu Huan, taken aback, cast her gaze towards the kneeling maidservants and eunuchs outside the hall, her heart trembling slightly. "Your Highness." Xiao Sheng discerned Yu Huan's hesitation and softly urged, "Speak your mind. All those who interacted with you on your wedding day are kneeling outside and are thus suspects. They are all individuals appointed by His Majesty. I noticed you writing the names of concubine Shun and concubine Wang, suggesting you harbor suspicions regarding them." Yu Huan asked cautiously, observing Xiao Sheng's demeanor. Xiao Sheng rested her chin on one hand while gently caressing the brush handle with the other, responding lightly, "You are aware my poisoning incident was grievous. There was an injury, yet I did not encounter the instrument of the crime. It was the deadly crane's top red, implying the assailant lurked among the crowd on that day. Someone who stands to gain from my demise, thus rendering this matter exceedingly intricate." What do you think of what the second princess stated? Yu Huan, who had refrained from relaying the second princess's comments to Emperor Yuanin, understood the gravity of the situation. The princess was already cognizant that she had been placed close to her by the emperor. Furthermore, this matter could not afford even the slightest misstep, as a careless mistake could result in the princess being confined to the cold palace. "There is some merit in what Xiao Muxi articulated," Xiao Sheng replied calmly. Yu Huan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of the princess's words. "I have heard of a weapon, though it scarcely qualifies as such. In the realm of the martial world, there exists a concealed instrument, crafted using ice as its needle. This ice is not merely frozen water, but rather a lethal venom that has been solidified through a meticulous process. Once it infiltrates the body, it melts away with the blood, allowing the poison to disseminate throughout the system at an alarming speed, leading to the victim's demise through a horrific outpouring of blood from all 7 orifices." Yu Huan's pupils widened in realization. The symptoms of such a fatal poison were precisely what she had witnessed in the princess on that fateful day. "Princess, are you implying that you fell victim to this very hidden weapon?" Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, her brush twirling delicately between her fingers, causing ink to splatter across the tomes on the table. "Let's pursue this lead further. she declared. Chapter 16. They only desire the death of the Princess Yuan was profoundly shaken. Indeed, the hidden weapon was a promising lead, but how to investigate? Where to begin? Just as Yuan was entangled in the dilemma of whether to continue inquiring about the investigation, the indifferent voice of Xiao Sheng resonated. The ice soul poison needle originates from Lihua Valley in the Zhangzhou region. If my memory serves me correctly, the valley's lord bears the surname Chun. Yuan's gaze shot up in surprise. Princess, are you referring to Chen Shufei? Xiao Sheng smiled gently, neither confirming nor denying. It was likely that the Chen Shufei of the imperial harem had no connection to the lord of Lihua Valley in Zhangzhou. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Sheng considered that the lord of Lihua Valley had no intersection with the crown princess of the imperial capital. They were probably mere strangers. Thus, Xiao Sheng had no personal vendetta with the one familiar with the ice soul poison needle. This suggested that another individual had employed this discreet method of assassination to seek Xiao Sheng's life. What audacity Chen Shufei possessed! Yuan had already settled in her heart that it was indeed Chen Shufei. It is said that during the lifetime of the late empress, Chen Shufei openly and covertly opposed her. You had an elder prince before you, and it was due to Chen Shufei that he was born still. Yuan, one must not speak carelessly, Xiao Sheng remarked with a mild smile. I presume that Chief Steward Liu has not shared such words with you. I do not wish to hear these rumors from your lips in the future. Yuan shrank her neck and obediently closed her mouth. Certain matters, once past, would inevitably attract gossip. Moreover, in recent years, Chen Shufei had adhered to a vegetarian lifestyle and devoted herself to Buddhism, garnering a favorable impression among many palace attendants. Conflicts within the harem were rare. Of course, one could not dismiss the fact that following the late empress's demise, Emperor Yuanin was furious, and thereafter, no one dared to provoke the imperial authority. If the death of the late empress were truly connected to Chen Shufei, Emperor Yuanin would not have allowed her to remain in the palace for so long. What I mean is, we should commence our investigation from Lihua Valley. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Commence our investigation from Lihua Valley? Princess, did you express your desire to visit Zhangzhou to the emperor because Lihua Valley is located there? In that instant, Yuan realized that the princess wished to travel to Zhangzhou for this very matter. However, the emperor had stated that the princess must uncover the true culprit behind the poisoning before she could possibly go to Zhangzhou. Was this not placing an undue burden upon the princess? Yuan began to worry. Although many matters concerning the princess had been reported to the emperor over the years, her heart naturally leaned towards the crown princess, having spent so many years in her company. If they wished to ascertain whether the assailant stemmed from Lihua Valley, how could they begin the investigation without going to Zhangzhou? Yuan drew closer to Xiao Sheng, kneeling beside her and whispering, Princess, should we inform the emperor? Why the haste? Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. Do you believe that there's only one person who desires my demise? What do you mean? Yuan truly found it difficult to fathom the crown princess's thoughts. Xiao Sheng tilted her head, gazing at Yuan with a beaming smile. Take a guess. Why did Xiao Musai speak those words to me? Yuan seemed to grasp something anew. Princess, you mean to say that the second princess is also involved in this? How could she not be? Xiao Sheng withdrew her gaze, her eyes glimmering with a cold light. Was it not the appearance of Xiao Musai that incited Qin Shu Jin's wrath? Had Qin Shu Jin not been enraged, had there been no murderous intent directed towards me, would those who sought to harm me have found the opportunity? When coincidences abound, they cease to be mere happenstance. Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably as she recalled the scene of the princess collapsing on the street that day. It became evident that everything was a calculated scheme against her. Their sole desire was for the princess to perish. Chapter 17. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, and Yuan quickly regained her focus, her gaze drifting towards the kneeling palace maids and eunuchs outside. Princess, are they to remain thus? Yuan inquired. Xiao Sheng's tone turned languid. Indeed, they kneel. Yuan pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak, her eyes wandering back to the entrance where she caught a glimpse of a fabric edge, seemingly concealed. She first glanced at the princess, whose attention was fixed on the books atop the small table, before making her way towards the door. Who are you? What business do you have here? Yuan's voice carried a hint of authority, prompting the kneeling figures outside to lift their gazes towards her. The hidden young eunuch appeared startled by Yuan's tone, his complexion paling as he immediately prostrated himself. Miss Yuan, I have word for the Grand Princess. Before Yuan could respond, Xiao Sheng's voice resonated within the hall. Let him enter. Yuan scrutinized the young eunuch for a moment before instructing, go inside. The eunuch, upon hearing this, stumbled into the hall. By the time Yuan entered, the young eunuch was already flat against the ground. You have something to convey to me? Xiao Sheng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The prostrate eunuch's voice trembled slightly, barely audible, yet Xiao Sheng could discern it. On the day of the princess's wedding, I saw the fourth prince appear within your palace. Yuan's expression shifted subtly, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Sheng's gaze halted her. The fourth prince? Xiao Sheng's attention shifted from Yuan's face to the young eunuch. If you truly witnessed this, why only disclose it to me today? The eunuch, unable to decipher the Grand Princess's mood, awkwardly replied, Because I only remembered yesterday that on that day, the fourth prince. What happened to him? Xiao Sheng inquired softly. Strangely, her tone grew increasingly amiable, causing both Yuan and the eunuch to feel a sense of trepidation. On that day, the fourth prince was dressed in the attire of a guard within your palace. The eunuch spoke rapidly, his words laced with an unusual significance. Xiao Sheng's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze met Yuan's. On the day of her wedding, due to the overwhelming intricacies of protocol, she had failed to notice those around her, and both she and her servant were aware that the poisoning had not occurred within the palace. Thus, the sudden appearance of this young eunuch was indeed intriguing. What is your name? Xiao Sheng queried with newfound interest, for she found it hard to believe that a servant would risk so much to provide her with a clue, potentially incurring the fourth prince's wrath. I am called Xiao Ningzi, the eunuch replied, his heart racing with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Thank you for sharing this information with me today. Rest assured, should the true culprit be uncovered, you shall not go unrewarded, Xiao Sheng said. Her curiosity piqued further. Which palace do you serve? After all, Xiao Sheng was uncertain, as her memories of her wedding were rather blurred, with only the most profound details etched in her mind. Given that two princesses had wed, it was likely that more than mere palace servants had been present. The servant worked at the laundry bureau, delivering freshly laundered garments to various masters within the palace. Little Ningzi spoke with a hint of anxiety. Xiao Sheng pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes. From now on, stay by my side. She was curious to uncover the identity of the individuals behind this young eunuch. Chapter 18. Consort Chun as dusk settled. The palace maids and eunuchs kneeling in the side hall of Changyang Palace gradually departed, each visage etched with deep anguish from hours of kneeling since midday. However, one small eunuch unexpectedly approached Princess Hua, stirring a subtle ripple in the inner palace. This inconspicuous servant, merely a menial attendant, seemed to have chosen an opportune moment to linger near Huan. In Ganquan Palace, despite the deep autumn chill, Consort Chen's chambers remained as warm as spring. The woman seated in the main position bore faint traces of age upon her face, yet it did little to diminish her beauty. Whose eunuch is that from the laundry bureau? Consort Chen inquired, her gaze directed at the woman standing in the center of the hall. Jiao lowered her eyes under Consort Chen's scrutiny. This servant has investigated. That eunuch is merely a menial worker in the laundry bureau, with no ties to any palace. Consort Chen appeared to find amusement in this revelation. Do you really believe that? Even if Princess Hua were foolish, she would not so carelessly surround herself with just anyone. Jiao promptly knelt, her voice trembling. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Consort Chen's gaze fell indifferently upon Jiao. She was well aware of the capabilities of her own people. The fact that Jiao could not uncover the true allegiance of the eunuch only indicated that the matter of Hua and S poisoning had grown increasingly complex. Rise, she commanded, unwilling to punish her for such a minor oversight. She then inquired, how fares the second princess at the Qin residence? Jiao rose and responded, aside from the prince consort's injuries not improving, the princess is doing well at the Qin estate. Upon hearing the name Qin Shujin, a peculiar feeling stirred within Consort Chen. She casually remarked, has Huan been residing at the princess's residence since her marriage? Yes, Jiao answered, slightly taken aback. That does not seem right. Consort Chen grasped the teacup on the small table, narrowing her eyes. Wasn't Hua an marriage to the Qin family primarily for Qin Shujin? Why then, does she not reside there post-marriage? Ji Yao grasped Consort Chen's insinuation. It was well known that Princess Huan harbored feelings for Qin Shujin. One would have expected her to remain at the Qin residence, continuing her pursuit of him. Yet due to the incident with Huan's poisoning, where she had injured Qin Shujin, she had not even entered the Qin household and was instead residing in the side hall of Chanyang Palace. Your Highness, the second princess sent news during the day, stating she has conveyed all necessary words to the Grand Princess. Ji Yao expressed her own puzzlement. Given the Grand Princess's temperament, she should have acted upon the second princess's words to conduct a thorough investigation or at least inform the emperor. Yet, Huan has not disclosed anything to the emperor and has instead begun her own inquiries within the palace. Consort Chen's eyes turned cold as she spoke. Inform the second princess that her plans have changed. She must refrain from hasty actions and wait until this storm passes before proceeding. This was typical of Consort Chen's approach. She would halt all plans at the slightest hint of trouble. Her intention was to leverage Huan's hand to eliminate the main branch of the Qin family, allowing the title to fall into the hands of Qin Bianbo. Only with the title secured by Qin Bianbo would the military power held by the old Marquis of Qin naturally shift to him. In recent years, there has been a clandestine interaction with Lord Qin Bianbo. The union between Qin Shujin and Xiao Muzi undoubtedly involves a multitude of factors. Only when both parties align themselves within the same camp can they secure a favorable outcome. What has the fourth prince been preoccupied with during this time? The two children of Consort Chen bring her immense peace of mind, particularly her son, who is also the most favored prince by Emperor Yuanan. Ji Yao candidly remarked. The fourth prince has been diligently attending to matters concerning Sangzhou. He appears quite occupied. Chapter 19. Supremacy of Interest. Chen Shufei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a man's ambitions must be directed towards the court. She had heard of the floods in Sangzhou, but since the harem was not permitted to meddle in politics, she refrained from delving deeper into the matter. Upon learning that the fourth prince was concerned for the welfare of the people, a faint smile graced her lips. She hoped that trivial matters would not distract him. The trivialities to which Chen Shufei referred were, of course, the desires of her daughter. Although she was fond of her daughter, her heart naturally leaned toward her son. Xiao Musai's role was primarily to pave the way for the fourth prince. Undoubtedly, Xiao Musai did not disappoint Chen Shufei. She possessed both wisdom and strategy, handling affairs with remarkable prudence. Compared to Princess Huan, Xiao Musai was far more courageous and astute. Xiao Musai had now married into the Qin family, which necessitated an alliance with the fourth prince. However, the Qin family's influence, particularly that of Qin Bianbo, could not yet assert control. Only when the main branch of the Qin family lost its power would the actual authority fall into the hands of Qin Bianbo. Currently, no clan could shake the status of the Qin family in the imperial capital. In the future, with both the Chun and Qin families supporting him, the fourth prince's position would be unassailable. Yet, Xiao Musai's current ambitions were unlikely to unfold smoothly. After all, it was uncertain what Huan and Emperor Yuanan truly intended. This inscrutable feeling stirred a hint of anger within Chen Shufei. Keep a close watch on Huan. I wish to see her true intentions, she declared, or rather, to discern Emperor Yuanan's ulterior motives. My lady, the Chanyang Palace is difficult to approach, Ji Yao remarked, casting a cautious glance at the high-ranking Shufei before lowering her gaze. Ever since the eldest princess was poisoned, the emperor seems to have discreetly dispatched protectors for her. Upon hearing this, a trace of derision escaped Chen Shufei's lips. The individuals surrounding Huan cannot possibly remain in Chanyang Palace indefinitely. You should be able to ascertain what she does daily, where she goes, and whom she meets. Though her tone was amicable, those who understood her recognized that Chen Shufei was indeed incensed. Yes, I shall keep a vigilant watch, Ji Yao replied respectfully. Qin residence. West Garden. The eldest princess has not disclosed what you mentioned to the emperor. Heng Xiang observed Xiao Musai, who was applying medicine to Qin Shujin, and after a brief pause, continued, The lady has instructed that the master should delay for a while and refrain from acting rashly at this time. Xiao Musai methodically placed the ointment into a wooden box and gently inquired of her companion, Shu Jin, how do you feel today? Much better, Qin Shu Jin replied, his tone betraying no emotion. After several days of meticulous care, the redness on his face had diminished considerably, with the swelling nearly subsiding. He glanced at Heng Xiang before reclining against the chair's backrest, lazily closing his eyes. Xiao Musai's gaze lingered on Qin Shujin's face for a moment before she turned to Heng Xiang. Inform mother that I am aware. She need not worry. Qin Shufei's admonition against hasty actions indicated that the palace must have detected certain anomalies. However, Xiao Musai did not expect Xiao Sheng to have disregarded her words from that day. This predicament only served to deepen Xiao Musai's confusion. Given Xiao Sheng's temperament and her aversion to the main branch of the Qin family, it would seem logical for her to swiftly eliminate the primary branch of the Qin family, especially considering her blatant feelings for Qin Shujin. If the main branch of the Qin family were to be eradicated, Xiao Sheng would still remain within the Qin household. Without Qin Yi, she would be even more unrestrained in pursuing her desires. The maid withdrew. Heng Xiangfu exited the room, leaving it in silence. Xiao Musai elegantly held a teacup, her gaze fixated on the floor, lost in thought. Do you not feel that Huan has changed? Qin Shu Jin's voice suddenly broke the silence, and the way he addressed Xiao Sheng for the first time in such a tone felt somewhat jarring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Musai sipped her tea and turned to Qin Shu Jin, inquiring, what do you mean? Although she harbored doubts, she had yet to perceive any significant transformation in Xiao Sheng. Even if there were differences, she attributed them to the influence of Emperor Yuanin. It seemed her mother shared this perspective as well. Qin Shu Jin had spent considerable time with Xiao Sheng since their return to the imperial capital. They had encountered each other almost daily. One cannot conceal the truth in their eyes. Even during the wedding procession, he had discerned Xiao Sheng's lingering affection. Though he had never resorted to physical violence against her, he had belittled her with words, yet her warmth towards him had only intensified. This time, despite having struck Xiao Sheng, he received no favorable outcome, particularly that night at the princess's residence. Xiao Sheng's gaze had been cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were nothing more than a stranger to her. How could one undergo such a transformation overnight? If it were born of love turned to hatred, one would expect to see animosity in her eyes, yet he found none. She regarded him entirely as a stranger. Qin Shujin had not forgotten that Xiao Sheng had wed into the Qin family for his sake, choosing to marry Qin Yi for him. Yet now, the situation appeared quite different. Noticing Qin Shujin's silence, Xiao Musai furrowed her brows slightly. Are you unaccustomed to the fact that your imperial sister no longer clings to you? Qin Shujin gazed at Xiao Musai with a faint smile. If you wish to think so, you may. Upon hearing this, Xiao Musai's frown relaxed, and she chuckled lightly. Has Shujin begun to regret marrying me for the sake of the Qin family in your brother's grand scheme? Qin Shujin offered no response. As Xiao Musai had suggested, their union was merely a matter of entangled interest between the Qin family and concubine Chun. However, the pain endured that night at the princess's residence led Qin Shujin to reconsider his perception of Xiao Sheng. Her ruthless demeanor, that fierce determination, bore no resemblance to the person who had previously clung to him. Perhaps he had never encountered the truly merciless side of Xiao Sheng. Xiao Musai turned her head to gaze intently at the half-closed eyes of Qin Shujin. We are already husband and wife, akin to grasshoppers on the same rope. Do not let your perceived emotions jeopardize our grand scheme. A cold laugh escaped Qin Shujin's throat as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Musai. From the tone of your maid, it seems that what you discussed with Hua and has not been heeded. And what of it? Xiao Musai did not take it to heart. If one plan fails, another shall be conceived. At present, it is imperative for Shujin and her father to thoughtfully contemplate how to eliminate the eyesore of the first house. Qin Shujin withdrew her gaze, enveloped in silence. The first house was like a thorn in Qin Bianbo's heart, a persistent affliction that could not be uprooted over the years. The sudden intervention of Xiao Sheng indeed presented a favorable opportunity, yet Xiao Sheng, despite appearing to be involved, seemed to have distanced himself from the scheme. Was there something amiss with Xiao Sheng that Shu Jin sensed? Xiao Muxi deftly redirected the conversation. Qin Shu Jin once again closed her eyes, still unwilling to respond to Xiao Muxi's intentions. Xiao Muxi, undeterred by her silence, rose with an easy smile and said, "Do take care of yourself. I shall make a trip to the palace." Chapter 20 heard Lonyang Palace, Side Hall. Young Ningzi entered the grand hall, clutching a substantial stack of documents. He first cast a fleeting glance at the princess seated behind the desk before redirecting his gaze toward the table. "Your Highness, here are the items you requested." Young Ningzi placed the documents on the table and stepped aside. Princess Xiao Sheng did not lift her gaze to acknowledge the waiting young Ningzi. Instead, her attention was fixed on the stack of documents. Someone had deliberately sent young Ningzi to her, mentioning the fourth prince with intent. There must be an unforeseen surprise hidden within this. This encompassed the deeds of concubine Shun since her entry into the palace and the events of the past 20 years. Young Ningzi did not conceal anything. Since the day the princess had him remain, it seemed they had reached an unspoken understanding. He was the servant, and she was the mistress. Whatever she desired, he would procure. His presence was directly aimed at concubine Shun and the fourth prince. Zhao Nanshu had long been immersed in the harem of Nanyue, and naturally, she was aware of such trivial schemes. Within 20 years, all these matters could be unearthed. Xiao Sheng's gaze shifted to young Ningzi's face. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual. His steps were light, and his hands bore the calluses of one who frequently handled objects. Of course, calluses alone did not signify much. Yet, his physique was more robust than that of the palace eunuchs, indicating he was not merely a minor servant in the harem. "The servant has done his utmost," young Ningzi said, slightly bowing with a hint of amusement in his tone. Xiao Sheng's expression deepened as she withdrew her gaze and began to peruse the documents. Naturally, concubine Shun would not dare to act against Xiao Sheng under the watchful eye of Emperor Yuanan, but outside the palace, the situation was different. A subtle darkness glimmered in Xiao Sheng's profound eyes, where the seemingly unrelated icy needles truly disconnected from concubine Shun and Xiao Muqi. Time passed unnoticed, and as piles of documents accumulated on either side of Xiao Sheng, a semblance of fatigue settled upon her features. However, upon encountering a particular passage, that weariness evaporated instantly. Was the emperor absent from the palace when concubine Chun gave birth to the fourth prince? After posing the question, Xiao Sheng finally looked toward young Ningzi. He approached and knelt beside her, casting a glance at the documents before her. During concubine Chen's labor, the emperor was outside the palace. At that time, the late empress was gravely ill, and it is said that the emperor left the palace to seek someone capable of treating her. Yet ultimately, my mother still passed away. Xiao Sheng felt no discomfort from a near slip of late empress. Rather, it struck her that the timing of concubine Chen's childbirth was indeed peculiar. Young Ningzi merely chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to Xiao Sheng's observation. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng's gaze swept across young Ningzi's face, noting his handsome features, rosy lips and white teeth, a striking young man. Young Ningzi, too, noticed her gaze, and he met her eyes directly. The servant has also heard something else. About concubine Chen? Xiao Sheng held young Ningzi's gaze unwaveringly, while he began to feel a sense of pressure under her scrutiny, eventually diverting his eyes. Xiao Ningzi's eyes were partially closed as she spoke softly. It is said that Lady Chen Shufei was pregnant with a daughter, but as there was already the second princess and Lady Wang, there was also a child. Lady Chen took advantage of the emperor's absence from the palace to give birth to the fourth prince. Xiao Sheng's expression remained unchanged, devoid of even a hint of surprise. The intrigues of the harem were not confined solely to Xiliang. Observing Xiao Sheng's demeanor, which suggested she was already aware, Xiao Ningzi's brows furrowed slightly. "Are you not surprised, princess? As you mentioned, it is merely hearsay. Even if it is not true, the mere phrase is said is enough to plunge me into an abyss." Xiao Sheng smiled, her gaze fixed on Xiao Ningzi. "You, my servant, seem to wish to use my hand to push Lady Chen Shufei into the mire. I must say, your thoughts are quite clever." Although Xiao Ningzi's expression changed, it was not significantly so, as if she had anticipated Xiao Sheng's disbelief. The princess is quite unlike what I have heard, Xiao Ningzi admitted, dropping the pretense. Through her recent probing, she had discovered that Xiao Sheng bore no ill will towards her, a stark contrast to the rumors. Of course, it was also possible that Xiao Sheng shared similar sentiments. They were both merely testing one another. Xiao Sheng placed the scroll in her hand onto the desk, reclining lazily in her chair, her tone icy. "Who are you?" "I am Ning Feng," he replied, well aware that honesty was required at this juncture. "I ask about your master behind you." She laughed. "Do not tell me you have grievances with Lady Chen Shufei, waiting in obscurity in this deep palace for this very opportunity. You have no master behind you at all." Ning Feng's eyes widened slightly, and he swallowed hard. She had just articulated the very reason he had been seeking. "If you lack this modicum of honesty, I advise you to leave, Xiao Ningzi." Xiao Sheng was somewhat intrigued by the matter concerning Lady Chen Shufei. Having taken the past few days to familiarize herself with the women of Emperor Yuan's harem, it seemed that the emperor was not a ruler fond of mingling among women. The harem of Xiliang was quite straightforward, with Shufei and Defei mutually constraining each other's status, lacking a favored consort or empress. A few other concubines also led secluded lives. The emperor's offspring were equally uncomplicated. 3 princesses, 2 princes, with the 4th prince's mother being Lady Chen Shufei, and the 5th prince's mother being Lady Wangde. The mother of the 3rd princess was a concubine who rarely traversed the palace. According to Yuan, this concubine relied on Lady Chen Shufei, and her daughter, the 3rd princess, was particularly cherished by Lady Chen. Perhaps it was because the 3rd princess and the 4th prince were born on the same day that they shared this special bond, earning the favor of Lady Chen Shufei. Listening to Ning Feng's words, Xiao Sheng suddenly found the situation increasingly intriguing, as if she were on the verge of tearing away the veil shrouding the harem of Xiliang, exposing all its sordid affairs to the public eye. The thought of such an outcome caused her brows to arch slightly. However, she had not forgotten the tasks assigned to her by Emperor Yuan. Still unwilling to speak, Xiao Sheng's patience seemed to wane, her tone laced with severity. Ning Feng found himself in a predicament. Yet having come this far, he gritted his teeth and said, "Surely the princess has guessed?" "Oh," Xiao Sheng smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes exuding an air of innocence. "Should I have guessed?" Ning Feng snorted coldly. If the princess had not perceived anything, then on that day, the servant's presence would not have warranted the princess's decision to keep him here. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Sheng's lips as she recalled the solitary man in the Qin residence. Undoubtedly aware of the words spoken by Xiao Muxiai to her, which led to the appearance of Ning Feng. Or perhaps it could be said that Ning Feng had been watching her ever since that man received the imperial decree to wed. "Do you truly believe that the 4th prince appeared in my palace on the day of my wedding?" Xiao Sheng inquired once more. Chapter 21. Exuberance and despair. Ning Feng understood the doubts plaguing Xiao Sheng. He asserted with unwavering conviction, "I truly encountered him." From that beguiling visage, he discerned a hint of a faint smile. Xiao Sheng withdrew her gaze, yet found herself perplexed. The 4th prince she had investigated did not seem like an individual capable of mingling among the palace guards. The 4th prince was, in essence, a reflection of the Yuan emperor. If the 4th prince had genuinely appeared within her palace, what could have been his purpose? "Are you aware that the 4th prince is the one my father cherishes the most?" Xiao Sheng remarked coldly. Ning Feng was fully aware of her implication. The 4th prince held significant importance in the eyes of the Yuan emperor, who often entrusted him with certain affairs of the court. This indicated that the emperor was grooming this son to be the next heir apparent, although he traditionally shunned discussions regarding the designation of a crown prince. Given the emperor's robust health and his indifference towards female allure, it was conceivable that he could maintain his reign for at least another 30 years. Thus, neither in the court nor behind closed doors was there any discourse on the succession. Yet it was an unspoken consensus that the 4th prince was the presumptive heir. "Does your master truly believe that I can sway the 4th prince?" Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly, her gaze fixed on Ning Feng with keen interest. "My purpose in residing within this palace is to uncover the true culprit behind the attempt on my life." Ning Feng, unperturbed by her demeanor, responded with a hint of amusement, "Why not delve deeper? Perhaps there are unexpected delights awaiting you." Princess. Xiaosheng's eyes returned to Ning Feng's countenance. He appeared to be in the bloom of youth, exuding the fervor of adolescence, yet clad in the garb of a eunuch, which strangely veiled his youthful vigor and rebellious spirit. Were he but a subordinate, those alluring peach blossom eyes would not manifest such fervor and fearlessness. "What is your relation to Qin Yi?" Xiaosheng inquired abruptly. Ning Feng hesitated briefly. When his gaze met hers once more, Xiaosheng's attention had shifted to the documents on the table, perhaps due to his silence. Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow and continued to scrutinize the records detailing much about concubine Shun, remarking, "I was merely asking casually. You need not feel compelled to respond." A distinct emotion seemed to flicker in Ning Feng's eyes as he replied, "He is my cousin." Xiaosheng appeared neither surprised nor did she pursue further inquiries. It was evident that Qin Yi had provided this clue to her, and she chose not to delve into its underlying significance. However, invoking the fourth prince at this juncture was undoubtedly linked to that icy poison needle. Just as the hall enveloped itself in silence, a figure emerged outside. It was Yu Huan who stepped inside. "Princess," she addressed, approaching Xiaosheng, "the emperor requests your presence to dine with him." Xiaosheng's expression momentarily faltered. She set aside the documents, rising to navigate around the desk toward the hall's exit. Ning Feng stood to follow, but was halted by Yu Huan. "The princess merely requested your presence. She did not authorize you to advance further." How could Yu Huan have not overheard the exchange between the Grand Princess and Ning Feng? Though taken aback by the revelation that Ning Feng is the cousin of Qin Yi, she chose not to delve into the intricacies of their relationship, for fear that she might inadvertently inform the emperor. If the emperor were to learn of this matter, Ning Feng would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. If he wished to remain undiscovered as a false eunuch, it would be prudent for him to maintain a low profile, Yu Huan warned coldly. Despite her inability to comprehend why the princess would retain such a person, Ning Feng's handsome visage and his skill in endearing himself to the princess rendered Yu Huan cautious. Now, armed with the knowledge that he was also Qin Yi's cousin, her wariness heightened. Ning Feng awkwardly adjusted his straight nose and spoke in a hushed tone. "Miss Yu Huan, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of harming the eldest princess." Yu Huan snorted disdainfully and glared at the tall Ning Feng. "Should I discover that you and your cousin are plotting against the princess, I will not spare either of you." Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. He could not recall having done anything to warrant such suspicion. Yu Huan remained rooted in place, seemingly intent on scrutinizing Ning Feng. Feeling a sense of unease under her watchful gaze, Ning Feng shifted his feet, attempting to sidestep her, but she promptly blocked his path. "I merely wish to sit over there." Ning Feng pointed to another spot. Yu Huan stepped aside but kept her eyes fixed on him, only relaxing her stance once he settled into the designated seat. With a slight huff, she stood guard, as if awaiting the return of the eldest princess. In the main hall of Chanyang Palace, the palace maids laid out the dishes before retreating to one side. When Xiaosheng entered, she exchanged a glance with Emperor Yuanin, who was drying his hands. "Father," Xiaosheng greeted respectfully with a bow. After finishing his task, the emperor took a seat without acknowledging her, his tone devoid of emotion. "Sit." Xiaosheng complied, taking a seat at a slight distance from him. The meal proceeded in silence, both the emperor and Xiaosheng eating quietly. It was only after the emperor set down his silver chopsticks that Xiaosheng mirrored his action. Two palace maids presented embroidered handkerchiefs to both the emperor and Xiaosheng. She accepted it, dabbing her mouth while discreetly observing the emperor's every move. It seemed that he harbored a complex sentiment towards his daughter. If he truly cared for Xiaosheng, she would not appear as she did now. If he did not care, she likely would not have survived to this day. Lost in thought, the emperor's voice broke the silence. "Are you settling in well in the palace?" "I am accustomed to it," Xiaosheng replied, bringing her wandering thoughts back to the present. The emperor fixed his gaze on his eldest daughter, scrutinizing her with unwavering intensity. Huan seemed somewhat different from before. Xiaosheng furrowed her brow, confusion reflecting in her eyes as they met the emperor's. The emperor placed the handkerchief on the table and let out a light chuckle. "I hear you have taken a eunuch into your service?" "I have," Xiaosheng replied candidly. In this palace, unless one deliberately concealed the truth, nothing could escape the emperor's notice. "Dismiss him," The emperor's tone grew noticeably colder. Upon hearing these words, the palace maids methodically tidied up the dishes on the table before gracefully exiting the hall. It was at this moment that Xiao Sheng realized Lu Quan was notably absent from the side of Emperor Yuanan today. Once the hall was left with only Emperor Yuanan and his daughter Xiao Sheng, the atmosphere grew considerably somber. Might I speak with father about the reasons behind my desire to part ways with the prince consort? The emperor's repeated inquiry clearly indicated his disbelief in Xiao Sheng's previous statements. Perhaps the matter of Xiao Sheng's entanglement with Qin Shujin had left a deep impression on the minds of many, rendering her assertion that the separation was for her own sake utterly unconvincing. With her gaze lowered slightly, Xiao Sheng implored, "Father, may I speak freely just this once?" The emperor's gaze fell upon her countenance, tacitly granting her request. Xiao Sheng bowed her head slightly and inquired, "Father, what constitutes great joy?" The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. She continued, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. "For instance, when father favors his daughter, and the daughter, in turn, favors her father." The emperor's expression darkened with contemplation. Seemingly oblivious to his reaction, she persisted, "And what signifies great sorrow?" A flicker of clarity seemed to pass through the emperor's otherwise composed eyes. Xiao Sheng stated calmly, "For example, while it is said that Emperor Yuanan holds great affection for his eldest daughter, Princess Wan, is it truly the case?" Chapter 22. Father and daughter. The atmosphere within the palace shifted from a recent gloom to a piercing chill. It was the first time since Emperor Yuanan ascended the throne that someone spoke to him with such candor, as if tearing away all masks. His gaze upon Xiao Sheng transformed from inner conflict to a tangled mess, which ultimately settled into a dispassionate state. As he regarded Xiao Sheng's visage, he was reminded of his late wife. Although Xiao Sheng bore no resemblance to her, the memory of his wife's death remained a thorn embedded deep within the emperor's heart. Despite the passage of years, each recollection of the empress felt like a painful prodding of that thorn. While his eldest daughter bore no trace of the empress's countenance, she had inherited 5 parts of his own features, a fact that disappointed him. The empress's declining health after giving birth to their first daughter weighed heavily on him, leading him to attribute much of the blame to her. At times, he even pondered whether, had the empress not given birth to a daughter, she might still be by his side today. Deep within the recesses of his heart, he bore a sense of culpability for her death. Each time he looked at Huan, whose appearance and demeanor starkly contrasted with those of the empress, he felt a growing aversion, further intensifying his self-reproach. His daughter's resemblance to him left him with no lingering fondness for her. Over the years, he had indulged Hua and, resulting in her peculiar disposition, which he had observed with a detached eye. He had never favored her particularly, treating all his daughters equally. Nevertheless, he would not permit anyone to bully her. Yet now, as Huan so nonchalantly spoke of favoritism, it was unspoken that he had never truly favored her. "Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Emperor Yuanan's voice was icy to the core. Xiao Sheng knelt down straight-backed, remaining silent. The emperor scrutinized Hua's impassive face, narrowing his eyes. "Do you think that by uttering such words, I would grant your wish for a separation?" Xiao Sheng remained mute. "Speak," commanded the emperor, clearly unsettled by his eldest daughter's recent words, which had struck a chord deep within him. Xiao Sheng lowered her head, striving to disregard the emperor's imposing presence. "In the past, I have indeed committed some foolish acts. My attachment to Qin Shujin was merely an attempt to seek the affection I have never received. Since childhood, everyone has flattered and appeased me due to my status, yet no one has ever treated me sincerely. I have often compared myself to the second princess. No matter my actions, all praise was reserved for her, while I received only superficial admiration. Perhaps the second princess enjoyed the guidance and concern of our mother, while I was surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs who regarded me with fear and disdain. It is also possible that my reckless behavior drew all eyes upon me, compelling me to persist in such absurdities, though my character has already solidified and I have never viewed the lives of the innocent as of any consequence. I acknowledge that marrying Qin was a moment of folly, driven by a refusal to accept a future devoid of any connection to Qin Shujin. However, The prince's reluctance dissipated alongside the poison. Upon awakening, he contemplated the vastness of life, filled with myriad endeavors and splendid wonders that could not be forsaken due to fleeting dissatisfaction. Moreover, Qin Shujin held no genuine affection worthy of his esteem. It was merely a matter of pride. Are you content now? The voice of Emperor Yuanin softened considerably. Struck by his eldest daughter's remark that the second princess had the guidance and care of a mother, Xiao Sheng discerned the emperor's diminished fury, his clenched fists loosening beneath his sleeves. She replied, "It is not contentment. It is inconsequential. An inconsequential individual cannot truly be said to possess any sense of contentment." In recent days, she had surmised the reasons behind Xiao Sheng's domineering demeanor and ruthless methods. She was merely a neglected girl, devoid of affection and care. Upon hearing the term inconsequential, a light laugh escaped the emperor's lips. "I maintain my stance. Find the one who administered the poison before we discuss anything further. If you lack the competence for this, I shall have no choice but to cast you into the cold palace, leaving you oblivious to your fate." Xiao Sheng raised her gaze to meet the man who loomed over her. "If you were to meet an untimely end, I would have no face to present to your mother in the afterlife." The emperor elucidated his reasoning. "I shall not let my father down," Xiao Sheng thought, inwardly amused, sensing that Emperor Yuanin intended to cease indulging her. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor stated, "I am somewhat weary. You may leave." "I take my leave," she replied. Upon returning to her secluded chamber, Yu Huan greeted her warmly. "Princess, would you care for some snacks?" She knew her princess well. After dining with the emperor, one invariably felt hunger, for who could eat heartily in the presence of the sovereign? Xiao Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Yu Huan and replied coolly, "No need." With that, she turned her attention towards the writing desk. Once seated, she inquired, "Where's Ning Feng?" Yu Huan sensed the atmosphere shift, standing close and whispering, "Princess, you are aware that Ning Feng is the prince's man? Why do you keep him? I shall send him away at once." Xiao Sheng regarded Yu Huan with a steady gaze, remaining silent. Yu Huan, feeling the weight of her princess's stare, retreated slightly and awkwardly said, "I shall fetch Ning Feng to see you immediately." With that, she hastily exited the chamber. Before long, Ning Feng entered the hall, slightly bowing, presenting himself in an almost eunuch-like manner, though somewhat exaggerated. "I have seen the princess," he said, anxious, for Emperor Yuanin was present in the main hall. Xiao Sheng directed her gaze to Yu Huan, stand guard at the entrance. "Yes," Yu Huan complied, taking her position inside the door to avoid detection by the emperor's attendants. Xiao Sheng's attention focused on Ning Feng. "I wish to begin my investigation from the time of consort Qin's birth of the fourth prince. What do you think?" Surprise flickered in Ning Feng's eyes, and he responded promptly, "That sounds excellent." Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a smile. "Then, I must trouble you, young Master Ning, to inform your cousin that the blade in my possession is not one he can borrow, desiring to employ another's hand to eliminate an adversary. Qin indeed possesses an uncanny ability to select his targets." Chapter 23. In the clouds on a late autumn night in the capital, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, carrying with it a penetrating chill. It was the hour of the high. Within the Qin residence's eastern courtyard, the study, bathed in dim yellow light, exuded an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The flames of the candles danced with wild abandon, occasionally crackling softly. Behind the desk, a man in a wheelchair had inexplicably donned a dark brocade robe, perusing a rare tome under the faint light. His handsome visage appeared as if gilded by the warm glow, rendering him far more gentle than in the harsh light of day. At that moment, the door creaked open. A youth clad in black entered, panting as if pursued by someone. The cold air rushed into the room, causing the man in the wheelchair to lift his brows slightly. He glanced at the youth before lowering his gaze once more to the tome. "Brother." Ning Feng directly seated himself on the opposite side of the desk, reaching out to snatch the rare book from Qin Yi's hands, deliberately ignoring his brother's gaze. "Your ill-conceived idea has been discovered by the Grand Princess." Qin Yi suppressed his previous displeasure and regarded Ning Feng with a calm demeanor. "The Grand Princess instructed me to convey a message to you." Ning Feng recalled the Grand Princess's chilling words. The dagger in my hand is not one you may borrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and a faint smile emerged from his throat, though he chose not to elaborate. Naturally, he wished to use Xiao Muxiai to cause a bit of trouble for the Grand Princess through Xiaosheng. At the very least, he wanted to divert her and the Duke of Qin's attention away from him and his grandfather. Thus, he had sent Ning Feng into the palace, intentionally leaking some information about concubine Shun to Xiaosheng, confident that it would pique his interest. He was not disappointed, though he was taken aback by how astutely Xiaosheng had deduced his intentions. What did you say? Curiosity piqued, Qin Yi inquired. Ning Feng grinned at his brother. Brother, you summoned me back from Tsangzhou merely to deal with the Grand Princess? My legs are not in good condition. Qin Yi felt no discomfort in his response. He trusted no one else. Implicitly, only Ning Feng could earn his trust, as Xiaosheng was no trivial adversary. Engaging with him required utmost vigilance. Ning Feng shrugged nonchalantly, quipping, the Grand Princess is already considering parting ways with you, so why not ease off on her? Qin Yi's gaze fell once more on Ning Feng's face, teasing. It appears you are getting along quite well with Princess Huan. Fair enough, Ning Feng replied cheerfully. The Grand Princess is not as she is rumored to be. How could such unflattering words circulate in the capital? Leaning back in his chair, Qin Yi regarded Ning Feng seriously. Are you certain that Princess Huan is not as the rumors suggest? Of course, Ning Feng retorted. While it is said that the Grand Princess keeps a paramour, based on my observations over the past few days, not only is there no paramour, but even the maidservants surrounding her are wary. That maid has warned me more than once to keep my distance from the princess. At this thought, Ning Feng genuinely chuckled. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, deliberately disregarding Ning Feng's unusual emotions. He inquired, you still have not told me what you said after she made that remark. Ning Feng's expression turned serious. I said you had no such intention. Qin Yi smiled, seemingly incredulous about Ning Feng's words. Under Qin Yi's penetrating gaze, Ning Feng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. At that moment, I was intimidated by the princess's imposing presence, yet I did not reveal your thoughts. I merely stated that I was going to the palace because you wished to know her true intentions, and I added that you meant no harm. After a brief silence, the princess replied that she could understand your perspective. No one would desire to spend a lifetime with a woman like her, and she held no resentment toward you. This revelation appeared to take Qin Yi by surprise, as he turned his gaze away, focusing instead on the desk in silence. Ning Feng resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor. However, the princess has begun to investigate Consort Chen. Qin Yi lifted his eyes once more to regard Ning Feng. Ning Feng continued, in Changyang Palace, there are covert guards protecting the princess. I was officially released from the palace by her, and tomorrow I must return. The princess requested that you lend me to her for a time. Qin Yi felt dizzy at the implications of Ning Feng's you and me. Brother, what do you think? Ning Feng seemed to await Qin Yi's response, as if his intention to enter the palace hinged on Qin Yi's agreement. As you wish, Qin Yi replied, his gaze no longer resting on Ning Feng, instead returning to the book he had previously been examining. Observing this, Ning Feng, knowing his brother's temperament, curiously asked, Brother, what is your relationship with Sister Qin Wei? Qin Yi offered no additional expression and showed no inclination to answer. Sister Qin Wei seems quite flustered upon hearing of your impending marriage. Ning Feng continued to prattle. Qin Yi responded coolly. If you find it uncomfortable to remain in the capital, you may as well return at Tsangzhou. Ning Feng chuckled twice. I know you dislike others meddling in your affairs, but a man is fortunate indeed to have a woman like Sister Qin Wei by his side. Such companionship is rare. Qin Yi lowered his gaze, offering a faint smile that seemed laced with irony. Then I shall enter the palace tomorrow. Any disturbances within will be promptly reported to you. As he spoke, Ning Feng rose. Elder brother, rest early. Still receiving no response from Qin Yi, Ning Feng was unperturbed and left, closing the door behind him. After perusing several pages, Qin Yi closed the book, wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. Before Huan mentioned divorce, he had contemplated ways to facilitate it. Yet he had not anticipated her raising the matter so soon. It seemed many things had changed since Huan awakened from her poisoning. Perhaps. It was meant that Hua and should never have awakened. The following day, outside Chanyang Palace, Jiao hurriedly turned from one corridor into another, her eyes betraying a palpable urgency, as if ensnared in a state of panic. Just as she entered a side corridor, she was intercepted by Yuhuan. "Aunt Ji, why are you walking so swiftly?" Yuhuan asked, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed dramatically as she coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The princess, aware that Aunt Ji Yao had lingered outside Chongyang Palace for several days, dispatched a maid to summon her. Yuhuan's smile gradually faded, her icy gaze fixed on Ji Yao, and she remarked, "Surely, Aunt Ji Yao would not wish for me to resort to violence." Ji Yao was well aware that Yuhuan was placed by Emperor Yuan and beside the princess for her protection, possessing exceptional skills. "I have matters to report to Consort Shu. If the princess desires an audience with me, I shall inform Consort Shu, and then I will accompany her to visit the princess." By invoking Consort Shu, Ji Yao aimed to dissuade Yuhuan. However, Yuhuan was unmoved by this tactic. "What? Does Aunt Ji Yao expect the princess to wait?" she retorted, adding with a hint of mockery, "It seems the princess's desire to see His Majesty is met with equal eagerness. Your influence appears to surpass even that of the emperor." Ji Yao gritted her teeth in response. "I will go with you to see the princess." Chapter 24. In the side hall of Chanyang Palace. Aside from the occasional passing of the imperial guards, the palace maids and eunuchs seldom lingered outside. When Ji Yao was ushered into the grand hall, she felt a chill wash over her from the intense gaze of the figure seated at the head. This was not her first private meeting with Xiao Shang, yet this time felt oddly unsettling. Was it the fact that they were in the emperor's chambers that instilled such inexplicable trepidation within her? The maid had seen the grand princess before. Ji Yao bowed respectfully. After a prolonged silence, with no response from the main seat, she maintained her bow until her body began to ache, at which point a cool voice finally broke the stillness. "Rise." As Ji Yao straightened, a shiver coursed through her spine, chilling her to the core. "I do not know why the grand princess summoned me." Before she could finish her sentence, a muffled grunt from the side interrupted her. Her gaze fell upon a man, bound and bruised, sprawled on the ground beside a pillar, and her expression shifted dramatically. Ji Yao felt an urge to approach, but her rationality restrained her from acting impulsively. She turned her attention to the elegantly attired grand princess, clearly questioning. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" Xiao Shang leisurely adjusted her voluminous sleeves, her eyes locking onto Ji Yao's as she replied, "Do you not see? He is here to threaten you with the man you have secretly consorted with." At the utterance of secret consort, Ji Yao felt as though a gaping wound had been torn open within her, cold air rushing in. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Does the grand princess truly overestimate this man?" It was evident to Ji Yao, a perceptive individual, that she had been targeted for a reason. "Is that so?" Xiao Shang dismissed Ji Yao's defiance, her gaze drifting elsewhere. There, she spotted Ning Feng emerging from behind a screen, holding a gagged child. "And where's your son?" Exchanging a glance with Xiao Shang, Ning Feng promptly dropped the child onto the floor. The boy, around 6 or 7 years old, cried out in pain upon his fall. Upon seeing the child, Ji Yao's composed facade cracked, revealing a fierce expression as she glared at the figure on the throne. "What do you intend to do? Speak plainly." "Ah, dear Aunt Ji, your talents are indeed remarkable, engaging in covert affairs with the imperial guards amidst the harem, tainting its sanctity. Is this the privilege of hiding beneath the wings of Consort Chen?" Xiao Shang's tone was disturbingly calm, as if recounting an ordinary tale. "However, as a mother, it is truly inappropriate to cast a shameful shadow upon your offspring." Xiao Shang's final words struck Ji Yao like a heavy blow to her heart. It was entirely natural for a woman of her age to seek companionship, and surely she was not the only one within the harem. It was merely a matter of the consort turning a blind eye. She never imagined that one day she would be threatened in such a manner. "Grand Princess, let's speak frankly. What do you wish for me to do?" Ji Yao enunciated each word through clenched teeth. Xiao Shang smiled coolly. "And what could you possibly do for me?" Ji Yao's countenance was exceedingly grim as she was brought here, threatened by her own man and son, only to be asked what she could possibly do in return. The servant was willing to brave fire and water for the esteemed princess. Ji Yao steadied her nerves. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Sheng smiled subtly, her gaze unwavering on the still, enchanting Ji Yao. I wish to know, she inquired, is the midwife who assisted Lady Chun during the birth of the fourth prince still alive? Upon hearing this, Ji Yao momentarily froze, her expression revealing little else. Yet she became entirely composed, realizing Xiao Sheng's true intentions. Now that the fourth prince had reached the age of 17, she was uncertain if those from 17 years ago still lived, especially since the harem frequently sent many away each year. Ji Yao's demeanor returned to normal, reflecting that the princess's ruse was somewhat naive. She believed the princess would not dare act against her son, knowing that as long as Lady Chen was present, she would be safe. However, the princess had already stirred the grass to startle the snake. Just moments ago, Aunt Ji had declared her willingness to traverse fire and water for the princess. Xiao Sheng smiled nonchalantly, fully aware of Ji Yao's stance. Ji Yao forced a smile in return, stating, "Yet, I truly do not know what the princess wishes to uncover." Aunt Ji, I have little patience for those who presume to be clever, Xiao Sheng replied, her smile gradually fading as she regarded Ji Yao with a piercing gaze. You must trust that I shall not harm you, yet I will ensure your son suffers a fate worse than death. Princess, Ji Yao perceived the malice in Xiao Sheng's eyes, believing her words were not mere deception. Her voice sharpened, the child is innocent. Why must the princess engage in such inhumane acts? Xiao Sheng scoffed coldly, rising slowly to her feet and striding directly towards Ningfeng. I have garnered quite a reputation over the years, much of which can be attributed to Lady Chen's machinations. Did you, Aunt Ji, think me innocent back then? Standing before the child, Xiao Sheng turned her head to glance at Ji Yao, her tone laced with severity. The hemostatic powder nearly cost me my life. Do you believe the orchestrator behind it was acting with good conscience? Ji Yao's pupils constricted as she witnessed Xiao Sheng take a dagger from the hands of a eunuch, and she knelt, her voice trembling with urgency. Princess, have you been manipulated? Lady Chen has not poisoned you. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Though she has engaged in some absurd actions over the years, she has never sought your life. Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, placing a foot on the child's arm, who, with their mouth gagged, emitted muffled cries, tears streaming down their face as they gazed helplessly at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's hands trembled faintly, realizing that Xiao Sheng was signaling her words were inadequate. Little Ning, release the child's mouth. The pain of their cries shall ignite a mother's love. Xiao Sheng's voice drifted lightly, sending an inexplicable chill down one's spine in that moment. Ningfeng bent down to remove the cloth from the child's mouth, amplifying the eerie sound of the child's wailing throughout the hall. Mother, mother, save me. Mother. Ji Yao, unable to withstand her son's heart-wrenching cries, crawled on her knees to Xiao Sheng, grasping the leg that pressed down on her son's arm. She beseeched, Your Highness, the eldest princess, I implore you to spare him. He knows nothing. I, a mere servant, only recall that it was a midwife from the Chun family who assisted in the birth of Consort Shu. I truly do not know who it was specifically, nor do I have any knowledge of whether they're still alive. As Ji Yao spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. If the princess truly wishes to uncover the truth, perhaps she should start her inquiries with the Chun family. I beseech you, spare my son. Ningfeng's gaze fell upon Xiao Sheng's impassive countenance, and he contemplated that, at last, there was some truth to the rumors he had heard. Indeed, one would go to any lengths to achieve their aims. Xiao Sheng withdrew her foot, a smile gracing her lips as she looked down at Ji Yao. Is that so? Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Aunt Ji. Your son shall remain here with me for the time being. Ji Yao collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Xiao Sheng intended to hold her captive. Yuan, escort Aunt Ji out, Xiao Sheng remarked, seemingly in good spirits. Let's not cause Consort Shu any undue worry. Chapter 25. Lurking in the Sweet Spring Palace when Ji Yao returned to the Sweet Spring Palace from the Changyang Palace. It was already the early hours of the evening. Today marked the day the fourth prince dined with Consort Chun, and Ji Yao paused outside the hall, refraining from entering. Historically, Consort Chun preferred solitude during her interactions with the fourth prince. Ji Yao's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by a sense of dread akin to surviving a calamity. She had known the princess for quite some time, and her character was well understood. However, the princess's demeanor today was markedly different from her usual self. At this moment, Ji Yao was uncertain whether the princess's behavior stemmed from her own volition or was a directive from the emperor. If it were the former, Ji Yao could easily inform Consort Chen. Yet if it were the latter, she would need to secure an escape route for herself and her family. The emperor had clearly instructed the princess to investigate the poisoning incident, so why was she now probing into the affairs of Consort Chen? Did she seek to uncover who had delivered the fourth prince into the world 17 years ago? The princess's actions led Ji Yao to suspect that someone was manipulating her. While the princess had previously engaged in a contest of wits with Consort Chen, her rigid nature and overt tactics often left her at a disadvantage against someone as cunning as Consort Chen. This time, however, the princess seemed to be operating covertly, and Ji Yao found herself caught in the crossfire. Jiani, the fourth prince, called out as he emerged from the grand hall, noticing Ji Yao lost in thought. Her brows furrowed. Startled, Ji Yao regained her composure and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." The fourth prince offered a gentle smile. "Mother has been speaking fondly of you. Please, do enter." With a respectful acknowledgement, Ji Yao watched him depart before stepping into the grand hall. Consort Chen, buoyed by the emperor's increasing trust in the fourth prince, felt quite pleased. Upon seeing Ji Yao return, she inexplicably found the princess from Chanyang Palace to be rather irksome. "Your Highness," Ji Yao approached Consort Chen, bowing deeply before rising, her tone imbued with reverence. It had been nearly a week since Hua had entered the palace, yet there was no indication of her intent to investigate the true culprit behind the poisoning. Was she lingering in Chanyang Palace, entangled in negotiations with the emperor? Consort Chen spoke with a hint of amusement, recalling her own youthful rivalry with the empress, who had been quite formidable. Yet, it was surprising that her daughter exhibited such. Ji Yao recalled the princess's words as she departed from Chanyang Palace. "Jiani, do not blame me for failing to warn you. If you wish to play both sides and leave an escape route before me and Consort Chen, I would not hesitate to end your life myself." The cold gaze she received felt like a serpent poised to strike. "Jiani may choose not to believe me, but we could certainly put it to the test." Ypsilonal? Consort Chen's voice interrupted her reverie. Regaining her focus, Ji Yao met Consort Chen's stern expression and instantly knelt. "Your Highness, the princess has learned of the matter concerning me." Consort Chen's expression darkened slightly, understanding the unspoken implication of Ji Yao's words. "Is this the reason for your tardiness today?" "Yes." Ji Yao could not discern the tone of Chen Shufei and continued, "The princess has threatened me, stating that if I continue to watch her, she would inform the emperor of our secret meetings." Ji Yao understood Chen Shufei all too well. If she did not provide a compelling reason today, Chen Shufei would certainly not believe her momentary distraction. As expected, Chen Shufei responded with a chilling smile, remaining silent. Ji Yao straightened her back, sensing the scrutiny of the noble lady seated before her. What else was said? Chen Shufei's tone carried an air of weariness. Ji Yao detected the frostiness in her voice, lowered her gaze, and gritted her teeth. That was all, but the princess's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Murderous intent? Chen Shufei merely smiled faintly. It was indeed something Xiaosheng could do. After all, being watched, Xiaosheng could only act in such a manner. If someone truly intended to harm her, Xiaosheng would likely weigh the consequences first. "Your Highness, the princess will likely keep a close watch on me during this period. Should the emperor discover this, Having served in the palace for many years, Ji Yao had not solely relied on Chen Shufei's patronage. Her own cunning and skills had played a significant role. For years, she had remained by Chen Shufei's side, engaged in discreet affairs. Thus, should any misfortune befall Ji Yao, Chen Shufei would undoubtedly feel some concern. Even if a great ship were to be breached by a mere crack, water would seep in through that small fissure, albeit slowly, if left unaddressed. It would inevitably lead to significant troubles. Ji Yao was subtly suggesting that Chen Shufei resolve the princess's predicament. Furthermore, Chen Shufei would not allow Ji Yao's actions to tarnish the reputation of Gongquan Palace. although she would not dispose of Ji Yao. The latter situation was indeed a considerable nuisance. Did Hua and merely threaten you to stop watching her? Chun Shufei inquired, somewhat skeptical. Did she not make any other demands? No, Ji Yao replied, unwilling to take any chances. Her son remained in the princess's grasp. Even if she disregarded the life of the man outside her kin, she could not neglect the flesh that had fallen from her own body. Chun Shufei's gaze remained fixed upon Ji Yao. She harbored no doubts about Ji Yao, but questioned Xiao Sheng's sudden acquisition of Ji Yao's leverage and what she intended to do with it. Did she truly wish to avoid being monitored? A moment of silence enveloped the hall, causing Ji Yao's palms to sweat with anxiety. Just as her apprehension towards Chun Shufei peaked, the latter spoke. You should go to the Qin family for a while. Huan is currently preoccupied with her own affairs. Once she resolves the matters the emperor has assigned her, I shall naturally speak with her. Since she dislikes people from Gongquan Palace watching her, let us not intrude. It is of no concern to me. Qin Shufei lamented the loss of such a valuable pawn as Xiao Sheng, now discarded, which stirred unease within her. As Ji Yao contemplated the hidden matters in her heart, she could only respond with a trembling voice. Has something occurred in the Chun family recently? You will find out when you arrive. I shall inform the matriarch in advance. Keep a close watch on the eldest girl to prevent her from entangling with the fourth prince. Chun Shufei remarked with a hint of disdain. Despite the fact that the girl in question was her own niece, and she did not wish for her to become her daughter-in-law. Understood. I shall leave the palace immediately. Chun Shufei's tone was tinged with impatience, as if she had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Sheng at such a critical moment. Ji Yao rose and exited the grand hall. Her mind was preoccupied, contemplating whether the actions of the crown princess were driven by her own volition or influenced by the emperor. Reflecting on the crown princess's past conduct, Ji Yao felt that this behavior did not align with her typical demeanor. The only plausible explanation was that it had been sanctioned by the emperor. If that were the case, why would the emperor seek to investigate the midwife who assisted in the birth of the fourth prince? Could there be more to this situation than meets the eye? Just as she stepped out of Gongquan Palace, she encountered Heng Xiang, a maidservant accompanying Xiao Musiai. Chapter 26. Beneath the surface, as Ji Yao and Heng Xiang brushed past each other, both paused in their steps. Aunt Ji, Heng Xiang greeted politely. Ji Yao responded with a faint smile. Miss Xiang, I shall take my leave first. Heng Xiang felt a lack of familiarity towards Ji Yao. She always sensed that Ji Yao was not as amiable as she appeared. Curiously, Ji Yao inquired, has the princess faced any grievances at the Qin residence? Heng Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding before making her way towards the Gongquan Palace. Ji Yao turned her gaze towards Heng Xiang's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly before she redirected her attention and proceeded forward. Instead of heading towards the outer palace, she took the path leading to Changyang Palace. At Changyang Palace, a palace maid approached the side hall, her respectful voice echoing conspicuously in the stillness of the grand hall. Your Highness, the esteemed Ji Yao seeks an audience, the maid announced. Yu Huan and Ning Feng exchanged glances, surprised by Ji Yao's swift return after just leaving the palace. At that moment, Xiao Sheng was not present in the grand hall. She was resting in the inner chamber. The maid, not receiving an immediate reply from the princess, appeared timid and glanced toward Yu Huan for assistance. Yu Huan, feeling conflicted, responded, Please ask her to wait. The princess is resting. The maid, receiving her answer, turned to depart. After a brief interval, soft footsteps could be heard from the inner chamber. Upon hearing this, Yu Huan quickly made her way inside. Your Highness, she said with her head bowed respectfully. Ji Yao wishes to see you. After donning her outer garment, Xiao Sheng cast a glance at Yu Huan, said nothing, and stepped out of the inner chamber. Following her, Yu Huan exited the grand hall, and shortly after, Ji Yao entered. Your Highness, Ji Yao's tone revealed no discernible emotion. May I speak with you privately? Having just taken her seat, Xiao Sheng noticed the caution in Ji Yao's voice and fixed her gaze upon her. I have something of great importance to discuss with the princess, Ji Yao added. Xiao Sheng's eyes shifted to Ning Feng, then to Yu Huan. Understanding her cue, Ning Feng and Yu Huan quietly exited the grand hall. Once the hall fell into silence, Xiao Sheng's gaze lingered on Ji Yao's face before she began to organize the documents on her desk. Aunt Ji, What you have to say better hold significant weight for me. Xiao Sheng's voice was tinged with irritation, clearly reflecting the displeasure of being awakened. You still harbor thoughts of young Master Qin, do you not? Ji Yao speculated that the princess's intentions towards concubine Chun were influenced by the second princess's connection with Qin Shujin, which stirred the princess's desire to confront concubine Chun. However, Ji Yao found herself puzzled by why the princess was investigating the midwife who assisted with the fourth prince's birth. Was there something she was unaware of? What do you mean? Xiao Sheng's gaze was fixed intently on Ji Yao. If I were to inform the princess that the second princess and young Master Qin are not as deeply enamored as they appear, would that bring some solace to your heart? Ji Yao maintained an unwavering stare at the princess's expression, only to feel disappointed as Xiao Sheng's countenance revealed no additional emotion, not even a hint of surprise. Princess, I share this with you to convey that there remains a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng's gaze met Ji Yao's eyes directly, and with a cold smile and a tone tinged with weariness, she inquired, "You come to speak to me about this. Is there nothing else?" Ji Yao promptly continued in accordance with Xiao Sheng's words. "I merely wish to beseech the esteemed princess not to torment my son. And also, regarding my own matters, I implore your mercy. If the princess truly seeks to cause Chun Shufei some discomfort, it is she who will ultimately suffer. Her debauchery in the inner palace will lead to her execution. Chun Shufei merely bears the reputation of indulging her subordinates." Ji Yao's thoughts whirled in a myriad of directions. She realized she must carve her own path. As long as she could offer the princess some advantages and provide her with the information she sought, her safety would be momentarily assured. Of course, Ji Yao hoped that in the end, Qin Shufei would send the princess to the cold palace, allowing her to withdraw in time. If Aunt Ji fails to provide what this palace desires within 3 days, I cannot guarantee what I might say regarding your son, Xiao Sheng remarked. Her gaze fixed on Ji Yao. She would not underestimate this individual. One who navigated the intricacies of the harem with such ease was far from a simple character. Ji Yao's heart quivered, and she replied, "I shall do my utmost." Xiao Sheng let out a faint, cold laugh. "I grant you only 3 days. Now depart." The icy tone left Ji Yao tense as she curtsied. This servant takes her leave. Uncertainty lingered. Did the princess truly not care about the second princess and Qin Shujin? Just as Ji Yao crossed the grand hall, Yu Huan's voice carried a note of warning. "Aunt Ji, the princess is now married and is even a senior to young Master Qin. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to relay your previous words to the emperor." Ji Yao's gaze hardened. Her disdain for the insolent girl had grown for quite some time. Despite her inner turmoil, she could only brush past Yu Huan and exit. Ning Feng, curious, asked, "Yu Huan, does the princess still hold a fondness for that Qin Shujin?" Yu Huan shot him an impatient glance. "What concern is it of yours? Am I not allowed to inquire?" Ning Feng pondered his brother and Qin Wei, wishing fervently for the princess to part ways with his brother sooner rather than later. In truth, Qin Shujin is merely a facade, unworthy of the princess. Yu Huan smiled brightly. "You are correct. Qin Shujin indeed does not deserve the princess, nor does anyone from the Qin family." Ning Feng was taken aback, perplexed by Yu Huan's words. When he glanced back at her, she had already entered the hall, prompting him to follow suit. "Princess, did Ji Yao relay this message to you with the intent of ingratiating herself?" Yu Huan approached Xiao Sheng and whispered. Xiao Sheng's delicate brows twitched slightly as she turned her gaze to Ning Feng. "You shall keep an eye on Ji Yao, discreetly, so that she does not catch on." Ji Yao must have communicated something to Qin Shufei. Otherwise, she would not have returned to Chanyang Palace once more. Understood. Ning Feng suddenly felt that his return to the imperial capital was either being manipulated by his brother or misdirected by the princess. Yet he had no choice but to comply. After lingering on the princess's visage for a moment, he turned and left. Once only Xiao Sheng and Yu Huan remained in the grand hall, Yu Huan's courage began to swell. "Princess, have you perhaps discerned something amiss? Otherwise, you would not be fixated on Chun Shufei. If she were unaware of the ice soul poison needle, she might suspect a connection between Qin Shufei and the poison of the crimson top. Yet the incident of your poisoning should bear little relation to Qin Shufei." Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, her delicate, fair fingers pointing at the words "third princess" inscribed on the scroll. Do you not find it rather coincidental that the third princess and the fourth prince were born on the same day? Yuan was taken aback, but this bears no relation to your investigation into the poisoning matter. Chapter 27. The mist as dusk descended, a soft, amber light enveloped the palace, as if cloaking it in a delicate veil of mist. For the past 2 days, Emperor Yuanin had refrained from returning to Chanyang Palace, choosing instead to repose in the inner sanctum of the imperial study. Since that fateful day when Huan had spoken to him, the emperor had deliberately avoided his eldest daughter, harboring a sentiment of unease that seemed to linger in his heart. The words of Huan had stirred within him an uncomfortable awkwardness that he found difficult to dismiss. Lu Quan had also discerned the emperor's disquiet, noting the oppressive atmosphere that hung over the study. Yet, with nearly half a month elapsed, there remained no news from the princess, which left Lu Quan increasingly anxious. Your Majesty, Lu Quan ventured, waiting for the emperor to close a memorial before continuing. There has been word from Chanyang Palace. The princess has encountered one of consort Shu's attendants. The emperor's expression subtly shifted, and he replied coolly, "Let her be." Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback. Previously, any action taken by the princess would have been reported to him, and the emperor often remained taciturn or even discreetly curtailed her endeavors. This response, however, was unprecedented. Your Majesty, there has been no progress regarding the princess's investigation into the poison, Lu Quan reminded him. The emperor paused, his hand hovering over the memorial, his eyelids lowering to conceal the emotions within. He had begun to question whether it was indeed concern for Huan's safety that motivated his desire to confine her to the cold palace, or if it stemmed from a wish to shield his daughter from public embarrassment. Should I discreetly lend assistance to the princess? Lu Quan inquired tentatively, knowing that the emperor usually permitted him to alleviate the troubles that accompanied the princess's actions. Let her toil in her efforts. If those who seek her life cannot be found, there is no need for her to leave the palace and risk her life, for I would then have no face to present to her mother. The emperor's tone bore an icy detachment. Lu Quan instinctively withdrew his neck, responding with utmost respect. As you wish. As the hour of the dog approached, Ning Feng made his appearance in the side hall of Chanyang Palace, where Yu Huan and Xiao Sheng were engaged in a game of chess. Upon entering, Ning Feng observed Yu Huan's furrowed brow, as if she were truly at a loss regarding her next move. Upon hearing footsteps, Yu Huan glanced toward Ning Feng, tossing her piece back into the box as she rose. Princess, Ning Feng has returned. Xiao Sheng chuckled at Yu Huan's actions. Princess, Ji Yao has gone to the Chun residence, Ning Feng stated directly. The Chun residence? Xiao Sheng fell silent for a moment, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She lifted her gaze to Ning Feng. Do you know the purpose of her visit? Xiao Sheng, known for her prudence, noted that Ji Yao's mention of seeking the midwife who had delivered the fourth prince coincided too conveniently with her arrival at the Chen household, where consort Chen's confidant resided. However, she also understood Ji Yao's character. In the absence of absolute necessity, Ji Yao would not easily disclose her intentions to consort Chen. After all, Ji Yao's son remained within her grasp. It is said to be consort Chen's arrangement. Ji Feng, wary of alarming the snake by striking the grass, dared not closely follow Ji Yao, opting instead to observe her from a distance, deciphering bits of information through her lip movements. Was this the arrangement of consort Chen? Xiao Sheng appeared intrigued as well. She lifted her gaze towards Ning Feng, her tone laced with playful banter. Do you possess some knowledge? What? Ning Feng hesitated to meet the eyes of the woman in the main seat. Xiao Sheng, with an expression that suggested feigned ignorance, fixed her gaze upon him. You prompted me to investigate consort Chen and then led me to discover that the fourth prince and the third princess share the same birthday. Is there not a secret lurking behind this? And you, do you know what that secret is? Ning Feng's expression remained inscrutable as he averted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with Xiao Sheng. You believe what you've mentioned lacks evidence, so even if you were to speak of it, it would merely be dismissed as rumor. Would not? Ning Feng's eyes flickered with unease as he chuckled awkwardly. Princess, there's truly no need for such probing. After all, I too am rather unclear. What my cousin conveyed to me was shrouded in ambiguity. I genuinely do not know the particulars. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng refrained from further inquiries. her tone tinged with irritation. It seems I have indeed been used as a pawn by your cousin. Ningfeng sensed the princess's anger rising, a hint of trepidation stirring within him. Yuan, send our people to keep watch on Jiao at the Chen residence, Xiaoshen commanded. Understood, Yuan replied, casting a fierce glare at Ningfeng, as though wishing to flay him alive. Ningfeng offered a cold smirk in response, quickly donning a smile as Xiaoshen turned her attention back to him. Once Yuan departed, silence enveloped the grand hall. Ningfeng felt the weight of Xiaosheng's stare, a tingling sensation creeping over him. Tentatively, he inquired, Princess, do you require me for some task? What time is it? Ningfeng glanced at the sky outside the hall and replied, It is nearly the hour of high. Then accompany me to meet someone. Chanqiu Palace. This palace seemed forgotten by those within the court. As night descended, only 2 lanterns cast flickering shadows along the corridor of the main hall, while the rest of the area was engulfed in darkness, imparting a chilling atmosphere. On the path leading to the main hall, a figure advanced towards it. Upon pushing open the grand door, the dark silhouette stepped inside, promptly closing the door behind. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily in the dim, silent palace. After traversing the grand hall, the footsteps reached the inner chamber, where they faded into silence, only to be replaced by a low, hushed voice. Your Highness, the third princess is also at the Chun residence today. No other sounds emerged from within the room as the muted voice continued. The fourth prince also visited the Chun residence today, spending a considerable time in the company of the third princess. Jiao, who is beside Consort Chun, has also gone to the Chun residence. It appears from Jiao's words that the second young lady has been persistently pursuing the fourth prince. Since Consort Chun disapproves of the second young lady, she instructed Jiao to keep an eye on her. As the final words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the inner chamber once more. There was still no response, and soon the sound of footsteps echoed as they approached the outer hall. As the grand hall's door swung open, a face weathered by time emerged under the dim, yellow light. The old matron, upon catching sight of the 2 figures standing beneath the lantern in the corridor, appeared to tremble slightly in her murky gaze. Before the matron could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow flitted past, and she was promptly rendered immobile. Ning Feng, with one hand resting behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent Xiaosheng, a smile tugging at his lips as if inquiring about their next course of action. Yet, Xiaosheng merely regarded Ning Feng with a fleeting glance before remaining rooted in place, seemingly awaiting the individual from within the inner chamber to emerge on their own accord. Chapter 28, Am I Divine? It appeared that the individuals within the inner hall were oblivious to the sound of the elderly matron's footsteps and the closing of the door when a voice broke the silence. In matron? It was a cold, penetrating tone. No response followed. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the inner hall, gradually approaching the grand hall. In matron, why do you linger here? As the chilling voice drew nearer, a figure clad in simple, elegant robes materialized at the entrance. The figure seemed taken aback to find anyone present in this secluded palace at such an hour, particularly the renowned Grand Princess. Lady Yun. Xiaosheng's tone was neither warm nor cold, as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries. Lady Yun approached Yin Matron's side and curtsied to Xiaosheng, Grand Princess. Would you not invite me in to sit? As Xiaosheng spoke, she had already circled around Lady Yun and made her way into the grand hall. Lady Yun, startled by Xiaosheng's actions, straightened herself and, after casting a glance at Yin Matron, followed her into the grand hall. Inside, only a solitary candelabrum illuminated the space, casting insufficient light. After taking her seat in the main position, Xiaosheng turned her gaze toward Lady Yun, who was approaching. Indeed, the harem of Xiliang was a place of tranquility. It was said that an emperor's harem could host 3,000 beauties. Yet Emperor Yuanin's harem consisted of only 3 women of rank, one of whom was perpetually neglected, rendering her nearly invisible within the palace. Lady Yun had originally served as a maid beside Consort Chun. One fateful day, when Emperor Yuanin visited Consort Chen's chambers, he mistakenly identified Lady Yun as Consort Chun, which eventually led to her pregnancy and subsequent elevation to the rank of concubine. Lady Yun continued to receive the favor of Consort Chun, who even tended to her personally. Approximately 10 days later, Consort Chun announced her own pregnancy. To the public, she claimed that this child was brought forth by Lady Yun. From then on, Consort Chun and Lady Yun shared meals and quarters, developing a close bond. Remarkably, they even gave birth on the same day. The third princess came into the world half an hour before the fourth prince, a coincidence that delighted Emperor Yuanan, who believed it signified a special connection between them. The entire harem rejoiced in the birth of the princess and the prince. For this reason, both the third princess and the fourth prince were raised under Consort Chun's watchful eye, with her affection for the third princess surpassing even that for Xiao Muciai. The fourth prince and the third princess enjoyed a remarkably close relationship. However, Lady Yun did not receive the same level of favor as the third princess. After the latter's birth, Lady Yun quietly resided in the Changqiu Palace. Even when there were grand feasts within the palace, she often claimed illness and remained absent. Gradually, Lady Yun became nearly invisible in the palace, only acknowledged by the servants due to their respect for Consort Chun, who would occasionally refer to her as Your Highness. May I inquire as to the purpose of the Grand Princess's visit to this humble abode? Lady Yun's voice echoed in the Grand Hall, sounding particularly desolate. How many years has it been since you last saw His Majesty, the Emperor? Xiao Sheng inquired, her gaze roaming the dimly lit hall, obscuring her view of the surroundings. Lady Yun was momentarily taken aback and had yet to respond when Xiao Sheng's voice pierced the silence once more. Surely, your thoughts are not lingering upon my father. Are they, Lady Yun? After a brief contemplation, Lady Yun replied, I am unaware of the Grand Princess's intentions. Is that so? Xiao Sheng turned her head and noticed a string of prayer beads on the small table, likely the ones that Yun Pin often played with, glimmering faintly even in the dim light. Yun Pin's back stiffened slightly as she watched Xiao Sheng pick up her prayer beads and begin to rotate them slowly in her hand, as if her heart were growing increasingly uneasy with each turn of the beads. Your Highness, have I done something to mislead you? Zunbin in quit gautio sili. Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, her pace of turning the beads noticeably slowing. Is the palace rather humble for you, Lady Yun? Father does not strike me as one who schemes from his own women. Yun Pin, pondering Xiao Sheng's words, sank to her knees. Your Highness, please be direct. I truly cannot discern your intentions. Xiao Sheng chuckled again, halting the rotation of the beads in her hand. Sister San, she is not the child of concubine Shu. Is she? Xiao Sheng's voice was so soft that Yun Pin nearly failed to catch it. The hall fell into a profound silence. Yun Pin initially dismissed the voice as a mere figment of her imagination, yet she knew it was not an illusion. Let me guess. Who is the child of the fourth prince? Yun Pin raised her gaze, fixing her eyes intently on the princess in the main seat, her expression taut. Xiao Sheng did not assert that the fourth prince was her child, but rather inquired about the child's parentage. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat somber. Ning Feng, standing nearby, was taken aback by Xiao Sheng's directness during her visit to Yun Pin's palace. Is this truly the style of the princess? In the midst of the silence, Xiao Sheng clicked her tongue, her tone curious. Could it be that the fourth prince is your child, Lady Yun? No, absolutely not. Yun Pin vehemently denied, for she had staked her entire life on this matter. If it were to cost her life, that would be the epitome of despair. Not so. Xiao Sheng placed the beads back in their original position, leaning against the back of her chair, surveying the kneeling Yun Pin with a scrutinizing gaze. Her words clear. Lady Yun, consider this. If father were to learn the dealings between you and concubine Shu, what do you think would happen to you and your family? Surely, the crime of deceiving the emperor is one you cannot bear alone. Her light, airy voice fell upon Yun Pin's ears like the sky had collapsed. For years, she had endeavored to raise the third princess under her wing, yet had failed. Thus, she chose to remain inconspicuous within the harem, even allowing those in the palace to forget her existence. This was her way of ensuring a path of retreat. Additionally, she had secretly kept watch over the third princess and the fourth prince, which was one of her escape routes. She believed that there were no secrets that could remain hidden forever. Despite concubine Shu's formidable influence, the harem ultimately belonged to the emperor. Even though she had navigated these years without calamity, despite concubine Shu's subtle oppression, and despite her own struggles, She harbored a deep-seated belief that one day the truth would emerge. What she had not anticipated was that it would be Princess Huan who would unveil this matter. What perplexed Yinpin was why the princess would come to her instead of investigating the poisoning incident. Could it be that concubine Chen truly wished for the princess's demise? My sudden arrival must have startled you, Lady Yun. Xiao Sheng stood up, signaling her intention to depart. Your Highness may choose not to disclose matters to me today. Yet I sincerely hope you can discern the gravity of the situation. I trust you are well aware of what is of greater importance. Yinpin's heart raced, as she found herself utterly perplexed by the intentions of the Grand Princess. However, one thing was clear to her. Her course had been completely disrupted by the Grand Princess. I beg your pardon, Lady Yun, Xiao Sheng murmured, averting her gaze as she passed by Yinpin, softly uttering, farewell. As she exited the Changqiu Palace, Ningfeng released the pressure points of Granny Yin, who promptly turned and made her way back into the hall. After leaving Changqiu Palace, Xiao Sheng and Ningfeng took a concealed path toward the Changyang Palace. Observing the figure ahead, Ningfeng quickened his pace to catch up with Xiao Sheng and inquired softly, was the princess merely toying with Lady Yin? Otherwise, what do you think? Xiao Sheng replied with a mocking smile. Am I a deity privy to all knowledge? Chapter 29. A chance encounter within the Longqiu Palace. The flames of the candelabra flicker, nearly extinguished, casting a dim and wavering light. The silhouette of a woman seated in the main seat dances with the flames, appearing and disappearing like the flickering light. Your Highness, how did the Grand Princess come to know? The voice of Mama Yin, already hoarse, takes on an eerie quality as she deliberately lowers her tone. If the Grand Princess is aware, does that imply the Emperor also knows? At the mention of the Emperor, Yinpin's rigid form betrays a slight movement. If the Emperor were aware, he would not remain this silent. It seems that only the Grand Princess is privy to this information. Mama Yin leans closer to Yinpin, her voice growing even lower. Your Highness, what does the Grand Princess intend? Is she suggesting you expose the misdeeds of Consort Shu from back then? Yinpin lets out a soft sigh, speaking in hushed tones. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot extricate myself from this matter. For years, I have lived in trepidation, fearing that one day my transgressions would be revealed. Yet, the years have been so tranquil enough for the third princess and the fourth prince to grow up, tranquil enough for me to believe that my life would continue in this steadiness. I never expected that, at this critical juncture, the Grand Princess would appear. Now, the fourth prince embodies the very ideals the Emperor has longed for, and it is precisely at this moment that the Grand Princess has uncovered the truth. Should we inform Consort Shu? Mama Yin inquires softly. Yinpin scoffs lightly. Inform Consort Shu? Have you forgotten how she wrested the third princess from my grasp all these years? Do you not recall how she has suppressed us? Have you forgotten that our very survival hinges on her mercy? Yinpin has been foolish once. She shall not be so again. If she were to inform Consort Shu at this juncture, given Consort Shu's temperament, she would surely silence anyone privy to the events of that year. Mama Yin sighs deeply. Then what does the Grand Princess intend? If she wishes for you to unearth the past, Your Highness, you too would not escape unscathed. Does the Grand Princess not realize this? Yinpin straightens her posture. The Grand Princess must have someone guiding her. If she were truly aware of this matter, she would not come to me at this moment. Are you suggesting that the Grand Princess's allies intend to target Consort Shu? Mama Yin is perplexed. Yet even if that is the case, Your Highness, you would still be in jeopardy. Yinpin sneers, pausing for thought before responding softly. Did you not hear the Grand Princess? The third princess is not of my blood, and the fourth prince is not of Consort Shu's lineage. If the Emperor were to learn of this, neither Consort Shu nor I would have a favorable outcome, would we? As long as you do not step forward. The Grand Princess will have no witnesses and insufficient evidence. The Emperor understands the gravity of the situation. It is conceivable that the Grand Princess could backfire. The Emperor would never allow the fourth prince to bear the stigma for the Grand Princess's sake. Have you forgotten, Mama, that the Grand Princess is the beloved of the Emperor? Yinpin has witnessed the Emperor's affection for the Empress, and having seen it, she never harbored ambitions for the Emperor's attention, nor did she ever dare to hope that he might visit her in Longqiu Palace. Had it not been for Consort Shu's desperate pleas and her relentless suppression, she would have long since left the palace to reunite with her family at her current age. Your Highness, what do you mean? Mistress Een found herself in a predicament. The events of over a decade ago had never crossed her mind to be discovered by the Grand Princess. After all, the matter had been executed with such secrecy that nearly all who knew the truth had long departed from this world. The mere fact that Consort Yin still thrives implies that Consort Chun had no grounds to wish her demise. Thus, she must remain closely monitored. An opportunity to meet the Grand Princess must be sought. The tone of Consort Yin was imbued with a chilling disdain. As the hour approached midnight, Yu Huan returned from outside, her steps light as she entered the inner chamber. Approaching the bedside, she peered through the dim golden light at the figure nestled beneath the curtain. She crouched down, speaking softly. Your Highness, there has been movement at the Chun residence. The figure on the bed offered no reply. Yu Huan continued. Ji Yao has been inquiring at the Chun residence and learned from a midwife attending the old matriarch that the woman who delivered the fourth prince has also left the Qin household, heading to a place known as the county magistrate. I have instructed someone to keep watch on Ji Yao. At this moment, the figure on the bed stirred slightly. Lying on her side with one hand propping her head, gazing at Yu Huan by the curtain. You did not inform father, did you? Xiao Sheng's voice carried a hint of haziness. I did not, Yu Huan replied, her heart tightening. It seemed the princess was reluctant for the emperor to be apprised of this matter. I previously mentioned to you that if you wish to remain by my side, understanding the gravity of the situation is essential. There was a softness in Xiao Sheng that appeared markedly more tender than before, lacking some of her usual sharpness. I understand. Yu Huan recalled the day she returned from the palace to the princess's residence, remembering the princess's words. She pressed her lips together and added, I have followed your highness since childhood, naturally discerning what should and should not be shared with the emperor. What Yu Huan did not reveal was that those who protected the princess in secret, including herself, were aware that the emperor only feared for the princess's safety. The fact that the midwife who had delivered the fourth prince was still alive was indeed remarkable. Xiao Sheng chuckled with intrigue. If my suspicions hold true, it is curious that Consort Chun would allow someone privy to such royal secrets to live. This is not in her character. It was said that the midwife was the elder sister of the old matriarch's maternal family, who had been brought into the palace to safeguard Consort Chun due to the old matriarch's concerns until the fourth prince was safely born. So, this connection existed. Xiao Sheng's interest deepened, and she suddenly mentioned Qin Yi. To know such confidential matters, he must not be as simple as he appears. Your Highness, Yu Huan thought of the imminent separation between the princess and Qin Yi and quickly amended her statement. Indeed, there is little impression of young Master Qin in the imperial capital. The only thing known is that he is physically impaired and seldom leaves the Qin residence, rarely seen at gatherings of the prominent clans. Then why did I insist on marrying Qin Yi? Xiao Sheng found it truly perplexing. Even if her actions had often been erratic, surely she would not have chosen to wed without understanding anything at all. Yu Huan was slightly taken aback, as if the princess were speaking of another person. Princess, have you forgotten that it was the second princess who mentioned that there remains an unmarried young master in the Qin residence? She also said that if you wish for Qin Shujin to treat you with utmost respect, all you need to do is become Qin Shujin's aunt, and he will undoubtedly show you that respect. Xiao Musai? Xiao Sheng let out a light laugh, recalling the words Xiao Musai had spoken to her on that day in the Qin residence, which likely illuminated the reasons behind it all. Coupled with the remarks made by Ji Yao during the day, it became apparent that Qin Shujin and Xiao Musai were not as harmonious as they seemed. It appeared that the second branch of the Qin family had long since aligned themselves with Chun Shufei in secret, though, currently, the authority within the Qin family did not rest with Qin Bianbua. Once the influence of the Qin family's main branch was diminished, the power held by the current leader would naturally fall into the hands of Qin Bianbua. Thus, it seemed Xiao Musai intended to utilize her to eliminate the main branch of the Qin family. In contrast, Qin Yi sought to employ her hand to make things difficult for Qin Shufei. It appeared that everyone regarded her merely as a pawn to be manipulated at their whim. Chapter 30. To the point the following day, at 3:15 hour, in the autumn imperial garden, flowers continued to bloom vibrantly as the morning dew gradually dissipated and the chill in the air lessened significantly. The princess, who had departed from Chanyang Palace just before the end of the 4th hour, was now in a small pavilion within the garden. Ningfeng stood outside the pavilion, while Yu Huan waited attentively at one side. Xiao Sheng sat gracefully on a stone bench, her gaze fixed on the chessboard upon the stone table, her hand hesitating to place a piece into the game. Yu Huan occasionally glanced down the 2 pathways leading to the pavilion, pondering the princess's statement about waiting for someone. Yet, nearly an hour had passed, and no one had arrived. In this inner palace, whom could the princess be expecting? Just as Yu Huan was engulfed in her confusion, the crisp sound of a chess piece being placed on the board broke the silence. Ningfeng's voice then chimed in, "Princess, someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Yu Huan turned her gaze toward the pathways, and on the left path, she spotted a dark figure that gradually became clearer, a senior matron, one whom Yu Huan did not recognize. Her puzzlement regarding the princess deepened. The elderly matron approached the pavilion and addressed Ningfeng. "Does the long princess have a moment? This old servant has something to convey." "The princess has been waiting for you for quite some time," Ningfeng remarked, her gaze resting on the matron's face for a moment. The matron displayed a hint of surprise, which quickly faded as she nodded slightly. "Please." After the matron entered the pavilion, she exchanged a glance with Yu Huan. Yu Huan felt a sense of familiarity with the matron, yet her memory of which palace the matron served was somewhat blurred. This servant has seen the long princess before, perhaps due to last night's events. In matron's voice seemed even more hoarse than the previous evening. Xiao Sheng, resuming her game, picked up a black piece and placed it on the board before finally lifting her gaze to Yin Matron. "How should I address you?" Yin Matron responded with a hint of respect. "This servant's surname is Yin." Xiao Sheng's gaze lingered on Yin Matron's face for a moment before returning to the chessboard as she softly remarked, "You do not resemble someone who is close to Consort Yin." Upon hearing Consort Yin's name, Yu Huan's eyes widened in surprise, for there were no matrons around Consort Yin. "This servant is not one of Consort Yin's attendants. I merely received some kindness from her years ago, and sometimes brought fresh news from outside the palace to alleviate her boredom," Yin Matron explained, her words carefully chosen. She was not an attendant of Consort Yin, and thus felt no need to guard her words when meeting the long princess. Her past kindness from Consort Yin merely allowed her to share tidbits to entertain the consort. "I see," Xiao Sheng replied, her interest in the relationship between Yin Matron and Consort Yin waning. Noticing Xiao Sheng's disinterest, Yin Matron felt a twinge of urgency, but remained restrained, aware of her position. Xiao Sheng picked up a white piece once more, her tone casual as she inquired, "Was your presence here also at the behest of Consort Yin?" Madame Yin cast a knowing glance at Xiao Sheng, then lowered her eyes and, with a hint of audacity, remarked, "When I entered, it seemed that the attendants of the Grand Princess mentioned that the princess has been waiting for quite some time. After inquiring at Chanyang Palace, Madame Yin learned that the Grand Princess had arrived at the Imperial Garden early. Thus, she could only find her way here." Listening to Madame Yin's words, Xiao Sheng chuckled softly. "I had thought that Lady Yun, being able to live peacefully under the watchful gaze of Consort Chun, must indeed be a perceptive individual. My visit here was merely a stroke of luck, yet I did not anticipate that it would be Madame Yin who arrived instead of Lady Yun." It was as if she was on the verge of revealing that Madame Yin was a trusted confidant of Lady Yun. Lady Yun had not left Changqiu Palace for quite some time, making her somewhat unfamiliar with the outside world. "I hope the Grand Princess will not take offense." Xiao Sheng retracted her smile, setting aside the chess piece. She touched the now tepid tea, lifted the cup to her nose, and inhaled. The flavor had seemingly lost its optimal taste, causing her brows to furrow slightly. "Your Highness, allow me to fetch you a fresh cup." Yu Huan stepped forward, reaching for the teacup in Xiao Sheng's hand. However, Xiao Sheng waved her hand and sipped a small amount of tea, inquiring, "What are Lady Yun's concerns?" Since Madame Yin is able to come here, it indicates Lady Yun's intent. Yet, to have others act on your behalf, one must alleviate their apprehensions. Otherwise, why would they act for you? Madame Yin's tense expression relaxed considerably upon hearing Xiao Sheng's words, as she realized that the Grand Princess was indeed a clever individual. The lady fears that should this matter reach the Emperor, she too would face repercussions. That is her concern. Xiao Sheng, upon hearing this, set down her teacup and lazily regarded Madame Yin. Is that so? Madame Yin, sensing that Xiao Shang found the situation somewhat challenging, continued. Over the years, the lady has been suppressed by Consort Shu. In private, Consort Shu has long since severed ties with Lady Yun, yet she has refrained from taking action against her, fully aware that she cannot act against a consort under the Emperor's watchful eye. Consort Shu understands that the Emperor despises schemes within the harem. Any overt actions would backfire. Thus she keeps Lady Yun close. Noticing no change in the Grand Princess's demeanor, Madame Yin took a step closer and continued, Your Highness, Lady Yun naturally harbors feelings of discontent, but her actions have been dictated by Consort Shu's coercion, and she has suffered the consequences over the years. I hope Your Highness can show mercy. Xiao Shang carelessly shuffled the pieces on the chessboard and softly stated, As long as Lady Yun can place sufficient trust in me, I can offer her a life free from anyone's manipulation. Madame Yin raised her gaze, intently studying the seemingly indifferent Grand Princess. Though the words had been light, they inexplicably held a profound weight. Just as Madame Yin was lost in thought, Xiao Shang added, Lady Yun also has her own choices. I do not compel anyone. Yet some matters must be brought to the attention of Father Emperor, as I am thoroughly investigating the poisoning incident. Princess, your poison truly is. Although the words noble consort remained unspoken by Granny Yin, the expression on her face was ample proof of her astonishment. Xiao Shang hinted at her intentions and rose to face Granny Yin, saying, Granny Yin, you are a wise individual and should know how to persuade Lady Yin. I am aware, Granny Yin replied respectfully, her head bowed. Had they truly underestimated the eldest princess all these years? Stepping out of the small dwelling, Xiao Shang lifted her gaze to the blinding sun, a smile playing on her lips. If she desired someone's demise, she would undoubtedly leave no avenue for retreat or opportunity for resurgence. Chapter 31. Speaking without restraint in early November, the chill of winter swept through the imperial capital, marking a definitive change in the season. After a meeting in the imperial garden, Aunt Yin and the Princess of Chang analyzed the prevailing issues, but to their surprise, the princess took no further action. The harem remained as tranquil as ever, yet many began to cast their gaze upon the Princess of Chang, who had resided in Chanyang Palace for nearly a month. During this time, the emperor had only occasionally dined with her, and as her stay lengthened, the intrigue within the harem began to wane. Given the princess's temperament, it was likely that the emperor would eventually intervene to resolve matters. While the princess was adept at orchestrating schemes, the likelihood of her diligently investigating the true culprit behind any poisoning was exceedingly slim. On this particular day, a gentle rain fell over the capital, accompanied by biting winds. In the Hall of Eternal Joy, Xiao Shang gazed at the plaque inscribed with the characters Wuyo Changel, narrowing her eyes slightly. This palace had been her home since childhood, and it seemed that Emperor Yuanin truly intended for his eldest daughter to live a life free of worries and filled with joy. Aside from her wedding day, Xiao Shang had always resided in her palace outside the imperial grounds. Perhaps her reluctance to remain in this palace stemmed from the fact that she had to leave it for her marriage. Princess, what brings you back to the Hall of Eternal Joy today? Yu Huan inquired, her confusion growing. It was as if ever since entering the palace, the princess had been undertaking actions that were entirely out of character for her. Yet, she was doing just that, settling in Chanyang Palace, returning to the Hall of Eternal Joy, and finding the calm to dine with the emperor. I merely wish to take a look, Xiao Shang replied softly. Yu Huan anticipated this response, noting that the princess seemed to be in good spirits. Princess, where's Ning Feng today? I have yet to see him, she continued. He must be occupied with his own matters, Xiao Shang answered absently, her gaze sweeping around the hall. Yu Huan was skeptical of the princess's words, but as she was a confidant appointed by the emperor, Xiao Shang had taken to avoiding certain topics in her presence. Nevertheless, Yu Huan harbored no resentment. It was a sentiment that weighed on anyone in her position. Yu Huan, Xiao Shang said, observing her silence and turning to face her. Please remain by my side from now on. Certainly, Yu Huan replied, her spirits lifted, fully aware of the princess's recent coolness towards her. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Yu Huan's expression shifted as she turned towards the hall's open doors, where concubine Chun entered with a retinue. Instinctively, Yu Huan stepped protectively in front of Xiao Sheng, greeting, "Your Highness, concubine Chen." Though it appeared to be a gesture of respect, it effectively blocked concubine Chen's path. Concubine Chen's gaze flicked to Xiao Sheng behind Yu Huan, and with a disdainful smile, she adjusted her voluminous sleeves. "The Princess of Chong is truly difficult to find," she remarked, her tone laced with a hint of menace. This marked the first instance in years that concubine Chun had confronted Xiao Sheng so openly and aggressively. In the past, Chen Shufei harbored certain reservations toward Xiao Sheng, never intending to truly harm her. Xiao Sheng's infamous reputation alone ensured her own difficulties. However, this time was different. Xiao Sheng dared to investigate her fourth prince. This was a taboo, an unassailable boundary. A smile played at the corners of Xiao Sheng's lips. "Yu Huan, step back." Yu Huan retreated to Xiao Sheng's side, vigilantly watching Chen Shufei. "What brings you to me, Your Highness?" Xiao Sheng inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Shufei before turning to walk towards the main seat of the Grand Hall. After taking her seat, her gaze locked with Chen Shufei's. "You need not be invited to sit, as I have a disdain for uninvited guests." Chen Shufei's eyes narrowed, observing the nonchalant Xiao Sheng, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over her. "Everyone, leave." Chen Shufei commanded her attendants. They retreated to outside the Grand Hall. Chen Shufei's gaze fell upon Yu Huan, who remained unmoved, seemingly unwilling to budge without Xiao Sheng's instruction. "If you have something to discuss, speak freely. My people will naturally remain by my side," Xiao Sheng stated softly, her eyes reflecting a languid demeanor, as though she had not reprimanded a concubine from the harem in quite some time. Chen Shufei scoffed coldly, abandoning her usual pretense. For the Emperor Yuanin was not present. The esteemed princess possesses remarkable skills. The Emperor entrusts you to investigate the poison incident, yet you dare to extend your hand towards your fourth brother. Do you believe that the poison you were afflicted with on your wedding day came from him? Chen Shufei's tone brimmed with malice. She had never felt such a desire to eliminate someone. It was not that she feared Xiao Sheng's inquiry, but rather that Xiao Sheng had dared to probe into matters she ought not to. "Seeing the fierce countenance of Your Highness, I had thought something was amiss with my fourth brother," Xiao Sheng replied with a faint smile. "I merely sought to investigate, and have not accused him of administering the poison. It was merely reported to me that on the day of my wedding, my fourth brother was present in the Changlu Palace." "Your Highness," Xiao Sheng continued, "that day was also the wedding day of our second princess. Why will my fourth brother come to my quarters?" She nearly implied that the fourth prince was the most suspect individual. Chen Shufei had never encountered such absurd allegations before, and she steadied herself. "Who is the someone you refer to?" "That, I am afraid, is beyond my disclosure," Xiao Sheng replied, a mocking smile curving her lips, seemingly intent on provoking Chen Shufei. Clearly, Chen Shufei was not one to lose her composure easily. She smiled faintly, since the princess is unwilling to divulge. "Do not blame me for being merciless." Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. "Is that so? I have also heard certain things. Would Your Highness care to listen?" Chen Shufei regarded Xiao Sheng, whose casual demeanor belied a cunning undertone, and felt an unsettling discomfort. "I have heard that the fourth prince has grown quite close to the third princess, so close that it nearly transcends the bond of siblings." Xiao Sheng's voice was soft, barely audible to Chen Shufei, yet she discerned the unsettling insinuation in Xiao Sheng's tone, as if suggesting that the fourth prince and the third princess had crossed the boundaries of propriety. Even Yu Huan's heart raced as she gazed upon her princess's unperturbed demeanor, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. "Xiao Sheng," Consort Chun was thoroughly incensed. "Do not speak recklessly. Since Xiao Sheng mentioned the fourth prince and the third princess, it is evident that she knows something of significance." "Speak recklessly?" Xiao Sheng scoffed with disdain. "I am not so idle. The third princess is undeniably the daughter of concubine Yun. It is perplexing why she has resided in the Chun household for so long. As for the fourth prince's frequent visits to the Chun family, that is understandable, given that it is his maternal grandfather's home. But what I wonder is the reason for the third princess's presence there?" Chapter 32. Into the play, Qin Shufei appeared to be struck at the very core of her being by Xiao Sheng's words, her countenance contorting into a fierce grimace. Yet, the composure she had cultivated over the years within the palace swiftly masked her expression. Did the Grand Princess believe that with the Emperor's backing, she could act with impunity? Qin Shufei's demeanor remained calm, but the coldness in her eyes sliced through the air like a sharpened blade aimed at the Grand Princess seated in the throne. Grand Princess, we both know the truth of what transpired on the day of your marriage, yet you insist on investigating Xianji. Do you not fear that in doing so, you may end up harming yourself? Her words carried an unmistakable edge of threat. Xiao Sheng furrowed her brows, not because Qin Shufei held her in check, but rather because Qin Shufei exhibited a level of composure that surpassed her expectations. Observing Xiao Sheng's frown, Qin Shufei finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. I'm unaware of who has instigated your inquiry into the fourth prince, but I would advise you to reconsider. Xiao Sheng chuckled. Does your ladyship believe that my methods lack sophistication? At least I do not resort to the same underhanded tactics as you and the second princess, who seem to wield the art of manipulation with such finesse. Mentioning Xiao Musai, Qin Shufei began to grasp Xiao Sheng's motives for targeting the fourth prince. Whether it was due to Xiao Musai's words to Xiao Sheng at the Qin residence or her marriage to Qin Shujin, it seemed that Xiao Sheng had uncovered certain threads of intrigue. You are investigating the fourth prince out of vengeance against Musai? Qin Shufei's anger surged to its zenith as she felt exasperation over the turmoil stirred by Xiao Musai, which remained unresolved. What difference does it make if it is true or false? Leaning back in her chair, Xiao Sheng wore a smile that suggested amusement at Qin Shufei. Like you, I too will stop at nothing to achieve my desires, even if it means dragging the innocent into the fray. I am capable of anything to fulfill my objectives. Qin Shufei's hands tightened beneath her sleeves, her eyes flashing with barely contained fury as she maintained her rational tone. What are you implying? What do you know? Observing that Qin Shufei's emotions had reached a critical threshold, Xiao Sheng withdrew her smile, her brows knitting slightly. Recently, I have come to know quite a bit. Which particular matter would you like to inquire about, your ladyship? Before Qin Shufei could respond, Xiao Sheng's seemingly indifferent voice rang out again. For instance, why have you covertly placed Yun Pin under house arrest all these years? Xiao Sheng's unwavering gaze locked onto Qin Shufei, noticing that upon hearing the name of Yun Pin, Qin Shufei's previously placid facade crumbled. Or perhaps, how similar you are to the third princess. Enough, Qin Shufei hissed in a low, furious tone, her eyes now alight with murderous intent as she directed her gaze back at Xiao Sheng. Someone, seize the Grand Princess for me. From the moment she learned that Xiao Sheng was in the Changla Hall, Qin Shufei had made all the necessary preparations. No one was permitted to approach the fourth prince. No one could pry into his affairs. This was Qin Shufei's greatest taboo. Should she discover anyone daring to touch upon that taboo, she would not hesitate to enact vengeance, regardless of who it might be. For many years, Qin Shufei believed that the secret would fade into obscurity with the passage of time. Although she did not confront Yun Pin, she was acutely aware of Yun Pin's timid nature. If Yun Pin had possessed the audacity to challenge her, she would not have cowered under Qin Shufei's watchful gaze for half a lifetime. This was one of the reasons Qin Shufei refrained from taking action against Yun Pin. However, the recent maneuvers of Xiao Sheng took her entirely by surprise, solidifying her belief that the incident from years ago had indeed been exposed. Regardless of who stood behind Xiao Sheng, Qin Shufei was consumed by a singular thought. She must first eliminate Xiao Sheng. Whatever challenges lay ahead could surely not compare to the public revelation of that past affair. Qin Shufei was keenly aware that should Emperor Yuan learn of that incident, her demise would not be the only consequence. It would ensnare countless others. The figures that emerged behind Qin Shufei were not merely the previous group of palace maids and matrons, but rather the dark guards clad in silver armor of the imperial army. From the outset, Qin Shufei had no intention of sparing Xiao Sheng. Yuan, witnessing the formidable presence behind Qin Shufei, nervously glanced at her, then turned her gaze to Xiao Sheng. Nonchalantly smiling, exhibited no sign of fear. So, Your Highness intends to silence me? Xiao Sheng rose slowly, her demeanor unruffled. It appears I underestimated your capabilities, dear Xu Fei. It seems you wield considerable influence not only in the capital, but also within the palace. Chen Shufei's expression returned to its customary calmness. To deal with the Grand Princess, there is no need for such overwhelming power. Today, I shall eliminate this scourge on behalf of the Emperor, and I am certain the citizens of the capital will be eternally grateful. Is that so? Xiao Sheng replied with a smile. Then we shall see if you possess the ability to do so. Chen Shufei's gaze lingered on Yu Huan for a moment before she chuckled lightly. Surely the Grand Princess does not believe that this humble maid can impede my people? That is not the case, Xiao Sheng replied, casting a respectful glance towards the inner hall. Father, have you not grown weary from watching this spectacle for so long? In an instant, Chen Shufei's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly turned her attention to the inner hall. Even Yu Huan was taken aback, casting her gaze in the same direction. Moments later, the grand doors of the inner hall swung open, revealing Lu Quan as the first to emerge. Upon seeing Lu Quan, Chen Shufei instinctively took half a step back, finally grasping the source of Xiao Sheng's unshakable confidence. It was none other than Emperor Yuan himself, present within the Changla Hall. As a figure clad in a black dragon robe appeared, all within the grand hall fell to their knees. Long live the Emperor! Emperor Yuan's expression was indifferent as he made his way to the throne. Chen Shufei, out of the corner of her eye, caught sight of the dragon robe swaying with the Emperor's movements. The sound of his footsteps sent tremors through her fingertips, as if the many years of concealed secrets were on the verge of being unveiled, and that sense of dread extended infinitely, piercing her very pupils. Once seated, Emperor Yuan did not permit anyone in the hall to rise, but instead scanned the room before his gaze settled upon Xiao Sheng's face. After the morning court, Xiao Sheng was invited to the Changlu Palace. His recent interactions with the eldest daughter had been relatively harmonious. At the very least, he had made some progress in accompanying her. However, he was perplexed as to why he was summoned to witness a performance. As Emperor Yuan had expected something entirely different. To his surprise, it was the noble consort who arrived with a group, pointing fingers at Xiao Sheng. Emperor Yuan spoke with a grave tone, though no anger could be discerned. Is this the performance you wish to present to me? Kneeling, Xiao Sheng straightened his back and met the Emperor's gaze steadfastly. Does your Majesty find this spectacle unworthy of your attention? The Emperor's brows furrowed slightly, leaving his response ambiguous. Xiao Sheng's expression softened, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, if the long-hidden secret of noble consort cannot capture your Majesty's interest, then I truly am at a loss as to what performance might. Chapter 33. The story Emperor Yuan's gaze darkened slightly. He held a deep disdain for the treachery that often unfolded within the imperial harem. However, his presence here today was prompted by two factors. Firstly, Xiao Sheng's claim of having identified the poisoner, and secondly, it was the first time Xiao Sheng approached a matter with such earnestness, compelling him to attend for both emotional and rational reasons. Princess, one may indulge in the pleasures of the table, yet words must not be spoken recklessly. Though Consort Chen had regained her composure, the presence of Emperor Yuan rendered her unable to maintain the same steadiness she had just exhibited. At last, the Emperor's piercing gaze settled upon Consort Chen, his voice icy. If my beloved consort harbors no guilty conscience, why then did you come to the Changlu Palace to present me with such a muddled performance? Consort Chen clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, striving to steady herself. She meticulously articulated her defense. Your Majesty, even if you show favoritism towards the princess, it cannot be to such an extreme. The princess has committed numerous outrageous acts in pursuit of Qin Shu Jin, whether before or after the marriage, each of which has become widely known. Clearly, Xianji has no connection to these matters, yet the princess seeks to entangle him for her own selfish interests, disregarding even the reputation of the third princess. Surely, your Majesty must have heard her audacious remarks that flout moral boundaries. What else is she capable of? For the sake of one Qin Shu Jin, she forsakes her own kin. Your Majesty, will you still shield the princess? Moreover, is it not evident to you what sort of child Xianji is? Consort Chen's portrayal of a mother-esque concern was truly moving, elucidating that her presence here was primarily due to Xiao Sheng's investigation into the fourth prince, which threatened her son. Otherwise, she would not have come to the Chonglu Palace to discuss trivialities with Xiao Sheng. Emperor Yuanen's gaze shifted back to Xiao Sheng. Unlike before, did not exhibit anger in response to Consort Chen's words. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. Huan, what do you have to say? The emperor's tone remained even, devoid of discernible emotion. Xiao Sheng met the emperor's gaze, a faint, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Father, might I share a tale with you? The emperor's expression grew increasingly solemn, and his regard for Xiao Sheng became tinged with coolness. Xiao Sheng appeared undeterred by the emperor's impatience. Long ago in a certain clan, the head of the family wed a woman of noble birth. Soon after, she became pregnant and bore a daughter. However, the family's patriarch, being of significant status, attracted numerous women. To secure her position, the noblewoman quickly became pregnant again, coinciding with her maidservant's own pregnancy, a result of a drunken encounter with the patriarch. Disdaining the intrigues of the inner quarters, the patriarch did not pursue the matter further and granted the maidservant the status of a concubine. Strangely, the noblewoman did not harbor resentment towards the maidservant for bearing the patriarch's child. Instead, she devoted herself to caring for the maidservant's well-being, all while she, too, was with child. As October slipped away, a remarkable event unfolded, for both the noble lady and her maid gave birth on the same day. Coincidentally, the head of the household was absent, having ventured out in search of a physician. Upon his return, he was overjoyed to discover that the noble lady had delivered a son, while the maid had borne a daughter. Elated by the arrival of these two children, the head of the household generously rewarded both the noble lady and her maid. Unbeknownst to him, the noble lady, merely a day after childbirth, was already able to rise and move about with vigor, swiftly replacing everyone in the courtyard within a single day. To ensure her son would not be lonely, she took the maid's child under her wing, while the maid herself was confined to a remote courtyard, closely monitored. However, due to the head of the household's influence, the noble lady refrained from taking any drastic actions against the maid, fearing the head's suspicion. Xiao Sheng glanced up at Emperor Yuanen, inquiring whether his father found it curious that the noble lady harbored fears of the head's suspicions. The emperor, well aware of Xiao Sheng's implications, let his gaze linger on Consort Chen for a moment before returning to her. What could she possibly fear? Your Majesty, Consort Chen's voice quivered with an underlying tension. Do you truly believe such an absurd tale? Simply a story, dear consort. Why the alarm? Xiao Sheng replied nonchalantly. Father, it is likely that the noble lady fears the head's suspicion over the maid's sudden disappearance, which could lead to unnecessary complications. For instance, the maid's daughter suddenly lacking a mother, or the peculiar coincidence of both the noble lady and the maid being pregnant and giving birth simultaneously. Surely, the head of the household would ponder such remarkable coincidences? And what then? Did the head harbor any doubts? Emperor Yuanen's tone grew distinctly stern. Consort Chen's posture stiffened, unable to conceal her tension. Yu Huan felt a profound shock, piecing together the implications of the prior conversation between the princess and Consort Chen. Even Lu Quan's expression turned grave. Should such events transpire under the emperor's very gaze, he could only dread the consequences of the emperor's wrath. The head of the household had not suspected anything. The noble lady had skillfully concealed her secrets, as those who were aware of them had largely perished. The sole survivor was the maid, along with the midwife who had attended the noble lady's delivery, a sister of the noble lady's mother, thus her own aunt. Consort Chen's complexion drained of color, cold sweat beading upon her pale cheeks. So, the son belongs to the maid, while the daughter is of the noble lady. Emperor Yuanen's voice cut through the air like a chilling winter wind, bone-chilling in its intensity. Xiao Sheng smiled faintly. Father, you have deduced part of the truth. The emperor's expression fell entirely. Father, my recounting is rather tedious. Perhaps another could enlighten you? Xiao Sheng clapped her hands. Consort Yin, the emperor awaits your grievances from these past years. At the mention of Consort Yin, Consort Chen collapsed to the ground, her hands clawing at the floor. Her eyes filled with a chilling glare. Consort Yin emerged from behind the ominously dark screen, her complexion pale and her steps unsteady. She approached Xiao Sheng and knelt, her voice trembling as she declared, "This humble servant greets your majesty." Emperor Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon Consort Yun. She trembled slightly, unable to meet the eyes of the man seated in such a lofty position, as was her custom. "I, your humble servant, follow the words of the esteemed princess," she murmured. Her eyes were cast down to the ground, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle quivering of her shoulders. The maidservant was not with child. Even the matter concerning the head of the household and the maidservant had been orchestrated by the noblewoman. Yet, the head of the household had not laid a hand on the maidservant. The noblewoman's intent was merely to create an excuse for the maidservant's purported pregnancy. Suddenly, Consort Chen rose abruptly and strode towards Consort Yun. With a resounding slap, she struck Consort Yun across the face, looking down upon her with disdain. "Yinhua, I have not treated you poorly." Chapter 34. Evasion. The resounding slap seemed to linger in the palace, causing Qin Shufei to tremble subtly, her blood-red eyes fixed on Yun Pin, as if she wished to see her suffer a fate worse than death. Yun Pin, her face pallid, bore the clear imprint of 5 fingers. She lifted her battered face to meet Qin Shufei's gaze. "If the third princess were nurtured beneath my care, how could I harbor such resentment?" Yun Pin's voice quavered with suppressed emotion. "Once, my lady, in a bid to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, you devised a scheme involving the emperor, leading him to believe that something untoward transpired between us that fateful night at Gongquan Palace. It was you who knelt before me, beseeching my cooperation in this charade. You promised that should you bear a son, I would be free from worry, and if a daughter, she would be raised in my embrace. But alas, what transpired thereafter? You convinced the emperor that you had given birth to the 4th prince. And after a mere year of nurturing the 3rd princess, you reclaimed her. In your relentless pursuit to conceal the truth from the emperor, you orchestrated everything with such meticulous precision, eliminating any potential threats around you. Your paranoia is palpable, my lady. You fear that I might one day betray you. Thus, you have kept a tight grip on Changqiu Palace, ensuring that I understand that in this harem, my only path lies in your allegiance. The maidens and matriarchs of Changqiu Palace have all been reassigned to other residences, leaving me to fend for myself. You possess a truly ruthless heart. You speak nonsense." Qin Shufei slowly came to her senses, realizing that since her arrival at Changlu Palace, she had been led by the nose by Xiao Sheng, who had been subtly provoking her, aiming to incite her wrath. Initially, she dismissed Xiao Sheng's petty tricks, engaging in a battle of wits. Yet, Xiao Sheng knew precisely how to rouse her ire, even how to push her to the brink of fury. The 4th prince was her Achilles heel, and her insecurities and fears had overtaken her rationality. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Sheng insinuate that the 4th prince harbored feelings for the 3rd princess, Qin Shufei was thrown into a state of utter panic. She had heard whispers before, but she had merely considered them as the affection between siblings. However, when those words were uttered by Xiao Sheng, it felt as if there were undeniable truths behind them. Coupled with the events of that year, how could she tolerate Xiao Sheng? Yet, she had never anticipated that Xiao Sheng awaited her arrival at Changlu Palace today. Even Emperor Yuan allowed Xiao Sheng to deceive her. "My lady, in your quest to solidify your position and that of the Chun family, you do not hesitate to sow discord within the Xiao lineage. I know not the origins of the 4th prince, but I am certain of one thing. The 3rd princess is indeed your child." Yun Pin's tone suddenly steadied, as if, having witnessed the unfolding of events, she realized that revealing all she knew might be her only chance at survival. Furthermore, her family remained blissfully unaware of these matters. Should she not stand with the eldest princess to unveil this truth, her fate would not be the only one at stake. Her innocent family would also suffer. Qin Shufei, trembling and pointing at the impassive Yun Pin, found herself momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by how events had spiraled into their current state. She truly underestimated Xiao Sheng. At this moment, the expression on Emperor Yuan's face was terrifyingly grim, with even the veins on his hand gripping the armrest of the grand chair visible in a faint bluish hue. Lu Quan was exceedingly anxious. Should he assert that the Grand Princess was overly audacious, or commend her foresight? After all, such clandestine matters had not been disclosed to an excessive number of individuals. Thus, who was the fourth prince? The emperor's voice grew a shade hoarse. What did it matter that the western Liang he governed was the foremost nation? In the end, the prince he valued most bore no blood relation to him. How ironic, how laughable, how tragic. Nanyue, the imperial concubine, seemed to be hearing Emperor Yuan utter her name for the first time. She turned to him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Your Majesty, you have ordered Huan to thoroughly investigate the matter of her poisoning, yet she is now probing into Xianji. How can mere word from concubine Yun suffice to prove that the fourth prince is not your child? Or is it that, for the sake of the daughter born to the empress, you have concluded that Xianji is not your child? The tone of the imperial concubine was laced with skepticism. Perhaps Hua is incapable of uncovering the identity of the one who poisoned her, and in her confinement, she seeks to drag innocent individuals into this turmoil. As for concubine Yun, I admit I've treated her unjustly, but why should I? After all, concubine Yun serves as my maid. What gives her the right to become the emperor's woman? The imperial concubine felt a sense of resignation. Since Xiao Sheng and concubine Yun had conspired against her, why should she passively accept their machinations? Those who had perished in the past were long gone. What could one mere concubine Yun prove? Was the emperor truly inclined to acknowledge a blood bond with the fourth prince? Emperor Yuan chuckled, but his deep-set eyes were filled with a chilling ferocity. Father, since the imperial concubine has expressed such sentiments, I must redirect the conversation to the day of my marriage. Xiao Sheng said, kneeling upright, her tone neither servile nor arrogant. After all, I am investigating why the poisoning occurred on the day of my marriage. My invitation to father to witness the spectacle at Changlu Palace today was merely incidental. Emperor Yuan snorted coldly, unaware that his eldest daughter had become so cunning. Her pretense of investigating the poisoning was a facade. Her true aim was to expose the imperial concubine's affairs. At that moment, the imperial concubine interjected. The grand princess better present evidence today. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Even with Emperor Yuan present, the imperial concubine spoke her mind. Her anger towards Xiao Sheng having reached an intolerable peak. Imperial concubine, do not fret. All necessary evidence will be forthcoming. I shall address each matter in turn. Xiao Sheng replied with a gentle smile, meeting the emperor's stern gaze. Father, the reason I invited you to Changlu Palace is that the fourth brother was also present here on the day of my marriage. You would surely find it unremarkable that he came to visit his elder sister on such an occasion. But what is peculiar is that he did not come to see me, and was instead attired in the garb of the imperial guards. Just as the imperial concubine was about to retort, Xiao Sheng's words silenced her. Imperial concubine, please refrain from arguing. I have yet to finish speaking. Chen Shufei fixed a fierce gaze upon Xiao Sheng, regretting ever having kept this unruly offspring, and lamenting her choice to tarnish the reputation of this wretched child. Xiao Sheng continued to speak with deliberate calm. On that day, my subordinates discovered that the fourth prince had not informed me of his presence, which was only revealed after His Majesty commanded a thorough investigation into the poison incident. It was then that my men mentioned the peculiar circumstances surrounding the fourth prince's visit to the Changlu Palace. What was peculiar? Emperor Yuan inquired coldly. Xiao Sheng replied, because at that very moment, the third princess happened to be in my palace. Chapter 35. The unusual. The eldest princess had just mentioned that she was their elder sister, with the eldest sister's marriage. It was not surprising for the emperor and the imperial younger sister to be in the eldest sister's palace. Chen Shufei cast a cold glance at Xiao Sheng, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. Indeed, it was not surprising. Xiao Sheng did not look at Chen Shufei, but instead fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the emperor seated high above. What was peculiar was that the fourth prince had come to seek the third princess, only to quarrel within the Changlu Palace. Was it unusual for siblings to argue? Chen Shufei seemed to perceive the tenuousness of Xiao Sheng's explanation, her earlier fear dissipating significantly. If the eldest princess wished to frame it this way, could it be inferred that your machinations against the fourth prince today stem from the grievances between you and Mu Ci over the years? Xiao Sheng chuckled softly. Chen Shufei was quite displeased with Xiao Sheng's composed demeanor, which suggested that she had everything under control, especially at this moment when Xiao Sheng's light laughter seemed to mock her. Just as Chen Shufei was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. A palace maid stationed at the entrance announced, "Fourth prince, second princess, third princess." Chen Shufei instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, her heart sinking into an abyss. Emperor Yuan's gaze first rested on Xiao Sheng for a moment before shifting to the three who had entered the grand hall. "My sons and daughters pay their respects to Father Emperor." The three entering bowed respectfully to the sovereign seated upon the throne. Emperor Yuan replied calmly, "Rise." The fourth prince, Xiao Xuanji, stood upright and, after a brief pause to regard Xiao Sheng and Chen Shufei, respectfully inquired, "Father Emperor, what has transpired? And what brings you to the Changla Palace?" Emperor Yuan encountered. Xiao Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. His glance flitted across Chen Shufei's face as he candidly replied, "I heard from Mother's Aunt Ji that Mother and the elder princess had some discord, and coincidentally, the second and third princesses were with me. So we returned to the palace together." What Xiao Xuanji did not mention was that Aunt Ji had not referred to mere discord, but rather that Xiao Sheng had discovered Chen Shufei was responsible for the poison. Upon hearing this news, the three siblings hurried back to the palace. Upon learning that Chen Shufei was in the Changlu Palace, they grew increasingly anxious. They understood that Emperor Yuan had always favored Xiao Sheng, and if Xiao Sheng truly devised schemes to ensnare Chen Shufei, it would be difficult for her to evade repercussions. However, Chen Shufei was surprised that Ji Yao, who was clearly in the Chen family, would know about matters within the palace. Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to delve deeper into her thoughts. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Chen Shufei, Xiao Sheng, and all the individuals in the grand hall kneeling on the floor, Xiao Xuanji felt a sense of confusion, yet he refrained from speaking out. It was the third princess, Xiao Li, who approached Chen Shufei's side and cautiously asked Emperor Yuan, "Father Emperor, may I inquire what wrongdoing the noble consort has committed to warrant such punishment from you?" Emperor Yuan's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Li's face since her entrance. He recalled a time when he had jested similarly. He remembered that it was on Xiao Li's coming-of-age day when he had rarely visited the Gongquan Palace, observing the harmonious atmosphere within the harem, and at that moment, he had felt immensely satisfied. In a moment of great cheer, the emperor jested with consort Chen, remarking on the striking resemblance between her and the third princess. However, he soon found his amusement waning as Lu Quan informed him that his eldest daughter had once again caused the death of a guard within the palace. Consequently, the emperor lost interest and departed from Gongquan Palace. Observing now, he noted that Xiao Li indeed bore a resemblance to consort Chen, particularly in her eyes. "Lia, your mother is kneeling. Why not express concern for her before turning your attention to consort Chen?" The emperor's expression had returned to its usual composure, now laced with a hint of amusement. Consort Chen's pupils constricted slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiao Li, however, smiled faintly. "Ah, I see mother is here as well. Father, I did not notice her presence. Outside the palace, I heard Aunt Ji mention that Consort Chen had a disagreement with the eldest princess. Upon entering, I was drawn to Consort Chen, hence my oversight regarding mother. But father, what has transpired between mother and Consort Chen, not to mention the eldest princess?" Xiao Li feigned ignorance, casting her gaze over the kneeling figures, though a flicker of disdain crossed her features as her eyes fell upon Xiao Sheng. The emperor, with a cold smile, urged Huan, "Please continue." He gestured for Xiao Sheng to proceed, always adept at concealing his emotions. Xiao Muxi and Xiao Xianji exchanged glances, sensing that today's events bore a gravity unlike any prior occasion. On the day of my marriage, the matron had initially served me a bowl of lotus seed porridge, but the third princess later presented me with another bowl, claiming that Consort Chen could not attend in person and had sent the porridge prepared by her own hand, stating that the second princess had received some too, and that Consort Chen was simply showing her affection for me in my mother's absence. Father, you must know that I hold my mother in the highest regard. Had she been alive, she would have risen early to prepare lotus seed porridge for me on my wedding day. Thus, I willingly consumed the porridge brought by the third princess. Xiao Li's complexion paled at the mention of her actions, and she hastily defended herself. Eldest sister, you cannot possibly think that the poison was the doing of Consort Shun and me? Even if I wished to harm you, would I do so brazenly? Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. Third princess, I merely remarked on the bowl of lotus seed porridge you delivered to me that day. Xiao Li fell silent, glancing at the emperor only to timidly avert her gaze. Proceed, commanded the emperor, his impatience evident as he recalled the empress. Xiao Sheng, recalling the message from Ningfeng, spoke, Father, the poison within me is not the famed He Ding Hong, but rather an ice soul poison needle, which melts upon piercing the skin, leaving no trace of a wound. The physician misidentified it as He Ding Hong due to the Chun family's influence. Xiao Sheng, you speak nonsense. Consort Chun felt a wave of terror wash over her at the mention of the ice soul poison needle. Even Xiao Xianji and Xiao Mu Ci's expressions shifted. The emperor fixed a cold stare upon Xiao Sheng, gritting his teeth. Continue. Xiao Sheng cast his gaze upon the ground, his voice barely above a whisper. For these past few days, I've been pondering the reason behind the ice soul poison needle. After all, this lethal instrument is unique to the Pear Blossom Valley of Tsangzhou. Moreover, the notion that such a needle could instantly bring about my demise is implausible. It then occurred to me that the bowl of lotus seed porridge served to me by the third princess contained a lethal herb known as aconite. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the ice soul poison needle, when combined with aconite within the body, could indeed lead to a swift and fatal outcome, causing one to bleed from all 7 orifices. Coincidentally, the porridge I consumed contained this very aconite. As Xiao Sheng spoke, he raised his gaze towards Emperor Yuanin. During these days, I have been reflecting on what I might have done to provoke such a lethal plot against me. Eventually, I recalled an encounter I had 2 days prior to my impending marriage, near a rockery in the palace, where I chanced upon the 4th prince and the 3rd princess. At that moment, the 3rd princess's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, while the 4th prince bore a grave expression. Initially, I was perplexed, but upon further contemplation, I surmised that they must have believed I overheard something I should not have. Hence, before I could pose any threat to them, they preemptively struck, seeking to eliminate me. Chapter 36. The Sole Survivor. Xiao Sheng's words undoubtedly cast a heavy stone into the tranquil waters, creating ripples that disturbed the stillness. The eldest princess, Xiao Xuanji, was the first to regain her composure. Her voice, though tinged with suppressed ire, remained genteel and refined. You not only insult the 3rd princess, but also tarnish our father's dignity and the reputation of the Xiao family. Xiao Sheng responded with a serene smile. That is precisely why I chose not to speak of this matter in the court. Here, we are solely among the members of the Xiao family. How can you slander me so? Xiao Li cried out, her voice laced with desperation, before kneeling before Emperor Yuanin. Father, you must stand up for me. Kneeling on the ground, Concubine Chun felt as though she were on the verge of collapse. She could not comprehend how Xiao Sheng was privy to so many secrets, nor could she fathom that what Xiao Sheng wielded was not the crimson cuckoo poison, but the ice spirit needle. At this moment, fear consumed Concubine Chun. She was certain that Xiao Sheng had come prepared, leaving no opportunity for her or her offspring to redeem themselves. Dear sister, why resort to such malicious schemes against my younger brother and mother? Xiao Muxi's tone was harsh as she struggled to understand Xiao Sheng's tactics, which obscured her vision of what was to come. Why did you wait until now to reveal that it was the ice spirit needle and not the crimson cuckoo? Is it because you harbor such intense hatred for me since Shu Jin married me? Do you wish for my mother and 4th brother to descend into hell? What is this nonsense about a connection between the 4th prince and the 3rd princess? Sister, do you not understand the bonds of kinship? Xiao Muci nearly ground her teeth as she spoke, her gaze fixed on Xiao Sheng like a sharpened blade, wishing more than ever for her utter demise. Yet, Xiao Sheng appeared unperturbed by their words, continuing her discourse. Father, do you recall that upon my marriage, I spoke to you regarding Tsangzhou? Emperor Yuanin furrowed his brow slightly, responding with a soft hum. Xiao Sheng's eyes were cold as she articulated each word with precision. The Pear Blossom Valley is located in Tsangzhou, and the ice spirit needle originates from there. The valley's lord bears the surname Chun. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuanen's gaze darkened, his expression remaining inscrutable. Xiao Muxi's eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety, while concubine Chen's complexion drained of color. Xiao Xuanji stared intently at Xiao Sheng's erect posture. Even Xiao Li sensed the atmosphere in the hall growing increasingly unsettling. At that moment, Lu Quan stepped forward, whispering to Emperor Yuanen, "Your Majesty, the Lord of Pear Blossom Valley indeed bears the surname Chun. When the Empress was deemed incurable, you sought the valley's lord, Chun Shubai. As fate would have it, on the day the Emperor sought Chun Shubai, concubine Chun and Yun Pin gave birth to the third princess and fourth prince." Lu Quan cast a nervous glance at Emperor Yuanen before retreating to his previous position. If all was as the princess had claimed, Lu Quan could not help but admire concubine Chun for her cunning, as only she could have ensnared the emperor so thoroughly. "Please continue." The words of Emperor Yuan were directed toward Xiao Sheng, yet his gaze shifted to concubine Chun, followed by a fleeting glance at Xiao Muxi. Xiao Sheng continued, "It is precisely because of the Chun surname that I find it peculiar, leading me to desire a thorough investigation in Sangzhou. However, my father did not grant me permission to go, thus I could only commence my inquiries within the Chen family. While probing into the Chun household and the master of Pear Blossom Valley, I discovered that the third princess frequents the Chun residence almost daily, which piqued my curiosity. Why does she linger there so often? Upon recalling the day I encountered the third princess with the fourth prince, I found it suspicious, as the third princess seemed to have an unusually close connection with both the Chun family and the fourth prince. During my stay at Changyang Palace, I could not fathom why the third princess blushed in the presence of the fourth prince. Even among siblings, should there not be a degree of decorum? Traditionally, at the age of 7, boys and girls are to be kept apart, yet the third princess spends her days at the Chun household, while the fourth prince visits almost daily to see her. Furthermore, it is curious that both concubine Shu and concubine Yun gave birth on the same day, while concubine Yun appears almost non-existent in the palace. Additionally, the third princess is not particularly close to concubine Yun, yet shares a strong bond with concubine Shu, who has taken her under her wing as if she were her own daughter. This curiosity compelled me to investigate why concubine Shu treats the third princess with such maternal affection. And guess what I unearthed, father? Xiao Sheng paused, a hint of derision dancing upon her lips. Concubine Shu has cunningly swapped positions to fortify both the Chun family and her own standing. Yet despite her vigilance over the years, she failed to foresee that the third princess would harbor feelings for the fourth prince. Perhaps this is a form of retribution. As Xiao Sheng spoke, she slightly tilted her head, observing those around her who seemed eager to devour her whole, and chuckled softly. "It seems the fourth prince and the third princess fear that I might reveal their secrets. Thus they wish for my demise. For only in death can one keep their secret safe." As she uttered this final remark, her gaze swept over concubine Chun. Concubine Shu claims that the words of concubine Yun hold little significance. I can see that there is some merit in what concubine Shu asserts, which is why I have summoned another individual whose testimony should sufficiently convince you, father. Concubine Chen's chest heaved with anxiety, her heart quaking within her. She had come to resolve a dilemma, only to find herself ensnared by complications upon her arrival. Sister, Xiao Muxi finally comprehended why Xiao Sheng had been so subdued of late. It was because she had been orchestrating so many things in the shadows. What? Is it that even the truth cannot be revealed to father? Xiao Sheng met Xiao Muxi's fierce gaze, her crimson lips curling slightly. I am merely articulating certain truths. Sister, why must you go to such extremes for a man? Xiao Muxi regretted her marriage to Qin Shujin for the first time. Her union was intended to provide Xiao Xianji with a formidable ally. Yet now, because of Qin Shujin, Xiao Sheng had thrust her mother and brother toward the brink of ruin. This man, Qin Shujin, and the Qin family as a pillar, can be cast aside. The second princess still believes that my attachment is due to your man? Xiao Sheng scoffed disdainfully. I sincerely wish for the second princess and Qin Shujin to enjoy eternal happiness. Naturally, Xiao Muxi found it hard to believe Xiao Sheng's words. As she opened her mouth to argue, The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall. She turned her gaze towards the entrance, and the figure that stepped through the door sent a shiver down her spine. Emperor Yuan fixed his gaze upon the elderly woman who entered, his fists clenched tightly. Yet his expression remained composed. "Father, this is Madame Zheng, who assisted in the delivery of Consort Shu," Xiao Shang stated in an icy tone, "and the only living witness to Consort Shu's deceit, aside from Yunpin." Chapter 37. The Truth. Suddenly, Qin Shufei's pupils constricted, her once pale face devoid of any color, as if her very soul had been extracted, rendering her gaze hollow. At that moment, Xiao Xuanji belatedly grasped the essence of Xiao Shang's words. His expression tightened, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Emperor Yuan. Xiao Musai first cast a glance at Qin Shufei, and upon recognizing her expression, an icy dread swiftly coursed through her body. When the Zheng family was sent to the palace by the Chun family, it was ostensibly to care for the pregnant empress. It was Yin Pin who spoke. In reality, they shadowed me daily, teaching me how to walk like a woman with child, every gesture meticulously mimicking that of a true expectant mother. Xiao Li, with a pale visage, looked at Yun Pin in bewilderment. "Mother, what are you saying?" Yun Pin's gaze fell upon Xiao Li's face. "You know better than anyone whether I am your mother." "What do you say, third princess?" Xiao Li stared blankly at Yun Pin, lost in thought. At that moment, an elderly woman approached Qin Shufei and knelt on the ground. "I have seen His Majesty since the fourth prince and the third princess were born." Qin Shufei had not encountered this aunt. She had initially intended to deal with her, but out of respect for her mother, she could only leave the matter to her. Later, she learned from her mother that sending this aunt away would not bring any trouble in the future. Years passed, and Qin Shufei believed she had concealed her secrets well, only to have them laid bare before Emperor Yuan. "I have seen you," the emperor remarked with a cold smile. Now in her 60s, Zheng was surrounded by children and grandchildren, holding a prominent position in her husband's family due to her ties with the Qin family. Little did she anticipate that at this age, she would still be threatened, compelled to revisit the circumstances of Qin Shufei's childbirth in the imperial capital. Zheng understood the potential consequences of this situation, yet she felt powerless. Her disobedience had resulted in the severing of 2 of her son's fingers, his agonized cries still echoing in her ears. Their entire family was under duress. For every day Zheng hesitated, a finger would be lost. Daily, she endured the harrowing sounds of pain until the threat extended to her grandson, at which point she implored the fiends not to harm him. Agreeing to come to the imperial capital, "I was by the empress's side back then. Your Majesty, naturally you have encountered me," Zheng tremulously stated. Emperor Yuan focused intently on the prostrate woman, his gaze lingering on Qin Shufei's face for a moment before shifting to Xiao Shang. "So it was because you witnessed the affair between Xiao Li and Xiao Xuanji that they sought to eliminate you? They presumed you possessed knowledge, yet you were initially unaware of anything." Xiao Shang lifted her gaze to Emperor Yuan. "However, they do not share that belief. They would rather err on the side of caution than let me escape unscathed. After all, at that time, I had not considered any other possibilities. I merely found it peculiar that the interactions between the third princess and the fourth prince did not resemble those of a typical sibling relationship." Xiao Shang spoke, a peculiar glimmer flitting across his profound eyes before swiftly returning to tranquility. "However, my subjects informed me that on the day of my marriage, the fourth prince was seen. It was then that I began to find it strange. It was this very strangeness that led me to deem it absurd. Upon further investigation, the absurdity was confirmed. The fourth prince is not of the emperor's bloodline. While his liaison with the third princess may be socially unacceptable, it is, in reality, quite reasonable. Yet, their affairs hold no relevance to me. It is simply intolerable that they attempt to use the Qin family's second branch to bring about my demise in plain sight." Xiao Shang's gaze darkened. Perhaps Consort Qin is unaware of the intricacies, but the fourth prince and the Chun family have long been connected to Lihua Valley, capable of employing the ice soul silver needle to orchestrate my downfall. I can only commend their cunning. "Father, I am innocent." Xiao Xianji knelt directly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained graceful and composed. His tone, however, carried an urgency. "Father, I implore you to investigate thoroughly. I have never harbored any murderous intent towards the eldest princess. As events escalated to this critical juncture, it was the Emperor Yuan and Xiaosheng who remained the most composed in the Grand Hall. The Emperor's expression was impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Xianji. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no disappointment. His son, whom he had envisioned as the ideal prince since childhood, was ironically not his blood. At this moment, Xiao Li trembled in fear at Xiao Sheng's recent words. Even his breaths were cautious. Xiao Muxi's face was etched with shock. Everything Xiao Sheng had articulated seemed far from fabricated. Consort, did you personally relay this to me? Or shall we have Hua and find witnesses to testify? The Emperor's cold gaze settled upon Consort Chun. Consort Chun had collapsed onto the ground, her eyes cast down, her voice betraying a strangeness even she could not decipher. Was it fear? Terror? It felt as though she had plummeted from the clouds into a mire of despair. Mother, please speak. Xiao Xianji was on the verge of collapse. He was acutely aware of his lineage and had long since moved out of the palace to establish his own residence, thus safeguarding his privacy. Since coming of age, he had known the path he was destined to tread and how to navigate it. He had indeed become the son the Emperor was proud of, anticipating the day when he would spread his wings, awaiting the Emperor's decline, and then seize the realm of Xiliang. However, he never anticipated that the revelation of his non-Xiao lineage would surface at this moment. Consort Qin had previously claimed that apart from Yun Pin, no one else alive knew of this matter. It was precisely because Yun Pin was the sole bearer of this secret that he had endeavored to align the third princess with her, ensuring her complete support, leaving Yun Pin vulnerable and entirely suppressed by Consort Chun. He had believed this matter would remain buried forever. It was unveiled by none other than his most despised eldest sister. Mother, please, speak. A glint of malice flickered in Xiao Xianji's eyes as he understood the consequences of enjoying the privileges of a prince despite not being of the Xiao bloodline. His voice grew louder. Mother, Xiao Sheng's words are not true. Chen Shufei, with a melancholic smile, understood that Xiao Sheng was reckoning both old and new grievances. Xiao Sheng would not grant her a chance for redemption, nor would she allow the Chen family to rise again. The crime of deceiving the Emperor. Zheng, you speak. Xiao Sheng stated with an indifferent tone. The prostrate Zheng had long been stripped of her courage in such a scene, and upon hearing Xiao Sheng's sudden voice, her heart trembled violently. Years ago, the Chen family feared that Shufei might bear another princess. Zheng's voice quivered severely. Thus, they arranged for several women, who were a month pregnant and a month older than Shufei, in advance. Chapter 38. Summon the imperial physician. No one can guarantee the birth of a male child, yet there will inevitably be a woman who will give birth to one. Zheng's eyes were tightly shut, her tone hastening as she sought to recount the events of that year in a single breath, yearning to render herself invisible within the confines of the palace, to preempt any eventualities and to keep the child in her womb close at hand. The noble consort had Yunhua feign a liaison with the Emperor, subsequently pretending to be with child. The noble consort naturally hoped for a male offspring, yet she was ever mindful of the unpredictable nature of fate. The Qin family had sent a common woman into the palace to care for the noble consort, concerned that her actions might be uncovered. Upon her entrance to the palace, the personnel of the Gongquan Palace were predominantly from the Chun family. Zheng recalled the anxiety of that period, still haunted by memories of trepidation. The Gongquan Palace was shrouded in secrecy. The noble consort was not the one who birthed the third princess on the day the emperor departed the palace to seek a physician for the empress. Rather, she had given birth to the third princess a fortnight prior. The decision to deliver on the day the emperor was away was made for the sake of convenience, as many matters would be less complicated in his absence. The only means to ensure the emperor's departure was to inform him that someone could heal the empress. At that time, the Qin family had disseminated news of the Pear Blossom Valley's master being in the capital, prompting the emperor's exit from the palace. Once the emperor had left, news spread that the consort Yun had given birth, and only after that did tidings of the noble consort as son emerge. Upon the emperor's return to the palace, he not only secured the master of the Pear Blossom Valley, but also learned that the noble consort and consort Yun had presented him with a son and a daughter, which brought him great joy. The common woman vividly remembered the day when the emperor rewarded both the noble consort and the consort Yen. As Zheng spoke, a realization struck her, and she abruptly lifted her gaze to the Emperor Yuan seated upon his lofty throne. Your Majesty, for all these years, I have harbored this matter deep within my heart, not daring to reveal it even to my bedfellow. If I have deceived your Majesty, it is solely my own transgression. I implore your grace. The implication was clear. The members of Zheng's household were entirely oblivious to her complicity in aiding the noble consort. How dare you speak such lies? The typically gentle Xiao Xuanji's countenance twisted with fury as he approached Zheng, delivering a kick to her. Zheng gasped in pain, yet she refrained from uttering further words, suppressing her anguish. You vile old hag, what benefits did Xiao Sheng bestow upon you that you would slander this court? As Xiao Xuanji's voice fell, he attempted once more to strike Zheng, only to be halted by Lu Quan. A fierce glare was exchanged between Xiao Xuanji and Lu Quan, his reason nearly consumed by rage. He then turned to the noble consort. Mother, will you allow Xiao Sheng to continue to slander you? At that moment, the noble consort appeared as a marionette with severed strings, her spirit long drained, staring blankly at the ground. Mother. Xiao Muqi could scarcely fathom that her mother harbored such secrets with the fourth prince. She had been entirely unaware. There were times when the noble consort was overly indulgent toward Xiao Li, prompting Xiao Muqi to question her mother as to why she treated the consort Yun's daughter with such kindness. The noble consort's response was always the same. Xiao Li and Xiao Xuanji were born on the same day. It is fate. Moreover, Xiao Li has grown up under my watchful eye since childhood. Xiao Muxi often wondered why Chen Shufei treated Yun Pin with such disdain. It was so kind to Xiao Li. Mother, is what Zheng said true? Xiao Muxi approached Chen Shufei and crouched beside her, incredulously inquiring. At that moment, Chen Shufei lifted her gaze towards Xiao Muxi with a bittersweet smile and replied, If you were a son, would I have ever conceived such a plan? Muxi, you are unaware of the circumstances I faced back then. The difficulties were not merely those of life within the palace, but rather the Qin family was on the brink of ruin. Your father was embroiled in a scandal, and the empress had only one ailing princess, who was incapable of bearing any more children. Had I not been with child, how could the Yuan emperor have spared the Chun family? While the emperor undoubtedly prioritized the empress, he also valued offspring. My pregnancy, though its gender unknown at the time, prompted the emperor to swiftly sever the Chun family's ties to that scandal, indicating his desire for me to bear son. This action revealed the emperor's thoughts on the matter, showing that he placed his hopes in the child I carried. Yet just days into my pregnancy, Wang Defei also became pregnant. The Chun family, left with no other options, resorted to desperate measures as a precaution. It would be ideal for me to bear a son, but what if it was not a prince? The Chun family dared not contemplate that possibility, especially with Wang Defei also expecting. When the child I bore was delivered, the Chun family was utterly disheartened, yet fortunately, a retreat remained. Throughout this ordeal, we cunningly deceived the Yuan emperor, substituting falsehoods for truth. Chen Shufei and the Chun family produced a fourth prince, believing him to be genuine. Moreover, since I bore a child before Wang Defei, he would be regarded as the eldest son, thus possessing a greater likelihood of becoming the next heir apparent. For years, the Chen family and I have lived in trepidation, continuously advising Xiao Xianji in secret. Xiao Xianji proved his worth, earning the emperor's favor to a satisfactory extent. The entire court tacitly acknowledged that the fourth prince would be the next heir, though the Yuan emperor remained in robust health. At the appropriate time, the fourth prince would undoubtedly ascend to the throne. Over the years, countless clans have covertly interacted with the Chun family, yet we remained cautious, unwilling to ally too closely with any one family. The Qin family, however, was a surprise, as Qin Bianbo was both astute and ambitious. Undoubtedly, this was also due to the formidable Wang family backing Wang Defei, which is why the Chun family permitted Chen Shufei to cultivate ties with Qin Bianbo. The only feasible avenue for gaining the Qin family support was through marriage. The only suitable match from the second branch of the Qin family was Qin Shujin, and Xiao Muxi held her in high regard, resulting in this union. Yet, The Chen family could not have anticipated that the marriage between Xiao Muxi and Qin Shujin would provoke the wrath of Princess Hua, and leading to a series of consequential events. With a gaze that had never truly understood Chen Shufei, Xiao Muxi looked at her, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, is it my fault for not being a son? Chen Shufei had always been stern with Xiao Muxi, a sentiment laced with disappointment that Xiao Muxi was not a prince. At this moment, Zheng spoke again. The mother of the fourth prince bore the surname Liu. After his birth, he was brought into the palace and raised in the Gongquan Palace. That lady Liu passed away on her bed shortly after giving birth to the fourth prince. As these words fell, Xiao Li, who had turned pale with fear from the revelations, suddenly began to retch. The sound of her dry heaving rendered the grand hall even more eerie. Concubine Yun, alarmed, glanced at Xiao Li, eager to approach, but was halted by Xiao Sheng's forbidding gaze. Xiao Xian's pupils contracted sharply, fixating intently on Xiao Li, who was crouched on the ground retching. The Emperor Yuanin's expression darkened to an extreme, and he bellowed, "Summon the imperial physician." Chapter 39. The crime not punishable by death. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted dramatically due to the third princess's retching, and the Emperor Yuanin's call for the royal physician sparked a cascade of absurd thoughts in the minds of all present. Upon witnessing Xiao Li's condition, concubine Shun felt her entire being succumb to weakness. After years of scheming, she found herself ensnared by her own offspring, facing an irreversible downfall that threatened to obliterate the entire Chun family. All her meticulous plans and machinations had come to naught. What should have been a trivial matter had stirred such tumult that it spelled her utter ruin. Furthermore, the child beneath her very eyes had committed such a grievous transgression against familial bonds. The more concubine Chun pondered, the more her heart churned, as if something were roiling within her chest. Suddenly, she expelled a mouthful of blood. Mother, Xiao Muxi knelt beside concubine Chun, offering her support. What is wrong? Yet concubine Chen's gaze was fixed upon the emperor seated above, her heart ashen, mirroring her desolation. Emperor Yuanin's expression darkened, his regal authority palpable. Meanwhile, the fourth prince withdrew his attention from Xiao Li's actions, dropping to his knees with a thud. Father, he cried out in anguish. All that has transpired today is a conspiracy against your son. I am wronged. May you see the truth, father. Lu Quan, observing the fourth prince's actions, felt a flicker of dread within him. Could this truly be a misunderstanding? Yet, upon seeing the first princess's forthright demeanor, he furrowed his brow, wondering if there were deeper implications at play. Emperor Yuanin fixed a cold gaze upon the fourth prince. Look me in the eye and declare that you have no connection to the third princess. At that moment, Emperor Yuanin exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of his recent fury during the flood crisis in Sangzhou. Yet today, its intensity was far more alarming. Son has no ties to the third princess. All that the first princess has said is slander. The fourth prince met the emperor's gaze with unwavering determination, his earlier fear seemingly a mere figment of imagination. In this moment, the fourth prince exhibited an unprecedented composure. The third princess, feeling both unwell and distressed, found her heart aching further at the fourth prince's cold denial of any relationship with her. She understood that their bond was forever shrouded in darkness, never to see the light of day. Xiao Sheng perceived that Xiao Xianji was even more formidable than she had anticipated. He was indeed a complex character. Is that so? Emperor Yuanin's eyes turned icily toward Xiao Sheng. What is your perspective, Huan? Suppressing her unease, Xiao Sheng replied, Father, it would be prudent to await the physician's arrival. As her words fell, the physician entered the grand hall, carrying a medical kit. Upon seeing those kneeling within, he instinctively felt that he should have left the imperial hospital earlier that day. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise, especially regarding matters of the royal family. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The physician knelt respectfully. Xiao Sheng noted the clarity in the physician's voice and raised an eyebrow. Could this be the young physician? Li Taisher, attend to the third princess's pulse, Emperor Yuanin commanded. Casting a shadowy glance at her, Li Jun's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he swiftly suppressed his astonishment and replied with reverence, As you wish. He rose and walked towards the kneeling third princess, sensing a piercing gaze from the corner of his eye. Turning to meet that gaze, he found it belonged to Princess Huan, her eyes seemingly scrutinizing him, prompting him to avert his gaze promptly. "Third princess, I beg your pardon," Li Jun said as he crouched down, observing the third princess's evasive eyes and the hand she tried to conceal, leading him to realize certain truths. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more somber. Emperor Yuanin cast a glance at Lu Quan, who understood immediately and stepped forward to pry open the third princess's hand. "The third princess has overstepped," Lu Quan declared. Shaoli attempted to retract her hand, but Lu Quan's grip was too strong, causing tears to stream down her face as she sobbed. "Father, I do not wish to. Do not take my pulse." Li Jun looked at the third princess's wrist, held captive by Lu Quan, and expressionlessly extended his hand, his fingers resting upon her pulse. Soon, he withdrew his hand and bowed respectfully to Emperor Yuanin. "Your Majesty, the third princess's pulse is slippery, smooth as a pearl, though somewhat shallow, but preposterous." The emperor's wrath erupted at that moment. Li Jun lowered his head, his heart racing. The third princess was indeed with child before marriage, a truly scandalous revelation. The fourth prince's face turned ashen upon hearing the emperor's exclamation of preposterous. Although he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, Lu Quan's eyes widened, fixated on the third princess. Xiao Sheng gazed forward, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Father." The third princess knelt at the feet of Emperor Yuanin, pleading, "Father, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong, Father." Xiao Musi looked at Xiao Li with a mix of cruelty and sorrow in her eyes. Consort Qin's mind buzzed, and she suddenly coughed violently. The fourth prince glared at the third princess, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. "Someone take, Your Majesty." Consort Qin's scream interrupted the emperor's words as she struggled to crawl towards him. "It is I who have failed to raise Lier properly. She is your own flesh and blood. Your Majesty, you cannot be so heartless." Yun Pin regarded Consort Qin with a complex expression, feeling a pang of discomfort. After all, the bond of blood was fundamentally different. The emperor's gaze toward Consort Qin was filled with fury and menace. "Consort, do you understand what you're saying?" Consort Qin met the emperor's gaze unwaveringly. "Your Majesty, if it were Huan who had committed such an act, what would you do? I believe you would arrange a suitable marriage for Huan, even if the child she carries is not of that family. With your support, that family would inevitably suffer. Would they not, Your Majesty?" Emperor Yuanin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman on the ground. Consort Qin smiled bitterly. "The emperor's children have always belonged solely to Huan. Well, my child, Lier has committed a grave transgression, yet her crime does not warrant death." Xiao Musi's face turned ashen. Consort Qin's acknowledgement of Xiao Li as her own child only served to confirm that the fourth prince was not her offspring. She belatedly realized this was Xiao Sheng's scheme, and regardless of the outcome, her mother had no way out. Consort Qin was merciless to outsiders, yet she showed unparalleled tenderness towards her own child. When Xiao Li encountered trouble, how could Qin Shufei possibly protect the fourth prince? Moreover, it was the fourth prince who had committed such a foolish act. Xiao Muqi understood that her mother was fiercely protective of her own offspring. Otherwise, how could Xiao Li have been raised under her care? Ultimately, Qin Shufei exhibited a softness when it came to her children. Xiao Sheng had accurately predicted that Qin Shufei would defend Xiao Li. It seems that her cunning was even deeper than Xiao Muqi had anticipated. "Shufei, do you thus acknowledge that the third princess is your child?" Emperor Yuanin narrowed his eyes, fixing an intense gaze upon Qin Shufei. How dare this woman toy with his bloodline? At that moment, Qin Shufei instinctively felt she had misspoken. "Mother." The fourth prince felt his spine soften, as if he had been struck a heavy blow. Chapter 40. Innocence is a myth. The atmosphere in the grand hall was eerily tense, with all present rendered mute by the oppressive silence. The Emperor Yuanin's icy gaze lingered upon the fourth prince for an extended moment, yet he remained silent. The current predicament had already been largely articulated by Princess Huan. The fourth prince was not of the noble Consort Shu's lineage. Consort Shu and the Qin family had conspired against the crown, thus tainting the royal bloodline, a crime worthy of severe retribution. The relationship between the fourth prince and the third princess blatantly disregarded the moral fabric that bound society. Each of these transgressions kindled a fierce wrath within Emperor Yuanan, one that was further inflamed by the lengths to which these individuals would go to conceal their nefarious deeds. Even contemplating silencing Princess Huan, should she fall victim to poison this time, the misdeeds of Consort Chun and her family would be eternally shrouded in darkness. Under the emperor's unwavering gaze, the fourth prince trembled, feeling as though the sovereign seated high above him was a harbinger of doom. Never had he felt so insignificant. Suddenly, Emperor Yuanan rose, his voice sharp and frigid. Bestow upon Consort Shu a white silk, and execute this order immediately. Father. Xiao Muzi clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she called out to the emperor. Yuanan's gaze shifted to her before turning to Lu Quan. Strip Xiao Xuanji of his surname, revoke his position, and imprison all his advisors. Xiao Xuanji, who had once stood tall, was suddenly crushed by an unseen weight, collapsing onto the ground in disarray. As for the Chun family, Emperor Yuanan's chilling glare fell upon Consort Shu. The men shall be exiled to the frontier, the women sold into servitude. Your Majesty, Consort Shu's lips quivered as she cried out, "It is all my fault. I am willing to die to atone. It has nothing to do with the Chun family." The emperor's eyes swept over to Yun Pin, cast Yun Pin into the cold palace. He had no desire to utter an extraneous word. Hearing the emperor's decree, Yun Pin exhaled heavily, as if a burden had finally been lifted. Finally, the emperor's gaze settled on Xiao Xuanji. As for him, execute him without delay. Father. Xiao Xuanji howled in despair. The emperor's cold eyes swept over the third princess. Since you are the child of Yun Pin, you shall accompany your mother to the cold palace. With that, he turned and departed from the Changla Hall without a glance back. Xiao Sheng rose to her feet, and Yu Huan immediately came to support her. It was evident that the emperor harbored no intention of concealing today's events. She discreetly observed her mistress, noting that the princess did not appear surprised by the outcomes. Once Emperor Yuanan exited, the imperial guards surged into the hall, throwing the scene into chaos. As Xiao Sheng attempted to navigate through the turmoil to leave the Changla Hall, she was halted by the call of Xiao Muzi from behind. Sister. Xiao Muzi approached with an inscrutable expression, halting before Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng maintained a composed demeanor, watching as Xiao Muzi drew nearer. Are you pleased, sister? Xiao Muzi's tone dripped with resentment. Have you orchestrated the downfall of all my supporters, believing you could snatch away Qin Shu Jin from my side? Xiao Sheng arched an eyebrow, responding playfully, Is everything well with the second princess? Or have the events regarding Consort Shu left you in a state of confusion? Xiao Sheng. Xiao Muzi's visage twisted with rage. You would do well to maintain this demeanor if you wish to be a worthy opponent of mine. Xiao Sheng responded with a serene smile. Dear second imperial sister, do take heed. Perhaps next time, your mother consort's fate shall become your own. Xiao Muzi was genuinely struck, for all the news of the day had taken her completely by surprise. She remained oblivious to the repercussions of losing Chun Shu Fei, the Chun family, and the fourth imperial brother. If I were in her position, I would hasten to the Chun estate to atone for the consort's sins, for there are still many innocents among the Qin clan. Xiao Sheng raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with arrogance. What I say holds true. Even if the second imperial sister were to visit the Chun family, what could be done? Who would dare defy the emperor's decree? Are there truly any innocents left? They all bask in the glory bestowed by the Chun family. With a chuckle, she cast a disdainful glance at the utterly disheartened Xiao Muzi before departing. Xiao Muzi's gaze remained fixed on the receding figure, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, the despair overwhelming her to the point where she felt no pain. In the 24th year of Xiliang, winter, the Chun family and Consort Chun were found guilty of treason against the emperor, mingling royal bloodlines, leading to the fourth prince, Xiao Xianji's removal from the royal genealogy. Those who had previously associated with the fourth prince were apprehended and thoroughly investigated. In an instant, the capital was engulfed in trepidation. Just a day prior, those who aspired to serve under the fourth prince were blissfully unaware of their fortune. Yet now, Those who had cultivated a friendship with him found it hard to believe that the fourth prince was not of the Shao lineage. Although Emperor Yuan did not conceal this royal secret, no one dared to speak of it openly. Ultimately, anyone connected to Emperor Yuan was merely trying to survive amidst the emperor's wrath. The poisoning of the Grand Princess coincided with the downfall of the Chen family. It was rumored within the palace that the Grand Princess had discovered consort Chen's secret, prompting the latter to consider silencing her. Fortunately, the Grand Princess managed to save her life and fully revealed the affairs of the Chen family. No wonder Emperor Yuan ordered a thorough investigation. It seemed he had been aware of the matter all along. As the events surrounding the Chen family and the fourth prince unfolded, the court was thrown into turmoil. Half of the officials had varying degrees of association with the fourth prince. The fourth prince was executed the following day, not in the capital's marketplace, but at the palace's noon gate. At noon, the Grand Princess's carriage halted before the Qin residence. Yu Huan assisted Xiao Sheng in disembarking, and the two made their way toward the Qin estate, followed by two maidservants, one of whom held a brocade box. At present, only the eastern garden of the Qin estate remained tranquil, while the western garden was embroiled in chaos following the incident with Consort Chen. The Duke of Qin had already been taken away. Ningfeng did not anticipate Xiao Sheng's visit to the Qin residence that day. Your Highness? As Ningfeng rounded a corner, he spotted Xiao Sheng and Yu Huan, his gaze shifting to the two palace maids. Tiao Seng Aproatet Ningfeng, Litle Ning. Your days seem rather pleasant. Having exploited my goodwill, you fled the palace, leaving me to face Father Emperor's reprimand. Hearing Xiao Sheng's mockery, Ningfeng awkwardly scratched his head and followed closely beside her, attempting to ingratiate himself as he said, "Is the princess here to see her brother? Is that not permissible?" Xiao Sheng discerned the underlying rejection in Ningfeng's tone. "But it is permissible," she retorted. Ningfeng appeared hesitant, as if he wished to convey something further. "What do you mean by that? Is the princess forbidden from visiting the prince consort?" Yu Huan interjected sharply. Ningfeng chuckled softly. "I am aware that the princess harbors no deep affections for her brother, yet they are, after all, a couple in name. If your brother is in the company of another lady, might I suggest that the princess wait while I speak with her to encourage her to withdraw?" Xiao Sheng responded with a light laugh. "What does it matter? She has come precisely to sever ties with Qin Yi." Chapter 41. The clever fall victim to their own cleverness upon witnessing that Xiao Sheng had proceeded to Qin Yi's courtyard. Ningfeng gritted his teeth and resolutely followed her, reasoning that the princess, in her buoyant mood following the downfall of the Chen family, would refrain from any unreasonable antics. Women, after all, are often contradictory. Even if this eldest princess harbored little affection for her brother, witnessing her nominal husband in the company of another woman would inevitably prick her heart. Has the princess permanently vacated Chanyang Palace? Ningfeng ventured, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Yet, it was Yu Huan who responded, "Your speech is quite peculiar. The princess resided in Chanyang Palace due to the poison investigation, now that the truth has come to light. It is only natural for her to return to the princess mansion." Indeed, indeed. Ningfeng chuckled awkwardly, though a hint of concern lingered in his heart. However, upon Xiao Sheng's entrance into the courtyard, his anxieties dissipated entirely. There was nothing amiss with the princess, nor with his brother, and even Qin Qinwei appeared unremarkable. The presence of both men and women in the courtyard seemed unfazed by the arrival of the eldest princess. Since the onset of winter, the weather had been persistently dreary. Yet today, a rare glimpse of warm sunlight broke through. As Qin Yi observed Xiao Sheng in her regal attire entering the courtyard, his cool, piercing eyes narrowed slightly, while the woman before him rose to greet her. "Greetings, Your Highness," Qin Qinwei said with a respectful bow. Xiao Sheng's gaze merely brushed over Qin Qinwei before she seated herself upon a stone bench beside Qin Yi, her attention drawn to the chessboard on the stone table, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Qin has quite an exquisite taste," Xiao Sheng jested, plucking a translucent white chess piece from the basket near Qin Qinwei. The piece gleamed brilliantly between her delicate fingers before she placed it upon the board. "This lady's strategy appears aggressive, yet she only defends without offense. She is hardly a worthy adversary." Qin Qinwei's gaze lingered on Xiao Sheng's profile, her hand subtly clenching into a fist. Qin Yi's elongated eyes remained tranquil, his voice devoid of warmth. Your Highness's visit cannot merely be to critique the chess game. Xiao Sheng turned her head, finding Qin Yi's seemingly commonplace demeanor curiously enigmatic. She smiled. I have always felt as though I have been utilized by Mr. Qin, thus I considered us friends. Yet, I did not expect you to be so aloof. As she uttered the word utilized, Qin Yi's gaze met her strikingly enchanting face, his lips curling into a faint smile. I presumed the princess would follow the leads I provided without feeling exploited, yet it seems you believe this matter has only benefited me. A flicker of something unspoken flashed in Xiao Sheng's eyes. Surely, Mr. Qin is merely observing the struggle from the sidelines, occasionally stoking the flames. Naturally, this gives you an advantage. But have you ever heard the saying? Qin Yi fixed his unwavering gaze upon Xiao Sheng, the faint smile on his lips gradually fading. Cleverness can lead to one's own downfall, Xiao Sheng declared, her lips blooming into a radiant smile as she spoke lightly. A fleeting shadow crossed Qin Yi's eyes, leaving him noncommittal. Meanwhile, Ning Feng regarded Xiao Sheng with a look of mild astonishment. Xiao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly as her delicate hand rose gently. A palace maid approached her with a brocade box, presenting it with both hands. Upon opening it, she retrieved the divorce decree written by the emperor. Xiao Sheng placed it on the stone table before Qin Yi, her tone devoid of emotion. All matters registered with the authorities have been clearly delineated. From now on, young Master Qin and I shall part ways. Qin, standing nearby, gazed intently at the somewhat glaring decree, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Ning Feng, observing the scene with keen interest, noted the stark contrast between the princess and the rumors surrounding her. How could such an intelligent woman be so consumed by a man? Qin Yi's gaze lingered on the decree for a moment before he tucked it away. Xiao Sheng then rose, stating, I shall not disturb you any further, young Master Qin. Qin Yi did not meet her eyes, finding the developments between them both bewildering and abrupt. The princess seemed like a completely different person now. As the elegantly adorned woman took a few steps away, she paused, seemingly lost in thought. Young Master Qin, she called. Qin Yi turned to her serene and frosty visage, his deep black eyes darkening further. The Lord of Pear Blossom Valley in Sangzhou must be her father. When she spoke, she exuded an unsettling authority that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of unease crossed Qin Yi's otherwise pristine features, and both Qin Xin and Ning Feng's expressions grew noticeably serious. I had the fortune of encountering the ice soul poison needle many years ago. Xiao Sheng's voice was calm, her red lips curling into a cold smile. Though the Chun family has the backing of the noble consort, they lack the power to compel the Lord of Pear Blossom Valley to wield the ice soul poison needle for silencing. This time, I shall refrain from holding young Master Qin accountable. But should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to eliminate those who deserve it. Her voice, though soft, bore an unspoken threat. Only then did Qin Yi scrutinize the woman before him, gradually grasping the meaning behind her earlier words about intelligence backfiring. After a brief silence, he replied, as long as the princess and I maintain a respectful distance. Xiao Sheng scoffed lightly, casting a fierce glare at the man in the wheelchair before turning to leave, with Yu Huan hastily following suit. As Xiao Sheng navigated through the cascading floral gates, her spirits lifted upon resolving two matters. If she adhered to her plan step by step, she would inevitably return to Nanyue. Her gaze hardened as she looked ahead, unbidden thoughts of those who had trampled on her and her child's blood lingering in her mind. They must await her return. Princess, what did you mean by that earlier? Yu Huan, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Xiao Sheng, could not contain her curiosity. Xiao Sheng snapped back to reality, a light laugh escaping her. I meant that on the day of my wedding, it was Qin Yi who wielded the ice soul poison needle. What? Yu Huan gasped in shock. Then why did the princess assist Qin Yi in dealing with Consort Qin? Xiao Sheng's pace slowed considerably as she spoke softly. It is because I obstructed Qin Yi's path first that he seeks my life, which I can comprehend. However, having promptly distanced myself from him, I bear no connection to him. Thus, he possesses no justification for my demise, for we harbor no grievances against one another. Yet, the situation with Chun Shufei is markedly different. How is it different? Yu Huan inquired, her confusion evident. Xiaoxing merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Huan before hastily departing. What makes it different? Of course, it is her role in removing those who deceived Emperor Yuanin that affords her a greater opportunity to escape the capital. After all, how could she possibly seize her chance while the fourth prince remains alive amidst the floods at Sangzhou? She was determined that her journey to Sangzhou would certainly compel Emperor Yuanin to regard her with newfound respect. This expedition to Sangzhou marks her initial stride forward. Chapter 42. I have a condition. The courtyard was eerily silent. Qin toyed with a translucent black chess piece, his gaze fixed on the piece that Xiaosheng had just placed on the board. The attack was too overt. The path for the white pieces had long been cut off. Xiaosheng's move resembled a desperate struggle before death, akin to the final gasp of a fading spirit. Brother, what does the princess mean? Ningfeng felt a chill run down his spine. If Xiaosheng had known about the ice soul poison needle from the very beginning, why had she allowed him to approach and accepted all the information? It left Ningfeng with a sense of having been manipulated. Could it be that she intentionally mentioned what the second princess said to you? Ningfeng scrutinized his brother's extremely grim expression and chuckled. Eldest brother, it seems you have been played by another. The princess used the words of the second princess to make you believe that the second house intended to use her against you. Little did you know, you ended up delivering the Chun family's secrets right to her, allowing the princess to effortlessly obtain those hidden truths. Perhaps her true intention from the outset was the downfall of concubine Chun. Yet the princess's methods are quite remarkable. Knowing the origins of the ice soul poison needle, she still maintained her composure and allowed me to enter the palace. She mentioned having had the fortune to see the ice soul poison needle long ago. Chen Qinwei mused, her heart filled with perplexity. How is that possible? Qin Yi's expression softened slightly, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard, lost in thought. Perhaps what she meant was that the ice soul poison needle would not end up in the hands of the Chen family. Ningfeng explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinwei looked at Ningfeng with keen interest, teasing, Ning, why do I feel you are speaking in favor of that princess? Is it not permissible? Ningfeng crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face as he gazed at Chen Qinwei. That princess is notoriously infamous in the capital. Do be wary of getting entangled in her affairs. Chen Qinwei kindly cautioned, your elder brother has already attracted the attention of that princess, and countless people in the capital have remarked upon it. Luckily, he has since divorced her. Ningfeng chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers gently on the edge of the stone table, choosing not to respond to Chen Qinwei's words. Instead, he turned to Qin Yi, brother. The weather is growing colder. How is your health holding up? Qin Yi replied with a soft grunt, offering no further elaboration. Ningfeng raised an eyebrow and continued. Given the current state of the second house of the Qin family, you can go to Lihua Valley to recuperate without any worries. You are close to recovery. Do not let the bitter winter of the capital render all your previous efforts in vain. Qin Yi returned the black piece to the chess basket and replied calmly. I shall depart for Sangzhou tomorrow. Ningfeng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that prior events might cause delays. It was fortunate that the princess had not intended to entangle his brother further, and with the second house of the Qin family currently in a precarious position, his brother's journey to Sangzhou was devoid of concern. After Ningfeng left, Chen Qinwei asked, shall we continue? Qin Yi did not respond, merely lifting each black piece from the board and placing them back in the basket. Chen Qinwei distinctly sensed a shift in Qin Yi's emotions, perhaps spurred by the recent remarks of the princess. With a hint of jest, she remarked, Aining is right. The princess is indeed a formidable character. We thought we could deftly maneuver her, only to find ourselves outwitted. The hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. Qin Yi replied in a subdued tone. We have underestimated Xiaosheng from the very beginning. At that moment, Qin Yi felt that Xiaosheng's ambitions extended far beyond merely toppling the Chun family and concubine Qin. Chen Qinwei smiled faintly, acknowledging this princess should not be taken lightly. Concubine Chun met her demise in Gongquan Palace, and the servants there swiftly cleared the scene. The Emperor Yuanin's decisive actions plunged the entire harem into an eerie panic. When Xian stopped breathing, aside from the execution officer and the imperial guards, none were present. The entire Qin family was expelled from the capital before the city gates closed. Nightfall enveloped the palace, where the cold wind howled through the corridors, the iron boots of the royal guards echoing ominously against the ground. The grand hall of Chanyang Palace was brightly lit. Xiao Sheng cast a glance at the hall before pursing her lips and stepping inside. She had not anticipated the Emperor Yuanin's swift consent to her request for a divorce. However, from what she gleaned from Yuhuan, she understood the emperor's expectations for Xian. In a single night, he had lost his most favored son, undoubtedly leading to profound disappointment. The forcefulness exhibited towards concubine Shun and the Qin family made it clear that the emperor was genuinely enraged. "Your son has seen the emperor," Xiao Sheng stated, her gaze lowered, her tone saturated with respect. The Emperor Yuanin, appearing somewhat fatigued, cast aside the memorial he had been reviewing and fixed his unwavering gaze on Xiao Sheng, who stood at the center of the hall. "What brings you here?" His deep-set eyes revealed a hint of something unusual, and his voice was icily stern. Xiao Sheng knelt before him, respectfully inquiring, "I have come to ask whether your Majesty's word from that day still hold true." "What words?" the Emperor queried coldly. "On that day, your Majesty mentioned that if I were to uncover the identity of the poisoner, you might consider my request regarding Sangzhou." Xiao Sheng spoke candidly. For the matter concerning Sangzhou had originally been intended for Xian. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her intently. "Huan, are you aware of what you are implying?" "What do you mean?" "Your Majesty is overly concerned. I merely mentioned Sangzhou that day in hopes of garnering your Majesty's favor. As for any actual actions, I assure you, I will not pursue anything further." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Sheng's lips. "Since awakening, I have felt profoundly depleted. The eye-soul poison needle has affected my very essence. I simply wished to journey to Lihua Valley in Sangzhou to seek an antidote." Only then did the Emperor notice a hint of frailty in her brow, which was usually concealed beneath makeup. "Why did you not speak of this earlier?" His voice remained as cold and unyielding as ever. "I did not wish for your Majesty to think I was feigning illness, especially since you seemed determined to confine me to the cold palace." As Xiao Sheng spoke, she lowered her head even further. Emperor Yuanin gazed at her for a moment before directing his attention to Yuhuan, who knelt beside Xiao Sheng. Sensing the weight of his gaze from the elevated position, Yuhuan promptly remarked, "It is not uncommon for Her Highness, the princess, to cough and expel blood from her heart during the late hours of the night. We have sought the counsel of the imperial physician, yet he remains at a loss." Emperor Yuanin's expression darkened. The hall fell into a profound silence. Xiao Sheng's heart raced with trepidation. Her words, a mixture of truth and falsehood, left her uncertain whether Emperor Yuanin would grant her permission to travel to Sangzhou. Should this endeavor fail, she would need to devise an alternative plan. After what felt like an eternity, Emperor Yuanin's voice finally resonated above her. "I permit you to journey to Sangzhou, but I have one condition." Chapter 43. The Emperor's Test. Xiao Sheng lifted her gaze towards the sovereign seated high above. Emperor Yuanin's brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes icy, and his tone conveyed an undeniable authority. The affairs concerning the Qin family would undoubtedly unravel numerous unforeseen complications. Among the officials in Sangzhou, there were indeed former students of the Qin family. "I hope you can address the matter concerning them." Xiao Sheng furrowed her brow, uncertain of the emperor's intent, her eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny. Yet, the figure before her was the Emperor of Xiliang, and her scrutiny bore little consequence. "I do not know the true nature of your ambitions, nor do I wish to inquire." The atmosphere around Emperor Yuanin had turned frigid. "However, I wish to convey that to obtain anything from me, you must possess the requisite capability. My progeny are few, yet over the years, due to your origin as the queen's offspring, I have granted you considerable leniency." Xiao Sheng felt the weight of the emperor's gaze press upon her, her eyes casting downward. This was the first time she had sensed the emperor's wrath since assuming the identity of Xiao Sheng. "Your imperial sister and brother have honed their skills within the palace since childhood. At the very least, they do not carry the same tarnished reputation as yours." As Emperor Yuanin spoke, he seemed to recall the grievances expressed by his eldest daughter during their time in Chang'an Palace. There were reasons for his actions, but he had always prioritized his role as emperor over that of father, and he was far from being a competent one. In this matter, I do not wish to know who has advised you behind the scenes, yet you should come to understand certain truths. Xiao Sheng's downcast eyes reflected flickering emotions. Understand certain truths? The emperor sought to convey that her only ally was himself. Should she harbor any rebellious thoughts, he would not hesitate to act with utmost ruthlessness, regardless of her royal lineage. Indeed, Princess Huan's unexpected maneuver before Emperor Yuanin would lead anyone to assume that she had someone guiding her. Naturally, that guiding figure aimed to confront the Chun family and concubine Chun, or perhaps they were targeting Xiao Xianji directly. Have you recently encountered concubine Wang? The emperor's suspicion was evident. Xiao Sheng understood the emperor's warning. With Xiao Xianji's demise, the primary beneficiaries were concubine Wang and the fifth prince. Emperor Yuanin suspected concubine Wang of advising Xiao Sheng from the shadows. After all, he had only 2 sons, and one was a mere impostor. Thus, the fifth prince stood as the emperor's sole legitimate heir. The emperor believed that Huan and concubine Wang had secretly conspired together. Given that events from over a decade ago could still be traced, it was clear to Emperor Yuanin that Huan lacked the capability for such machinations. Before Xiao Sheng could respond, the emperor continued, Huan, I reiterate my stance. To achieve what you desire, you must rely on your own efforts. I have little patience for schemes plotted beneath my notice. Yet, my leniency stems from the greater transgressions of concubine Chun and the Chun family, overshadowing your own machinations. I understand, Xiao Sheng replied, her voice cold. She recognized that Emperor Yuanin was merely suspecting a connection between the Chun family's affairs and concubine Wang. But such suspicions remained unproven. Her plans to visit Sangzhou had already commenced upon her entrance to Chang'an Palace. However, a conspicuous departure from the capital towards Sangzhou undoubtedly required the approval of Emperor Yuanin. Furthermore, the emperor was also testing her, probing the sudden change in her demeanor. To resolve the Chun family's affairs in Sangzhou was indeed a sign of his regard. When you planned to set off for Sangzhou, the tone of Emperor Yuanin had softened considerably compared to earlier. Xiao Sheng paused momentarily before responding. In the next couple of days, I shall make the arrangements. Lin Zheng. The emperor quietly uttered a name. Just as Xiao Sheng was consumed by curiosity, a tall shadow emerged from the darkness into the light, though it remained turned away from her, concealing its face. Take good care of her on this journey to Sangzhou, the emperor stated indifferently. Understood. The man's voice was chillingly cold. Yet, Xiao Sheng furrowed her brows, an expression of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Protect? More like keeping an eye on her. Leave the palace. The emperor gestured impatiently. I take my leave. Xiao Sheng rose, casting a glance at Yu Huan before exiting the grand hall. As she departed, a man clad in sleek black followed closely behind. Xiao Sheng was well aware that the emperor harbored numerous assassins in secrecy, and those who could be addressed by name in his presence were no ordinary individuals. By the time she returned to the princess's residence, it was already late into the night. In the silent study, Xiao Sheng sat languidly in the principal seat, absent-mindedly holding a cup of hot tea brewed by Yuan, creating an unexpected warmth in the otherwise chilly room. Xiao Sheng was in no rush to sip the tea, her gaze drifting toward the man with a resolute yet indifferent expression, before lowering her eyes, lost in thought. The servant, standing in silence, dared not speak, as the master remained quiet. Yu Huan, oblivious to the princess's intentions, recognized that those close to the emperor would naturally heed his commands. It seemed the princess was displeased with the emperor's arrangements. Although she was unaware of the princess's purpose for going to Sangzhou, it was uncomfortable for anyone to be monitored throughout the journey. Eventually, the sound of the teacup being placed on the small table broke the tranquility of the study. Lin Zheng. Xiao Sheng's voice was cool yet warmer than the chill outside. The expressionless man responded in a husky tone imbued with a hint of clarity. At your command. Princess, how long have you served the emperor? Xiao Sheng inquired softly. Lin Zheng fixed his gaze on her. 15 years. How old are you? As she posed this question, her eyes fell upon Yu Huan's face. She had assumed Yu Huan would be aware of Lin Zheng's existence, only to discover that Yu Huan had no knowledge of such a person in the Emperor's circle. This subordinate does not recall, Lin Zheng replied, his hesitation suggesting he was genuinely contemplating his age. Xiao Sheng's brows twitched slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips while by my side. There's no need to report every matter to the Emperor. Do you understand? Lin Zheng regarded Xiao Sheng intently. This subordinate does not understand. A light laugh escaped Xiao Sheng's throat as she fixed her gaze on Lin Zheng. If Qin was akin to an ethereal, celestial being, then Lin Zheng resembled a shadow dwelling in darkness, exuding an air of desolation and menace. That visage is undeniably attractive, yet remains untouched by others, not out of fear, but because this individual exudes an aura reminiscent of death, as if they have never encountered the light. What I mean is, aside from matters concerning my life and death, there is no need for you to report everything to the Emperor. Xiao Sheng rarely displayed patience. Have you ever left the imperial capital? Lin Zheng coldly met the gaze of the woman on the throne and replied, this subordinate believes the princess understands her master's intentions. Xiao Sheng pondered while fixating on Lin Zheng, and after a moment, she forced a smile. If the Emperor is your master, then what am I? Am I merely a criminal? Naturally, she is also a master. Lin Zheng's icy eyes finally revealed a trace of change. Xiao Sheng retracted her faint smile. Her brows slightly furrowed as she coldly commanded, Yu Huan, prepare my belongings. You shall remain in the capital, for tomorrow I will travel to Cangzhou with Lin Zheng. Chapter 44. Eternal Life Town. The following day, an unremarkable carriage departed from the side alley of the Princess Chang. As Yu Huan watched the carriage fade from view, a sense of unease settled in her heart. However, recalling the princess's instructions upon her departure eased her worries somewhat. Yu Huan, you shall remain in this imperial capital. Any matters concerning Cangzhou will be conveyed to Father Emperor. In this city, aside from you, I trust no one else. Many matters can only be discussed between you and Father Emperor. Deep within, Yu Huan began to fret about the princess. Although she sensed some changes in the princess, her journey to Cangzhou was still under the Emperor's conditions, and she feared unforeseen circumstances. Thus, with a tinge of reluctance, Yu Huan made her way to the palace. Once she exited the palace, a decree from Emperor Yuanin echoed throughout the imperial grounds. The news that Princess Huan was ill and that no one was permitted to visit her until her recovery was undoubtedly as shocking as the previous events surrounding the Chun family's downfall. The unsettling atmosphere lingered. Upon leaving the capital, the sky remained dreary, with impenetrable clouds seemingly poised to release their burden at any moment. As the cold wind grew increasingly fierce, as predicted, by the time of the late hour, snow began to fall softly. The carriage had now reached the outskirts of the imperial capital. Xiao Sheng distinctly felt a chill within the carriage, even more pronounced than before. She pulled aside the window curtain, and a wave of icy air brushed against her forehead, the cold unmistakably melting upon her skin. Her once cool eyes softened momentarily. The harsh winter in the southern territories was merely a thicker layer of clothing compared to other climates. Snow was indeed a rare sight in the south. After a brief moment, she withdrew her gaze and lowered the curtain, her eyes returning to their previous coolness. Memories of her youth at the Zhao family were hazy, only recalling the treachery within the palace and the struggle for power. The frivolities of romance had always drawn her disdain. The Dog Emperor of Nanyue would only marry her for her ability to assist and manage affairs. In turn, her marriage to him was solely for the prestigious title he could bestow upon her. Yet, as time passed, the Dog Emperor gradually became more appealing to her, and she found herself willingly accepting many things. However, she had forgotten her mother's dying advice. Eschew. A woman who is overly assertive will not win her husband's affection. It may not be a bad thing to be modest and humble. Mother, should not love be a matter of equality? What had her mother said in the end? She remembered only her mother's long sigh. The world is filled with indifferent souls, especially men. If you are weak, he will indulge you with everything. But if you are of no use, you are merely a fleeting illusion. If you are strong, while he may respect you, he cannot allow you to surpass him. Otherwise, once you become of no value, you are destined for ruin. At that moment, a voice devoid of warmth interrupted her thoughts. Princess, we are approaching Eternal Life Town. Shall we take a rest? Xiao Sheng returned to the present, her hand lightly touching the spot on her forehead where the cold had just lingered. Lin Zheng presumed that there would be no response from within the carriage until it entered the town, when a soft, warm voice resonated from inside. Let us rest before continuing our journey. Lin Zheng promptly halted the carriage in front of what appeared to be the most opulent inn in the town. Due to the snowfall, the somewhat uneven streets were devoid of pedestrians. After disembarking, Lin Zheng stood aside, sensing a gaze fixed upon him. He turned to meet the source of the scrutiny, discovering a woman clad in a dark blue brocade robe, her hand lifting the veil of her hood as she stared unblinkingly at him. Will you not assist me in alighting from the carriage? Xiao Sheng remarked softly, noting the absence of any stepping stool and the considerable height from which she needed to descend. Lin Zheng momentarily froze, then approached her. The princess may leap down with the support of her subordinate. As Xiao Sheng regarded Lin Zheng's profile, a subtle smile graced her lips as she leaned on his shoulder to descend from the carriage. Lin Zheng's gaze flicked briefly to her figure before averting his eyes, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he followed her into the inn. Upon entering the inn's lobby, they observed that only one table was occupied. The innkeeper, noticing their arrival, promptly left the counter to greet them. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? Allow me to present a selection of our signature dishes. Lin Zheng produced a silver ingot and placed it upon the counter, adding as swiftly as possible. The innkeeper, taken aback by such generosity, beamed widely, contemplating that despite the cold weather and sparse clientele, those who did arrive were indeed magnanimous. He glanced at Lin Zheng, his tone now palpably more respectful. Please, esteemed guests, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare your order at once. The innkeeper then retreated towards the kitchen. Xiao Sheng chose a seat to the left of the lobby, her back to a table on the right. Lin Zheng approached, initially intending to stand beside her, but noticed Xiao Sheng's delicate hand tapping the space to her right, signaling him to sit. After a moment's hesitation, he complied. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and Chun Qinwei had already taken note of Xiao Sheng and Lin Zheng's entrance. While the veiled woman's features remained obscured, the aura of menace surrounding her companion was unmistakable. Ning Feng leaned closer to Qin Qinwei, lowering his voice. It is evident that their status is not trivial. They likely hail from the imperial capital. Qin Qinwei glanced in their direction, non-committal in her response. Ning Feng, adopting a casual tone tinged with regret, remarked, her figure is exquisite. I wonder what her face looks like. Qin Qinwei replied with a light smile. In this wintry season, you could discern a graceful figure? You simply do not understand. Ning Feng teased, finally withdrawing his gaze. Qin Qinwei remained silent with a smile, accustomed to Ning Feng's frivolity, which seemed to only falter when it came to matters concerning Qin Yi. Yet, when she glanced back towards the pair, she unexpectedly met the piercing gaze of the man in black, an unsettling energy emanating from him. For reasons unknown, she instinctively averted her eyes, her hands unconsciously curling slightly. Speak more softly. Some can hear even distant whispers, Chun Qinwei cautioned. As Ning Feng listened, an unusual glimmer flashed in his eyes. When he glanced over once more, he noticed the man in black bowing respectfully, while the woman in the hood seemed to be speaking to him. Soon after, the innkeeper, accompanied by a young attendant, brought forth a sumptuous feast to the table. Before long, Xiao Sheng and Lin Zheng set down their chopsticks, preparing to depart. Lin Zheng approached the counter and whispered a few words to the innkeeper, producing a silver ingot, which the innkeeper promptly rejected with a beaming smile, saying, "We have stools. It is but a trifling matter. I shall fetch it for you right away. Please wait." Lin Zheng's gaze drifted once more towards Ning Feng and Qin Qinwei, his eyes gleaming with a hint of chill. A tiny crimson spider slowly fell from the tip of his left finger, hastening towards Ning Feng upon reaching the ground. At that moment, the innkeeper emerged carrying a stool, and Lin Zheng thanked him lightly before leaving. Ning Feng rose, stating, "I shall go upstairs to check on my brother." Chun Qinwei nodded, but as Ning Feng ascended the stairs, he suddenly collapsed. The innkeeper was taken aback, exclaiming, "Guest?" Chen Qingwei sprang up and rushed towards Ningfeng. Upon seeing his face marred with bruises, her expression turned icy as she knelt to take his pulse, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. Chapter 45. I solemnly resolved to slay this serpent. The snowfall in Changshan town transitioned from a gentle flurry to a heavy, feathery descent. In the guest room, warmed by a dragon fire, the innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow. The incident involving these three individuals, whose identities were evidently no trifling matter, left him anxious. Should the authorities arrive, he would find himself in dire straits. Observing the unnaturally eerie silence within the room, the innkeeper reiterated, "I assure you, the food is not poisoned. I have tasted each dish myself, and I am unharmed." After Chen Qingwei plunged the last silver needle into Ningfeng, she straightened and turned around. Her gaze swept across the room, finally resting on the figure seated in a wheelchair by the window, where the slight opening allowed a view of the thick snow cascading down outside. "Please leave. This does not concern you," Chen Qingwei instructed the innkeeper. He had been anticipating this statement, and with a respectful nod, he replied, "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." With that, he exited the room. Chen Qingwei approached the window and shut it, instantly warming the room. "You cannot afford to catch a chill. Have you forgotten?" Her tone bore a hint of melancholy as she contemplated the unfortunate turn of events where a friend had been poisoned under her very nose, and by a particularly insidious toxin. Qin Yi's gaze briefly flitted across Chen Qingwei's face, yet he remained silent. A Ning must have been poisoned by the red venom spider. Chen Qingwei sighed. "For now, I can only sustain his life until we return to Lihua Valley. My father will have a solution." "Who has been offended?" Xiliang inquired, turning his wheelchair with a gentle demeanor, though an unmistakable chill lingered in his words. Chen Qingwei recalled the figure clad in dark blue brocade, their expression emotionless yet menacing. "I am uncertain of their identities, but I sense that one among them possessed exceptional skills. Why have they been wronged?" Qin Yi's warm voice resonated once more. Chen Qingwei hesitated before exhaling a sigh. "You are aware of a Ning's nature. He often speaks without decorum. Just moments ago, he jested about the graceful figure of a woman in a hooded cloak, his tone laced with frivolity. That man likely overheard him, and despite a Ning's hushed voice. It seems this is what prompted the attack." A soft chuckle escaped the man in the wheelchair as he regarded Chen Qingwei. "Do you feel that there are indeed people beyond the common folk?" Chen Qingwei was taken aback, swiftly grasping Qin Yi's implication. "Indeed, beneath the imperial city lies a multitude of remarkable figures. We must hasten back to Lihua Valley," he urged, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest of his wheelchair. His once gentle gaze, now profoundly serious. "A Ning must not come to harm. We will remember this debt." "This is not the time for confrontations," Chen Qingwei affirmed, promptly exiting the room. Qin Yi's elongated fingers deftly maneuvered the wheelchair to the bedside, where he observed Ning Feng's pallid countenance. His expression turned icy. He had initially worried for his grandfather, only to find himself preoccupied with this young man's plight. Half a month later, in Sangzhou, Lingyang City, this locale, situated near the coast, bustled with merchants and traders, thriving as a prosperous region where streets teemed with visitors daily. Compared to the imperial capital, the climate here is considerably milder. As the year draws to a close, the streets are bustling with activity, and the Jiangke Lu, overlooking the Fenghua River, is now filled to capacity. The view of the river is splendid, and even at night, gazing down from the tower offers a unique charm. In a private room, Lin Zheng leaned against the wall, his gaze fixated on a figure by the window. Over the past half-month, he found himself increasingly perplexed by the eldest princess. Much like his inability to comprehend Emperor Yuanin, though she claimed to have come to Sangzhou Lihua Valley to treat the aftereffects of the ice soul poison needle. She had directly arrived in Lingyang City without mentioning her recovery at all. Lin Zheng sensed the princess's wariness towards him, which often caused him to frown. At this moment, it was evident that she had something she wished for him to undertake. However, due to her connection to Emperor Yuanin, she merely stood by the window, allowing the cold breeze to envelop her. It dawned on Lin Zheng that her vigilance was not directed at him, but rather at Yuanin. What are you thinking? The princess's voice broke his reverie, prompting him to straighten up without offering a response. Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. You have yet to answer my question. I have not thought of anything, Lin Zheng replied in a subdued tone. Xiao Sheng appeared intrigued. She settled gracefully onto the soft couch by the window, her posture enchanting, and rested one hand on the small table beside her. With a slight arch of her brow, she stated, "That is not the question I was referring to." Lin Zheng gazed at Xiao Sheng with a calm demeanor. Did I not mention in the princess's residence in the capital that apart from matters concerning my life or death, you may not divulge anything to my father without my consent? Lin Zheng suddenly paused, staring intently at the woman before him. Xiao Sheng, undeterred, maintained eye contact, awaiting his reply. His expression remained cool, as if devoid of desire or sentiment, appearing utterly reticent. Eventually, the smile on Xiao Sheng's lips gradually waned, and her posture became increasingly dignified. Unless you keep a watchful eye on me at all times, I may vanish at any moment, and then you would find it difficult to explain to my father. Lin Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. You should understand the gravity of the situation compared to the disappearance of Princess Huan. His gaze turned even more piercing. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Sheng replied with a gentle smile, "You need only to agree." Lin Zheng fixed his gaze upon the woman illuminated against the light, her exquisite features seemingly veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Unconsciously, he offered a low acknowledgement, signaling his assent. A visible delight flickered in Xiao Sheng's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Noting Lin Zheng's continued icy demeanor, she asserted, "I do not concern myself with how you behave around my father. When you are with me, you shall adhere to my rules. After such a long journey, you should rest." Lin Zheng remained unmoved, his eyes averted from Xiao Sheng. Observing this, she remarked, "Since you appear so alert, I would appreciate your assistance in investigating the local government of Lingyang City." "What should I inquire about?" Lin Zheng inquired. "Determine if there is any connection between the local officials and that student of the Chun family." Xiao Sheng paused momentarily, saying, "It must pertain to the depth of the relationship with that Chun family's disciple." Lin Zheng met Xiao Sheng's earnest gaze and remarked, "The connections in Sangzhou are exceedingly intricate. Does the princess truly intend to intervene?" Xiao Sheng smiled wryly. "What are you implying?" Lin Zheng replied evenly, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local serpent on their turf. Even the princess, a phoenix, must lie low." A brief silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by the woman's mocking laughter. Her crimson lips parted slightly. "I shall indeed slay this serpent." Chapter 46. The prefect of Lingyang in the depths of winter. The night enveloping Lingyang City was frigid, the biting cold more pronounced than during the day. At the prefect's residence, a shadow clad in black swiftly traversed the pathways of the main courtyard, passing through several gates until it arrived before a well-lit chamber. After knocking twice, a rough voice emanated from within. The shadow then pushed the door open and entered. "My lord," the man in black respectfully announced as he stepped into the room, "the matters concerning the individuals from Zhongshan Gully have been dealt with. Even if someone from the capital were to come and investigate, they would uncover nothing. The situation at the embankment has also been resolved." At the mention of embankment, the black-clad figure cast a glance towards the seat of authority. Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness settling in. After a time sufficient for a cup of tea to steep, another knock echoed from outside. This time, the man seated in the main position did not speak, and the newcomer simply entered. "Brother," the man who had just entered addressed the one in the primary seat, "we have received news from the capital. The emperor has dispatched the inspector Zheng Yuwang to Sangzhou." Upon hearing the term inspector, the man in the primary seat's brow twitched slightly, a flicker of displeasure surfacing in his eyes. Sangzhou, being close to the coast and interspersed with numerous rivers, should not have experienced flooding in late autumn. Yet, the recent autumn rains had devastated the homes of countless citizens. The funds allocated by the court each year for the maintenance of the embankments in the Sangzhou area were known only to the officials of Sangzhou. For the past decade, all had been relatively peaceful. However, the autumn rains seemed to have unearthed numerous issues. With so many lives lost, it was initially thought that the situation could be concealed, but an unfortunate few had evaded capture, drawing the attention of the capital. The officials in Sangzhou had long been bound by a shared fate. With the tragic loss of so many lives due to the flooding, they had failed to adequately address the plight of the people during this critical time. It was well understood that no one could bear such a heavy burden of blame. The only recourse was to fortify Sangzhou as if it were a bastion, ensuring that any investigators sent from the capital would find no leads. "Are there still disturbances in Zhongshan Gully?" the man in the primary seat inquired. The one who had referred to him as brother pondered for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I can simply separate the troublesome families. With wives and children as leverage, they would not dare to speak out." He paused, then added, "Brother, what if we were to?" The implication of violence hung in the air, accompanied by a gesture across his throat. Song Yuan, refrain from such bloodshed. The man in the primary seat cautioned in a calm voice. "I have had enough weariness during this period. Do not complicate matters further." Seated in that prominent position was indeed the prefect of Lingyang, Song Qinyu, aged 37, possessing an air of scholarly elegance. "Please step outside." Song Qinyu instructed the first man who entered. "Yes," the man replied, exiting the room. Song Yuan, considerably younger and in his early 20s, exhibited a hint of brigandish demeanor compared to his elder brother, Song Qinyu. With no outsiders present, he felt freer to express himself and settled into an armchair. "Brother, is this matter truly so dire? In previous years, there have been individuals from the capital visiting Sangzhou without incident. Why is there such tension this time?" Song Qinyu's gaze upon Song Yuan was stern. Those who previously came to Sangzhou were members of the Qin family. The court dispatches officials for inspections every 2 years, and the most dreaded concern of Emperor Yuan is the harm inflicted upon the common people by local officials unbeknownst to him. In Sangzhou, the officials over the years have been from the Chun family, turning a blind eye to many matters. Moreover, as Sangzhou is indeed a land of abundance with little wrongdoing, it has remained stable until now. However, coincidentally, following the recent floods, there were rumors of the fourth prince arriving in Sangzhou for an investigation, but ultimately, he met with misfortune, dragging the entire Chun family down with him. It seemed as if Sangzhou had suddenly lost its pillar of stability, causing anxiety among the officials of various cities in the region. What a curious twist of fate that, at this critical moment, it is revealed that the fourth prince is not of royal blood, and that concubine Chun is not as astute as believed. How could she have been ensnared and left without a chance to redeem herself? Song Yuan found this situation exceedingly strange. Song Qinyu merely smiled calmly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. The capital is a place of deceit and treachery, not like Sangzhou. Song Yuan sighed deeply, his heart still laden with worry. "I have heard of Zheng Yuang," he said. Song Qinyu's expression darkened. This individual is someone personally promoted by the emperor, considered one of his trusted confidants. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution with his arrival in Sangzhou. What if something were to befall him on the way? Song Yuan could only think of one solution, believing that only death could silence someone. Foolishness. Song Qinyu glared coldly at him. Is it not apparent to everyone why Zheng Yuang has come to Sangzhou? If something were to happen, wouldn't it confirm that Sangzhou indeed has serious issues? Confronted by Song Qinyu's words, Song Yuan shrank back. "Are you suggesting that not only must Zheng Yuang remain unharmed in Sangzhou, but we must also ensure his protection?" Song Qinyu did not respond directly, withdrawing his gaze and coldly commanded, "Keep an eye on those levies." Song Yuan understood the implication of watching the levies, stood up, and assured, "Rest assured, brother, there will be no further incidents." Song Qinyu's demeanor softened considerably. He glanced at Song Yuan and recalled something, asking, "Is there still no visitor at Pear Blossom Valley?" Song Yuan paused for a moment. Still no one. "Very well." Song Qinyu scoffed coldly. "You may go and rest." A glimmer of resentment flickered in Song Yuan's eyes as he nodded slightly and exited the room. As he passed through the corridor, he stiffened, glancing up at the opposite rooftop, where he thought he had seen a fleeting shadow, but it seemed merely a trick of the light. Reassured by the numerous hidden guards in the courtyard, he calmed himself. At the second watch of the night, A door in Jiangke Lu was pushed open. In the bright light, Xiao Sheng sat at a desk, and as Lin Zheng entered, he noticed the hand, partially obscured by a sleeve, deftly turning the pages of a book. The tall figure's approach did not cause Xiao Sheng to lift his eyelids. Lin Zheng spoke softly. The prefect of Lingyang City, Song Qinyu, was a student of concubine Shen's father over a decade ago, possessing remarkable talent. According to his capabilities, he should have remained in the capital for service. Yet due to family circumstances, he returned to Lingyang City. Thanks to his connection with the Chun family, he directly assumed the position of prefect. The incident in question occurred at a river dam interconnected with the picturesque Fenghua River in Lingyang City. According to the reports received by His Majesty, a nearby town has faced a calamity, though the extent of the misfortune affecting the populace remains unknown. Xiao Sheng remarked softly, "This event has indeed alarmed Father Emperor, who is the individual dispatched to the imperial capital." However, no reply was forthcoming. Xiao Sheng furrowed her brow slightly, casually closing the book in her hands, and lifted her gaze to the towering figure of the man before her, expressing her displeasure. "Is this matter too sensitive to discuss?" Lin Zheng's eyes glinted with a hint of frost as he replied, "I have no reason to inform the princess." Xiao Sheng responded with a faint smile. "It was your master who instructed me to deal with the Chun family's disciple." Chapter 47. Debate. Lin Zheng did not avert his gaze. The woman before him possessed a pair of eyes devoid of any emotion, cracked and desolate. At times, he felt that such eyes were not meant to be so. The princess had come to Tsangzhou to seek treatment for the lingering effects of the ice soul poison needle. Lin Zheng reminded her of this fact. Xiao Sheng let out a soft scoff, averting her gaze, her voice devoid of any ripples. "Your master has sent you to accompany me solely for my protection, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Zheng replied succinctly. Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. It appeared that any intention to exploit this individual for ulterior motives was utterly implausible. Consequently, she resolved to take matters into her own hands for many affairs. She raised her eyes, her words clear. "In that case, simply fulfill your duties, and you may leave." Lin Zheng could distinctly sense the princess's rising ire, yet she maintained a composed demeanor. He cast a glance at the dignified woman before exiting the room. As the door closed behind him, Xiao Sheng's hand, resting on the table, clenched tightly. It seemed that preventing Lin Zheng from informing Emperor Yuan of her presence here was his final concession. Nevertheless, this was satisfactory. She had no alternative. As Emperor Yuan had articulated, to obtain what she desired from him, she could only rely on her own capabilities. What she sought must be grasped by her own effort, even if it meant becoming a sharp blade in Emperor Yuan's grasp. What she longed for was the power held within his hands. The thought of those in Nanyue, who tread upon her bones and the flesh of her child, basking in opulence, filled her with a simmering resentment. The following day, Lin Zheng stood before Xiao Sheng's door, knocking for an extended period without any response. His gaze darkened, and he pushed the door open. Scanning the empty room, he slammed the door shut and swiftly made his way to the grand hall of Jiangke Tower. Upon arriving at the hall, his eyes darted across each corner. Yet he still found no sign of Xiao Sheng. Growing impatient, he made his way toward the entrance of Jiangke Tower. Stepping out, he entered the bustling streets by the river, where a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Lin Zheng was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin his search. Recalling Xiao Sheng's words from the previous night, he deemed it a trivial matter. Revealing her whereabouts would not pose a problem. But the emperor would not wish for the princess to become ensnared in the murky waters of Tsangzhou. "Are you looking for me?" A distant yet familiar voice emerged from behind him. Lin Zheng turned to find Xiao Sheng dressed like an ordinary woman from the street, momentarily taken aback. The fabric of her skirt was of inferior quality, her face devoid of makeup, and her countless tresses secured by a single wooden hairpin. This simple attire starkly contrasted with her previous regal demeanor. She appeared more gentle, though their interactions over the past fortnight had already revealed her gentle demeanor to be laced with underlying aggression. "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Xiao Sheng cast a glance at Lin Zheng. "Put this on. Today, you will accompany me as we stroll through the city." Lin Zheng accepted the bundle she handed him, watching as she entered Jiangke Tower. After a brief moment of astonishment, he followed her inside. The pair of master and servant emerged from Jiangke Tower once more. Half an hour later, Lin Zheng closely followed behind Xiao Sheng, harboring a palpable fear of falling behind. The street was bustling with an influx of people, markedly more than usual due to the approaching New Year. Xiao Sheng appeared to have a specific destination in mind, not wandering aimlessly as she had previously suggested, nor lingering in the cosmetic-laden establishments like the other young women on the street. Observing the woman before him, whose pace quickened, Lin Zheng stepped forward to walk alongside her. "Where are you headed, princess?" he inquired. Xiao Sheng gently reminded him, "When we are out, you may simply call me Ashu." Her tone was soft, yet her lofty demeanor remained unchanged. Lin Zheng fell silent. After an indeterminate time, he sensed that the street was no longer as crowded as before, and there was an unsettling expression on the faces of those passing by. Just as Lin Zheng pondered this, he noticed Xiao Sheng veering toward a nearby wonton stall. Once seated, she commanded sit. Lin Zheng took a seat opposite her, fixating his gaze intently upon her. "2 bowls of wontons," Xiao Sheng ordered the vendor. "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the vendor replied. Locking eyes with Lin Zheng, Xiao Sheng coldly stated, "As I mentioned last night, simply attend to your duties. Since you are tasked with my protection, do so diligently. My affairs do not fall within your purview." Lin Zheng averted his gaze, a distinct chill evident in his eyes. "However, you may relay everything I do to your master, if you wish," he retorted, redirecting his stare back to the woman before him. Xiao Sheng slightly curled her lips. "In this Sangzhou, you must protect me well." Lin Zheng continued to scrutinize her, lost in thought. At that moment, the vendor approached with 2 bowls of wontons, placing them before the 2 patrons with a polite, "Enjoy your meal," before departing. Xiao Sheng elegantly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, while Lin Zheng showed no inclination to partake. Xiao Sheng savored her meal slowly, seemingly intent on lingering at the stall. Meanwhile, 2 ragged men settled into seats behind her and began to converse in hushed tones. The folks from a mountain valley truly lack gratitude. The elder brother offered them a substantial sum to relocate, yet they still caused trouble. How vexing. The other man whispered back. The elder brother warned against mentioning this outside. "Be cautious, or he may flay you alive." What does it matter? Who knows what we're discussing? Yet, despite their bravado, the topic soon shifted. The 2 men quickly finished their wontons and settled their bill before departing. Xiao Sheng then set down her chopsticks and coins, rising to her feet. Observing this, Lin Zheng followed suit, realizing that Xiao Sheng had detected something amiss, his expression growing serious. Just as Lin Zheng heightened his vigilance, Xiao Sheng quickened her pace noticeably. The 2 men they had been following seemed to sense they were being trailed and entered a narrow alleyway devoid of passers-by. The further they ventured into the alley, the fewer people they encountered, and soon it was entirely deserted. Xiao Sheng and Lin Zheng, aware they might lose the figures ahead, hastened their steps. As they approached a corner, one of the men stood there, wielding a steel blade, and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Sheng. "What is your purpose in following us?" he demanded. Xiao Sheng remained motionless, though the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from behind. Lin Zheng seized Xiao Sheng's wrist, pulling him behind himself, and turned to observe the encroaching figures on either side. "Who sent you?" he inquired, as a refined-looking man emerged from the crowd. "Do you understand what might transpire here?" Chapter 48. Pei Sheng faced the elegantly composed man, his demeanor remaining aloof, yet his eyes glinted with a murderous intent. The individuals surrounding them brandished weapons, poised to strike at a mere command from the refined gentleman. Just as the atmosphere reached a tense standstill, a voice broke through. "You are Pei Sheng." Xiao Sheng emerged from behind Lin Zheng, gazing at the elegant man with a calm scrutiny, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching threats. The refined gentleman's gaze shifted subtly upon hearing the woman's hesitant yet assured tone, mirroring her scrutiny. "And you are?" Lin Zheng cast a glance at Xiao Sheng, who stood with her back to him, before redirecting his attention to Pei Sheng. "I am Chen Huang, the second daughter of the Chen family in the capital," Xiao Sheng replied, a hint of gravity in her eyes. "My father is Chen Yuanming." Indeed, Pei Sheng's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Chen Yuanming. He raised his hand, commanding, "You may withdraw." Confusion flickered in Lin Zhang's eyes as he scrutinized the graceful figure before him. The surrounding individuals retreated to a respectful distance. Miss Chun? Pei Sheng's gaze remained analytical and probing. He was well aware of the turmoil surrounding the Chun family, examining the modestly clad yet dignified woman. She certainly did not appear to be of humble origin, and her ability to invoke his name was telling. May we find a place to converse? Xiao Sheng inquired, her brow furrowed as if burdened by weighty matters. Pei Sheng felt a twinge of doubt. His cautious nature urged him to question, Miss Chun, why did you seek me out in Xiliang instead of Lord Song? In the intricate web of relationships, it could be said that with Chun Yuanming's downfall, Song Qinyu lost his most formidable ally. My father instructed me to seek you here in Xiliang, specifically on Huteji, Xiao Sheng said, her voice tinged with a trace of sorrow and concern at the mention of her father. Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. He regarded the woman before him, and then gestured for someone to approach. A man hurriedly made his way to Pei Sheng's side. Second young master, he addressed. Pei Sheng whispered a few words to the man, who then dashed away. Miss Chun, please follow me, Pei Sheng instructed, casting a brief glance at Lin Zhang as he turned. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Xiao Sheng's lips, barely perceptible. Lin Zhang hesitated for a moment before moving to follow her, sensing that this princess had come to Xiliang well prepared. Pei Sheng led Xiao Sheng to a quaint courtyard. Inside, a woman was engaged in embroidery. Upon noticing Pei Sheng entering with a lady, she appeared startled before discreetly retreating to the back. Pei Sheng paused in the courtyard, glancing back at Xiao Sheng, his gaze then settling on the man standing at the entrance. Xiao Sheng discerned his uncertainty and spoke directly. This is my ever-present guard, Chun Qi. Lin Zhang's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized the graceful figure, his lips twitching slightly. Pei Sheng stifled a silent laugh, casting a glance at the spot where the woman had been seated moments before. Miss Chun, please take a seat. Observing Pei Sheng's less than cordial demeanor, Xiao Sheng smiled faintly as she settled herself at the stone table. At this moment, Lin Zhang approached Xiao Sheng. Pei Sheng took a seat opposite Xiao Sheng, gazing with keen interest at the beautiful woman before him. When did Miss Chun arrive in Xiliang? He inquired. The day before yesterday, Xiao Sheng replied candidly. The day before yesterday? Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. How is Lord Chun faring? You jest, young Master Pei. Given the Chun family's unfortunate fate, how could he be well? Xiao Sheng fixed her earnest gaze upon Pei Sheng, who, taken aback, began to comprehend the sudden shift in the demeanor of the young lady before him. Knowing that at this very moment, Qin Yuanming might be enduring torment within a prison carriage. But why did she manage to escape? Pei Sheng deliberately used the word escape in his inquiry. Xiao Sheng smiled faintly. You are mistaken, young Master Pei. Prior to the calamity that befell the Chun family, I had already departed from the imperial capital with the assistance of the second princess. Pei Sheng, now understanding, studied the woman intently, reflecting that a lady of high birth possessed an unmatched composure that set her apart from those in Xiliang. Are you aware that the second princess has wed into the Qin family? Xiao Sheng posed this question with a tone of subtle probing, as if presenting a valuable piece of information. Pei Sheng's gaze deepened with significance. While he was not well versed in the affairs of the imperial capital, he had come to realize that the troubles of the Chun family had also implicated Song Qinyu, although his understanding remained rather superficial. When you mentioned it was inconvenient to seek out Lord Song, what did you mean? Pei Sheng, still hesitant to engage with the young lady, felt a lingering sense of unease. Has someone arrived from the imperial capital, young Master Pei, and you are unaware? Xiao Sheng continued her probing regarding the floods. Pei Sheng's expression underwent a marked change. Noticing this shift, Xiao Sheng pressed on, before the Chun family's misfortunes. My father instructed me to avoid causing trouble for Lord Song in Xiliang, and to remain undiscovered by those from the imperial capital. He mentioned that I could find you on Huteji, and upon meeting you, Lord Song would naturally be informed of my arrival. I see, Pei Sheng replied, skepticism lacing his words. Where are you currently residing, Miss Chun? At Jiangke-lu, Xiao Sheng responded. Pei Sheng let out a soft hiss, a hint of distress creeping into his voice. Miss Chun, you are aware that your current status makes it unwise to appear before Lord Song. It would be best for you to remain at Jiangke for the time being. Lord Song and the officials from Zhangzhou are preoccupied with the aftermath of the floods and with visitors arriving from the imperial capital. It would be prudent for you to remain hidden. I shall not entertain you. Pei Sheng displayed little curiosity as to why the young lady sought him out. I hope to avoid any further encounters with you, Miss Chun, he warned. Xiao Sheng regarded Pei Sheng with a serious expression, then smiled slightly. Understood. Rising to her feet, she turned slightly, looking down at the seated Pei Sheng. With visitors arriving from the imperial capital, young Master Pei, you must keep matters well concealed. Pei Sheng abruptly lifted his gaze, but she had already turned away. He watched her as she neared the exit of the courtyard, his expression darkening. As Lin Zheng exited the courtyard, he glanced back momentarily. After the two had distanced themselves from the courtyard, Lin Zheng inquired in a calm tone. How do you know that person, princess? Curiosity tinged his words. Xiao Sheng responded with a faint smile. Lin Zheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. This Xiliang city is rife with Song Qinyu's minions. Are you certain you wish to continue calling me princess? Xiao Sheng's voice was barely above a whisper. Lin Zheng turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the woman who barely reached his shoulder, then shifted his gaze forward. Pei Sheng is certainly a noteworthy individual. Otherwise, why would I seek him out? Xiao Sheng reflected on her time in Changyang Palace, when she had instructed Yu Huan to investigate the officials of Lingyang and the intricate web of connections. Coupled with the fact that Emperor Yuan and of Zhangzhou was particularly attentive, and that Zhangzhou lay directly on the route to Nanyue. How could she possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Chapter 49. Song Qinyu, the cunning old fox miss. Do you have an intimate understanding of this Pei Sheng? Lin Zheng was unaware of how Xiao Sheng had come to know of Pei Sheng. Yet her demeanor suggested a resolute intent to involve herself in the flooding crisis of Zhangzhou. Observing Lin Zheng's rather indifferent tone, Xiao Sheng cast a fleeting, ambiguous glance at the profile of the man beside her. She remarked, "It is not always necessary to know oneself and the enemy to achieve victory in every battle." What do you mean? He perceived that the princess was not well acquainted with Pei Sheng. Xiao Sheng contemplated how Pei Sheng, despite his evident astuteness, could only engage in unsavory dealings within this very street, for the human heart is indeed inscrutable. The delight evident in Xiao Sheng's brow was unmistakable. While investigating the Chun family in Zhangzhou, I took note of this individual. Although he was not in the company of the Governor Song Qinyu of Lingyang, his connection to the Chun family indicates he is undoubtedly a valuable pawn. When did you begin your inquiry into the Chun family in Zhangzhou? Lin Zheng was genuinely surprised that the Grand Princess could undertake so many endeavors beneath the watchful eye of Emperor Yuan. However, he swiftly grasped certain revelations. During that period, the Emperor had not assigned anyone to monitor the Grand Princess, allowing her the freedom to conduct her investigations. It seemed she had seized that opportunity to delve into matters concerning Zhangzhou as well. How can you be certain that the person we just encountered is Pei Sheng? Lin Zheng asked with curiosity. Xiao Sheng, gazing at the increasing throng in the street ahead, felt a sense of nostalgia for the bustling atmosphere she had not experienced in many years, evoking an odd sensation of discomfort mingled with a desire to belong. Not hearing a response from her companion, Lin Zheng turned his head, only to meet Xiao Sheng's gaze. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she replied, "In truth, Yu Huan is a remarkably astute individual. Anything I wish to uncover, she investigates thoroughly. For instance, regarding Pei Sheng, I was immediately drawn to him on that roster because Yu Huan had annotated there, the refined young gentleman mingles among the ruffians of Lingyang, assisting the governor in resolving various troublesome matters." Lin Zheng raised an eyebrow, contemplating that this was indeed a testament to the master's excellent training. Curiously, however, Yu Huan had not disclosed this information to her lord. Yet, Lin Zheng observed Xiao Sheng's gaze shift forward. Yu Huan mentioned she has never encountered you and is even unaware of your existence. Lin Zheng's dark eyes grew increasingly somber. "Let us return to Jiangke Tower," Xiao Sheng said softly. Lin Zheng was well aware that someone was trailing them. Xiao Sheng had candidly revealed her residence, likely anticipating Pei Sheng's associates to follow. At the governor's mansion, by the time Pei Sheng encountered Song Qinyu, It was already the hour of Shun. Naturally, he felt a sense of urgency, especially with the Chun family's daughter arriving in Xiliang, compounded by the unsettling words spoken by Chun Manxiang as she departed, which only heightened Pei Sheng's unease. When footsteps echoed from outside the hall, Pei Sheng had already risen to his feet. Upon entering, Song Qinyu merely cast a fleeting glance at Pei Sheng before proceeding to the main seat. The hall was devoid of any other individuals. Pei Sheng found it peculiar that each time he met with Song Qinyu, they were always alone. "My lord," Pei Sheng respectfully addressed. Song Qinyu spoke with a hint of impatience. "I heard from your informants that the daughter of the Chun family from the imperial capital has arrived in Xiliang." Pei Sheng then recounted his conversation with Chun Manxiang verbatim to Song Qinyu. After his words echoed in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qinyu gestured for Pei Sheng to take a seat. Once seated, Pei Sheng refrained from casting a glance at the person in the main position. He felt he had conveyed all necessary information to Song Qinyu, and any ensuing troubles were of little concern to him. This was his nature. As long as he remained unscathed and his interests were not infringed upon, he would treat anyone with utmost respect. Indeed, the second princess was wed to the Qin family from the imperial capital. Song Qinyu began to grasp the implications of Chun Manxiang's words. The Qin family had fallen, yet the Qin family remained. Qin Shufei was no more, but there was still a second princess. Behind the second princess stood the formidable Qin family. Was it not said that any clan associated with the fourth prince would be scrutinized? Would the Qin family truly escape unscathed? Pei Sheng inquired. Song Qinyu chuckled softly, as if recalling something amusing. As for the Qin family, you might find the Shibo Marquis more familiar. He spoke of the Qin family in the imperial capital in a calm tone. The military station in the northern lands is still the Qin army. And though a significant portion of their military insignia has fallen into the emperor's hands, a substantial part remains under the control of the Shibo Marquis. With the elderly Marquis firmly in command, it is likely that the Qin family will continue to thrive. However, the Qin family scion who has wed the second princess is not a descendant of the elderly Marquis, but rather of his younger brother. The Qin family is indeed intriguing. The elder Marquis represents the prominent branch, steeped in martial prowess, while the second branch is known for its scholarly pursuits. The elder Marquis's lineage is rather sparse, having lost his only son on the battlefield, and even the grandson left behind is frail and sickly. In contrast, the second branch flourishes with descendants, and it is rumored that they have long harbored ambitions to usurp the Qin family, perhaps biding their time for the elder Marquis's health to wane. Pei Sheng quickly comprehended the second princess's motivations for marrying into the second branch of the Qin family. Should the elder Marquis's health deteriorate, his military authority would inevitably transfer to the second branch, and the elder Marquis's grandson would likely be disregarded. With the second princess allied with the second branch, they would naturally align with the fourth prince. However, for all their scheming, success and failure pivot upon the fourth prince himself. The second branch of the Qin family risks gaining little while entangling themselves in considerable turmoil. What, then, is the meaning behind Miss Qin's arrival in Xiliang? What is Qin Yuanming's intention? Pei Sheng's tone grew cold. He harbored a dislike for Chun Manxiang's penetrating gaze, as if she could see deep into his soul. He expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, "They say someone from the capital has arrived, and it's best that I conceal matters." The discontent in his voice was evident. Conceal what? Besides the countless lives lost to the floods and the government's years of embezzling the treasury while neglecting the populace, what else could it be? What does Qin Yuanming truly intend? Is he threatening us? Pei Sheng's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Has it come to this, yet they remain restless? Song Qinyu cast a faint glance at Pei Sheng and remarked, "Since Chun Yuanming's daughter has arrived in Xiliang and sought you out first, it would be prudent to ensure her comfort. It seems that the officials of Sangzhou have generously contributed silver to Chun Yuanming over the years, and at this critical juncture, they may well intimidate us. Let's accommodate Chun Yuanming's daughter for the time being." Pei Sheng, however, could not suppress a cold laugh within. He recognized that Song Qinyu was nothing but a cunning old fox, intent on having him deal with Qin Manxiang. Chapter 50. a renewed invitation when Pei Sheng departed from Song Qinyu's residence. The darkness had enveloped the sky, and the lights around Shutai Street began to flicker to life. Unlike the vibrant Fenghua River area, Shutai Street was predominantly inhabited by laborers toiling in Xiliang. "Second young master, you have returned," greeted an elderly man as Pei Sheng stepped into a courtyard. "How has my elder brother fared today?" Pei Sheng inquired. The old man, sensing Pei Sheng's subdued mood, replied, "Today was much the same as usual, but he inquired about you more frequently than before. I informed him that you would return later, and he has since retired for the night." Pei Sheng slowed his pace, casting a gentle glance toward the old man, his tones softening considerably. "Uncle Zhang, in a couple of days, I shall send someone to escort you and my brother to the countryside." Uncle Zhang, without further questioning, nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, second young master, I shall take good care of the eldest master. Go and rest. I shall tend to my brother," Pei Sheng instructed before heading towards a particular courtyard. After watching Pei Sheng's retreating figure, Uncle Zhang sighed softly before departing. Upon entering the room, Pei Sheng was greeted by the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, causing his furrowed brow to relax. He proceeded into the inner chamber, where a pallid man lay on the bed, his cheeks hollow. Pei Sheng took a seat on the stool beside the bed. Gazing at the face before him, a fleeting shadow of resentment crossed his eyes. "The weather in Xiliang is about to change. Once I have made the necessary arrangements, I will have Uncle Zhang take you to the countryside." The man on the bed stirred slightly, opening his eyes. "Must you serve Song Qinyu so faithfully, Ah Sheng?" The pain in Pei Yu's gaze was palpable. He was acutely aware that he had burdened his only brother. Pei Sheng forced a gentle smile. "Brother, Song Qinyu has promised me he will find a way for the leader of Lihua Valley to treat you." Pei Yu fell silent, closing his eyes once more. In truth, he longed to express that none of Song Qinyu's promises had materialized over the years, but he could not bring himself to voice it. He understood his brother's sentiments better than anyone. "Brother, it is not that Song Qinyu fails to deliver. It is that the people of Lihua Valley refuse visitors. Even if Song Qinyu were to go in person, the Valley's leader would still not grant an audience." Pei Sheng seemed to perceive his brother's unspoken concerns. "I am aware of what troubles you. This is not a matter of Song Qinyu, and thus I can afford to wait. Why arrange for me and Uncle Zhang to leave Xiliang?" Pei Yu opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng replied with a faint smile. "Uncle Zhang mentioned the number of refugees have recently appeared near the house, fearing it might disturb you. We cannot impose further hardships upon those refugees at this time. Therefore, once the matter of the refugees is resolved, I will bring you back." Pei Yu did not respond, his eyes closing again as if he had fallen asleep. Observing his brother, Pei Sheng's expression grew solemn. He tucked the covers around Pei Yu and then exited the room. Upon returning to the study, Pei Sheng noticed someone waiting at the door and entered without hesitation. The individual waiting also followed him inside. The young lady Chen indeed journeyed to Jiangke-lu. "My subordinate has inquired with the proprietor of Jiangke-lu, confirming that she arrived from the imperial capital. After settling in, her only venture outside the establishment was to meet the young master during the day." As Pei Sheng took a seat, he contemplated how Song Qinyu bore no semblance of any connection to the Qin family, and with a cold smile remarked, "You shall promptly proceed to Jiangke-lu and inform Chen Manxiang that I wish to speak with her once more." Song Qinyu harbored suspicions that Chen Manyu's visit to Xiliang was a veiled threat. After all, in recent years, Chen Yuanming had conspired with Song Qinyu otherwise. How could the levees of Sangzhou, Zhongshan Valley have collapsed, resulting in such devastating floods that claimed numerous lives? Originally, Pei Sheng had presumed that Song Qinyu would treat Chen Yuanming's daughter with kindness, given their past relations with the Qin family. But he was taken aback to discover that he intended for her demise instead. "Yes, I shall attend to this at once." At the third watch, in Jiangke-lu, Pei Sheng's men did not encounter the Chen Manxiang he spoke of, but rather her guard. Lin Zheng stood on the third floor, observing the figure who gradually faded from the grand hall of Jiangke-lu, his deep gaze shifting towards Xiao Sheng's chamber. After knocking on the door, he placed one hand behind his back, seemingly awaiting the occupant's command. "Come in." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Zheng promptly pushed the door open and entered. Finding Xiao Sheng emerging from the inner room, her eyes still drowsy from a brief slumber. As he closed the door and turned, he noticed the casually dressed woman had already taken her seat in the pear blossom chair. Pei Sheng wishes to converse with you again tomorrow at the hour of C on Hutai Street. Xiao Sheng appeared unfazed, responding with a soft hum. Her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Zheng. The intensity of her stare caused Lin Zheng's expression to darken, just as he was about to inquire about her scrutiny. The woman at the head of the table spoke, "Come closer." Lin Zheng made no move, replying, "Please speak, miss." Xiao Sheng rose and approached him. As she drew nearer, Lin Zheng's countenance grew solemn until he could detect a faint, refreshing fragrance, prompting him to take a step back, his voice cool, "Speak plainly." Xiao Sheng smiled lightly, gripping his wrist, and whispered, "Accompany me in a performance." The following day, at Hutai Street, they found themselves once again at the wonton stall from the previous day. However, this time, seated at the table with Xiao Sheng and Lin Zheng was the stall owner. Perhaps due to the early hour and the lack of patrons, the owner, recalling the young lady from yesterday, took a seat and began conversing. "So, Master Pei has an elder brother?" Xiao Sheng's face lit up with surprise. "Indeed, all of us on this street hold Master Pei heir in great esteem. There are many biological brothers in the world, yet who tends to their elder sibling as Master Pei does. I have also heard that Lord Song is leveraging connections to assist those from Pear Blossom Valley, thus providing hope for the elder brother." Xiao Sheng inquired, "What ailment afflicts Master Pei's brother?" "Uncertain," the owner replied, squinting as if deep in thought. "I have heard that several years ago he suffered a grievous injury, leaving him bedridden." Xiao Sheng narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Lin Zheng, who raised an eyebrow in response. At that moment, Pei Sheng approached from the opposite side, his gaze narrowing upon observing Chen Manchuang seated with the wonton vendor. The proprietor, upon noticing him, promptly rose to greet. "This young lady mentioned she was waiting for you." "Indeed, she is my guest. I will take care of the bill for the two patrons," Pei Sheng replied. "Oh, no," the proprietor insisted, clearly a man of great hospitality. "Given how you have always cared for us, your guests are my guests as well. It is my pleasure." Yet, those accompanying Pei Sheng still produced several copper coins, placing them down as they addressed Xiao Sheng. "Miss Chen, this way, please." Rising gracefully, Xiao Sheng met Pei Sheng's gaze. "Young Master Pei, after you." Chapter 51 Confrontation. The familiar courtyard from yesterday lay before them, its bluestone slabs marred by numerous cracks. Aside from the prominent stone table and benches, the most striking feature was the bare-branched ginkgo tree. This time, Pei Sheng led Xiao Sheng into a rather austere hall. "Miss Chen, please," he said, casting a glance at the person beside him. Xiao Sheng stepped inside, and after taking a few strides, a cool voice emerged from behind. "The second young master wishes to discuss something rather private with Miss Chen. We shall wait outside." Xiao Sheng turned to Pei Sheng, puzzled. What does young Master Pei mean by this? Pei Sheng smiled lightly. "Miss Chen, we both know the reason for your visit to Xiliang. Surely I am permitted a moment of private conversation with you?" Xiao Sheng hesitated, glancing at Pei Sheng before finally directing her gaze towards Lin Zheng. "You wait outside." Lin Zheng remained still, his eyes fixed on Xiao Sheng. Observing this, Pei Sheng chuckled softly. "It seems Miss Chen's guard does not trust me." Xiao Sheng's eyes bore a hint of frost as she addressed Lin Zheng. "There is no need to come in. I shall be fine." Lin Zheng studied her for a moment before reluctantly shifting his stance, yet he remained at the threshold. Pei Sheng glanced at his own men, and one standing beside, Lin Zheng gave a slight nod before turning away. Pei Sheng turned back to Xiao Sheng. "Miss Chen, please take a seat." Xiao Sheng sat casually, while Pei Sheng chose not to occupy the main seat, instead settling beside her on her left. "Miss Chen, let us speak plainly," he said, cutting through any pretense. "What brings you to Xiliang?" "Before I answer that, might young Master Pei first explain why he suddenly wishes to converse with me?" Xiao Sheng replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned her head to glance at him before fixing her gaze forward. Pei Sheng found Miss Chen to be rather intriguing. "What do you think? Have you met with Lord Song?" Xiao Sheng replied in a subdued tone. Pei Sheng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Chen Manxiang's profile, momentarily lost in thought before responding. "Miss Chen, you are quite astute. Had the Chen family not encountered that incident, I imagine you would be a formidable figure." Hearing Pei Shang's half-joking remark, Xiao Sheng smiled faintly. Young Master Pei, I shall be frank. My coming to Xiliang is not solely at my father's behest, but also at the wishes of the second princess and the Qin family. What do you mean? Pei Sheng asked, astonished, having assumed she was there to threaten Song Qinyu regarding Chen Yuanming. You are aware that my father has been exiled to the frontier, barely clinging to life. Yet as long as he lives, there remains a glimmer of hope. Does there not? Xiao Sheng said, glancing at Pei Sheng before continuing. However, no action can be taken on my father's behalf at this time. Any misstep might provoke the emperor to take my father's life. Thus, Miss Chen's purpose in coming to Xiliang is... Pei Sheng inquired, somewhat taken aback. The meaning of the second princess is that the Qin family is currently hindered by the affairs of the Chun family. Yet their position in the capital remains significant and cannot be overlooked. As Xiao Sheng spoke, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened. The emperor's primary concern at present is the flood disaster in Sangzhou. If this situation can be turned to the emperor's satisfaction through the Qin family, they will remain as influential as ever. Young Master Pei, do you grasp my meaning? Pei Sheng felt a slight sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint its source. However, once that feeling passed, he found Qin Manshuang quite intriguing. Does Miss Qin imply that the Qin family wishes to intervene in the Sangzhou flood matter? Pei Sheng asked, narrowing his eyes at Qin Manshuang. Or perhaps, what outcome does the Qin family seek? Young Master Pei, you mentioned the importance of transparency. The Sangzhou region is a focal point for the court, and we are both aware of the substantial funds the court allocates to Sangzhou annually. Yet, with the recent dam collapse resulting in numerous fatalities, someone must bear the blame. Otherwise, how can this matter be resolved quietly? Xiao Sheng toyed with the jade ring on her index finger, raising her gaze to Pei Sheng with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Do you not agree, young Master Pei? Pei Sheng had indeed contemplated this issue. The envoy from the capital, a trusted confidant of Emperor Yuanin, would undoubtedly investigate the matter thoroughly. Based on his understanding of Song Qinyu, it was likely that in the end, someone would be made a scapegoat. However, currently, there were no signs of such a move, as Song Qinyu seemed intent on covering everything up, even if someone reported the flood disaster to Emperor Yuanin without evidence. The presence of his confidant in Sangzhou would yield little consequence. Furthermore, all officials in Sangzhou were in collusion, making it difficult for the emperor's envoy to achieve anything substantial here. Thus, Song Qinyu had no reason to be fearful. Is this what the Qin family intends? Pei Sheng pondered deeply, yet this thought was fleeting. After all, he depended on Song Qinyu for his livelihood, and he needed to address this sudden complication posed by the daughter of Chen Yuanming. Pei Sheng couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. This Qin Manshuang was indeed formidable, nearly swaying his thoughts with just a few words. However, he had more pressing matters that required his allegiance to Song Qinyu. The issue with Chen Manshuang must be resolved. Therefore, Miss Chen, why not articulate what you need me to do, or what you would like Lord Song to handle? Pei Sheng said with a smile. Xiao Sheng's brows slightly furrowed as she replied, I wish to know how many citizens perished in this flood. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Pei Sheng's eyes, and he replied naturally, is it Miss Chen's desire to know? Their gazes met, and Pei Sheng was eager to glean something from Chen Manshuang's expression. Of course, Xiao Sheng maintained her unwavering stare at Pei Sheng. He chuckled coldly, noting that Chen Manshuang possessed a certain charm. Were it not for Song Qinyu's insistence on swiftly resolving this issue, keeping her around would indeed be quite pleasant. Then Miss Chen, please accompany me to a certain place, Pei Sheng remarked as he rose. And since this Shan man Shuang wishes to know, let her behold, before her demise, the extent of the suffering endured by the populace. Xiao Sheng stood and followed Pei Sheng out of the hall, yet she did not catch sight of Lin Zhang. Just as Xiao Sheng was about to inquire, Pei Sheng halted his steps and said to her, Miss Chen would not mind if I borrowed your guards, would she? How could Xiao Sheng fail to discern the implication behind Pei Sheng's words? She smiled and replied, of course, I do not mind. Where do you intend to take me, young Master Pei? Pei Sheng fixed his gaze upon Xiao Sheng, his voice devoid of warmth, to a place ravaged by despair. Chapter 52. Pretending, due to the aftermath of the flooding, The road leading to Zhongshan Gully was utterly destroyed, leaving the carriage stranded on a hillside far from its destination. The remaining journey had to be completed on foot. Xiao Shang suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She inquired, "Master Pei, may I ask about the fate of my people?" Pei Sheng had not anticipated that upon arriving at this place, Chen Manxiang would begin to question the well-being of her people. Was it not a tad late for Miss Chen to be asking? Pei Sheng remarked with a teasing tone. Xiao Sheng slowed her pace considerably, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Sheng, and refrained from further inquiries about Lin Zheng. She was curious to see how far Pei Sheng would go with Chen Manxiang. Although they were still some distance from Zhongshan Gully, Miss Chen should be able to discern the signs of devastation left by the flood. As Pei Sheng's gaze swept over the ruined houses, a faint sigh escaped him. The year was nearing its end, and during the spring and summer, the route to Zhongshan Gully was lined with villages, as this area, being close to the riverbank, had a dense population. Had these villagers been relocated to a safe haven? Xiao Sheng gazed into the distance, her embroidered shoes already caked with mud, weighing down her steps. She had deliberately posed the question, if the villagers had indeed been moved to safety, how could the calamity in Sangzhou have reached the ears of Emperor Yuanin? Pei Sheng, however, scoffed coldly. Why would Miss Chen ask such a question? Surely you are aware of the plight faced by the villagers here. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Sheng lowered her eyes to her muddied shoes and replied in a somber tone, "It is precisely because I do not know that I ask you, Master Pei." Beneath Miss Chen's feet lay the remnants of those crushed by the landslide that followed the flood. Pei Sheng's voice turned icy, questioning how a noblewoman like the Chun family could possibly fathom the suffering of these common people. The flood that came after the autumn and the subsequent landslides had spared the villagers from the floodwaters, yet they could not escape the earth's collapse and the landslides. Coupled with the government's inaction, which suppressed the matters so thoroughly, the area was now a grave for the souls of Zhongshan Gully's inhabitants. Master Pei, if the riverbank near Zhongshan Gully were maintained and managed each year, would this tragedy have been averted? Even in the face of floods, would so many villagers have suffered? Xiao Sheng asked earnestly. Pei Sheng cast a glance at those nearby and scoffed. Is Miss Chen truly expressing concern for the common folk? Xiao Sheng understood the implication behind Pei Sheng's words. It was merely a mockery of Chen Manxiang. After all, a considerable sum of silver allocated to Sangzhou by the court had found its way into Chun Yuanming's hands. It was indeed ironic for Chen Manxiang to utter such sentiments now. Miss Chen desires to ascertain the number of lives lost in this flooding. I cannot provide a figure, but the mud below bears witness to the tragedy. Pei Sheng's tone had grown even colder than before. If the Qin family wishes to intervene in this matter, it shall not be an easy endeavor. What do you mean? Xiao Sheng halted her steps, retracting her gaze from the ravaged houses. Do you believe that Lord Song can resolve the issues in Sangzhou? Or do you suggest that without our Chun family, Lord Song has no fear of those from the capital? If he truly had no fear, why would he seek to conceal this matter so diligently? In truth, it seems that Lord Song and the officials throughout the region of Sangzhou believe that the common folk have perished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Xiao Sheng maintained a serene expression. After casting a fleeting glance at Pei Sheng, her gaze shifted elsewhere, her voice tinged with a natural chill. As long as the officials here do not report the number of villagers, how can they conceal the extent of the casualties? If the court remains oblivious to the death toll, might the officials of Sangzhou evade retribution? As she spoke, a trace of cold laughter escaped her lips. Allow me to inform young Master Pei that the upheaval in Sangzhou will be no less significant than that of the Qin family. Pei Sheng narrowed his eyes, fixated on Chen Manxiang, and coldly uttered, "Who are you?" Xiao Sheng briefly glanced at the two individuals behind Pei Sheng, a mocking smile gracing her features. "I am Chen Manxiang." Pei Sheng scrutinized the woman before him, pondering why mentioning the Chen family evoked an odd sentiment. If she truly was Chen Manxiang, he could not articulate the nature of the feeling, yet sensed that this woman lacked the demeanor one might expect from a family that had fallen from grace. Just as Xiao Sheng's gaze diverted elsewhere, she sensed a flicker of attention in her peripheral vision. Upon redirecting her gaze, she found Pei Sheng standing directly before her. Her eyes darkened slightly, and before she could utter a word, her throat was seized. Pei Sheng gripped her delicate neck with a force that could easily prove fatal. Leaning closer to her nearly flawless visage, mirroring her earlier smirk, "Regardless of your identity or your purpose for being here, you must die." The woman, aside from her elegantly arched brows furrowing slightly, exhibited no trace of fear in her eyes. Pei Sheng, squinting at the calm woman mere inches away, remarked, "If you truly are an agent of the Qin family, I can only say you are too late." Xiao Sheng curled her lips into a smile. "Is Song Qinyu afraid?" Pei Sheng tightened his grip, his disdain for her composure intensifying, his gaze growing more piercing. "Fear or not, ask the souls of the departed in Sangzhou, and you shall find out." Xiao Sheng felt a sharp pain as her throat was constricted, her breath becoming labored, and her vision blurring. Pei Sheng clenched his teeth, exerting greater force. He observed as the woman's eyes began to lose focus, and just as he anticipated her imminent demise, a muffled grunt and the sound of a body collapsing echoed from behind him. Before he could react, a strong shove from behind rendered him immobile. Xiao Sheng broke free from Pei Sheng's grasp, coughing violently. "The princess has put herself in peril." "How amusing," Lin Zheng remarked coolly, staring at the coughing woman, his gaze shifting to the astonished Pei Sheng as he reached for his sword, intent on dispatching Pei Sheng. Xiao Sheng interjected, "Spare him. He may prove useful." Lin Zheng withdrew his hand from the sword hilt, regarding the pale-faced Xiao Sheng with indifference before turning his attention elsewhere. He recalled how the young woman had requested his assistance in her ruse the previous night. She had claimed that Pei Sheng's actions were undoubtedly sanctioned by Song Qinyu, as a protege of the Chun family, was intricately linked to them. The sudden appearance of Chun Yuanming's daughter in Xiliang City would naturally provoke Song Qinyu's apprehension. Prior to the arrival of the court's envoy, Song Qinyu and the other officials in Sangzhou had surely taken measures to conceal whatever needed to be hidden regarding the flood. As he once expressed to the princess, even if she were a phoenix, she must remain grounded within the confines of Sangzhou. The officials dispatched by the court are akin to grasshoppers on the same string, inevitably concealing the truth of the floods with impenetrable secrecy. Any attempts to investigate would prove futile. However, the princess had long contemplated how to exploit this enigmatic figure, Pei Sheng, to carve a breach into Sangzhou's veil of secrecy. To achieve this, she must draw near to Pei Sheng while masquerading as a member of the Qin family. When he inquired about her reasoning, she articulated that in this world, a ghost fears not another ghost, but rather is the company of its own kind that induces trepidation. Only by pretending to be of the Chun lineage could Song Qinyu compel Pei Sheng to address her plight. Chapter 53. What does she want me to do? In the pursuit of resolving the matter concerning Chun Manxiang, Pei Sheng would naturally seek a legitimate reason to meet her. Of course, Xiao Sheng would seize this opportunity to extract information from Pei Sheng, such as the toll of lives lost in the recent floods, the number of survivors, the actions taken by the authorities, and why Xiliang had not been spared. However, before Xiao Sheng could pose these inquiries, Pei Sheng sought her demise. Fortunately, Pei Sheng led her to the area inundated by the floods. How far was it from Zhongshan Valley? After a considerable pause, Xiao Sheng turned to Pei Sheng and inquired. Pei Sheng was still reeling from Lin Zheng's earlier address of princess. He pondered how Chun Yuanming's daughter could escape right under the watchful eyes of Emperor Yuanan, dismissing the notion of her being the so-called second princess. It seemed that even the offspring of concubine Chun were now mere clay idols struggling for survival, let alone plotting an escape to Lingyang in Sangzhou. Pei Sheng's feeling of being toyed with intensified, and his gaze upon Xiao Sheng grew increasingly menacing. With the performance concluded, did he still wish to retain her? Lin Zheng's eyes lingered on Pei Sheng's face for a moment before shifting to Xiao Sheng, whose embroidered shoes and skirt were caked in mud, and feeling the biting winds in a mountain hollow. He could not help but regard the unpretentious woman with renewed curiosity. Simply eliminate him when the emperor's men arrive in Lingyang. They will commence their inquiries from this spot. What is there to fear? Even if Song Qinyu possessed boundless influence, could he extend his reach to the emperor himself? Xiao Sheng cast a glance at Lin Zheng, as if to suggest he did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, then turned to Pei Sheng, unbind his acupoint. Lin Zheng let out a cold snort from his throat and promptly released Pei Sheng's acupoint. Now able to move and speak, Pei Sheng's gaze fixated on Xiao Sheng. How far is Zhengshan Valley from here? Xiao Sheng inquired nonchalantly once more. Which princess are you? Pei Sheng asked. Lin Zheng, clutching his sword, replied coldly, Princess Huan. Pei Sheng was genuinely taken aback. How could the eldest daughter of Emperor Yuan be present in Lingyang? Had her purpose for coming here been to investigate all the officials of Songzhou? As Pei Sheng was engulfed in astonishment, he suddenly felt a force strike his knee, forcing him to kneel in the mud, his hands bracing against the slush as he regained his composure. He abruptly looked up at Xiao Sheng, who towered over him. Are you particularly loyal to Song Qinyu? Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a smile. Let me guess. How could someone as talented and resourceful as young master Pei find himself mingling with ruffians? I dare say that Song Qinyu might harbor some trepidation towards you? Xiao Sheng mused, her tone feigning uncertainty, her gaze tranquil. Surely, young master Pei must think I jest. How could someone of Song Qinyu's caliber possibly fear you? Listening to Xiao Sheng's seemingly indifferent remarks, Lin Zheng felt far removed from the earlier threat he had faced. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. It became apparent to Lin Zheng that from the very beginning, Xiao Sheng had come to Lingyang with Pei Sheng in her sights. It seemed that Yu Huan had not only uncovered the close ties between Pei Sheng and the Chun family, but had also revealed other matters concerning him. What schemes are these two, master and servant, concocting behind the scenes? Does young Master Pei possess an obligation to serve Song Qinyu? Xiao Sheng chuckled. Young Master Pei's elder brother? What do you know? Pei Sheng has never been a fool. The fact that Xiao Sheng could articulate such a statement indicates that she has thoroughly investigated him. Or perhaps, the matters unknown to him have been meticulously uncovered by this princess of Chong. I am privy to many details. What would you like to know? Xiao Sheng raised an eyebrow, perceiving a hint of urgency in Pei Sheng's gaze, yet she remained unperturbed. Young Master Pei, consider today as affair settled between us. If you wish for my demise, I have concealed my identity, and thus, let us regard the previous incidents as if they never occurred. Should you seek knowledge, merely visit me at Jiangke Tower. Pei Sheng gazed at Xiao Sheng with confusion. Song Qinyu is aware of your presence at Jiangke Tower. Are you not concerned he might send others to eliminate you? That depends on how you perform in front of Song Qinyu. Xiao Sheng replied, slightly tilting her body. Her gaze returned to the beam crushed beneath the stones. From her vantage point, she could only glimpse that solitary beam. Her voice turned somewhat frigid. Of course, young Master Pei, you may continue to fulfill the orders bestowed upon you by Song Qinyu, but we shall see if you possess the capability to take my life. Pei Sheng's head drooped slightly, his eyes filled with turmoil. Ever since his brother's incident, he had been beset by numerous doubts, yet no matter how he investigated, he could uncover nothing. For instance, whom had his brother offended to the point of being rendered incapacitated, unable to lead a normal existence? Furthermore, why was it that his abilities were hardly inferior to those of Song Qinyu's entourage? Why did Song Qinyu assign him only menial tasks involving murder? Why, during discussions with Song Qinyu, was he ever alone with him? Were it not for his brother's predicament requiring Song Qinyu's assistance, he would never have acquiesced to his commands. Lin Zheng, let us depart. Xiao Sheng cast a glance at the kneeling Pei Sheng and walked back with heavy steps. Lin Zheng glanced at the two fallen figures and followed closely beside Xiao Sheng. Pei Sheng's mind buzzed, a chaotic whirlpool of thoughts. He was at a loss regarding his next steps. Song Qinyu had explicitly demanded the life of Chen Manwang. Yet Chen Manwang was not truly Chen Manwang, and this princess of Huan insisted on using her identity in Lingyang. Pei Sheng was certainly not wholeheartedly loyal to Song Qinyu. He merely followed him out of necessity. However, this princess of Huan was no benevolent figure. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the receding figures, shouting, "Give me a reason to betray Song Qinyu." Wasn't this princess merely seeking his defection? The figure ahead halted and exchanged a few words with a man beside her, who then approached Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng gradually rose, his fingers caked with mud. Lin Zheng stopped at a distance from Pei Sheng and said, "The princess has stated that your brother's ailment can be entrusted to her." Pei Sheng narrowed his eyes, watching Lin Zheng warily. What does she want me to do? His tone softened considerably. Lin Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. Chen Manzhuang has come bearing the weight of the Qin family of the imperial capital and the mission of the second princess. You may proceed as you see fit. After speaking, Lin Zheng turned and walked toward Xiaosheng. Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng's gaze grew increasingly profound. It appears that this esteemed princess not only intends to deal with Song Qinyu, but also aims to entangle the Qin family of the imperial capital in her schemes. Chapter 54. The need for vigilance. Xiaosheng returned to Lingyang City in Pei Sheng's carriage. Along the way, she felt the chill dissipate from her body before she inquired about Lin Zheng. Where did Pei Sheng's men take you? I lost sight of you after leaving the hall. There was no response from outside the carriage. Unbothered, Xiaosheng lowered her gaze to her mud-stained embroidered shoes. Leaning against the cushion and closing her eyes, Lin Zheng, who was driving the carriage, had a brooding expression. Noticing the silence within the carriage, he raised an eyebrow. Although Pei Sheng's men had intended to harm him, he still considered Xiaosheng's instructions and decided to play along with her scheme. When he was taken to a room by Pei Sheng's men, he had initially planned to turn the tables. However, he soon realized that they were intent on taking his life. Thus, he had to eliminate that threat first before leaving the city with Pei Sheng. Just as Lin Zheng became lost in thought, Xiaosheng's voice broke the silence in the carriage. Do you believe that Chen Yuanming and Song Qinyu have preserved their correspondence over the years? Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but smile slightly. Does the princess wish to obtain the letters exchanged between Chen Yuanming and Song Qinyu? Song Qinyu is a remarkably upright hypocrite, aware that retaining certain documents could lead to trouble, so it is unlikely that Chen Yuanming has kept any. After a brief pause, the conversation resumed. Even if there were letters, it would be difficult for Song Qinyu to act on them. Lin Zheng understood Xiaosheng's implication, despite their collusion. Each remained wary of the other. Song Qinyu, being an apprentice of the Chen family, might engage in a mutually beneficial relationship with Chen Yuanming. But one must always be cautious. Both Song Qinyu and Chen Yuanming would likely possess evidence to restrain one another. This matter will require your assistance, Lingard, to utilize your connections in the imperial capital to seek this out for me. Lin Zheng silently chuckled at her courteous request. Clearly, she could inform the emperor. Yet the eldest princess seemed to prefer keeping him in the dark. Perhaps, as she suggested, the emperor only cared for the outcome, not the details. Leave this matter to me, Lin Zheng replied. Upon hearing his words, Xiaosheng drew back the window curtain, gazing at the darkening sky, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. This oppressive feeling was akin to countless vengeful spirits drifting above, an unsettling discomfort weighing heavily upon her. Pei Sheng returned to Sutai Street as evening approached. He had already arranged for Uncle Zhang to take Pei Yu to the countryside to procure a manor. After the carriage departed, he made his way to the governor's residence. As darkness enveloped the sky, Pei Sheng's mind began to clear upon arriving at the governor's estate. If he could not obtain what he desired from Song Qinyu, then perhaps it was worth exploring an alternative path. When Pei Sheng was escorted to Song Qinyu's study by the governor's guards, he heard Song Yuan's voice. Elder brother, the envoy Zhang Yuan dispatched by the court should arrive in Lingyang in about 5 days. Soon after, Song Qinyu responded, make the necessary arrangements. The guards then entered the room, interrupting their conversation. Sir, young Master Pei has arrived. Following this, Song Yuan exited the chamber. As Song Yuan's gaze collided with Pei Sheng's, he instinctively averted his eyes and chose to exit the courtyard without uttering a word. Pei Sheng was already accustomed to Song Yuan's demeanor. The individuals surrounding Song Qinyu were hardly on amicable terms with him, often infused with a hint of animosity, the origins of which remained a mystery to Pei Sheng. However, as Song Yuan brushed past him, Pei Sheng discreetly cast a glance at him before entering the room. Greetings, my lord, Pei Sheng announced as he stood in the center of the chamber. Song Qinyu merely glanced at Pei Sheng before shifting his attention to the desk. Have you resolved everything? Not yet, Pei Sheng replied. This singular word caused Song Qinyu's hand, which was poised to grasp an ancient tome, to falter momentarily. He lifted his gaze back to Pei Sheng's face. What do you mean? Miss Chen stated that her arrival at Lingyang was not at the behest of Chen Yuanming, but rather at the insistence of the Qin family and the second princess. Pei Sheng's expression revealed no additional emotions. I deemed it necessary to inquire about your thoughts. My lord, the intentions of the Qin family and the second princess? Song Qinyu retracted his hand, leaning back in his chair, and spoke with a significant tone. At such a critical juncture, I find it hard to believe that you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. Pei Sheng curled his lips slightly, responding calmly. My lord, the Qin family's influence in the capital cannot be underestimated. If they wish to intervene, why provoke them? So you imply that as long as the Qin family desires to meddle, I must acquiesce? Song Qinyu's gaze bore a fierce intensity as he fixed his eyes on Pei Sheng. I'm not aware, but I find it curious that someone as astute as yourself is suddenly acting so obtuse. My subordinate wishes to take action, Pei Sheng said, lowering his eyelids. The guard by Chun Manxiang's side are relentless and formidable. 3 of my brothers have already perished. Song Qinyu chuckled lightly. Ah, so there's that aspect. It seems that you have gained little advantage from Chun Manxiang, hence her assertion that she came to Xiliang due to the Qin family. Pei Sheng refrained from offering a definitive response. Song Qinyu's expression gradually grew grave as he inquired, why does the Qin family wish to involve themselves? Chun Manxiang mentioned that regarding the recent floods in Sangzhou, the Qin family seeks to alleviate the emperor's troubles. As Pei Sheng spoke this, he glanced at Song Qinyu seated at the head of the table, then lowered his gaze to continue. Someone must take the blame for the Sangzhou incident. Otherwise, it cannot simply be put to rest. I pondered that since the Qin family has shown interest, they might as well be the ones to resolve it. Naturally, if the Qin family desires to earn favor with the emperor, they will need to utilize your influence, my lord, and subsequently present a scapegoat to shoulder the blame, thereby restoring peace to Sangzhou. Song Qinyu regarded Pei Sheng with scrutiny. He did not perceive Pei Sheng as foolish, however. The multitude of remarks made today led him to conclude that Pei Sheng had failed to eliminate the individual he sought to deal with. Thus, Song Qinyu was disinclined to hold Pei Sheng accountable. He nonchalantly spoke, regardless of the intentions that Chun Manzhuang harbors upon arriving at Xiliang. This matter is not to be interfered with by any outsiders. If you do not resolve this trouble today, then it shall be addressed tomorrow. If tomorrow proves unfeasible, then the day after. The moment you rectify this issue for me is when you may come to see me. However, it is imperative that this predicament does not become my burden. Song Qinyu fixed a cold gaze upon Pei Sheng. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand, my lord. Pei Sheng replied, internally mocking. It seemed that Song Qinyu had lost faith in everyone. At the very least, he would no longer seek to affiliate himself with another Qin family. As he pondered how Song Qinyu would have evaded trouble had he been serving in the capital when the Chun family faced their calamity. Chapter 55. What do you wish to say? After a brief moment of silence in the room, Song Qinyu's tone softened considerably. News had arrived from Lihua Valley. As he mentioned the valley, Song Qinyu cast a glance at Pei Sheng. It was heard that the gates of Lihua Valley had stirred a few days prior, indicating that someone had entered the valley. A flicker of joy naturally crossed Pei Sheng's eyes. The inhabitants of Lihua Valley seldom welcomed outsiders, regardless of their status. Unless the valley's master consented to an audience, no one would be granted entry. Otherwise, with Song Qinyu's esteemed position in Sangzhou, there would be no one he could not meet. Yet, he found himself powerless against the master of Lihua Valley. The fact that the gates had opened today signified that the valley's master was willing to entertain visitors. However, this fleeting elation quickly dissipated within Pei Sheng's heart. If the master of Lihua Valley truly wished to heal his brother, why had he made him wait all these years? Sir, have you indeed sent someone to Lihua Valley these past years? Pei Sheng could not help but question. As expected, upon hearing this, Song Qinyu's expression grew cold, and he scoffed. Are you questioning my authority? Pei Sheng met Song Qinyu's gaze directly, responding, I do not question your authority. I merely feel that the master of Lihua Valley seems less than eager to welcome you. Your status holds little weight in the eyes of the valley's master. Pei Sheng's words seemed to strike a chord deep within Song Qinyu. He stared at Pei Sheng for a moment without speaking, for Pei Sheng had spoken the truth. He indeed had some grievances with the master of Lihua Valley. So you were blaming me? Song Qinyu shed his earlier severity, his eyes softening slightly. Though there have been no significant developments from Lihua Valley in recent years, the medicines provided for your brother have always been of the finest quality. Asheng, I have done my utmost. Pei Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing that whenever his brother was mentioned, Song Qinyu transformed into a different person entirely. I understand your intentions, sir, Pei Sheng said, lowering his head. Very well, Chun Manxiang, keep a watchful eye. Just ensure that this individual does not take any actions after the inspector arrives in Lingyang. Once matters in Sangzhou are concluded, I shall personally address Chun Yuanming's daughter. Song Qinyu was currently disinterested in meeting the daughter of Chun Yuanming. Understood. You may return now. Song Qinyu wearily rubbed his forehead, his gaze no longer resting on Pei Sheng. I take my leave. After departing from the governor's residence, Pei Sheng wound his way through several streets until he arrived at a lively district filled with flowers and willows, casually entering a place he was familiar with. He walked in with ease, and upon reaching the staircase, he glanced back before making his way towards the back door. Upon exiting through the back door, he found himself in an alleyway. The dim light illuminated the sounds of laughter between men and women, crescendoing in the air. Pei Sheng hastily exited the alley, heading towards Jiangke Tower. At the end of the hour of the pig, Pei Sheng encountered Lin Zheng, the man who had sought his life in broad daylight. The two met in a private room on the second floor of Jiangke Tower. Lin Zheng nonchalantly poured himself a cup of tea, showing no intention of speaking first. I wish to see Princess Huan, Pei Sheng stated with unwavering clarity. Lin Zheng took a delicate sip of tea, her gaze fixed upon Pei Sheng's face. Indifferent, she has rested. You may speak directly with me regarding any matters. Pei Sheng chuckled softly, reaching for the teapot to fill his own cup. The sound of tea cascading into the cup resonating clearly in the elegant room. Lin Zheng leaned back in her chair, her dark eyes steadily scrutinizing Pei Sheng. His hand rested upon the cup, fingers lightly tracing its rim as he inquired, Your surname? Lin, came her succinct reply, Lin Zheng. Pei Sheng addressed her with a respectful tone. I wonder if the princess's visit to Lingyang is by the Emperor's decree, or Pei Sheng felt somewhat uncertain. It seemed improbable for a princess to intervene in such significant affairs as the floods in Sangzhou. Yet, the esteemed Princess Hua had indeed arrived in Lingyang, and he believed no one would dare impersonate the Princess of Xiliang, especially in his presence. The Emperor has consented, Lin Zheng clarified, dispelling Pei Sheng's doubts with brevity. Pei Sheng raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of such approval. What does the princess intend to accomplish? He mused, realizing he had misstepped. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, What is it that you desire from me? Lin Zheng revealed no hesitation. A faint smile gracing her lips. Before coming to Lingyang, the princess meticulously scrutinized all officials in Sangzhou. Before departing from the imperial capital, the emperor instructed the princess to resolve matters concerning the Chun family as disciples. What do you think? The emperor instructed the princess concerning the Chun family as disciples. Echoed in Pei Sheng's mind like a thunderclap. If this were indeed the emperor's command, then no matter how adept Song Qinyu was at concealing his ambitions, all officials in Sangzhou would inevitably align with him. The fate of the Qin family would mirror that of Song Qinyu. After all, Sangzhou fell within the territory of Xiliang. Who among its officials would dare to provoke the emperor of the capital? Mr. Pei, today the princess shared a story with me. I wonder if you would care to hear it. Lin Zheng recalled how Xiao Sheng had narrated a tale to the emperor while dealing with concubine Chun. A slight smile gracing her lips. The princess believes Mr. Pei would find it quite intriguing. Pei Sheng felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, his gaze intensifying upon Lin Zheng. From the moment he first beheld the princess, he sensed her extraordinary nature. She exhibited no fear when confronted by his formidable associates. Please proceed, Pei Sheng replied softly. Lin Zheng lifted her cup, draining the tea in a single gulp, idly playing with the cup in her hands as she began. Roughly 7 or 8 years ago, during the 16th year of Xiliang, just before the autumn imperial examination. Pei Sheng's eyes flickered. He could not forget the 16th year of Xiliang. It was the year his elder brother traveled to the capital to take the examination. And it was also the year his brother met with misfortune. Within the capital's top scholars' hall, there were several exceptionally talented scholars, among whom was Song Qinyu. Pei Sheng's expression subtly shifted. Yet, the one most favored by the emperor was another, Lin Zheng remarked. Her arms crossed, and her gaze cold as she fixed it upon Pei Sheng. Few now know that person's name, but scarcity does not imply forgetfulness. The princess mentioned that this individual is called Pei Yu. Pei Sheng's calm demeanor shattered completely as he gritted his teeth and coldly inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Lin Zheng responded with a derisive smile. "Master Pei, being so astute, surely you must grasp my intentions. Your elder brother possessed remarkable talents. How is it that he has met such a fate? Could it truly be mere coincidence? After all these years of being nurtured by Song Qinyu, have you truly never entertained any doubts?" As Pei Sheng listened, it seemed that the enigmas within his heart were beginning to find their explanations. For instance, every time Song Qinyu mentioned his brother, that authoritative demeanor would vanish. Chapter 56. So what? For years, Song Qinyu has diligently sought medicinal herbs and renowned physicians for your elder brother. Could it truly be that their bond is merely one of camaraderie? Lin Zheng, arms crossed, gazed intently at Pei Sheng's somewhat menacing expression and continued, "Hasn't the young Master Pei ever pondered the underlying reasons behind this?" The tea in Pei Sheng's cup rippled slightly as he gripped it tightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Zheng, who lounged back in his chair. "Are you suggesting that my brother's past misfortunes are somehow connected to Song Qinyu?" Lin Zheng remained noncommittal. Pei Sheng slammed his teacup onto the table, his cold gaze piercing through Lin Zheng. "A story? Why should I place my trust in the tale you spin?" Lin Zheng chuckled softly, lazily pushing his teacup away. "Young Master Pei, how much does your belief or disbelief truly matter to me or to the princess? Even if Song Qinyu were to learn of the princess's identity, what could he possibly do?" Pei Sheng appeared perplexed by Lin Zheng's earlier statements. If Song Qinyu dared not act against the princess in her true form, why then present herself as Chun Manxiang? What was the Long Princess's intention? Pei Sheng countered, "As you just mentioned, the emperor has tasked the princess with resolving the issue concerning the Chun family's disciple. Surely, revealing her identity would be more effective than adopting the guise of Chun Manxiang. Or was it that once the Long Princess's identity was disclosed, she would find herself trapped in Sangzhou, fearing that Song Qinyu might act recklessly? After all, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake." Pei Sheng had a general understanding of the story Lin Zheng had recounted, yet he detested being led by the nose. Even if Song Qinyu harbored ulterior motives toward his brothers, he would not allow himself to be manipulated, at the very least, not to such a degree. Lin Zheng smiled again. "You are quite right. Hence the princess must adopt the identity of Chun Manxiang. I wonder if young Master Pei can comprehend this?" Pei Sheng's previously grim expression gradually returned to normal as he listened to Lin Zheng, revealing that the esteemed Long Princess not only understood him thoroughly, but also had a clear grasp of Song Qinyu's intentions. "Does what I say alleviate your doubts, young Master Pei?" The smile at the corners of Lin Zheng's mouth faded, his demeanor becoming considerably more serious as he continued. "In the autumn examinations of Xiliang 16 years ago, your elder brother was recommended to the emperor by the cabinet minister, Wang Lao. However, despite Wang Lao's admiration, your brother lacked any substantial backing." Lin Zheng's tone turned colder. At that time, Song Qinyu was the most favored student of Chun Yuanming's father. The Chun family, a prestigious literary household, enjoyed a stellar reputation, and naturally, Chun Lao's most esteemed student attracted considerable attention. Due to the connections with the palace through concubine Chun and the fourth prince, most people would hesitate to offend the Chun family, including the examiners of the autumn assessments. Yet, Chun Lao was at odds with Wang Lao, and the news of Wang Lao recommending your brother inevitably reached the ears of the Chun family. Did the Chun family move against my brother? Pei Sheng's countenance hardened considerably. Lin Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. The Chun clan, of such stature, would not deign to engage with one devoid of any connections. Upon learning this information years ago, Song Qinyu orchestrated a series of unforeseen events, severing your brother's ties to the imperial examinations. After all, Song Qinyu was the most favored disciple of the esteemed Elder Chun and would not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation and standing he had meticulously constructed in the capital. Moreover, there is another matter. Lin Zheng recalled an event from many years past, his gaze darkening. Song Qinyu was acquainted with the master of Pear Blossom Valley, Chen Subai. The reason Chen Subai now holds animosity towards Song Qinyu likely stems from an incident when he was lured to the capital under the pretense of curing the empress, who the emperor wished to see. What Chen Subai remained oblivious to was that he had been manipulated by Song Qinyu. It was only through Chen Subai's presence in the capital that the emperor would venture forth to meet him, and only then would the Chun family and the favored consort Chun be able to obscure the royal bloodline. Do you comprehend this, young Master Pei? Lin Zheng concluded. In conjunction with the knowledge regarding the fourth prince not being a direct descendant of the emperor. Indeed, it was Song Qinyu who had compelled Chen Subai to journey to the capital, where he encountered the emperor, though the empress's condition was beyond recovery. Nevertheless, Chen Subai's arrival prompted Emperor Yuanan to leave the palace, granting the Chen family and consort Chen their opportunity. Lin Zheng slowly came to the realization that the emperor intended to resolve matters concerning Song Qinyu through the princess. It is reasonable to assume that Song Qinyu had also exploited the ailing empress to fulfill the desires of the Qin family. Such a person would surely not escape the emperor's wrath. As Pei Sheng listened to Lin Zheng's words, his grip on the teacup tightened, his gaze fixated on the liquid within. Suddenly, the cup shattered in his hand, porcelain shards slicing into his palm, blood seeping through his fingers. Pei Sheng understood that those surrounding the princess had no need to deceive one as powerless as himself. Perhaps his only value to the princess lay in his proximity to Song Qinyu. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out. He gradually began to grasp certain actions of Song Qinyu. He pondered why, over the years, Song Qinyu had visited Pear Blossom Valley every few months. Yet the residents had remained elusive. Perhaps Song Qinyu had long anticipated that the valley's master would not make an appearance. Or perhaps he understood that, given his status, the master would refuse his request for an audience. Thus, for all these years, he had been treated as a mere plaything. How utterly ironic. A prolonged silence enveloped the elegant chamber. Lin Zheng, seemingly oblivious to Pei Sheng's injury, leisurely poured himself more tea and savored it with ease. After some time, Pei Sheng finally released the porcelain shard, allowing it to clatter onto the table. What is your true intention in revealing this to me? Pei Sheng inquired flatly. As for that, I am uncertain, Lin Zheng replied, casting a glance at Pei Sheng across the table. Do you believe the princess could be a rival to Song Qinyu? Pei Sheng pressed further. Lin Zheng raised an eyebrow, genuinely unsure how to respond, and thus remained silent. The inhabitants of Zhongshan Valley perished almost entirely in the deluge. Even those who survived remain under the sway of Song Qinyu. The citizens of Lingyang would never betray Song Qinyu, a fact the princess must surely comprehend, given his esteemed position in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng recalled the princess's assessment of Song Qinyu as a principled hypocrite. It seems that confronting Song Qinyu indeed presents a formidable challenge. Thus, even if someone were to arrive from the imperial capital, even if it were a confidant of the emperor, it would likely be an arduous task to unseat Song Qinyu. Pei Sheng fixed his gaze intently on Lin Zheng. I must meet with the princess. Chapter 57. Zheng Yuang. Pei Sheng ultimately did not encounter Xiao Sheng. After conversing with Lin Zheng that night, he departed from Jiangke Lu. For several consecutive days, there was no sign of Xiao Sheng, and Pei Sheng found himself growing increasingly patient. From initial anger to a final calmness, he understood that restoring his brother's honor would require a gradual approach. His brother deserved more than a life of obscurity. During these days, Song Qinyu was too preoccupied to regard the presence of Chun Manxiang in Lingyang City. The entire prefectural office was engaged in dealings with the imperial inspector Zheng Yuang, who had arrived from the capital. Song Qinyu was almost too busy to attend to anything else. Zheng Yuang was not Chen Yuanming, and since Zheng Yuang had been promoted by Emperor Yuanan only after Song Qinyu left the capital for his post in Lingyang City, they had never formed an acquaintance. Thus, Song Qinyu was entirely unaware of the nature of Zheng Yuang's character. Consequently, Zheng Yuang outright declined the welcome banquet that had been meticulously arranged, which left Song Qinyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. This action further fueled dissatisfaction among Song Qinyu's associates. However, given Zheng Yuang's esteemed position, everyone had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Moreover, upon arriving in Xiliang City, Zheng Yuang was immediately required to inspect the dam affected by the floods, making it difficult for Song Qinyu to discern Zheng Yuang's intentions. Although the necessary matters had been addressed, Song Qinyu still felt a sense of unease. On the third day following Zheng Yuang's arrival in Xiliang, officials from the entire Cangzhou region gathered there. Zheng Yuang spent 3 consecutive days at the dam. Yet due to its vast length, it was impossible to complete the inspection in such a short time. On the 4th day, Zheng Yuang returned to Xiliang City and took residence at the relay station arranged by Song Qinyu. Occasionally venturing outside, he could hear the admiration and affection the common folk held for Song Qinyu. Intrigued, Zheng Yuang sat at a small stall selling Yangcha noodles. The refugees, after the floods, are residing on Hutai Street? He inquired, curious about the surrounding conversations. Indeed, such a significant event occurred. Those villages were submerged by the flood. Upon learning of the disaster, Lord Song rushed to Jingshan Gully overnight, rescuing all he could. Where he could do no more, he extended his utmost compassion to the survivors. For 2 months, he tirelessly traversed Jingshan Gully, ensuring the refugees were settled on Hutai Street, and even now, he has arranged for people to care for their needs. At over 40 years of age, Zheng Yuang exuded a commanding presence without raising his voice, making it difficult for strangers to approach him, in stark contrast to Song Qinyu. Lord Song is indeed a remarkable official, Zheng Yuang remarked, gently squeezing the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. Absolutely. Since Lord Song took office as the prefect of Xiliang, the people of Xiliang, and indeed, all of Cangzhou, have held him in high regard, came the reply. Zheng Yuang offered no further comment, merely smiling faintly. To him, these theatrics were trivial. Yet it was evident that Song Qinyu had managed to engage the entire populace of Xiliang City in his performance, which spoke volumes of his character. No wonder, when departing the capital, the emperor had advised him to consult with the eldest princess upon their meeting. The entire city of Cangzhou appears to be a fortress, making it rather challenging to investigate the emperor's wrath. Boss, the bill, please. After Zheng Yuang placed a few copper coins down, he took his leave. As Zheng departed, a figure who had been quietly savoring a bowl of Yangcha noodles at a nearby stall set down their bamboo chopsticks and made their way in the direction Zheng had just vacated. Meanwhile, within the tavern, Xiao Sheng, donning a hooded cloak, withdrew her gaze from the group, trailing Zheng Yuang, gently setting down her teacup and reaching to close the window. Lin Zheng stood nearby, observing as Xiao Sheng removed her hood and directed her attention elsewhere. It seems that Lord Zheng is at a loss, Xiao Sheng remarked casually. Lin Zheng remained silent. Xiao Sheng, seemingly accustomed to Lin Zheng's reticence, continued. Have you uncovered any news regarding the correspondence between Qin Yuanming and Song Qinyu? None. Lin Zheng replied softly. Xiao Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zheng, smiling faintly. Lin Guard, have you never interacted with young ladies before? Why do you ask? Lin Zheng gazed at Xiao Sheng in confusion. Do you not know that one should speak gently with a lady? Today, Lin Zheng's mood was relatively pleasant, and a playful inclination to tease him arose within her. Her eyes roamed over Lin Zheng, and they lingered momentarily on an inappropriate area, teasingly remarking, Surely, Lin Guard has never had a woman, has he? Lin Zheng's expression darkened further. It appears he truly has had no experience with women. Xiao Sheng's smile deepened. Lin Zheng's dark eyes fixated unwaveringly on the poised woman before him. Why do you stare at me like that? Xiao Sheng met Lin Zheng's somber gaze. It is merely a common human sentiment. I do not mock you for it. So, is it a common human sentiment for a princess to keep so many male companions? Lin Zheng retorted coldly. Xiao Sheng's smile faltered slightly, her gaze dimming as she looked at Lin Zheng. Do I not possess that right? Reflecting on how Consort Chun would go to great lengths to tarnish Xiao Sheng's reputation, it was evident that she would meddle in anything. Initially, when Zhao Nanshu became Xiao Sheng, she too believed Xiao Sheng to be a princess with exceedingly loose morals. as Yuan had mentioned more than once about the affairs within the princess's residence. Yet, all of that was merely an excuse for Xiao Sheng to capture the attention of Emperor Yuan. Xiao Sheng cherished herself more than anyone else. She was merely a child craving love while yearning to engage in mischief. Xiao Sheng's sudden change in demeanor momentarily stunned Lin Zheng, prompting him to clarify, "That was not my intention." Xiao Sheng returned to her previous expression. "I merely wish for you to experience the life of an ordinary person. Once you have unraveled the matters concerning Cangzhou and returned to your father's side, it may be too late to ponder." Lin Zheng shifted his gaze away from Xiao Sheng's face and fell silent. The longer he spent in the company of the princess, the more he felt that she was not as she was rumored to be. It seemed that no matter the gravity of the situation, one could not glean any insight from her countenance. "When will the princess visit Lihua Valley?" Lin Zheng inquired suddenly. "I have no plans to go there for the time being." Upon mentioning Pear Blossom Valley, Xiao Sheng was suddenly reminded of Ningfeng, whom he had encountered in Changshan Town, fearing the possibility of encountering an acquaintance. "An acquaintance?" Lin Zheng inquired. Xiao Sheng replied softly, "Do you recall our time in Changshan Town?" On that day, the only other guests at the inn were the grandson of the esteemed Qin Old Marquis. It is likely that this young Master Qin has also departed from the imperial capital to journey towards Pear Blossom Valley. Chapter 58. Chunqinwei. The Pear Blossom Valley is nestled within the misty embrace of the Liansong Mountain in Cangzhou, perpetually shrouded in fog that carries an enigmatic fragrance. The ground is laced with venomous flora, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to gain entry. Deep within the valley, a few imposing structures stand resolutely atop sheer cliffs, with winding paths spiraling below. Beneath these paths lies a lake enveloped in swirling mist, where despite the winter chill, the lotuses bloom in pristine white. The melodious chirping of insects adds an exquisite charm to the scene. Numerous corridors traverse the steep cliffs, leading to these stately edifices. The young apothecary trailed closely behind Chen Qinwei, murmuring about the events of the previous night. Young Master Ning will recover well with proper care. Master mentioned that the assailant did not strike too fiercely. Young Master Ning narrowly escaped with his life. Had it been a mature red spider, he would have succumbed on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinwei's thoughts drifted to the man in Chongqing Town, her expression turning somewhat frosty as she inquired, "How was the young master faring?" Since Qin Yi's arrival in the valley, she had not laid eyes on him. Every winter, he would visit the Pear Blossom Valley. But during this time, apart from Chun Su Bai, no one had seen him. Contemplating, vin yi sedix, her, gazedakinet considerably. She sighed, recalling how her father had been preoccupied with concerns over Qin Yi's condition for the past decade. She then asked, "Father mentioned that this year is crucial. If possible, he will stand again, correct?" The apothecary answered her first question, "I have not seen young Master Qin in the past few days." Master indeed spoke of such hopes, but I believe it ultimately depends on young Master Qin's own resolve. If he truly desires to rise, Master will surely not let him down. Although Chun Qinwei harbored some anxiety, the thought of her father's medical expertise and Qin Yi's determination assuaged her worries considerably. "You may return to your duties. I shall visit Ningfeng," she declared, parting ways with the apothecary and proceeding towards another corridor. Upon entering the room, she encountered Ningfeng, who was half reclined on a soft couch, his attire disheveled. Noticing Chun Qinwei's entrance, he hastily draped a garment over himself, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features as he remarked, "Sister Qinwei, why did you not knock before entering?" Chun Qinwei's gaze lingered on Ningfeng for a moment before diverting, taking a seat at the pear blossom table, a slight distance from the couch. "Are you feeling better?" she inquired. "Thanks to Uncle Chen's life-saving intervention, it seems this wretched life of mine is destined to endure," Ningfeng replied with a self-deprecating smile. Since awakening, his mind had been clouded, leaving him little energy to ponder his brother's condition. Though still weak, his clarity had improved significantly, prompting him to ask, "Well, my elder brother, he has been in Father's medicinal pool since his return, as Father busies himself with your detoxification. You should meet with Qin Yi today." "Though I'm not privy to the details," Chen Qinwei said, feeling somewhat reassured. "Why does Sister Qinwei's tone seem tinged with melancholy?" Ningfeng inquired with a smile. Qin Qinwei cast a sidelong glance at him before lowering her gaze to her delicate hands resting on the pear blossom table, remaining silent. Could it be that Sister Qinwei is thinking of my elder brother? Ningfeng was well aware of Qin Qinwei's feelings for Qin Yi. However, over the years, his elder brother had never contemplated significant matters in life due to his legs, save for the sudden appearance of the eldest princess. The prospect of a union between his brother and the princess was merely a farcical notion, and fortunately, the princess did not cling to him, swiftly opting for a divorce within a few short months. Rest assured, the lack of response from his brother over the years was undoubtedly attributed to his legs. One ought to understand that a man like his brother, who still required care himself, could hardly attend to another. Thus, the absence of his brother's response was justified. Yet, there is hope now. As Uncle Qin mentioned that this year is pivotal, the toxins within his body would be entirely purged, and he would gradually regain the ability to stand. After a year or two of proper recuperation, he would return to a semblance of normalcy, at which point his brother would naturally consider matters of the heart. Ning Feng's words were primarily intended to provide solace. The three of them had grown up together, with Qin Qinwei always by Qin Yi's side. Ning Feng was acutely aware of Qin Qinwei's affections. However, he could not fathom his brother's sentiments and had never heard him mention Qin Qinwei. "Do not speak of this to him," said Qin Qinwei, her tone measured. "We all know what kind of person he is. If he truly harbored such feelings, he would not disregard me. For these years, he has treated me as a sister, and I am fully aware of that." Ning Feng was taken aback by Qin Qinwei's candidness. It seemed she comprehended everything. Yet, he hesitated to voice the question that lingered in his mind. Why, then, did she willingly remain by his brother's side? Ultimately, he refrained from articulating his thoughts. "Are you pondering why I wholeheartedly accompany him despite understanding this?" Qin Qinwei smiled gently. "Because I know that Qin Yi will likely never marry another woman in his lifetime. So I find solace in being by his side." Ning Feng furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp Qin Qinwei's perspective. Just as his confusion peaked, she continued, "Let us keep our conversation today between us and Ning. Take care of your health. Father has sent me to the deep mountains in search of medicinal herbs and may not return until New Year's Eve. Uncle Chun certainly doesn't allow you a moment's respite," Ning Feng teased. Qin Qinwei replied with a soft smile, "Do take care of yourself." Ning Feng nodded slightly, and as he observed Qin Qinwei turn to leave, she suddenly halted, causing him to blink in surprise. "Sister Qinwei, is there something else? You ought to amend your erratic habits. Father mentioned that those who have been ruthless towards you did not employ mature red spiders. Otherwise, your life would have been forfeit in Changshan Town." Qin Qinwei remarked with a knowing smile before departing. Ning Feng's expression stiffened as he recalled the two individuals he encountered in Changshan Town. A surge of anger rushed to his head. This matter was far from over. That day, he had merely felt a sense of familiarity with the woman's silhouette, unable to recall her identity, which resulted in his careless words. Little did he know he would face such treachery. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his rage, feeling a pang in his temples. As he leaned against the soft couch, a sudden image flashed through his mind. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Ning Feng's eyes as he recalled the enchanting figure from the Lanyang Palace. He squinted slightly, contemplating the crimson venom spider, a relic of a bygone era. If the woman he encountered in Changshan Town were indeed the esteemed princess of Lanyang Palace, I would unequivocally recognize her. Ning Feng gritted his teeth, uttering these words. Yet, who was the man accompanying that illustrious princess? How could the princess, who was undoubtedly meant to be in the imperial capital, possibly be found in Changshan Town? Chapter 59. At a loss in Lingyang City as the year-end approached. The population swelled. With Zheng Yuang's arrival, officials from various regions of Sangzhou flocked to his side daily. During this period, Zheng Yuang not only visited Zhengshangu, but also traveled to the nearby towns and counter-level cities adjacent to Lingyang. However, what raised Zheng Yuang's suspicions was that all the officials, regardless of rank, seemed to share a unified narrative devoid of any inconsistencies. Even the local populace echoed similar sentiments. This uniformity compelled Zheng Yuang to perceive his mission in Sangzhou as exceedingly challenging, as he found himself without a single clue to pursue. While Zheng Yuang struggled to find a lead, Song Qinyu and his associates were increasingly anxious for him to depart from Songzhou. They believed that once Zheng Yuang uncovered nothing, he would naturally leave. Yet, they did not anticipate that, even as New Year's Eve approached, Zheng Yuang showed no inclination to vacate Songzhou. His continued presence rendered Song Qinyu uneasy. Despite meticulous preparations, an undercurrent of anxiety plagued him. In the governor's residence, within the study, Song Qinyu pondered Zheng Yuang's incessant wandering and the implications of his suspicions that the citizens of Xiliang were concealing the truth. Did he expect to uncover something within Songzhou to report to the emperor? Song Yuan, who had been shadowing Zheng Yuang, found himself increasingly paranoid. Song Qinyu's countenance darkened. The longer Zheng Yuang lingered in Songzhou, the more unfavorable it became for him. Some matters could be concealed temporarily, but not indefinitely. Brother, what shall we do if Zheng Yuang refuses to leave? Song Yuan inquired. Reflecting on Pei Sheng's mention of Chunman's Huang, Song Qinyu replied, "Have you been monitoring Pei Sheng's activities closely?" "He's at Hutai Street," Song Yuan responded, his tone growing colder as he expressed his discontent with Pei Sheng. Zheng Yuang has heard that those refugees from Zhengshangu are being settled on Hutai Street, and he has frequently visited there. I've encountered Pei Sheng a few times while accompanying Zheng Yuang. "Summon Pei Sheng to see me," commanded Song Qinyu. "What purpose does this serve?" asked Song Yuan. "Zheng Yuang must leave Songzhou without delay," Song Qinyu insisted. Although Song Yuan did not comprehend the connection between Zheng Yuang's swift departure and Pei Sheng, he recognized the imperative nature of Song Qinyu's command. He bowed respectfully and exited the room. Approximately half an hour later, Pei Sheng arrived at the governor's residence. Song Qinyu promptly inquired about Chunman's Huang. "I instructed you to keep a close watch on her. Have you noticed any suspicious activities?" "None. It seems she is still awaiting your response," Pei Sheng replied, lowering his gaze. "Aside from her meeting with Lin Zheng the other day, I have not observed her closely." Hearing this, Song Qinyu chuckled lightly. It appears the Qin family also seeks to entangle themselves in Songzhou's affairs. Pei Sheng glanced at Song Qinyu, but remained silent. "Where's Chunman's Huang located?" Song Qinyu asked. "At Jiangke Tower," Pei Sheng responded. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Song Qinyu's lips as he spoke softly. "Make arrangements for Chunman Huang to meet me tonight." Pei Sheng raised his gaze to fixate on Song Qinyu, recalling that if his memory served him right, Song Qinyu desired Chunman Huang's life. However, Song Qinyu, intent on claiming a life, would never sully his own hands. Pei Sheng was the one to bear that burden, stained with blood. Since Song Qinyu sought to meet Chunman Huang, it was clear that he did not intend to take her life. So what was Song Qinyu planning? "Yes, I shall make the arrangements," Pei Sheng responded with a tone of utmost respect. "Wait," Song Qinyu interjected, shifting the topic. "Did Chunman Huang approach you due to the annual medicinal supplies the Chun family sends to your brother?" This was the sole connection Pei Sheng had with the Chun family, a fact Song Qinyu was fully aware of. Indeed, Pei Sheng admitted, not concealing the truth. "Chunman Huang mentioned that her current status makes it difficult to meet with you directly, hence her reaching out to me." A knowing smile flickered across Song Qinyu's face. It was true that the Chun family was not in a position to meet him easily. At the time, upon learning that Chun Yuanming's daughter had come to Lingyang, he had feared getting entangled in matters best left untouched. Yet now, things had taken an interesting turn. Zheng Yuang was in Lingyang, and Chun Yuanming's daughter, who should have been at the border, was here as well, sufficient to give Zheng Yuang a headache. "Proceed with the arrangements," Song Qinyu instructed. "Understood." At Jiangke Lu, Lin Zheng approached Xiao Sheng's room, holding a brocade box. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Lin Zheng pushed the door open, entering to find the woman at the main seat engrossed in her desk, seemingly oblivious to anything else. As he drew closer, she spoke, her gaze unwavering. The officials in Songzhou truly have intricate ties with Song Qinyu, from the county magistrates to the village leaders, all entangled with him in varying degrees. Lin Zheng stepped nearer, observing the book laid out before Xiao Sheng. He was unsure of how she had acquired it, but chose not to inquire further. Instead, he placed the brocade box atop the book and said, "This is what the princess requested." Xiao Sheng's gaze shifted first to the box. Then she lifted her head to regard Lin Zheng. The correspondence between Chen Yuanming and Song Qinyu was found at the fourth prince's residence, Lin Zheng stated coolly. Xiao Sheng retracted her gaze and opened the brocade box, revealing a bundle of envelopes inside. A slight smile graced her lips as she inquired, "What made you think to look in the fourth prince's residence, rather than merely relying on Chen Yuanming?" It seemed the fourth prince had long since grasped the situation with Chen Yuanming. He was already aware of his own identity, and the letters exchanged between Chen Yuanming and Song Qinyu were hardly a secret to him. Lin Zheng's words sparked a flicker of surprise in Xiao Sheng's eyes as she raised her brow. "So, you imply that father has known all along that the fourth prince is not of his blood?" The emperor is unaware. Xiao Sheng's hand, reaching towards the letters in the brocade box, halted mid-air as she fixed her gaze on Lin Zheng. "What do you mean? You know something that father does not?" "I only discovered this after the incident with the Chun family." Lin Zheng understood the perplexity that Xiao Sheng was experiencing. He continued, "The emperor has never harbored doubts about the fourth prince. In fact, he has previously praised the fourth prince for possessing the very qualities reminiscent of his own youth." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng smirked with derision. Though it remained unclear whether her scorn was directed at Emperor Yuanen's trust in consort Chun or at the fourth prince's relentless pursuit of the emperor's shadow. Lin Zheng felt a flicker of curiosity about the princess's next course of action. It had been nearly half a month since Minister Zheng arrived in Linyang, yet there had been no progress regarding the matter of Zhongshan Valley. It was as if Sangzhou were an impregnable fortress, devoid of any means of approach. What is there to fear? After all, a breach has now emerged. Unhurriedly, Xiao Sheng retrieved a letter from an ornate box, unfolding the parchment as she remarked, "Should this breach be torn open, it is likely to be a bloody affair." At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Xiao Sheng exchanged glances with Lin Zheng. "Who is it?" she inquired. Chapter 60. "Patience, just wait a moment, it is I, Pei Sheng," came the response from outside the door. Lin Zheng's gaze darkened slightly as he approached the door, opening it to find Pei Sheng standing there. Pei Sheng was not the least bit surprised by Lin Zheng's presence in the princess's chamber, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I hope I have not disturbed the guardian Lin," he remarked. Lin Zheng's piercing gaze lingered on Pei Sheng's face for a moment before he stepped aside, signaling him to enter. Pei Sheng nodded with a gentle smile as he stepped into the room. The woman seated in the main position was just closing the lid of an ornate box, setting it aside, and even the scrolls on the desk were neatly gathered. "Commoner has met the princess." Pei Sheng spoke with a subtle tone of respect. Since their conversation days prior, he had not encountered the princess again. With Zheng Yuang's arrival in Linyang, he thought this would be a fitting opportunity to see her once more, only to realize that this occasion was granted by Song Qinyu. How does Master Pei find himself with leisure at Jiang K Tower today? Xiao Sheng remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. As Lin Zheng shut the door behind him, he leaned against it, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Pei Sheng's silhouette. "By order of Lord Song, I am to invite the princess to the governor's office," Pei Sheng stated, seemingly correcting himself. "Rather, it is Lord Song who wishes to meet Chen Manzhuang." "Oh," Xiao Sheng raised an eyebrow, appearing quite surprised. "Lord Song wishes to see Chen Manzhuang? How sudden?" Pei Sheng smiled lightly. "If the princess is curious, why not visit in person to ascertain the truth? If I am not mistaken, Song Qinyu initially intended to take my life." Xiao Sheng leaned closer to the desk, her fingers interlaced, a smile playing on her lips. A visit in person, could it be a banquet of deceit? Pei Sheng was taken aback by Xiao Sheng's caution, momentarily at a loss for words. "But Master Pei, my guardian spoke to you regarding your brother. Why then are you still serving Song Qinyu?" Xiao Sheng's smile deepened. "Does Master Pei truly believe that what my guardian relayed was merely a tale?" Pei Sheng returned her smile with nonchalance. "Why does the princess think I am serving Song Qinyu?" Xiao Sheng narrowed her enchanting eyes, scrutinizing Pei Sheng for a while before speaking. "Do you know why Song Qinyu wishes to see me? Could it be an attempt to exploit the Qin family? Such matters elude me." Pei Sheng replied, his head bowed, his thoughts concealed behind his lowered gaze. Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. "I have other matters to attend to today. I shall meet Song Qinyu another time." She had never intended to meet Song Qinyu during her visit. Pei Sheng was surprised, yet it seemed somewhat expected. It was clear that the princess had come to seek the truth from him. "Guardian Lin, see our guest out." Lin Zheng swung the door open, casting a cold glance at Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng was not one to misread the situation. He understood that Xiao Sheng's presence was intended to reveal certain truths to him, rather than to discuss Song Qinyu. The mention of Song Qinyu was merely a means to lend credibility to the identity of Chun Manzhuang. "Farewell," Pei Sheng said as he departed. After he left, Lin Zheng remained leaning against the door, lost in thought. "Are you pondering the purpose of Song Qinyu's visit at this moment?" Xiao Sheng inquired softly, having approached Lin Zheng without notice. "It must pertain to Zheng Yu Wang," Lin Zheng replied, casting a sidelong glance at the woman beside him. Xiao Sheng raised her delicate eyebrows with curiosity, observing Lin Zheng intently. Not only is the guard Lin skilled in combat, but his intellect is quite sharp as well. "What are your plans moving forward, Your Highness?" Lin Zheng's tone turned grave. It is evident that Lord Zheng is being manipulated by Song Qinyu. Xiao Sheng's expression grew somewhat serious. "Do not worry. Let's wait a while longer." "Wait for what?" "For the night to grow dark with howling winds and rain. For the spirits of the wronged in the mountain valley to speak." As Pei Sheng returned to the governor's office, it was just at the hour of shun. At this moment, Song Qinyu was dining with Zheng Yu Wang in the governor's floral hall, accompanied by other officials. Unable to extricate herself, Song Qinyu left Pei Sheng to wait. Song Yuan had long noticed Pei Sheng and, seeing that the individuals in the floral hall were preparing to depart, approached him. "I heard you sent your brother to the countryside?" Song Yuan inquired as he reached Pei Sheng's side. Pei Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the floral hall, responding coolly. "Is there an issue with that? Sending your brother away at this time leads me to suspect that you may be up to something behind the scenes, Pei Sheng." Song Yuan had long harbored intentions of eliminating the bothersome Pei Sheng. Had it not been for his elder brother's admonition against harming the Pei brothers, he would have already sent Pei Sheng and his useless elder brother to perdition. In Song Yuan's eyes, anyone who posed a threat to his elder brother deserved to die. What does the second son of Song wish to convey? Up to something behind the scenes? Pei Sheng turned to face Song Yuan. "What could I possibly do under the watchful eyes of Lord Song? Or is it that the second son of Song feels guilty, hence suspecting me of clandestine dealings? I have long known you to be eloquent, yet your words exceed my expectations, Pei Sheng. You are merely a dog fed by my elder brother. What is there to be proud of?" Song Yuan mocked with a low chuckle. "I heard from my elder brother that you have made contact with the Chun family in the capital. Alas, the Chun family has fallen from grace, and without support. When Zheng Yuan departs Sangzhou, I shall see how I deal with you." Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. "Very well, I shall await the second son of Song." Song Yuan, irritated by Pei Sheng's nonchalant demeanor, was about to utter something provocative when he heard Song Qinyu's voice from the other side. "Song Yuan, Pei Sheng has arrived. Why did you not inform me?" Song Qinyu's tone carried a hint of urgency. Just then, Zheng Yuang turned his gaze toward them as well. Seeing this, Pei Sheng could only approach Song Qinyu. Song Yuan followed suit. Pei Sheng bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to Lord Song and Lord Zheng." Zheng Yuang's gaze lingered on Pei Sheng for a moment before shifting to Song Qinyu. "Since you have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave for now." "Wait." "Lord Zheng," Song Qinyu smiled. "I have come across an intriguing piece of information today that I believe will pique your interest." Zheng Yuang glanced at Song Qinyu, then at Pei Sheng, falling into a moment of silence. "The second daughter of the Chun family in the capital is in Xiliang. Is that truly the case regarding Pei Sheng?" Song Qinyu, fully aware, posed the question. Pei Sheng's face, slightly averted, altered subtly as he quickly comprehended Song Qinyu's intent. It became evident that Song Qinyu aimed to draw Zheng Yuang's gaze towards Chun Manxiang. After all, the Chun family had just endured a scandalous affair, with Chun Yunming's daughter found in Xiliang, while a family member was imprisoned and yet others roamed freely. The intricacies of this situation were undeniably dubious. Indeed, Zheng Yuang expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What? The second daughter of the Chun family is in Xiliang?" Chapter 61 Introduction. Zheng Yuang's expression grew markedly serious. How could Chun Yuanming's daughter possibly be in Xiliang? The imprisonment of the entire Chun family had taken everyone by surprise. Even the revelation about the fourth prince's true identity had sent shockwaves throughout the capital. The imperial guards had descended upon the Chun household, leaving them bewildered as to the reason behind it. Why would Qin Yuanming's daughter come to Xiliang City? Lord Zheng, this news is something I have only recently learned. Song Qinyu spoke cautiously. The second young lady of the Chun family has come to Xiliang and sought me out, expressing her desire to meet with me. Given my status, it is indeed inappropriate for me to meet with members of the Chun family, despite the kindness they once showed me. This matter, while not trivial, could certainly invite criticism if I were to take it on. Hence, I felt it necessary to inform you, Lord Zheng, so that you might grant me some clarity in this situation. Ever since the Chun family's misfortune, I have had no dealings with them in Lingyang. Song Qinyu's earnestness was evident, with the intention of redirecting Zheng Yuang's focus unmistakable. Why would Qin Yuanming's daughter seek out Song Qinyu? Zheng Yuang raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Song Qinyu, and let out a light laugh. Of all times, it has to be now. Song Qinyu was not oblivious to the implications of Zheng Yuang's words. The appearance of the Chun family in Lingyang at this juncture was indeed peculiar. I understand your suspicions, Lord Zheng, but I assure you, I have had no contact with the Chun family, he insisted, glancing at Pei Sheng for a moment before leaning closer to Zheng Yuang with a smile. Shall we discuss this as we walk, Lord Zheng? Zheng Yuang lingered his gaze on Pei Sheng for a brief moment before following Song Qinyu down a quiet path. As they walked, Song Qinyu pondered that on the day Pei Sheng had spared Chun Manqiang's life, he had brought up the Qin family of the capital. Lord Zheng, I wonder if the Qin family, who recently allied with the second princess, has been affected by the Chun family troubles. With the demise of consort Chun, the second young master had fallen from grace, and the marriage between the young master of the Qin family and the second young master was merely a ploy to bolster the fourth prince's influence. However, the tides had turned, and the Qin family's ambitions had been thwarted. It remained uncertain what their current situation entailed. Yet, considering the Qin family's efforts to extend their reach to Cangzhou, there likely weren't any significant issues at hand. The Qin family? Zheng Yuang mused, recalling the elder marquis of the Qin family's assertions to the Ministry of Personnel regarding any connections to the fourth prince, a smirk gracing his lips. With the elder marquis at the helm, how could they possibly be entangled with the Chun family? Could it be that the elder marquis is unaware of the second branch of the Qin family extending its influence into Cangzhou? Song Qinyu sought to steer the conversation further towards the Qin family, contemplating that the political landscape of the capital was likely far more convoluted than that of Cangzhou. As anticipated, Zheng Yuang's demeanor shifted upon hearing about the second branch of the Qin family reaching into Cangzhou, pausing to inquire, "What do you mean by that, Lord Song?" Chun Manqiang's arrival in Cangzhou is indeed orchestrated by the Qin family and the second princess, Song Qinyu replied. As Song Qinyu walked, he cast a sidelong glance at Pei Sheng before retracting his gaze and murmuring, due to Chun Manqiang's status. She did not directly approach the higher officials, but rather sought out the subordinates of the lower officials, claiming it was the Qin family's intention to come to Lingyang. The phrase the Qin family's intention held a certain ambiguity. The discord between the Qin family's first and second branches had long been apparent. Whether one should deem the Qin family audacious or commend their ability to dominate Cangzhou at such a crucial juncture remained uncertain. Pei Sheng, recount what Chun Manzhuang conveyed to you that day, Song Qinyu suggested, signaling Pei Sheng to step forward, clearly indicating his own ignorance regarding Chun Manzhuang's motives for visiting Cangzhou, as all he knew was relayed by his subordinates. Pei Sheng briefly outlined the matters discussed by Chun Manzhuang that day before stepping aside. Song Qinyu continued, Lord Zheng, this matter could escalate or diminish. Should we report it to the emperor? However, Zheng Yuang sensed something amiss. He understood the character of Duke Qin Bian too well. It was implausible that he would recklessly extend his influence into Cangzhou at such a critical moment. Following the fall of the Qin family, Duke Qin Bian's ambitions should have subsided, making it unlikely that he would still wish to meddle in Cangzhou affairs. Furthermore, having been in Cangzhou for over a month, there was no evidence to support the emperor's suspicions. The individual who brought the flood situation in Cangzhou to the emperor's attention seemed to be maligning all the officials in Cangzhou. Indeed, the flooding was a genuine crisis. Yet the local government had been diligently rescuing and comforting the populace, showing no neglect towards its citizens. If that were the case, Zheng Yuang would certainly welcome it. But the uniformity in the statements from Song Qinyu and various officials in Sangzhou over this period appeared somewhat contrived. Moreover, Song Qinyu's decision to unveil the individual who sought him at Xiliang at this moment seemed rather unusual. Lord Zheng? Song Qinyu called out, noticing Zheng Yuang lost in thought. Zheng Yuang returned to reality, inquiring, "What did you say, Lord Song?" "I said this matter could escalate or diminish. Should we inform the emperor? Given the circumstances surrounding the Chun family, is it possible that someone else is intervening behind the scenes? Wouldn't that be a slight against the emperor?" Song Qinyu nearly named the Qin family, asserting that with one member of the Chun family having escaped under such conditions, who else but the Qin family could possess such capability? "Do you know the whereabouts of Chun Yuanming's daughter?" Zheng Yuang suddenly asked. Song Qinyu turned to Pei Sheng, who stepped forward respectfully, replying, "At Jiangke Tower." Zheng Yuang halted, stating, "Lord Song, let us remain here for today. As for the matter of Chun Yuanming's daughter being in Xiliang, I shall certainly report this to the emperor." "Lord Song, you need not accompany me. I can leave on my own." With a smile and a nod, Song Qinyu replied, "Then I shall not see you off, Lord Zheng." After Zheng Yuang departed with his entourage, Song Qinyu's expression turned cold. "Damn it, he truly is not easily deceived," Song Yuan muttered under his breath. Eyeing the direction Zheng Yuang had taken, with one hand clasped behind his back, Song Qinyu let out a soft sigh, stating, "We must expedite Zheng Yuang's departure from Sangzhou. As the year draws to a close, the bitter chill of late spring approaches, followed by the incessant spring rains. Even the sturdy embankments of Zhengshangu may succumb to the relentless deluge. Should floods once again ravage the lands of Zhengshangu, the bodies entombed in the silt shall inevitably resurface. At that moment, it is likely that the entire Sangzhou will be engulfed in turmoil. Brother, should I?" Song Yuan made a gesture across his throat, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Song Qinyu waved his hand dismissively. "We must ensure he departs from Sangzhou swiftly. If he encounters trouble in Xiliang, it will spell disaster for us all. If Zheng Yuang were to perish in Sangzhou's Xiliang, the next visitors would likely be the imperial censors closely allied with Emperor Yuanan. Pei Sheng, you are to accompany Zheng Yuang from now on. Devise a strategy to compel Chun Manwang and the Qin family to urge Zheng Yuang back to the imperial capital," commanded Song Qinyu. Chapter 62. The rift. After Pei Sheng calmly replied with a yes, he stood silently to the side, seemingly awaiting further instructions from Song Qinyu. Song Qinyu's gaze fell upon Pei Sheng once more. "You must devise a method to ensure that Chun Manwang swiftly escorts Zheng Yuang out of Sangzhou. If Chun Manwang can accomplish this, I shall lend my utmost cooperation to any endeavors the Qin family wishes to pursue." Pei Sheng mused inwardly, acknowledging Song Qinyu's adeptness at manipulation, though he wondered how Chun Manwang would respond to such a proposition. "How is your elder brother?" Song Qinyu inquired suddenly. Pei Sheng's grip tightened slightly, yet he managed to respond with a faint smile. "My brother is in good health." He had sent his brother to the countryside, though he was uncertain as to the reasoning behind this decision. Suddenly, Song Yuan interjected. Song Qinyu's expression shifted subtly as he regarded Pei Sheng with unwavering intensity. However, the unusual emotion in his eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a gentle demeanor. "It is indeed favorable for him to be in the countryside, where it is peaceful." Pei Sheng lowered his head. "My lord, I shall take my leave." "Pei Sheng," Song Qinyu continued, "once Xiliang calms down, I shall personally visit Lihua Valley. After all these years, I must meet the Valley's master. It is only right for your brother and for you." Pei Sheng raised his gaze to meet Song Qinyu's, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I appreciate your kindness, my lord. Recently, I have sought the assistance of a friend who has located a physician. He claims he can attempt a remedy for my brother's ailment. Coincidentally, this physician hails from Lihua Valley. Therefore, there is no need for you to concern yourself with my brother's affairs. You have already been too generous over the years." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Song Qinyu's eyes. "I take my leave now." Pei Sheng refrained from observing Song Qinyu's reaction, wishing instead to convey that he should no longer use his brother's situation as leverage against him. However, He was quite curious about Song Qinyue's thoughts and actions in response to this. It was only after Pei Sheng had passed through the Weeping Flower Gate that Song Yuan, with impatience, voiced his thoughts. Elder brother, Pei Sheng increasingly disregards you. After all these years of concern for his useless brother, he has become a treacherous wolf. Song Qinyu fixed a cold stare upon Song Yuan. Has Pei Sheng exhibited any peculiar behavior recently? Song Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. None that I can discern. He merely seems less invested in the matters concerning Hutai Street. However, one can understand his sentiments. Just listen to what he just said. There is no need for you to worry. Were it not for you providing sustenance for their family, they might not even be alive today. That is enough. Song Qinyu abruptly felt a surge of irritation. Others may be treacherous, but he has never caused me any concern in his undertakings. You would do well to learn from him. Song Yuan had faced such rebukes before, often feeling the weight of Song Qinyue's comparisons to Pei Sheng, which only fueled his dissatisfaction further. Go attend to your responsibilities. Are the individuals from Zhongshan Valley still causing a ruckus? Song Qinyu inquired, his temples throbbing with anxiety, as this was his greatest concern. If Zheng Yuan were to discover all that had transpired, everything could be undone. Do not worry, elder brother. Our men are on guard. As long as Zheng Yuan remains in Lingyang, that group will not stir up any trouble, Song Yuan assured him. Song Qinyu gazed intently at Song Yuan, declaring this time, should there be even the slightest error on your part, I shall not hesitate to take action. After leaving the governor's office, Pei Sheng dispatched someone to follow Zheng Yuan, who was making his way towards Jiangkeilu. This time, he proceeded with the utmost transparency. Regardless of whether Song Yuan's people were watching him, he felt no trepidation. Half an hour later, at Jiangkeilu, Pei Sheng first approached Lin Zheng's room and knocked several times, receiving no response. He then proceeded to the residence of the princess, where his knocks were met with silence once more, prompting him to descend the stairs. Upon entering the bustling lobby filled with patrons, Pei Sheng initially intended to leave, but his gaze was drawn to the innkeeper at the counter, engrossed in calculations. And he approached him. Excuse me, has the guest in room 3B and room 1A checked out? Pei Sheng inquired, placing a few scattered coins beside the innkeeper. The innkeeper, upon noticing the coins, naturally took them in hand and replied with a cheerful smile, those two guests have not yet checked out. They seem to have just left. If you require their company urgently, perhaps you might sit down for some tea while you wait. Pei Sheng smiled lightly. Thank you, innkeeper. It is not of great importance. However, when the two guests return, please inform them that I am looking for them. My surname is Pei. The innkeeper beamed. Certainly, rest assured, young Master Pei. After departing from the governor's office, Zheng Yuan boarded a carriage to his lodging at the inn. The carriage initially aimed to traverse the main street towards the inn, but for reasons unknown, it found itself ensnared in a throng of pedestrians, making no progress whatsoever. Frustrated by the situation, Zheng Yuan, already burdened by the events in Sangzhou, impatiently instructed the driver to take an alternate route. The driver, a man brought from the capital by Zheng Yuan, was unfamiliar with Lingyang City. After several inquiries with passers-by, he discovered a narrow alley leading to the inn, which proved to be significantly closer than the main street. As the carriage finally began to move, Zheng Yuan felt his spirits lift. Approximately 15 minutes later, the carriage approached another alley, eerily empty and desolate. Zheng Yuan sensed an increasing stillness around him, causing the tension he had carried for days to momentarily ease. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, the carriage suddenly halted, causing him to lurch forward and regain his alertness. What is happening? He exclaimed. Before he could ponder further, the carriage sank slightly, and the door curtain was lifted. Lin Zheng, clad in black, bent down and entered, taking a seat beside Zheng Yuan, a smirk gracing his lips. Zheng Darren, it has been a long time. Zheng Yuan, coming to his senses, scrutinized the figure beside him. Sharp brows and bright eyes, a man whose cold demeanor contrasted sharply with his surroundings. After a moment, he stammered, Linagard? The princess requests your presence. The princess? Zheng Yuan stared at Lin Zheng, who should have been by the emperor's side, now sitting in his carriage in Lingyang. The situation felt exceedingly strange. Please, Lin Zheng gestured for him to exit. Confused, Zheng Yuan disembarked, and as he turned to look at Lin Zheng again, he saw him walking towards a courtyard at the end of the alley, its door wide open. Zheng Yuang turned around, only to realize that the driver of his carriage was utterly oblivious to their whereabouts. "Lord Zheng, this way, please." Lin Zheng beckoned from the entrance of the courtyard. Zheng Yuang glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers, before making his way toward Lin Zheng. "Sir Lin, the princess you mentioned, is she the eldest princess?" Zheng Yuang pondered, for aside from the eldest princess, the other two princesses were unlikely to be present in Lingyang, and certainly, those close to the emperor would not accompany them. Chapter 63. The dilemma of the courtyard was not an ordinary one. It was an exceedingly secluded enclave, with walls towering higher than those of the adjacent courtyards. Following Lin Zheng, Zheng Yuang traversed the front yard and entered a tranquil corridor, passing through a delicate flower gate that suddenly opened into a spacious area, revealing the dignified figure of the Princess of Chang. He averted his gaze from her poised presence seated at a stone table. At that moment, Lin Zheng halted his steps. Observing this, Zheng Yuang inquired softly, "Why we stopped, Sir Lin?" Lin Zheng, with his eyes half closed, replied, "The princess wishes to see Lord Zheng." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuang forced a chuckle and proceeded toward Xiaosheng. "I have come to pay my respects to the princess." He concealed the complexity of his emotions. Encountering the princess in Lingyang was indeed unexpected. When he departed from the capital, he had only heard of her affliction, with the emperor issuing a decree forbidding anyone from visiting her until she had recovered. At that time, Zheng Yuang had assumed the princess was confined to the palace due to her association with concubine Chen's affairs. Little did he expect the princess to be here in Lingyang, accompanied by the emperor's chief bodyguard. It was evident that the emperor held the princess in deep affection. "Lord Zheng, please take a seat," Xiaosheng said, her elegant brows arching as she gestured to the space beside her. Zheng Yuang felt somewhat overwhelmed. In the capital, he had often heard tales of this princess's exploits, blocking noble young men at Shui Jing Pavilion one day and confronting aristocratic young ladies the next. Reflecting on her past actions in the capital, he felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the purpose behind her presence in Lingyang, especially with the emperor shielding her. With trepidation, Zheng Yuang sat down, awkwardly smiling. "I have been in Lingyang for some time now, and was unaware that the princess was also here. I was aware that Lord Zheng had been in Lingyang for several days," Xiaosheng replied slowly, her gaze resting on Zheng Yuang's face for a brief moment. "Did my father summon you to Lingyang regarding the flood situation?" Zheng Yuang, listening to the princess's seemingly trivial remarks, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it pertains to the floods in Sangzhou. Do you not find it peculiar, Lord Zheng?" Zheng Yuang lifted his eyes to meet the princess's gaze. "What do you mean by peculiar, Your Highness?" Xiaosheng smiled lightly. "The people of Sangzhou have expressed no grievances regarding the floods, but rather praise for the government. Yet, someone traveled to the capital and informed my father of the situation. Do you not find this curious, Lord Zheng?" The matter had crossed Zheng Yuang's mind as well. He had contemplated the apparent tranquility in Sangzhou, which seemed to conceal underlying doubts. Nevertheless, among the common folk and officials in Sangzhou, there was no discernible flaw. He sensed that what he observed was merely an illusion, and thus had been searching for a thread to unravel the existing faade. However, figures like Song Qinyu showed no signs of weakness, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. When Zheng Yuang broached the subject, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He was not unaware of many matters. He merely sought to find evidence and conduct a thorough investigation, yet he felt utterly powerless. Even if he attempted to gather information from the populace, it would yield no fruitful results. Evidently, Song Qinyu is regarded as an esteemed official among the common folk of Sangzhou. "Lord Zheng, are you able to mobilize the troops from Jinzhou?" When Xiaosheng uttered these words, her brows subtly twitched, and she clearly observed a slight tremor in Zheng Yuang's expression. "What did the princess say?" Zheng Yuang thought he had misheard and cautiously repeated, "Mobilize the troops from Jinzhou?" Xiaosheng maintained a faint smile, her gaze fixed upon him. A sense of alarm surged within Zheng Yuang, although he was uncertain of the princess's exact intentions. It was apparent that mobilizing the troops from Jinzhou was linked to the officials in Sangzhou. Outsiders could hardly infiltrate Sangzhou and if subtlety failed, then force would be the only recourse. It was fortunate that the princess had the foresight to contemplate this angle. If I am not mistaken, Lord Zheng has come to Sangzhou bearing a royal edict from the emperor. The emperor has instructed Lord Zheng to thoroughly investigate Sangzhou, fully aware of its intricate and complex relationships, which pose a challenge. Thus, certain privileges have been granted to Lord Zheng. With a slight arch of her brow, Xiao Sheng spoke in a tone that, while unmistakably purposeful, exuded an air of fearless composure. Zheng Yuang chuckled awkwardly, unable to meet the princess's gaze, and cautiously inquired, "Might the princess's purpose in coming to Lingyang be akin to my own?" Xiao Sheng remained non-committal, silently observing him. Perhaps the princess could candidly express her intentions. Should I find them reasonable, I would not hesitate to risk my life in support. While Zheng Yuang recognized that this individual was the emperor's most favored princess, he was not a fool and would not allow her to act recklessly. "Did you not state that our purposes in coming to Zhangzhou are aligned?" Xiao Sheng's expression grew somewhat subdued, her emotions considerably restrained. Lord Zheng arrived in Zhangzhou with utmost transparency, and from the moment you departed the imperial capital, Song Qinyu was already aware of your every move. By the time you reached Zhangzhou, the situation had returned to its original state, leaving no opportunity for your investigation. Zheng Yuang's expression stiffened, and upon realizing the truth of her words, he acknowledged the princess speaks rightly. Thus, there is no place for me to act in Zhangzhou. Xiao Sheng leisurely retrieved a letter from a brocade box on the stone table and placed it before Zheng Yuang. "Lord Zheng, simply adhere to my plan." As he picked up the letter and opened it, his gaze shifted from Xiao Sheng's face to the paper, and with each line he read, his countenance grew increasingly grave. After he finished reading, he seemed momentarily frozen, his hand holding the letter appearing to stiffen. Xiao Sheng remained unhurried, casually rolling the jade bracelet on her wrist in her hand, her fingers gently caressing its smooth surface. Lin Zheng, leaning against the floral archway, observed with keen eyes, his gaze fixed on Xiao Sheng, and a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips as he began to grasp her intentions. Where did the princess acquire these letters? Zheng Yuang, regaining his composure, asked with a serious tone. "What do you think, Lord Zheng?" Xiao Sheng replied with a gentle smile. "Or do you suspect that these letters are forgeries?" "That is not my implication," Zheng Yuang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his inner turmoil evident. It was no wonder that upon departing the imperial capital, the emperor had repeatedly cautioned him against underestimating the governor of Zhangzhou Lingyang. Indeed, it is a matter of considerable significance, given the close ties with the Chun family. It is hardly surprising that the emperor refrained from dispatching anyone to Zhangzhou prior to the Chun family's misfortunes. Had the Chun family remained unscathed, Song Qinyu would have had the formidable backing of the Chun family, making him even more challenging to contend with. Now that the Chun family has encountered troubles, Song Qinyu still manages to maintain a meticulous control over Zhangzhou. The reason Song Qinyu has yet to take action against him likely stems from his understanding that any incident occurring in Lingyang would only serve to affirm the existence of genuine issues there. Thus, Song Qinyu is employing every possible means to ensure his departure from Zhangzhou. Chapter 64. Does the guardlin fear me? As Xiao Sheng observed Zheng Yuang's silence, a flicker of shadowy light danced within her dark eyes. She spoke. "The reason my father has refrained from issuing a decree to thoroughly investigate Zhangzhou and instead chosen to send Lord Zheng for the inquiry, although similar in intent, carries vastly different implications. Should my father opt for a stringent investigation of all officials in Zhangzhou, it would signify not only his intention to confront these officials, but also to contend with the populace of Zhangzhou. Lord Zheng has witnessed firsthand how deeply the people revere Song Qinyu. My father, who values the sentiments of the common folk, would not wish to tarnish his reputation due to the machinations of a hypocrite like Song Qinyu. Therefore, to deal with the disloyal subjects of Zhangzhou, one cannot employ conventional methods." At last, Zheng Yuang grasped Xiao Sheng's meaning. His initial anxiety, sparked by the contents of the letter, eased considerably in light of her words. "What does the princess intend to do?" he inquired. Xiao Sheng retorted, before addressing Lord Zheng's question. Might you first enlighten me on whether Song Qinyu has exhibited any unusual behavior toward you of late? Zheng Yuang was momentarily taken aback, recalling Song Qinyu's recent remarks, his brow furrowing in thought. Today, Song Qinyu indeed behaved oddly, mentioning Chun Yuanming's daughter in Lingyang City. He hinted that her arrival here is linked to the Qin family from the imperial capital, suggesting that the Qin family has extended its influence into Zhangzhou. He inquired whether I should inform the emperor of this matter. I suspect that his mention of Chun Yuanming's daughter, coupled with his urgency, is an attempt to divert my attention, perhaps to imply that there are loose ends involving the Chun family and the Qin family that I should focus on, steering me away from the troubles in Zhangzhou. Xiao Sheng chuckled with interest. And what are your thoughts, Lord Zheng? The daughter of Qin Yuanming could not possibly be in Zhangzhou. With the unforeseen troubles that have befallen Qin Shufei and the Chun family, how could the second princess possess the means to send Chun Yuanming's daughter from the imperial capital under such circumstances? With a low laugh, Xiao Sheng added, "Are you acquainted with Pei Sheng?" Zheng Yuang felt a flicker of familiarity with the name and, after a moment's reflection, replied, "Is he not one of Song Qinyu's associates?" Xiao Sheng nodded. "You may engage with him at your leisure, Lord Zheng." Zheng Yuang stared at Xiao Sheng in confusion. "The Chen Manxiang mentioned by Pei Sheng is none other than me," Xiao Sheng declared, revealing her identity without reservation. Zheng Yuang's mind buzzed with realization. What could this possibly mean? So, Lord Zheng, you should align with Song Qinyu's intentions, directing your focus toward Chun Yuanming's daughter, Chen Manxiang, thereby allowing Song Qinyu to lower his guard. Xiao Sheng articulated slowly. "But princess, does this not place you in peril?" Zheng Yuang cautioned, fully aware that if Chun Yuanming's daughter were to appear in Lingyang, Chen Manxiang would surely suffer. Have you ever heard the saying, "A hunter often appears in the guise of its prey"? Xiao Sheng remarked, as she gracefully slid the jade bracelet back onto her wrist. Zheng Yuang stared at the Grand Princess. His thoughts momentarily halted, before he queried, "Are you prepared to take such risks, Princess? And why not?" Xiao Sheng's eyelids fluttered slightly as she continued. "Lord Zheng has yet to respond to my earlier inquiry regarding the possibility of mobilizing troops from Jinzhou." Although Zheng Yuang felt a twinge of concern, he gazed upon the serene and composed demeanor of the princess, ultimately exhaling slowly. "It is indeed possible, but this matter will undoubtedly draw the emperor's attention." "Let it be so," Xiao Sheng replied with nonchalance. Zheng Yuang cast a complex glance at her before shifting his gaze towards Lin Zheng, who remained leaning against the flower-drooping gate. He pondered whether to allow the princess to continue with such reckless abandon. Song Qinyu was not known for his mercy. Should the princess fall into his clutches, one could only speculate what actions he might undertake. Returning to my earlier statement, henceforth, Lord Zheng shall cooperate fully with me, Xiao Sheng declared, turning her attention to Lin Zheng. "Guard Lin, see our guest out." Zheng Yuang rose to his feet. "Your Highness, I take my leave." He followed Lin Zheng through the tranquil corridor and into the courtyard. Even upon exiting the premises, Zheng Yuang remained somewhat dazed, as though the conversation with Xiao Sheng had been but a figment of his imagination. As he approached the carriage, curiosity overwhelmed him. "Guard Lin, is the princess's visit to Zhangzhou truly aligned with my own intentions?" Lin Zheng's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "It is close enough." Zheng Yuang's lips twitched in irritation. What did close enough mean? Could he not provide a definitive answer? "I shall take my leave then. Please convey to the princess that I will ensure her directives are executed flawlessly." With that, he boarded the carriage. Only after the carriage had departed from the alley did Lin Zheng turn back. The slightest movement of his feet revealed a glimmer of lethal intent in his cold gaze. In an instant, he vanished like a specter into the shadowy recesses adjacent to the alley and the estate. Bang! The shadow struck a figure concealed in the corner, followed by a muffled groan of pain. The tall and imposing figure obscured the light from the corner, and the fallen man struggled to lift his gaze to the man looming above him. Lin Zheng stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, one foot pressing down on the face of the fallen man. He crouched down, cold eyes fixated on the terror-stricken individual. "Who sent you?" The fallen man, caught off guard by the ferocity and vigilance of his pursuer, stammered, "Song, Master Song." A chilling laugh escaped Lin Zheng's throat as he slowly rose to his full height. Just as the man on the ground believed he had narrowly escaped, he felt a shadow envelop him, a powerful hand gripping his throat with unyielding force. Terrified, he gazed at the man who had just stood, now looming close with a visage that resembled a harbinger of doom. He attempted to struggle, yet even the act of breathing felt like an extravagant luxury. His vision began to fade. The next moment, the sound of bones shattering echoed eerily in that secluded corner. The fallen man's pupils dilated in horror, his desperate hands striking the ground heavily before he lay still, devoid of life. The man withdrew his hand and rose to his feet, casting a glance at the person on the ground before striding out of the corner, his expression devoid of emotion as he made his way toward the recently vacated residence. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a woman clad in a flowing white silk garment leaning against the door, offering him a smile. Lin Zheng's already impassive face grew even colder at that moment. He merely exchanged a brief glance with Xiao Sheng and remained rooted in place. Is the royal guard so apprehensive of this palace? Xiao Sheng teased with a smirk. Chapter 65. Not necessarily. Lin Zheng's brows subtly shifted as his cold gaze met the composed yet seemingly penetrating eyes of the woman before him. He stated, "As the princess is the sovereign, it is only natural for me to harbor a sense of trepidation." Xiao Sheng offered a self-deprecating smile. "Let us proceed." With that, she descended the stone steps, the sound of her footsteps echoing against the blue stone pavement, accompanied by the footsteps of Lin Zheng, following closely behind her. "Lingard," she called. Lin Zheng's gaze settled on her silhouette, responding, "Princess." Xiao Sheng lifted her eyes to the somber sky. Since her arrival in Xiliang, she had yet to witness the warmth of the sun, and she wondered if the oppressive chill of winter was the norm in this place. "Do you believe that confronting Song Qinyu will result in backlash?" Initially perplexed, Lin Zheng quickly grasped Xiao Sheng's meaning. Song Qinyu was regarded as an upright and incorruptible official amongst the populace, one who always considered the welfare of the people. If he were to be suddenly removed, it would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest. The hearts of the people have never been solely the domain of emperors. Officials, too, are subject to their sentiments. The removal of Song Qinyu would prompt the citizens to question the emperor's motives behind displacing their beloved governor. Unless the true nature of the duplicitous Song Qinyu were to be unveiled, Emperor Yuanin would inevitably face criticism among the people of Songzhou. Of course, Emperor Yuanin was not particularly concerned about the opinions of the Songzhou populace. However, should the Grand Princess encounter some misguided citizens in Xiliang, her safety could be compromised. This was precisely why she had just inquired of Zheng Yuang about the possibility of mobilizing troops from Jinzhou. "Do not worry, Princess. I shall remain steadfastly by your side, ensuring that you suffer not a single harm," Lin Zheng declared, his gaze fixed upon her form. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng's back stiffened slightly, before a smile graced her lips. "Do you think the entire populace of Songzhou holds Song Qinyu in high regard?" "What do you think, Princess?" "Not necessarily," she replied. Lin Zheng's gaze returned to the figure before him, his heart stirring with a mix of insight and confusion. He perceived her as a woman of deep stratagems and profound depths, yet he remained puzzled as to her motivations for involving herself in this matter. Theatricality, after all, is but a performance. Regardless of Song Qinyu's esteemed reputation within Songzhou, he was merely playing a role. If he were truly a benevolent official, how could the citizens of Jingshan Valley have met such unjust fates? Greed and corruption are, indeed, capital offenses. Lin Zheng refrained from voicing his thoughts, his gaze shifting from her upright posture. In the evening, Pei Sheng returned to the governor's office. Upon his arrival, he was informed that Zheng Yuang sought to investigate Chunman Huang, and due to Song Qinyu's lack of specific knowledge on the matter, he was requested to visit the governor's office. Song Qinyu welcomed Zheng Yuang's initiative, as it would serve to redirect attention towards the Chun and Qin families, thereby alleviating scrutiny regarding the flooding in Songzhou. He was prepared to provide Emperor Yuanin, who resided far away in the imperial capital, with a satisfactory explanation. As Pei Sheng entered the hall, he overheard Song Qinyu speaking. "If the Qin family is involved, then, Mr. Zheng, this matter must be brought to the emperor's attention. It appears that a thorough investigation into Songzhou is warranted, There are indeed numerous local officials colluding with the clans of the imperial capital, and the emperor's suspicions regarding Sangzhou are well-founded. Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng let out a faint sneer, awaiting the individuals before him to report. "My lord, young Master Pei has arrived." As Pei Sheng entered the grand hall, he first cast his gaze towards Song Qinyu and Zheng Yuang seated at the main position, bowing respectfully. "I have met with you, Lord Zheng, Lord Song." Zheng Yuang's gaze lingered on Pei Sheng for a moment, contemplating the connection between this individual and the Grand Princess, which provided him with a degree of understanding. "Pei Sheng, Lord Zheng has inquiries for you," Song Qinyu stated, rising once more, seemingly wishing to distance himself from any suspicion. "Lord Zheng, I shall take my leave. If there are matters to discuss, you may speak directly with Pei Sheng." Zheng Yuang gave a slight nod. "You may go." As Song Qinyu departed the hall, his eyes rested on Pei Sheng's face for a fleeting moment. Upon exiting, Song Qinyu stationed guards at both sides of the entrance and proceeded toward another direction. At this moment, Song Yuan emerged from the shadows, closely following his elder brother. "Brother, what are your plans moving forward?" Song Qinyu chuckled coldly. "Naturally, we must swiftly resolve this chaos. Since the Chun family and the Qin family have chosen this moment to extend their reach into Sangzhou, we shall acquiesce to their intentions. However, the mere presence of Chun Manzhuang and her mention of the Qin family is hardly sufficient to instill confidence. Lord Zheng is not one to be swayed by silver." Song Qinyu pondered momentarily, his eyes suddenly turning frigid. "To gain trust, we must sacrifice one of our own." "Are you suggesting to implicate someone?" Song Yuan paused, his heart sinking. He understood all too well his brother's implication. If Sangzhou sought to quell the turmoil caused by the flooding and the loss of countless lives, it was imperative to present someone as a scapegoat. Only then could tranquility be restored. Even if Zheng Yuang were to leave Sangzhou promptly, a vengeful presence still lingered in the capital, capable of orchestrating their downfall at any moment. Though Song Yuan was unaware of who had fled to the capital, alerting Emperor Yuan to the situation at Zhongshan Ditch, the emperor was now informed, and an explanation was required. Thus, allowing Zheng Yuang to depart, Sangzhou only addressed the symptoms, not the root of the issue. As long as the problem persisted, others would continue to arrive in Sangzhou until the matter was resolved, and the situation at Zhongshan Ditch could be quelled. "Whom do you intend to put forth?" Song Yuan inquired further. Song Qinyu stood with his hands clasped behind him. Glancing sideways at Song Yuan, "Brother Yuan, do not mention this to anyone. From now on, simply follow my instructions without question. Do you understand? The less you know, the better for you." Song Yuan nodded resolutely. He had never witnessed his brother's demeanor so grave. Even when he first learned of the Chun family's misfortune, Song Qinyu had only been momentarily taken aback before ridiculing the Chun family for their downfall, never anticipating that their plight would affect Sangzhou. However, the Chun family's troubles undeniably had repercussions. Proceed to Jiankei Tower and ascertain how long Chun Manzhuang has been in Linyang, and whether she has associates with her. Song Qinyu instructed in a calm tone. "Yes, keep a close watch on Chun Yuanming's daughter." "Understood. Off you go." Song Qinyu watched as Song Yuan vanished from his sight, his eyes narrowing slightly. After standing in place for approximately 15 minutes, footsteps approached from behind. Zheng Yuang and Pei Sheng seemed to be engaged in conversation, though their voices were barely audible. Upon noticing this, Song Qinyu's expression returned to normal. "Sir Zheng." Zheng Yuang's gaze settled upon Song Qinyu. "It is getting late, Sir Song. I must take my leave now. There is no need to see me off." "Then I shall not accompany you, Sir Zheng," Song Qinyu replied, nodding. Once Zheng Yuang departed, Song Qinyu turned to Pei Sheng and inquired, "What did Zheng Yuang say?" Chapter 66. It must be you to act. Pei Sheng did not conceal his intentions, as he sought to discern Zheng Yuang's curiosity regarding Chun Manzhuang's specific purpose in approaching him, as well as the directives from the Qin family and the second princess regarding Chun Manzhuang. Of course, Pei Sheng's words were somewhat exaggerated. It seemed that every year, the officials dispatched by the court to inspect the dikes of Sangzhou were inextricably linked to both the Chun and Qin families. This subtle guidance from Pei Sheng aligned perfectly with Song Qinyu's thoughts. As Song Qinyu's gaze towards Pei Sheng deepened, he remarked, "Once this matter settles, I shall bring your elder brother back to Lingyang. It has been a long time since I last saw him. He has indeed fostered a remarkable younger brother." Pei Sheng inclined his head respectfully, concealing the chill in his eyes. "What you desire, my lord, shall surely come to pass." "Have you seen Shenman's Huang today?" Song Qinyu inquired. Pei Sheng instantly replied, "No. When I went to Jiangke Tower, I did not encounter Shenman's Huang. Tonight, accompany me to Xiliang." Song Qinyu showed no concern over Pei Sheng's failure to meet Shenman's Huang. "Xiliang?" Pei Sheng maintained his composure and respectfully responded, "As you wish." At this moment, what business could Song Qinyu have in the neighboring Xiliang? Was he to meet the prefect of Xiliang? What urgency compelled Song Qinyu to travel to Xiliang at night to see Prefect Zhang Wenyuan? For some reason, Pei Sheng recalled how earlier that day, Song Qinyu had mentioned Shenman's Huang, first informing Zheng Yuwang of her arrival in Lingyang, alongside a matter pertaining to the Qin family. Then, he suggested that Zheng Yuwang relay the situation regarding Shenman's Huang and the Qin family to Emperor Yuanan. Ultimately, Song Qinyu seemed intent on directing all matters towards the Qin family in the imperial capital, even asserting that Songzhou warranted thorough investigation. Following closely behind Song Qinyu, Pei Sheng narrowed his eyes at his retreating figure. After a while, Song Qinyu and Pei Sheng boarded a carriage and departed towards the outskirts of the city. The distance between Lingyang and Xiliang was neither too far nor too near. It would take approximately 6 hours to reach Xiliang without any delays. Prefect Zhang Wenyuan of Xiliang had familial ties with Song Qinyu. His wife, of the Bai family, was Song Qinyu's cousin. Zhang Wenyuan relied heavily on Song Qinyu for his position as prefect, possessing talent yet too susceptible to the temptations of court politics. Compared to Song Qinyu, his reputation was not particularly commendable. However, the entire Songzhou followed Song Qinyu's lead, and many were aware of Zhang Wenyuan's character, though they merely observed from the sidelines. In light of the recent turmoil in Songzhou, Song Qinyu's first thought was of Zhang Wenyuan. As the saying goes, one must act for oneself, lest the heavens exact punishment. The pawn nurtured by Song Qinyu finally had its moment to shine, serving to deftly and reasonably quell the chaos in Songzhou. The following day, at the hour of shun, the carriage came to a gentle halt before the gates of the Xiliang prefect's residence. The guard stationed at the gate, upon recognizing Song Qinyu, exchanged polite words before escorting him directly inside. When the guard led Song Qinyu to meet Zhang Wenyuan, the prefect was in the company of a beautiful companion, appearing quite at ease. "Lord Song, I shall enter to report to you. Please wait a moment," the guard said respectfully. Song Qinyu waved his hand and replied, "It is fine for me to enter. You may leave." The guard, slightly embarrassed, felt the atmosphere within the room was too provocative, yet with Song Qinyu's words, he had no choice but to comply. Pei Sheng followed closely beside Song Qinyu, appearing preoccupied with his own thoughts. Inside the room, the sounds of laughter from a group of women echoed, their playful giggles tinged with allure, rendering one weak at the knees. After the guard withdrew, Song Qinyu pushed the door open. The revelers seemed so engrossed in their merriment that the creaking door failed to rouse them. Standing at the threshold, Song Qinyu beheld a rather disheveled Zhang Wenyuan, blindfolded, groping about for the frolicking women, his ample belly exposed. The women, clad inappropriately, displayed ample skin, creating a tense silence in the air. The nearest woman, upon catching sight of Song Qinyu, froze in shock, hastily clutching her garments to cover her chest. As the first woman gasped, the entire room fell silent. Song Qinyu's expression turned icy as he stepped inside. Zhang Wenyuan, oblivious to the sudden stillness, jovially remarked, "Ladies, why the silence? Are you plotting mischief against me? Come here for a proper embrace. Your rewards await." As he reached out to pull one closer, his hands landed on solid muscle, and his expression soured immediately. "Who brought such a thing here?" he muttered, pulling away the silk cloth covering his eyes. Upon recognizing Song Qinyu, the word chest lodged in his throat, his countenance shifting dramatically. "Lord Song. Ah, what a refined gathering you have here, Lord Zhang," Song Qinyu remarked lightly. Zhang Wenyuan felt a chill run down his spine and barked at the startled women. "Get out. At his command, the women hurriedly fled the room. Song Qinyu took his seat at the main position, his expression notably grim. Zhang Wenyu quickly donned his attire from an inner chamber and approached Song Qinyu. "I was unaware of your arrival. I apologize for the embarrassment," he said, feeling quite frustrated. It was a rare moment of leisure without Bai's presence, only to be interrupted by Song Qinyu's visit. Song Qinyu smirked coldly. "I am the one intruding upon your leisure, Lord Zhang." "Not at all, Lord Song. Your presence is no intrusion," Zhang Wenyu replied awkwardly. "Might I inquire if there is a matter prompting your visit to Xiliang?" Song Qinyu glanced at Zhang Wenyu before shifting his gaze to another seat, speaking calmly. "Please take a seat." Zhang Wenyu understood immediately that Song Qinyu had business to discuss, his anxiety subsiding. As long as Song Qinyu required his assistance, all would be well. "While all officials of Sangzhou have gone to Lingyang City to negotiate with Zheng Yuang, you seem to be enjoying your time in Xiliang. I must admit, I envy you greatly." Song Qinyu spoke with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of mirth. Zhang Wenyuan, having just calmed his heart, felt it rise once more. He inquired, "Master Song, does Zheng Yuang truly intend to investigate thoroughly?" For the moment, there was no cause for concern regarding Zheng Yuang. Song Qinyu replied in a calm tone, "However, there is still a pressing matter at hand." "What matter?" Zhang Wenyuan's demeanor grew considerably more serious, for he understood that the safety of the entire Sangzhou region was no trivial matter. Song Qinyu stated, "I require you to resolve an issue involving a certain individual. I seek her life, and it must be you who undertakes this task." Chapter 67. A difficult opponent. Zhang Wenyuan, who was previously adjusting his sleeves, froze upon hearing Song Qinyu's words. He lifted his gaze and turned to Song Qinyu, his expression laden with complexity. Having ascended to his current position, Zhang Wenyuan undoubtedly owed a debt of gratitude to Song Qinyu. However, in his eyes, the favors he had rendered to Song Qinyu over the years had long been repaid. At this critical juncture, Song Qinyu desired a life taken. It was Zhang Wenyuan who was to execute this grim task. No matter how he contemplated the matter, a sense of discontent brewed within him. With a solemn demeanor, he forced a light smile, inquiring, "Is the person you wish to eliminate, my lord, perhaps the imperial censor Zheng Yuang, who has come from the capital?" Song Qinyu observed Zhang Wenyuan's caution keenly. "Wenyuan, why do you seem to regress as you age?" He jested with a smile. "If the censor were to meet with misfortune in Sangzhou, it would be akin to laying one's cards bare, wouldn't it?" Zhang Wenyuan stood momentarily stunned. There was no one they could afford to touch, least of all Zheng Yuang. He averted his gaze, continuing to smooth his sleeves. "Then who does my lord wish me to deal with?" His tone had grown considerably lighter. Having navigated the corridors of power for so many years, Zhang Wenyuan understood better than anyone the true purpose of Zheng Yuang's visit to Sangzhou, as well as the role Song Qinyu played in this intricate game. Thus, when Song Qinyu mentioned the need for him to resolve a certain matter, his thoughts instinctively turned to Zheng Yuang. He was indeed averse to trouble and reluctant to involve himself. Yet, many matters were not so easily dismissed. He was already inextricably linked with Song Qinyu, a mere grasshopper on the same boat. How could he possibly refrain from participating? "Who does my lord wish me to act against?" Zhang Wenyuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and gravity, as if the frivolous man from moments ago was no longer present. Song Qinyu proceeded to elaborate on the arrival of Chun Yuanming's daughter in Sangzhou Lingyang, as well as the Qin family's encroachment upon Sangzhou. Ultimately, he stated, "Since the Qin family seeks to extend their influence here at this opportune moment, it would be a waste to not utilize such a valuable pawn. My lord wishes for me to deal with Chun Yuanming's daughter?" Zhang Wenyuan queried in confusion. "Why eliminate her when we could leverage the power of the Qin family from the capital?" "Allow me to clarify," Song Qinyu replied, his gaze inscrutable, a smile gracing his lips. "Zheng Yuang is aware that Chun Yuanming's daughter is in Lingyang. Why at this juncture has she appeared here? Given the recent scandals involving the Chun family, and with still some loose ends, her presence in this place only suggests that there are significant issues between the Chun and Qin families." Zhang Wenyuan's eyes deepened with understanding, as if grasping Song Qinyu's intent. "What we must do is position Chun Yuanming's daughter as a pawn. one that would convince Zheng Yuang that the Chun and Qin families have been siphoning off the treasury's funds over the years. Only by orchestrating the narrative around the recent floods can we hope to quell this situation entirely. Song Qinyu sighed slightly as he continued, Wen Yuan, this matter in Sangzhou must be resolved expeditiously. Since we have a useful piece on the board, we must play into their hands. It is only when Zheng Yuang believes that the treasury's funds have lined the pockets of the Chun and Qin families that we can truly bring this matter to a close. As he uttered the phrase without leaving a trace, Song Qinyu locked eyes with Zhang Wenyuan. Only the daughter of Chun Yuanming has perished. Thus, Zheng Yuang will inevitably depart from Sangzhou to initiate an investigation into the Qin family. Moreover, I possess evidence of the funds Chun Yuanming has received from the court over the years, and I am discreetly orchestrating certain affairs. Even if the recent calamity caused by the floodwaters is quelled, we can still safeguard ourselves. What are your thoughts? As Song Qinyu uttered these words, his gaze shifted away from Zhang Wenyuan, narrowing his eyes slightly. Zhang Wenyuan felt an unsettling sense that Song Qinyu's words were somewhat amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the flaw. Even as he pondered deeply, they seemed quite reasonable, as long as Song Qinyu ensures his own safety. What troubles could Zhang Wenyuan possibly face? After all, it is Song Qinyu who draws closer to Chun Yuanming, and the court's funds merely grant him a meager portion. Even if Song Qinyu were scrutinized, he would not bear a severe penalty. However, Zhang Wenyuan did not wish to see Song Qinyu encounter misfortune. For if Song Qinyu were to face adversity, he would be left with nothing of value. Most crucially, if someone else were to take charge in Lingyang City, his own days would surely turn grim. My lord, how do you propose I handle Chun Yuanming's daughter? Zhang Wenyuan inquired. Song Qinyu replied with a faint smile. First, you must engage with Chun Yuanming's daughter. Once she lowers her guard and reveals the true intentions of the Qin family, we can proceed to resolve the matter. This way, we can ensure a foolproof approach to dealing with the Qin family. Although Zhang Wenyuan harbored doubts, such as how Song Qinyu could so casually speak of confronting the imperial Qin family, he considered that this course of action would indeed allow Song Qinyu to sever ties with the Chun family, which could be a fortuitous turn of events. As long as someone emerged to bear the guilt of the wrongful death, and if this incident could be resolved, his taut nerves might finally find some relief. My lord, are you to proceed to Lingyang directly from Xuchun? Zhang Wenyuan pondered, realizing that Song Qinyu would not have come in person unless the matter was urgent. Indeed, Song Qinyu confirmed, then added, however, I previously informed Zheng Yuang that Chun Yuanming's daughter would visit me in Lingyang. To avoid suspicion, I refrained from meeting her. So many matters will need you to engage with her without my involvement. Zhang Wenyuan nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I understand how to proceed. Since we are to orchestrate a performance, it must be executed flawlessly, without any muddied waters. How could one conceal the truth from Zheng Yuang if Song Qinyu's name were mentioned? I shall return to Lingyang first. You may follow shortly. Song Qinyu stated as he rose. Zhang Wenyuan accompanied him to the door, assuring, my lord, you can be assured that I will handle this matter appropriately. Song Qinyu nodded in satisfaction before casting a glance at Pei Sheng, who had exited the room ahead of Song Qinyu. Zhang Wenyuan followed closely beside Song Qinyu as they made their way outside. It was only upon reaching the gates of the governor's residence that Zhang Wenyuan halted. Lord Song, would it be permissible for me to depart for Lingyang tomorrow? Certainly, Song Qinyu replied, and then climbed into the carriage. Pei Sheng, who was driving the carriage, addressed Zhang Wenyuan. Lord Zhang, I shall return to Lingyang with Lord Song now. Zhang Wenyuan nodded in response, watching the carriage depart into the distance, a sense of unease lingering within him. However, the thought of confronting a woman in Lingyang quelled his apprehensions. After the carriage had traveled some distance, the voice of Song Qinyu resonated from within. Pei Sheng, how formidable is Chun Yuanming's daughter? Song Qinyu finally posed the question he had long contemplated. It was evident that the Qin family would not send someone to Lingyang without considerable capability. Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng's lips curled into a wry smile. She is not easily dealt with. Chapter 68. The Rising Wind. 1. As Song Qinyu and Pei Sheng returned to Lingyang, the sky had darkened, and the city gates were firmly shut. Pei Sheng presented Song Qinyu's token, allowing them entry. After escorting Song Qinyu back to the governor's office, Song Qinyu briefed him on the arrival of Zhang Wenyuan the following day before Pei Sheng took his leave. Pei Sheng was acutely aware of the implications behind Song Qinyu's deliberate invitation to meet Zhang Wenyuan in Chu City. It was clear that only through him could Zhang Wenyuan be introduced to Chun Manzhuang, thereby severing any direct ties to Song Qinyu. Pei Sheng understood Song Qinyu's intentions as if they were inscribed in clear letters upon a page. On his way back to Hutai Street, Pei Sheng abruptly turned around, heading toward Jiangke Tower. As he entered Jiangke Tower during the late hour of high, he noticed a few patrons still lingering in the main hall. The innkeeper, spotting Pei Sheng, left the counter and approached with a welcoming demeanor. "Young Master Pei, the two guests you wish to meet have already departed Jiangke Tower." Pei Sheng halted, his gaze fixated on the innkeeper's face. Before he could respond, the innkeeper continued before they left. "They instructed me to convey a message to you should you return seeking them." With that, the innkeeper produced an envelope from his sleeve, presenting it to Pei Sheng with both hands. Pei Sheng accepted the envelope, his expression calm, though he tightened his grip around it. "Young Master Pei, I must return to my duties now. Please make yourself comfortable." Pei Sheng's attention was drawn to the envelope in his hands as he turned to exit Jiangke Tower. It seemed that Princess Huan had initiated new movements. Upon stepping outside, a biting cold wind assaulted him, prompting Pei Sheng to tuck the envelope into his sleeve. His demeanor somber. "Ah Sheng, what are your plans now?" Spoke Bai Xiao, Pei Sheng's childhood friend, who shared a bond akin to blood. Pei Sheng turned to face Bai Xiao, who had evidently rushed to Jiangke Tower and felt the tension ease within him. "What brings you here? I heard you accompanied Song Qinyu to Chu City, and I was somewhat concerned. So, I waited near the governor's office until I saw you returning with Song Qinyu. Noticing your haste toward Jiangke Tower, I followed you," Bai Xiao replied, his expression neutral as he approached Pei Sheng. "What does Song Qinyu intend by bringing you to Chu City?" Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. What interest could there be in dealing with a mere pawn? He understood full well that Song Qinyu's intention in facilitating the meeting with Zhang Wenyuan and introducing him to Chun Manzhuang was layered with ulterior motives. He already had connections with the Chun family, and it was indeed he whom Chun Manzhuang sought out in Xiliang. Song Qinyu aimed to use Zhang Wenyuan as a scapegoat, drawing the Qin family of the imperial capital into the fray, seeking to burden the Chun family with further blame. In this intricate game, he too would become a pawn discarded by Song Qinyu, who sought to quell the calamities in Sangzhou. Song Qinyu was truly a master tactician with a deep reserve of cunning and strategy. Does this imply that Song Qinyu has devised a method to counteract the court? Bai Xiao mused, glancing at Pei Sheng's composed countenance before shifting his gaze forward. "What is your purpose for coming to Jiangke Tower?" Pei Sheng did not directly address Bai Xiao's inquiry, but instead countered, "Do you require my assistance with something? Is something amiss with my elder brother?" It is only in times of urgency that Bai Xiao would hasten to meet him. Yesterday, two individuals arrived at the manor, claiming they could treat Brother Pei. Bai Xiao displayed a hint of confusion, inquiring what exactly that meant. As Pei Sheng's words faded, he instinctively contemplated something, swiftly retrieving an envelope from his sleeve, hastily tearing it open to extract the letter within. Upon reading its contents, his pupils abruptly constricted. Observing his reaction, Bai Xiao reached for the letter, perusing its contents aloud. "I have dispatched someone to attend to your brother. You may consider this a threat from the palace. Why not pledge your loyalty to Song Qinyu and test your allegiance to me?" After finishing the reading, Bai Xiao glanced around, noticing the absence of onlookers, and his expression turned anxious. "Who is this palace?" Pei Sheng, gritting his teeth, reclaimed the letter from Bai Xiao, the words crystal clear, "Princess Huan." A sensation of being ensnared by the princess washed over him. As New Year's Eve approached, Xiliang grew increasingly damp and chilly, the overcast sky pressing down ominously, inexplicably fostering a sense of gloom. Upon his arrival in Xiliang, Zhang Wenyu had not yet encountered Song Qinyu. At the time Zhang Wenyu met with Chun Manzhuang, Song Qinyu was engaged in a casual discussion with Zheng Yuang about the arrangements for the New Year's banquet, with Zheng Yuang as the guest, naturally seeking his opinion. At that moment, Song Yuan abruptly entered the hall. Noticing him, Song Qinyu, with a tone of impatience, inquired, What is it? Song Yuan glanced at Zheng Yuang, appearing hesitant. Zheng Darren is not a stranger. Feel free to speak. Song Qinyu's impatience had reached its zenith. Stepping forward cautiously, Song Yuan said, Lord Zhang Wenyu from Chu City has visited the daughter of Chen Yuanming. Indeed, as you surmised, Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyu could no longer restrain themselves. Song Qinyu cast a fleeting, awkward glance at Zheng Yuang before coldly asking Song Yuan, Are you certain? Absolutely. Song Yuan replied, urgency evident in his tone. My people have been monitoring Pei Sheng, and they just reported that Zhang Wenyu has arrived in Lingyang and met with Chen Yuanming's daughter. It seems the Qin family is genuinely anxious. The longer Zheng Darren remains in Lingyang, the more restless they become. Isn't Pei Sheng under your command, Lord Song? Zheng Yuang pondered, recalling the princess's mention of Pei Sheng, realizing he might be pivotal to the situation. Song Qinyu, upon hearing this, expressed a degree of difficulty, saying, Zheng Darren, you may not be aware, but Pei Sheng has an elder brother who also has some ties to me. However, his brother has been ill for many years and has only occupied a minor role in my service, performing menial tasks. I dare not employ him extensively, partly due to his clandestine connections with the Chun family, and secondly, as you may know, I am a disciple of the late Chen. Yet, Pei Sheng has sought dealings with the Chun family behind my back, showing a blatant disregard for my standing. Nevertheless, out of respect for the Chun family, I have kept him on, and due to a bond with his brother, I have overlooked many matters. However, this Pei Sheng has connections with Zhang Wenyuan from Xuqing, which is the first I have heard of it. Song Qinyu expressed his difficulties, furrowing his brow. Chen Yuanming's daughter has also come to Lingyang seeking Pei Sheng. Master Zheng, could there be some underlying reason for this? Zheng Yuan's expression turned grave. Chen Yuanming's daughter, Chen Manxiang, is none other than the eldest princess. What scheme is Song Qinyu hinting at? Though puzzled, Zheng Yuang recalled the words of the eldest princess, allowing Song Qinyu to continue, curious to discern his intentions. Master Zheng, do you think this might be related to the Qin family? Song Qinyu speculated. Chapter 69. The Rising Wind. 2. Zheng Yuang remained oblivious to whether the Qin family in the capital had any involvement in the affairs of Songzhou. Yet he recognized that this sudden turn of events indicated that Song Qinyu was not to be trusted. After all, if Song Qinyu truly possessed knowledge of the connections between Pei Sheng, the governor of Chu City, Zhang Wenyu, and the Chun and Qin families, he would have disclosed such information upon Zheng's arrival in Sangzhou Lingyang, or earlier still. If this matter was indeed tied to the Qin family, it would ultimately fall to Lord Zheng to make a decision. Observing Zheng Yuang's contemplation, Song Qinyu continued speaking. After a moment of reflection, Zheng Yuang articulated, If this is related to the Qin family, does it not imply that the news received by His Majesty may also bear substantial truth? A subtle shift in Song Qinyu's demeanor was evident. His gaze lingered on Song Yuan's face for a brief moment before returning to Zheng Yuang. What do you mean, Lord Zheng? Because the dam has been breached by floodwaters, resulting in the tragic loss of many lives. Zheng Yuang emphasized the gravity of the word death, fixing an unwavering stare on Song Qinyu. Each year, His Majesty allocates funds to Sangzhou precisely because its geography is prone to flooding. Despite the substantial silver drawn from the national treasury, the people continue to endure the very hardships that the emperor fears. Who bears the responsibility for this? To whose pockets do the court's funds ultimately flow? And who will resolve these pressing issues and shoulder the burden? My purpose in coming to Sangzhou is to address these matters. As he spoke, a wan smile tugged at the corners of Zheng Yuang's lips. However, it seems these problems do not exist since my arrival, for what I observe is quite contrary to what His Majesty perceives. The dam is intact, and the people are living in peace and prosperity. Song Qinyu's expression returned to normal, though he offered a forced smile. Lord Zheng, it is insufficient to rely solely on hearsay. One must witness matters firsthand. However, since you mentioned the annual allocations to Sangzhou, I feel compelled to add my thoughts. The silver from the court has always passed through the hands of the Chen family, so if Lord Zheng intends to investigate the funds in Sangzhou, it may prove futile. The implication was clear. To thoroughly investigate the silver allocated at Sangzhou, one must begin with the Chen family. Indeed, As you rightly pointed out, this matter is complex, and any comprehensive inquiry must start at the source. Zheng Yuang responded, refraining from further discussion about the court's funds. Given the Qin family's sudden foray into Zhangzhou, they must be concealing something unsavory. I shall report this matter to His Majesty and ensure a thorough investigation. Upon hearing the term thorough investigation, Song Qinyu's expression slightly altered. I shall certainly assist Lord Zheng in investigating all matters and individuals connected to the Qin and Chen families. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from involvement, considering you are a protege of the venerable Chen, Zheng Yuang remarked coldly. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Song Qinyu and Song Yuan stiffened slightly, yet both, being seasoned foxes, maintained their composure in the face of such circumstances. Song Qinyu chuckled softly. You speak wisely, Lord Zheng. I shall recuse myself from this matter and assign Song Yuan to assist you. That would be agreeable, Zheng Yuan replied. Song Qinyu sighed inwardly, pondering how Song Yuan could be involved. He turned to Song Yuan and instructed, Song Yuan, keep an eye on Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyuan. I, too, am eager to discern their intentions. Understood. As Song Yuan approached the entrance, Zheng Yuan spoke up. Wait. Song Yuan halted, turning to face Zheng Yuan. I shall accompany you, Zheng Yuan stated as he rose. Yet, Song Yuan glanced at Song Qinyu, who stepped forward as if to intervene. Minister Zheng, Zhang Wenyuan is ruthless. Should he discover your presence, it may pose a threat to your safety. Zheng Yuan let out a cold snort, saying nothing as he proceeded towards the door. Song Yuan looked at Song Qinyu, who nodded slightly, signaling him to follow. Once Song Yuan caught up with Zheng Yuan, a faint smile graced Song Qinyu's lips. They were merely awaiting the right moment. As long as he presented Zheng Yuan with evidence of Chen Yuanming's embezzlement of the court's finances over the years, this matter would reach a resolution. Come in, the guard stationed at the entrance announced. Sir, he acknowledged. Song Qinyu turned and retrieved a brocade box hidden in a concealed compartment, cautioning, take this to the governor of Xiliang and hide it in Zhang Wenyuan's study. Yes, make it discreet. A sense of tension coursed through Song Qinyu. Yet having come this far, there was no turning back. In a courtyard on Hu Tai Street, Zhang Wenyuan felt his limbs stiffen, the fear in his gaze unmistakable. The words spoken by the woman in the main seat echoed in his ears, along with the bright yellow token resting on the small table beside her. The royal insignia overwhelmed Zhang Wenyuan's mind, leaving him reeling. What of Chen Yuanming's daughter? What is Song Qinyu scheming? The presence of such a significant figure in Lingyang City left him bewildered. Wait, if Song Qinyu is unaware, then why is Pei Sheng not surprised at all? Is Master Zhang still questioning the identity of this palace? Xiao Sheng elegantly placed her teacup on the small table, tucking away the yellow token with a gentle smile. In truth, Master Zhang, you may come to understand my position. Without leveraging the identity of Chen Yuanming's daughter, I would not be here before you today. What do you mean? Zhang Wenyuan stammered, his voice trembling. What the princess implies is that without the guise of Chen Yuanming's daughter in Lingyang, you would remain oblivious to the true nature of the person you rely upon. Song Qinyu. Pei Sheng interjected solemnly. What do you mean? Zhang Wenyuan regarded Pei Sheng with a complex expression. Are you not aligned with Song Qinyu? Master Zhang, how about you enjoy a little performance? Xiao Sheng interrupted, her long sleeves flowing gracefully as she fixed her gaze upon him with a smile. Let us observe what Song Qinyu intends by having you approach Chen Yuanming's daughter. Zhang Wenyuan remained bewildered, glancing between the relaxed woman in the main seat and the composed Pei Sheng, ultimately allowing his gaze to drift towards the man beside the princess. You are not the daughter of Chen Yuanming, but rather Princess Wan. However, you have assumed the identity of Chen Yuanming's daughter to appear in Lingyang, with the intention of prompting Song Qinyu to orchestrate a meeting with Chen Yuanming's daughter. Are you suggesting that Song Qinyu has ulterior motives? Zhang Wenyu's ability to thrive in Chu City for so many years and to navigate under Song Qinyu with such ease indicates that he is neither inept nor a fool. When the woman in the dominant position revealed her true identity, Zhang Wenyu's understanding of the situation became clearer, especially with Pei Sheng's defection to Princess Wan. Therefore, are they plotting against Song Qinyu? Chapter 70. The Rising Wind 3. Indeed, Zhang Wenyong pondered whether his presence before Princess Wan was a result of the princess's intricate scheming. He tentatively continued. Could it be that my appearance in Xiliang to meet Chun Yuanming's daughter is also within the princess's foreknowledge? Xiao Sheng merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying his insinuation. Yet, the expression that fell upon her visage was not lost on Zhang Wenyong. It was laden with significance. At that moment, his heart felt akin to a ship adrift at sea, its sail torn, water flooding in and dragging it deeper beneath the waves. Is the princess not concerned that I might reveal your identity to Song Qinyu? Zhang Wenyong furrowed his brow, urgency lacing his voice. You must understand, this is Xiliang. Even if you're a lofty princess, can you truly sway the local despot, Song Qinyu? Xiao Sheng emitted a cold laugh from her nostrils, her gaze turning icy. She articulated clearly, local despot. Aware of his misstep, Zhang Wenyong refrained from contradiction, acknowledging that Song Qinyu indeed held a tyrannical grip over Zhangzhou. Your Highness, you should recognize the standing of Song Qinyu among the Zhangzhou populace. He adeptly manipulates the hearts of the people. I comprehend your purpose in coming to Xiliang, but do you truly believe a powerful dragon can subdue a local serpent? If it were as simple as you presume, why has Zheng Yuang lingered in Xiliang for so long, without progress regarding the floods? At this juncture, Zhang Wenyong spoke candidly, his inclinations favoring Song Qinyu, despite the constraints imposed by the princess's authority. Is that so? Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. You are unaware, Lord Zhang, that I have harbored a penchant for striking snakes since my youth. Hence I am more acutely aware than anyone of where their vulnerabilities lie. Zhang Wenyong observed Xiao Sheng's composed demeanor, feeling an inexplicable tremor within. He was at a loss regarding the next steps. Song Qinyu had instructed him not to seek him out upon arriving in Xiliang, directing that all matters be relayed through Pei Sheng. Song Qinyu wished for Zheng Yuang to witness the collusion between the Chun and Qin families in Xiliang. However, the daughter of Qin Yuanming was not truly Qin Yuanming's daughter. What was to be done? Most critically, Zhang Wenyong could not fathom the princess's intentions. Your Highness just mentioned wanting me to witness a spectacle. What sort of spectacle? He inquired, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Xiao Sheng, however, turned her gaze to Pei Sheng. For the next few days, you shall guard Lord Zhang. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to eliminate him. A useless being is merely an eyesore. Zhang Wenyong's countenance twitched at Xiao Sheng's words, his finger pointing at her. Yet he found himself momentarily speechless. Pei Sheng subtly curved his lips and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. As Pei Sheng departed the residence with the dazed Zhang Wenyong and entered the carriage, the voice of Song Yuan emerged from the shadows within. Lord Zheng, the one residing in that house is indeed Qin Yuanming's daughter. I surmise that Zhang Wenyong and Pei Sheng seek to rendezvous with her to negotiate a resolution regarding your matters in Xiliang. Song Yuan spoke gravely. What else do you know? Zheng Yuang, listening to the sounds of the carriage traversing the road outside, queried softly. Song Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Although Zhang Wenyuan shares some connection with my elder brother, his official position was secured through the covert machinations of Chun Yuanming, who facilitated the arrangement with money. What? Zheng Yuang's pupils dilated in shock, realizing the extent of corruption in Songzhou. If you doubt it, my lord, you may investigate, Song Yuan said, his demeanor betraying a hesitance to continue. Observing this, Zheng Yuang urged, please go on. 2 years prior, Qin Yuanming arrived in Songzhou with funds allocated by the court to meet with Zhang Wenyuan. Qin Yuanming bestowed some silver upon my elder brother, who accepted it but left it untouched in the treasury, too fearful to move it. My lord, you, who navigate the corridors of power, must know that there are few in this realm untouched by the mire of corruption. Song Yuan sighed softly. Though my brother accepted Qin Yuanming's silver, he remained uneasy, knowing it was state money. However, the Qin family was at the height of their power, with a favored concubine in the imperial harem and the fourth prince in the court. Despite his countless reservations about Qin Yuanming, my brother dared not confront him, fearing that if he were to inform the emperor of Qin Yuanming's monopolistic control over Zhangzhou, he might face assassination. Then why, during my prolonged stay in Xiliang, did your brother not inform me of this matter? Zheng Yuang's expression darkened. Song Yuan sighed again. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "My elder brother is averse to conflict, and given the Chun family's past kindness towards him, he wishes to remain uninvolved. Yet, Chen Yuanming's daughter has repeatedly pressured Pei Sheng to compel my brother into facilitating your departure from Linyang. Moreover, the Qin family also seeks to extend their influence over Zhangzhou, aspiring to dominate the region. After several nights of deliberation, my brother resolved that he would inform you of any actions taken by Zhang Wenyuan, Pei Sheng, or Chen Yuanming's daughter, allowing you to take charge of the rest." Zheng Yuang listened intently to Song Yuan's seemingly flawless account, scrutinizing him in silence. Song Yuan's countenance bore traces of anxiety, not from fear of exposure, but rather from concern over his brother Song Qinyu's timidity in revealing the truth. Indeed, the line between reality and deception can blur. As long as one speaks with sufficient conviction, it becomes truth. Which other officials in Zhangzhou are implicated? Zheng Yuang inquired coldly. Song Yuan hesitated, furrowing his brow. "This I cannot divulge, my lord. Perhaps you should investigate Zhang Wenyuan. You will discover the depths of corruption in Zhangzhou." Zheng Yuang snorted disdainfully, dismissing the notion that Zhangzhou's corruption was too deep for the emperor to have sent him here. "Keep an eye on the governor of Xuqing, Pei Sheng, and Chen Yuanming's daughter. When they reconvene, surround them," Zheng Yuang commanded. "Understood," Song Yuan replied, lowering his head to conceal his emotions. Zheng Yuang shifted his gaze from Song Yuan to the driver of the carriage, instructing, "Jiming, take my token and summon an army of 20,000 from Jianzhou to Linyang." Song Yuan abruptly lifted his head, fixated on Zheng Yuang, bewildered. "My lord, why summon troops to Linyang?" Zheng Yuang coldly fixed his gaze upon Song Yuan, declaring, "The depths of Linyang must be tested. I am resolved to bring to justice all those who engage in corruption and injustice within this realm." Initially taken aback, Song Yuan soon felt reassured upon recalling that Song Qinyu had meticulously arranged all matters. He replied, "Your Excellency Zheng speaks truly. I shall return and inform my elder brother. Once he is apprised, he will undoubtedly lend his full support to your efforts in purging the corrupt from Zhangzhou." Before Zheng Yuan could respond, he observed Song Yuan bowing slightly as he prepared to depart, saying, "Your Excellency Zheng, I take my leave." Chapter 71. The Net Tightens. 1. When Song Yuan returned to the governor's residence, it was just past the hour of the pig. At this time, Song Qinyu had not yet found rest. Perhaps he was preoccupied with the current situation in Zhangzhou and the risks entailed in his actions, which left him restless. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back to the desk. "Brother, it is I," came the voice of Song Yuan. Song Qinyu's gaze momentarily faltered. "Come in," he replied. Song Yuan pushed the door open and closed it behind him before approaching Song Qinyu. "What news?" Song Qinyu inquired, referring to whether Zheng Yuang believed the arrangements he had made. A flicker of complexity crossed Song Yuan's eyes. "Brother, what do you think of Zheng Yuang's capabilities?" Song Qinyu pondered for a moment before responding. "He appears polite and cultured, yet he is obstinate and unyielding. As for his strength, being a trusted confidant of the emperor certainly speaks to his exceptional qualities. I had not heard of him before, as the Chen family's overwhelming influence often overshadowed those close to the emperor." After hearing this, Song Yuan lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Noticing his brother's demeanor, Song Qinyu's expression grew grave. "Is there something amiss?" Song Yuan then revealed that Zheng Yuang intended to transfer troops from Jianzhou to Linyang. "Brother, do you think Zheng Yuang has learned something?" Song Yuan questioned cautiously. "If he were unaware, why would he need to draw troops from Jianzhou? Zhangzhou has soldiers of its own." Song Qinyu reflected for a moment, gripping the armrest tightly as he murmured, "It would indeed be strange for Zheng Yuang to mobilize troops here in Zhangzhou." "What do you mean?" Song Yuan felt a lingering sense of unease. His decision to draw troops from Jianzhou clearly indicates a lack of trust in us. However, it makes sense to source from Jianzhou, given that the governor there has some acquaintance with Zheng Yuang. Moreover, with the involvement of the Qin family, he is likely securing a fallback plan, fearing our potential alliance with them. With a deep sigh, Song Qinyu remarked, "In that case, it may be for the best." "Do you truly believe Zheng Yuang is unaware of certain matters?" Song Yuan, though perplexed, still held faith in Song Qinyu's judgment. Nevertheless, I may have exaggerated some points earlier, dragging the Qin and Chun families into the murky waters of Songzhou. Song Qinyu fixed his gaze on Song Yuan, urging him to continue. Zheng Yuang is genuinely angered. He will take direct action against Zhang Wenyus. Brother, if we can navigate this situation successfully, we should aim for a period of tranquility, avoiding excessive measures. Song Yuan's anxiety lingered. He felt as if a blade hovered over his neck, threatening to sever his head from his shoulders at any moment. Song Qinyu nodded slowly, acknowledging that relying on the Chun family's power had led him to underestimate the risks. Yet, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. This time, we have indeed gotten wet. If we can weather this storm, I will strive for some accomplishments in Songzhou. With the Chun family gone, I must ascend on my own merits. Without a solid foundation, only by grasping greater power can I avoid being coerced. You should rest now. Keep a close watch on Zheng Yuang, and I have made arrangements regarding Zhang Wenyus. From here on, we merely need to guide Zheng Yuang, and there should be no significant issues. When Song Qinyu uttered these words, his eyes were cold, and a sense of tension radiated from the half-hidden face in the shadows. Indeed, there was a palpable fear intertwined with his anxiety. He could not pinpoint the origin of this dread. Perhaps it stemmed from the unprecedented nature of the situation. Or perhaps it was the realization that his grand deception was less than flawless in his own heart. If it were not for the apprehension that Zheng Yuang might encounter the monsoon season in Xiliang, why would he feel such urgency? After a torrent of thoughts, Song Qinyu let out a long sigh, seemingly lamenting the capriciousness of fate. When he had colluded in the shadows with Chun Yuan, who could have foreseen the Qin family's abrupt downfall? Furthermore, he had believed that the fourth prince would securely ascend to the position of crown prince and inherit the great rule of Xiliang. The mere thought of Zheng Yuang mobilizing troops from Jianzhou to Lingyang City only solidified Song Qinyu's conviction that matters could no longer be postponed. They must be resolved promptly. Indeed, long nights breed many dreams. For 2 consecutive days, Zhang Wenyuan and Pei Sheng visited Xiao Sheng's residence, and naturally, Zheng Yuang was keeping a close watch. However, his men had yet to arrive from Jianzhou, thus Zheng Yuang refrained from taking rash actions. Although Song Qinyu remained within his estate during these 2 days, he was acutely aware of Zheng Yuang's movements. After all, he believed he had arranged matters with Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyuan adequately. Now, only Zheng Yuang's actions warranted his utmost attention. On the eve of the new year, the entire Lingyang city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The dark sky seemed ready to descend at any moment, and the biting cold wind was more piercing than ever. Within the 4 courtyards of the residence, the sound of a jade chess piece landing on the board shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. The fierce winter wind tousled Xiao Sheng's dark strands, allowing them to dance chaotically in the breeze. About the waiting that the princess mentioned, may I dare to inquire if the time has arrived? Lin Zheng's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, his tone frigid, seemingly impervious to the chill of the wind despite his thin attire. Xiao Sheng slightly lifted her eyelids, adjusting the fox fur around her neck, and replied softly soon. Lin Zheng raised his eyes to meet the strikingly beautiful woman across from him, his brows knitting together. Soon, thunder rumbled heavily in the cold wind, its resonant sound particularly vivid. Lin Zheng paused momentarily, glancing skyward as a light, damp drop fell upon his forehead, surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes. Soon, Xiao Sheng finally placed the chess piece she had been holding onto the board, the sound of its impact resonating distinctly. Lingard, do you still recall the position where Pei Sheng intended to kill me? Lin Zheng nodded slightly, having no intention of retrieving another piece from the basket. It is well to remember, Xiao Sheng remarked as she rose and walked toward the main house. Lin Zheng stood, squinting as he gazed at the receding figure, a feeling of foreboding settling over him. The princess's current tranquility felt like the calm before storm. At that very moment, a brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, followed by the thunderous roar. The raindrops that fell to the ground transformed from light drizzles into torrential downpour, the sound of the rain suddenly engulfing the land, accompanied by the relentless crashing of thunder. This was more than just a heavy rain. Lin Zheng strode purposefully toward the direction where Xiao Sheng had vanished. Upon arriving at the main house, Lin Zheng approached the interior and beheld a dignified woman seated at the head of the table, delicately adjusting the lid of her teacup while gently stirring the cooled tea. Before Lin Zheng could utter a word, the courtyard door was abruptly flung open with a resounding bang. He turned to regard the governor's guards who surged in, his sharp gaze fixated on the leading man. Song Yuan stepped into the center of the courtyard, his voice icy as he announced, "By the command of Lord Zheng, the imperial censor, I request Miss Chun to accompany us to the governor's office." After leisurely savoring a sip of her chilled tea, Xiao Sheng rose and proceeded towards the entrance of the main house. Upon recognizing the striking beauty of the woman clad in a pure white fox fur, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Song Yuan's face, quickly followed by a sense of regret. Such a stunning figure, reduced to this state, was indeed a tragic waste of beauty. Chapter 72. The net tightens too. The rain fell in torrents like beans, and lightning forked across the sky, casting a sinister glow that enveloped Xiliang city in an eerie atmosphere. The crashing thunder disturbed Song Yuan's previously composed demeanor. The relentless downpour had rendered the levees of Sangzhou utterly incapable of withstanding the deluge. He glared at the indifferent woman beneath the eaves, his anger boiling over. "Miss Chun, are you disregarding Lord Zhang's orders?" Xiao Sheng curled her lips into a slight smile, her tone light and mocking. "And who might you be?" "I am the guard of Lord Song, the prefect of Xiliang." Song Yuan felt the smile on Qin Manxiang's face was exceedingly irksome. He could not afford to waste any time on this woman at such a critical juncture. Xiao Sheng cast a glance at Song Yuan, standing amidst the torrential rain, then slightly turned her body, intending to retreat back into the main house. Observing her movement, Song Yuan unsheathed his sword, directing it towards Xiao Sheng, a cold sneer lacing his voice with contempt. "The Chun family has fallen, yet you still carry yourself with such arrogance. Do you believe that with the Qin family behind you, you can rest easy?" Xiao Sheng halted her advance towards the main house, her gaze now lingering curiously on Song Yuan. "So, Pei Sheng has finally conveyed my message to Song Qinyu?" Song Yuan, noting Qin Manxiang's fearless demeanor towards Song Qinyu, felt his irritation deepen. The thunderstorm added to his turmoil regarding the levees, and he scoffed. "Is that not why I have come to seek out Miss Chun?" Xiao Sheng glanced up at the darkened sky and replied nonchalantly, "I do apologize, but in this weather, it is unsuitable for you to meet with my lord. Please return after the rain has passed." "Preposterous!" Song Yuan bellowed, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at Xiao Sheng. However, the commotion at the courtyard gate halted his movements. It was the secret guards secretly nurtured by Song Qinyu, capturing Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyu. The leader of the shadowy guards exchanged glances with Song Yuan, prompting him to pause, casting an ambiguous look at Pei Sheng. At that moment, Pei Sheng appeared utterly disheveled, glaring fiercely at the head of the shadow guards, then shifting his gaze to Song Yuan, gritting his teeth. "You were waiting for me here, weren't you?" The certainty in his tone and the malice in his words elicited a derisive laugh from Song Yuan. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Song Yuan," Zhang Wenyu shouted in a piercing voice. "What is the meaning of this? What are you planning to do? Is he not one of Song Qinyu's men?" Zhang Wenyu gradually grasped what the princess had referred to as watching a show. Was this truly the performance? Song Yuan's gaze fell upon Zhang Wenyu, and he sheathed his sword, allowing the rain to drench him as he declared loudly, "What are you speaking of, Sir Zhang? Shouldn't I be asking you what you intend to do?" Zhang Wenyu's vision was obscured by the rain, rendering his sight somewhat blurred. His heart sank at Song Yuan's words. "Is it not Song Qinyu who summoned me to Xiliang city?" Song Yuan chuckled softly. "Sir Zhang, one can indulge in food haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. Although our Lord Song enjoys a certain camaraderie with you, your clandestine dealings with the Chun family and the covert bribery, coupled with your secret collusion with the daughter of the Chun family's fugitive, Chen Yuanming, should not implicate Lord Song, had it not been for the restraint of others." Zhang Wenyu would have lunged at Song Yuan. He glared menacingly at Song Yuan. At this moment, if he still could not discern the performance the Princess of Chong had alluded to, then his years in the realm of officials would have been in vain. "You are slandering me." Zhang Wenyu was fixated on Song Yuan, his voice seething with rage. At that moment, the leader of the Shadow Guard spoke up, These two have been clandestinely associating with Miss Chun from this courtyard for several days. Just now, Lord Zheng's men discovered letters from Zhang Wenyu's residence in Chu City, evidencing his collusion with Chun Yuanming to embezzle official funds. The evidence is irrefutable. Take them away. As the words fell, more individuals surged into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Pei Sheng, who had remained silent until now, directed his gaze toward Xiao Sheng, eager to witness how the illustrious princess of Hua and would navigate this predicament. Lin Zheng, initially a bystander, observed the approaching figures and felt an icy resolve wash over his handsome face. Just as he was about to shield Xiao Sheng, she gestured for him to remain by her side. "I will go with you," Xiao Sheng stated calmly. Lin Zheng and Pei Sheng were taken aback by her composed demeanor in such dire circumstances. Song Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he addressed Chun Manxiang, reflecting on the Chun family's prior favors towards Song Qinyu. Ultimately, Song Yuan gestured politely, "Miss Chun, please." Lin Zheng's gaze lingered on Song Yuan for a moment before he turned to fetch an oiled paper umbrella from the main house, unfurling it to stand beside Xiao Sheng. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced Xiao Sheng's crimson lips as she proceeded into the courtyard. As she brushed past Pei Sheng, she cast him an enigmatic glance, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. Once Xiao Sheng and Lin Zheng departed the courtyard, Song Yuan turned to the leader of the Shadow Guards, instructing, "Take Zhang Wenyu away first. I need to speak with Pei Sheng." After nodding in acknowledgement, the leader led Zhang Wenyu out of the courtyard. With only Song Yuan's entourage and Pei Sheng remaining, the atmosphere shifted. The relentless rain showed no signs of abating, its rhythmic patter silencing the world around them. "Pei Sheng, given your intellect, you must comprehend what the Lord intends, and you are the sole individual who has interacted with Chun Yuanming's daughter. You understand your significance in this situation. Do not presume I am oblivious to your wavering loyalty. However, I must inform you that my men have already set out for your estate in the countryside. I am aware of how much you value your brother's life. Rest assured, once this matter reaches its conclusion, I will ensure your brother is delivered to Pear Blossom Valley. After all, the valley's lord, Chun Subai, sent a letter to my brother yesterday, essentially instructing him to send patients to Pear Blossom Valley. By the way, you might not be aware that Chun Su and my brother are close associates. As for why Chun Subai has not made contact with my brother in recent years, the reasons are not for you to know. So, your forthcoming actions will determine the outcome. Do not disappoint me, nor let your elder brother suffer in this world." Song Yuan concluded, a peculiar smile curling at his lips, which vanished as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. "Take them away." Pei Sheng fixed his gaze on Song Yuan's retreating figure, held firmly by others, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "How can I be certain that after assisting you, my brother will indeed be able to journey to Lihua Valley for treatment?" Song Yuan paused and slightly turned his body. "As long as you obediently complete our final task, you too shall witness your brother's departure for Lihua Valley." Yet another vague response elicited a derisive laugh from Pei Sheng. "Are you so confident that you shall emerge victorious?" Song Yuan, taken aback by Pei Sheng's inexplicable words, furrowed his brow momentarily before replying with a faint smile. "This matter concerning Cangzhou must be resolved. Zheng Yuang must take a few individuals with him to report to the emperor. However, it is certain that the one to quell this turmoil shall not be Song Qinyu." Chapter 73. Long live the princess in the 24th year of the Western Liang dynasty. Deep winter. On the 29th day of the 12th month, a torrential downpour had drenched the entire Cangzhou for 2 consecutive hours, enveloping the city of Lingyang in a veil of mist and rain. While the citizens of Lingyang were immersed in joy, preparing to welcome the New Year's Eve, the atmosphere within the government office was starkly different. Seated in the court was Zheng Yuang, with Song Qinyu positioned to his left. At that moment, Zheng Yuang was scrutinizing a letter retrieved from Suzhou, discovered in a hidden compartment of Zhang Wenyuan's study. Correspondence clandestinely exchanged with the Chen family. With a sharp motion, Zheng Yuang hurled the letters at Zhang Wenyuan, his face a mask of fury. "What more do you have to say?" he demanded. He understood that the officials of Cangzhou were not to be trifled with, yet he knew that to instigate a reckoning, one must first make an example of someone. Only by tearing open a fissure in Sangzhou could further inquiries be pursued. His gaze flickered towards the silent princess, who had remained quiet since her arrival in the court. Zhang Wenyuan's countenance turned pale, his lips quivering as he cast his eyes down upon the letters scattered at his feet. He bent down to retrieve one, and his heart sank as he read its contents. Letters from Chun Yuanming addressed to Song Qinyu. The presence of such correspondence in his study left no doubt as to the nefarious means Song Qinyu had employed. It was no wonder Song Qinyu had personally traveled to Xuzhou, urging him to resolve matters concerning Chun Yuanming's daughter in Lingyang. As for the matter of the Sangzhou Dam, Zheng Yuan was determined not to return empty-handed. Emperor Yuanin would certainly not be deceived into believing that Sangzhou was as stable as Zheng Yuan portrayed. Moreover, the emperor possessed knowledge of an individual who could expose the dirt concealed beneath Sangzhou's seemingly calm facade. Song Qinyu thus needed to implicate someone and drag the Chun family into the mire to quell the situation entirely. After all, the Chun family's fate was already sealed. And with the arrival of Chun Yuanming's daughter in Lingyang, Song Qinyu felt emboldened. The remnants of the Chun family had ensnared the Qin family as well, leading Song Qinyu to believe that the matter would soon resolve itself. Emperor Yuanin would undoubtedly assume that all blame lay with the Chun and Qin families, along with him, the recipient of bribes for the deaths of the citizens of Xingshanu due to the dam's collapse and the ensuing flood. Indeed, it is clever, Zhang Wenyuan chuckled, truly clever. He slowly tore the letters in his hand into pieces, his expression growing indifferent. Once the envelope lay in tatters upon the ground, he lifted his gaze to meet Song Qinyu's. Lord Song, how do you believe I should respond to Lord Zheng's inquiries? Zhang Wenyuan asked, his eyes fixed intently on Song Qinyu. After all, when you dispatched me to Xuzhou to deal with Chun Yuanming's daughter, you did not disclose that such matters were afoot. Song Qinyu maintained his composure, feigning ignorance of Zhang Wenyuan's words. He then addressed Zheng Yuwang, saying, Lord Zheng, I believe it is best for me to withdraw. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone forges their own path. Although I'm aware of certain matters, it would not be prudent for me to become involved. Once you have conducted your thorough investigation, you may deal with me as you see fit, for I indeed accepted silver from Chun Yuanming. Zheng Yuang forcefully struck the table with his hand, declaring, since Lord Song has admitted to accepting Chun Yuanming's silver, it is clear that he is not an innocent party. If he is not innocent, then let him be held accountable. Song Qinyu responded with a faint smile, indeed, though his demeanor appeared calm and unruffled. The hand resting on the armrest of the pear-blossom chair was tightly clenched. The situation had unfolded unexpectedly, diverging from his plans, albeit closely aligned. Song Qinyu understood that even a slight deviation could lead to significant repercussions, and he anticipated numerous unforeseen complications. Fortunately, there was still Pei Sheng, and many matters lacked concrete evidence. Even if Zheng Yuang pursued the issue, he was merely a pawn in this scheme. At that moment, Song Yuan stepped forward. Lord Zheng, Zhang Wenyul has secretly been in contact with Chun Yuanming's daughter these past few days. Lord Song has been aware of this, as have you, Lord Zheng. Zhang Wenyul has received Lord Song's patronage over the years, yet he has consistently challenged him. Now, at this juncture, he seeks to drag Lord Song into this mess. I hope, Lord Zheng, that you will discern the truth. Song Yuan, step back, Song Qinyu reprimanded softly. Everything is under Lord Zheng's jurisdiction. Yet Song Yuan did not withdraw. He continued, Lord Zheng, Chun Yuanming's daughter is supposed to be on the prison cart heading to the frontier, yet she is here in Lingyang, associating with Pei Sheng, who has maintained ties with the Chun family. Pei Sheng explicitly stated that Chun Yuanming's daughter came to Lingyang due to the Qin family, as they seek to address the flooding issue. Zheng Youang's gaze shifted to Xiao Sheng, who remained silent, causing Zheng to feel a sense of urgency. At this critical moment, this ancestor showed no inclination to speak. Song Qinyu interjected, Lord Zheng, it is indeed true that the Qin family wishes to intervene in this matter. Although I cannot provide concrete evidence, the very presence of Chun Yuanming's daughter here serves as the most compelling proof. The Qin family has united with the second princess, and prior to Qin's imprisonment, they facilitated the escape of Miss Chun from the imperial capital. What is their true intention? Noticing that Qin man, Shuang showed no signs of speaking. Even remaining composed, a sense of unease began to gnaw at Song Qinyu, prompting him to glance at Pei Sheng. Lord Zheng. Pei Sheng also mentioned the purpose of Miss Chen's visit to Xiliang. In recent days, you have witnessed Zhang Wenyul and Pei Sheng clandestinely interacting with her, entangling the Qin family in what is clearly a complex affair. Song Qinyu continued. Zheng Yuan's gaze lingered on Xiao Sheng, still hesitating to speak. Song Yuan, believing that Zheng Yuan awaited Qinman Shuang to make a statement, grew impatient and exclaimed, Lord Zheng, must we wait for this sinner from the Qin family to speak? Just strike her, let her experience physical punishment, and everything will be revealed. Besides, the Qin family sent a woman to Lingyang solely because she is Chun Yuanming's daughter, capable of convincing both Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyul that the Qin family truly aims to dominate Sangzhou. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded. The rain outside intensified, pouring down in torrents. Song Qinyu frowned at the relentless downpour. Song Yuan was increasingly anxious, while Xiao Sheng merely smirked and approached Zheng Yuan. It is said that Lord Song is a paragon of integrity and righteousness, a true benefactor to the citizens of Lingyang City. However, upon our first encounter, I find myself somewhat disillusioned. Xiao Sheng's voice was chillingly serene, evoking an inexplicable tension that coursed down one's spine. Lin Zheng stood at the side, a slight smirk playing on his lips, arms crossed, resembling a spectator at a royal performance. How dare you express disappointment in Lord Song? Song Yuan was visibly irked, disapproving of the woman's haughty demeanor and her unruffled composure. Song Qinyu sensed a subtle shift. As he observed Qin Manxiang approach the desk, Zheng Yuan rose to his feet. As Song Qinyu widened his eyes in astonishment, Zheng Yuan stood upright, and the woman clad in a white fox fur took her rightful place. Zheng Yuan stepped aside respectfully, proclaiming, Your servant pays respects to the Grand Princess. May you reign for 1,000 years. Chapter 74. In the courtroom, the atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly grew peculiar, compounded by the relentless downpour, as a tense aura enveloped everyone present. Only Song Qinyu rose slowly from his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the seated Chun Manzhuang. Upon hearing Zheng Yuan utter the words Crown Princess, a disorienting sensation overwhelmed him. How could this be possible? His eyes fell upon Zheng Yuan's respectful countenance, and a slight tremor coursed through Song Qinyu's features at that moment. He felt as though the biting cold wind had penetrated to his very bones. Meanwhile, Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the formidable woman behind the desk, a feeling of being manipulated like a pawn creeping over him. If Qin Manchuan were indeed the crown princess, it would signify something profound, a truth only Song Qinyu and Song Yuan were privy to. After all, from the outset, when Qin Manchuan arrived in Lingyang, Song Qinyu had directly commanded Pei Sheng to take Qin Manchuan's life. Naturally, if she were the genuine Chun Manzhuang, matters would be straightforward. Yet, this Qin Manchuan was not the daughter of the Chun family from the imperial capital. Before departing the capital, Chun Yuanming's second daughter had still been child. Having been in Sangzhou for so many years, Song Qinyu had completely forgotten what Chun Yuanming's daughter looked like. Was it possible that this crown princess had exploited such a lapse? Xiao Sheng's gaze shifted from Song Yuan to Song Qinyu, her lips parting slightly. Lord Zheng, the courtroom proceedings should not be led by others. She then requested guidance from the crown princess. Zheng Yuan bowed respectfully and replied courteously. Xiao Sheng's expression revealed no trace of joy or anger as she sat gracefully behind the desk, looking down upon all present. Her gaze eventually settled on Zhang Wenyuan's face. Lord Zhang, Zhang Wenyuan, jolted back to reality by Song Qinyu's treachery, knelt upon hearing the voice from above, stiffly raising his head, though his eyes dared not meet anything but the legs of the desk. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, revealing that the crown princess had long anticipated Song Qinyu's intentions for him. What chilled Zhang Wenyuan most was not merely being used by Song Qinyu, but rather the realization that Song Qinyu had entirely regarded him as a mere pawn in the resolution of Sangzhou's flood crisis. Your humble servant is present. As Zhang Wenyuan uttered these words, a drop of cold sweat rolled down his face and fell onto the floor, a sense of dread spreading throughout him. How does this play out? Xiao Sheng's icy voice rendered the courtroom eerily silent. Song Qinyu stared at Zhang Wenyuan in panic, pondering the meaning of play. Song Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. Disbelief written across his face as he regarded the woman on high. Just before Zhang Wenyuan could respond, Xiao Sheng smiled, glancing at Pei Sheng. What do you think? Pei Sheng? Already kneeling, Pei Sheng raised an eyebrow, displaying no trace of the terror that gripped Zhang Wenyuan. He candidly replied, the crown princess's strategies surpass all. Oh! Xiao Sheng chuckled, her delicate fingers lightly tapping on the desk as she posed a thought-provoking question. So, you have indeed observed my methods? Pei Sheng met Xiao Sheng's nonchalant demeanor with a silent intake of breath. Previously, I was bewildered by the crown princess's actions. Only now do I see clearly. Xiao Sheng halted the rhythmic tapping of his fingers upon the table, lowering his gaze. Care to elaborate? Lin Zheng stood upright at the side, his eyes occasionally drifting towards the graceful figure above. She had indeed transformed considerably. The appearance of the princess, as the daughter of Chen Yuanming, in Xiliang was merely a means to deliver bait into Song Qinyu's hands. Pei Sheng's gaze lingered momentarily on Song Qinyu, where he discerned the urgency and tension etched upon his features. With a soft chuckle, he continued, only with Chen Yuanming's daughter present in Xiliang can we unsettle Song Qinyu. Pei Sheng, Song Qinyu's typically gentle countenance finally revealed a crack of anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Yuan unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at Pei Sheng's neck, gritting his teeth. Even a dog, when raised, remains loyal to its master. Over the years, my brother has treated you too with utmost kindness. And this is how you repay him? Pei Sheng, unfazed by the cold blade aimed at him, merely smirked, raising a hand to deflect the sword as if mocking him. How Pei Yu has come to be in his current state, you two brothers are likely more aware than anyone. As for my loyalty, if a dog were to bite back when provoked, it would hardly be surprising. You. Song Yuan stared at Pei Sheng in disbelief. He was acutely aware of Pei Yu's circumstances, for it was he who had orchestrated them. Xiao Sheng clicked his tongue lightly. Lingard, apprehend the one disrupting this court. Song Yuan shot a fierce glare at Xiao Sheng, poised to voice a retort, but in an instant, a shadow flashed before him. A powerful force struck his knee, forcing him to kneel heavily, unable to move, and he let out a muffled groan. As he regained his bearings, he caught sight of a figure standing beside him. Seeing this, Song Qinyu coldly turned to Zheng Yuan. What is the meaning of this, Lord Zheng? Why is the Grand Princess here in Xiliang? And why has she come? Was it not only you from the imperial capital who was to arrive in Sangzhou? How did the Grand Princess come to be here? Before Zheng Yuan could respond, Xiao Sheng let out a soft laugh. Is the esteemed Song Darren truly so astute, yet still unaware of the implications? Song Qinyu fell silent, fully cognizant of the situation at hand. Indeed, the paths he had chosen were entirely within the control of this Grand Princess. As Pei Sheng had articulated, the presence of Chen Yuanming's daughter in Xiliang served as bait designed to ensnare him. In his desperate attempts to distance himself from the Chen family, he had unwittingly fallen into the Grand Princess's trap. While Song Qinyu contemplated this, Xiao Sheng reclined against his chair, scrutinizing those below him. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is tumultuous, all for gain. Truly, Song Darren is a hypocritical gentleman. Song Qinyu's eyes widened as he met the piercing gaze of the Grand Princess above. Hypocrisy was indeed evident, yet his concern for the populace was genuine. However, to sacrifice countless innocents for his own benefit, devoid of any compassion, was a stark reality. Does Song Darren believe that the citizens of Xiliang would go to such lengths for you? Song Qinyu narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto Xiao Sheng. I am unaware of what the Grand Princess is insinuating. Since Lord Song is unaware, let him continue to speak of how Zhang Wenyuan and Pei Sheng secretly conspired with Chen Manzhuang. Xiao Sheng's expression darkened, and the unintentional aura emanating from him, along with his cold and piercing gaze, left everyone in the courtroom feeling as though they were being choked. Song Qinyu's face flushed crimson from Xiao Sheng's words. The daughter of Chen Yuanming was indeed a fabrication. Thus what he had conveyed to Zheng Yuan was also a mere falsehood. If Lord Song chooses to remain silent, then this court shall speak on his behalf. Chapter 75. disrespectful words. Song Qinyu's gaze deepened as he fixated intently on the elevated figure of Xiaosheng. The sound of the torrential rain resembled a ravenous beast, inducing a sense of suffocation, chaos, and utter silence. Minister Zheng's reluctance to depart from Songzhou was not lost on Song. He understood that this boded ill, for the dams across Songzhou could not be hastily repaired. And what Minister Zheng perceived at the dam was merely a fade, a mere reflection of his desires. The true state of affairs would inevitably be revealed once the storm had passed. Each utterance from Xiaosheng struck a profound chord within Song Qinyu, causing even the expressions of those present in the court to subtly shift. Minister Song, you see, even before the coming of next year's plum rain season, we are already besieged by relentless downpours. Is this not a manifestation of the discontent of the countless innocent lives lost in the Zhongshan Valley? Xiaosheng said with a smile playing upon his lips. While Minister Zheng remains in Songzhou, you must expedite his departure. Thus, the role of Qin Manxiang came into play. Yet, Song was acutely aware that without someone to quell the turmoil surrounding Zhongshan Valley, Songzhou would undoubtedly plunge into chaos. Hence, his attention turned towards Chun Yuanming's daughter and the Qin family she mentioned. Song pondered that the emperor, already suspicious due to the downfall of the Qin family, would be alarmed should this Songzhou affair be linked to any clan in the capital. The empire would then face yet another upheaval, prompting the emperor to investigate thoroughly, although not concerning Songzhou itself. After all, the funds allocated by the court each year were handled by the Chun family, and with the Chun family's demise, the Qin family would be unable to extricate themselves from the ensuing mess. Song resolved to turn the tables, if Chun Yuanming's daughter was indeed a loose end. Hoping to utilize the Chun family's connections to involve the Qin family in Songzhou's affairs, it would be far more prudent to ensnare the Qin family entirely. By introducing a certain official from Songzhou and presenting evidence compelling enough to convince Minister Zheng, Song felt assured of success in his scheming. If he could persuade Zheng that there were indeed officials in Songzhou colluding with the Chun family to embezzle state funds, implicating not just the Chun family but also the Qin family, the matter would be quelled. Song was entirely cognizant that this endeavor could backfire. Yet, he believed that if it could resolve the flooding crisis in Songzhou, the potential repercussions would be manageable. He trusted that the emperor was a rational sovereign who would be lenient towards him. Of course, there was also a pivotal piece in this intricate game, Pei Sheng, whom Song had always found hard to trust. Each year, due to his brother's illness, Pei Sheng was compelled to maintain ties with the Chun family. Out of respect for Song, would provide fine medicinal herbs for his brother's recovery. Xiaosheng regarded Song Qinyu's ashen face and smiled. Pei Sheng's connections with the Chun family are verifiable, which would further bolster Minister Zheng's conviction. If we also facilitate Pei Sheng's communication with Zhang Wenyu and Chun Yuanming's daughter, would not the entire scheme fall perfectly into place for you, Minister Song? Song Qinyu had never felt such trepidation towards anyone before. Even in his dealings with the esteemed Mr. Chun, he had never experienced such fear. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon the woman seated high above. Gnashing his teeth, he inquired, "So from the moment you arrived in Xiliang City and sought out Pei Sheng, you anticipated that I would act in such a manner? This is the most terrifying aspect. To foresee his every move and to comprehend his innermost thoughts sent shivers down his spine." Pei Sheng had remarked that it was Lord Song himself who had thrown his own plans into disarray. Xiaosheng spoke lightly, her gaze lingering on Pei Sheng for a moment before shifting to Zheng Yuwang. "Lord Zheng, do you now comprehend what I have just conveyed?" Zheng Yuwang's heart quivered. It was only after her words that he grasped why the princess had chosen to present herself as the daughter of Chun Yuanming in Xiliang City. She was waiting for Song Qinyu to take the bait. Ironically, this clever Song Qinyu was ensnared by his own wit. Ha ha ha! Song Qinyu burst into laughter, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Xiaosheng. "What evidence does the Grand Princess possess? Merely her conjecture? You claim the dam was washed away by the flood. Was it truly destroyed?" Song Qinyu chuckled. "Ha, was it destroyed? I think not. Lord Zheng, did you witness the dam being washed away?" His gaze turned sharply back to Xiaosheng. "You speak of countless vengeful spirits in Zhengshangu. I must inquire, what spirits? Have you seen them? As the saying goes, One must see the living, and the dead must be evidenced. Where are the corpses? You allege that I colluded with the Chun family, that the annual official silver from a court ends up in my hands. Where is your proof? Song Qinyu, with a demeanor of reckless abandon, pointed at the kneeling Zhang Wenyu. You do not believe that I uncovered evidence of his collusion with the Chun family in Zhang Wenyu's study. Yet you assert that I intend to implicate Zhang Wenyu to conclude the matter of Sangzhou. So I ask you, Grand Princess, are all these claims to be made without evidence, solely based on your words? Lin Zheng fixated on Song Qinyu's insolence towards Xiaoshang, his slanted eyes narrowing as if he were poised to snap Song Qinyu's neck at a mere command from her. Zheng Yuang rebuked loudly. Song Qinyu, you are outrageous. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Grand Princess? Song Qinyu coldly regarded Zheng Yuang, scoffing. Lord Zheng, am I not entitled to refute these baseless accusations? A thunderous crash silenced the courtroom as thunder and rain intensified, the downpour growing ever more torrential. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. A figure clad in a raincoat and hat burst into the courtroom, scanning the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Zheng Yuang, exclaiming with fervor, My lord, in the muddy path to Zheng Shanggu, decaying bodies have emerged. Many, many of them. Zheng Yuang's heart raced. What? The river flowing past Zheng Shanggu was rising rapidly. The torrential rain had washed away the mud, revealing the corpses. The rain-coated messenger clearly sensed the gravity of the situation, anxiously watching Zheng Yuang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yuang resolved to follow him. I must see for myself. Lord Zheng, Xiaoshang called out, halting him. What is there to see? A scene of utter devastation. Why not wait until the storm subsides before venturing forth? That would prove far more intriguing. At this moment, Song Qinyu's face displayed an unmistakable panic. Initially, his intention was merely to put forth Zhang Wenyu to address the annual financial contributions demanded by the court. However, with the emergence of corpses in Jingshan Valley and the rapidly rising waters of the river, the situation had escalated into a grave matter. He could neither conceal nor deny it. Evidence? Was this not the very definition of evidence? Zheng Yuang cast a troubled glance at Xiaoshang, wanting to articulate something but at a loss for words, for he understood better than anyone that the princess was indeed correct. Xiaoshang's gaze fell upon Song Qinyu. Yet she addressed Zhang Wenyu, stating, Minister Zhang, regarding the incident in Jingshan Valley, I demand to know the truth. Should you conceal anything, your head shall not suffice to escape my wrath. Chapter 76. The Truth 1. Zhang Wenyuan emerged from his daze, realizing why the princess had unveiled her identity upon meeting him. Perhaps she had no desire to waste words on him from the outset. Her sole intention was to convey the role he played in Song Qinyu's eyes. To her, he was a pawn of considerable value. He possessed a keen understanding of the true nature of Song Qinyu. However, in order to reveal the essence of Song Qinyu, the first step was to make him aware that he was merely a dog that Song Qinyu could cast aside at will. Xiaoshang observed Zhang Wenyu in silence and remained unhurried. She leisurely inquired, Lord Zheng, have you located the person I asked you to find? Zheng Yuang, his mind momentarily sharpened, recalled the recent encounters with Song Yuan, during which Lin Zheng had approached him unexpectedly, mentioning a location and suggesting the rescue of all individuals there. Just yesterday, he had received word that the place Lin Zheng referred to was surrounded by layers of guards, fearful that those inside might escape. Upon receiving this intelligence, he dispatched troops from Jianzhou to that location, expecting developments today. Zheng Yuang discreetly glanced at Xiaoshang's expression from his elevated position, noting her lack of anger before retracting his gaze. Song Yuan distinctly sensed the moment Zheng Yuang mentioned that place, as the woman above cast a fleeting glance in his direction, causing an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Lord Zhang, is it that you are unable to speak of the matter regarding Jingshan Valley? Or do you simply lack the courage? Xiaoshang's gaze fixed upon Zhang Wenyuan, or perhaps you are entangled in it as well. Zhang Wenyuan's rigid spine trembled slightly as he awkwardly replied, the princess, having orchestrated such a grand scheme to ensnare Song Qinyu, undoubtedly possesses some knowledge of the truth. Listening to Zhang Wenyuan's words, Song Qinyu's lips quivered, yet his expression remained impassive, Only the warmth in his eyes transformed into a chilling coldness. Outside, the storm raged on, and Zhang Wenyuan was drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Yuan's ability to summon troops from Jianzhou to Lingyang was likely orchestrated by the princess, who surely understood Song Qinyu's standing among the people of Lingyang. The adage, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world," was not lost on Song Qinyu, who had accomplished numerous deeds for the populace over the years. Should the princess recklessly deal with Song Qinyu, she would inevitably lose the people's favor, which would impact the emperor significantly. Yet, the vastness of the realm ultimately belongs to the emperor, and the sentiment of the Lingyang populace could hardly alter that. However, the emperor, who cherishes his subjects as his own children, would not allow the loss of public affection over a single individual like Song Qinyu. The princess adeptly maneuvered from Peisheng to revealing her cards before him. She must possess a thorough understanding of the situation in Zhongshan Valley. Zhongshan Valley comprises 3 villages, stretching from Yishan in the east of Lingyang to Qishan in the north of Tsuqing, adjacent to the Huo River. The total population is 3,181. In early autumn this year, continuous rains caused the waters of the Huo River to swell, unleashing floods that swept through the region like a fierce tiger. Zhongshan Valley could not escape this fate. The valley, nestled between Yishan and Qishan, should have avoided disaster, but the government's inaction allowed cracks to form in the dam from the outset. In the courtroom, apart from the thunderstorm raging outside, the only sound to be heard was that of Zhang Wenyuan's voice. Zhang Yuang's eyes reflected shock. The emperor, concerned for the lives of the people residing by the riverside, allocated a substantial sum from the national treasury each year. Yet, the occurrence of such a calamity was truly disheartening and infuriating. Song Qinyu's face was ashen. Zhongshan Valley resembled a breached dam. Once the embankment collapsed, the floods surged into the valley. It was midnight, and the villagers of Zhongshan Valley were caught unawares, believing that the autumn rains would soon pass. Little did they anticipate the ferocity of this year's autumn deluge. In the span of a single night, 3 villages within Zhongshan Valley were obliterated by the flood, rocks, and fallen trees, leaving only 82 survivors. The mention of those who had survived brought difficulty to Zhang Wenyuan's words. The expression of Xiao Sheng, perched in a position of authority, grew increasingly stern. The cold nobility of his demeanor sent shivers down one's spine. Following this calamity, the entirety of Sangzhou trembled in shock. With 4 cities under its jurisdiction, the officials looked to Song Qinyu for guidance, acutely aware that should the court learn of this incident, their fates would be dire. The stakes extended beyond the lives of the common folk. It also encompassed the annual funds allocated by the court for the construction of embankments. Song Qinyu promptly dispatched individuals to Zhongshan Valley. However, at that time, no one dared to enter, as the mud soaked by the flood posed unpredictable dangers. At that moment, Zhang Wenyuan appeared as an unfeeling harbinger of truth, compelled to voice the reality he knew. Since Song Qinyu had shown no compassion, he would exhibit no righteousness. Therefore, it was entirely possible that there were still survivors, yet they were disregarded due to uncertainty regarding safety. Xiao Sheng's voice was chillingly sharp. Zhang Wenyuan, non-committal, continued. The flood had not yet receded, and following another half-month of torrential rain, with the embankments of Zhongshan Valley gone, the flood once more ravaged the area. Once the skies cleared over Lingyang, the villages of Zhongshan Valley had been buried beneath rocks and river silt. During this time, our people were safely seeking out any survivors from Zhongshan Valley. As Zhang Wenyuan uttered this, his gaze fell upon Song Qinyu's face. "Do not presume, princess, that our intention is to rescue the survivors. Rather, we fear that they might escape and expose the indifference of Sangzhou officials to the world. The plight of the villagers and the embankments could cost the officials their positions. Yet the embezzlement of official funds by the court could lead to dire consequences for entire clans. Thus, Song Qinyu, wary of the repercussions stemming from the embankment issues, sought to conceal the events of Zhongshan Valley. Observing the desolation and distortion on Song Qinyu's face, Zhang Wenyuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. If death were to come, they would face it together. How could it be justified for only him to bear the sacrifice? In order to completely conceal the matter, One must begin with the living populace of Zhongshan Valley. Song Qinyu, while clandestinely searching for the surviving citizens of Zhongshan Valley, projected an image of a benevolent official in Lingyang City, allowing the townsfolk to perceive him as a devoted leader, tirelessly dedicated to their welfare. Naturally, the unsuspecting citizens of Lingyang City were easily persuaded. Song Qinyu insinuated that the populace of Huteji was synonymous with that of Zhongshan Valley. In light of the grave circumstances, he expressed profound sorrow, ensuring the safety of the living citizens under the watchful eyes of Pei Sheng. However, the true identity of the individuals on Huteji as the citizens of Zhongshan Valley remained known only to Song Qinyu and his associates. Chapter 77. Who would not threaten others? The denizens of Huitai Street were not the survivors from Zhongshan Valley, but rather refugees settled by Song Qinyu over the years. The entire populace of Huitai Street held deep gratitude towards him. It was Pei Sheng who spoke first. Silence. Song Qinyu glared, pointing an accusatory finger at Pei Sheng. His voice filled with fury. What right do you have to condemn me? The lives of you and your brother were granted by me. Granted by me. As Song Qinyu gazed upon Pei Sheng's face, memories flooded back to that year during the imperial examination when Pei Yu's brilliance overshadowed him. Always the favored pupil of the esteemed Chen Lao, he had never anticipated the sudden emergence of Pei Yu, who had garnered the attention of the court's Wang Lao, with intentions to recommend him to the emperor. In that moment, all acclaim in the capital shifted to Pei Yu. Song Qinyu had always prided himself on his indifference to competition. When someone surpassed him, he merely buried his discomfort within. At that time, the Chun family, not wishing an unworthy candidate to become the top scholar, naturally supported their own. Thus, Pei Yu's downfall evoked a sense of pity in Song Qinyu. Little did he expect that after all these years, it would be Pei Yu's brother who would turn against him. Pei Sheng scoffed Song Qinyu. You know better than anyone why my brother ended up broken and lost his chance at the imperial examination and a bright future. Song Qinyu staggered back, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Pei Sheng. Are you curious when I learn of this? Pei Sheng sneered, his gaze shifting to the elevated figure of Xiao Sheng before returning to Song Qinyu. I have heard that you and the master of Pear Blossom Valley share a close friendship. It was said that you deceived the master into going to the capital, using Pear Blossom Valley's influence to aid Chen Shufei in having the fourth prince. Pei Sheng's tone dripped with sarcasm. No wonder Qin Yuanming shows you such reverence. It appears you hold a significant secret over the Chun family. However, with Chen Shufei gone and that false fourth prince vanished, the Chun family has also fallen. When the great tree falls, the snakes and rats beneath it will scurry into the light, inevitably thrown into chaos, ensnared by the princess's trap. Pei Sheng could not help but admire the woman in power. She must have been plotting against Song Qinyu since her time in the capital. One could only wonder how many secrets she possessed. Song Qinyu's lips trembled slightly. The fact that Pei Sheng was aware of these matters suggested he had only recently uncovered them. It was no wonder Pei Sheng had sent Pei Yu to the countryside. Xiao Sheng's gaze fell upon Zhang Wenyu. Continue, he urged. Zhang Wenyu, realizing that the matter of the false prince was intertwined with Song Qinyu, felt a surge of indignation at the wealth and power that Song Qinyu had amassed over the years. Upon hearing Xiao Sheng's prompt, he regained his composure and continued. I do not know where Song Qinyu has hidden the surviving citizens of Zhongshan Valley, but I do know that the person heading to the capital was indeed from Zhongshan Valley. Last time, Song Qinyu mentioned that of the 82 survivors, only 81 remain, though I am unaware of who that might be. Your Highness, this is all I know. Zhang Wenyu was drenched in cold sweat, acknowledging that his official position in Chu City was obtained through dubious means, with Song Qinyu as his puppet master. He had contributed a considerable sum of silver to Song Qinyu annually. As for the collusion between Song Qinyu and the Chun family, he was only partially aware and implored the princess to investigate thoroughly. Zhang's face was ashen. At this juncture, he felt his life was forfeit. However, since the Grand Princess had sought him out, he hoped that he would not face the dire consequences of his actions. He regarded himself as a scoundrel, having committed both right and wrong during his tenure as the governor of Chu City. Yet, his beloved mother remained entirely oblivious to his transgressions. The mere thought of her discovering his fate brought him profound sorrow, as he pondered how many more days she had left to live. She only knew him as an official, urging him to treat the common folk kindly, and even the silver he sent home was met with a reluctance to spend, deeming it excessive and sinful. "Your Highness, I confess everything. I reveal all." Zhang Wenyu pleaded, "I beseech you to spare my mother." As he thought of her, tears welled in his once emotionless eyes, and he bowed repeatedly, imploring, "Please, grant mercy to my mother." Xiaosheng let out a light scoff, her gaze coolly fixed on the prostrating Zhang Wenyu. "Enough," she said coldly. "The laws of Xiliang will duly judge your crimes." As she spoke, her attention shifted to Song Qinyu. "As for you," in the silence that followed, Song Qinyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha." Just as Xiaosheng's expression darkened ominously, Song Qinyu swiftly drew the sword from a nearby guard, seizing Zheng Yuang and pressing the blade against his throat, glaring at Xiaosheng with a sinister look. "Princess Huan, do you truly believe that after all these years of scheming in Lingyang, you can inflict any harm upon me?" The courtroom was left in stunned silence by Song Qinyu's audacity. Lin Zheng's sole focus was on Xiaosheng, as if the lives of others mattered not, provided she remained unharmed. Zhang Wenyu's face turned pale, utterly shocked by Song Qinyu's audacity at such a critical moment. Pei Shen quietly rose to his feet, while Song Yuan remained incapacitated due to the acupoint he had been struck. Song Qinyu maintained his gaze locked with Xiaosheng, his twisted features gradually returning to normal, and his tone softened to its usual mildness. "Is the force dispatched from Jinzhou by Lord Zheng aimed solely at me? Or are you concerned that Princess Huan might not make it out of Lingyang?" Zheng Yuang looked at Xiaosheng in terror, realizing that she was not the only one capable of scheming. Song Qinyu was no ordinary adversary either. "If I am to die, I shall take the Emperor's most cherished jewel with me, and I shall not be at a loss," he declared, laughing once more. As his laughter faded, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Xiaosheng. "Princess, would you like to see whose prowess prevails, my own or yours?" Xiaosheng, seated regally in her elevated position, regarded Song Qinyu with a condescending gaze. Her lips parted slightly as she responded, "I am indeed curious to see what other tricks you possess, Lord Song. Will you slay Lord Zheng, or will you incite the entire populace of Lingyang against the court?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Qinyu's eyes. He could hardly fathom how Xiaosheng remained so composed at this juncture. However, after a brief moment of distraction, Song Qinyu seized Zheng Yuang by the throat. His sword pointed menacingly at Xiaosheng, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You shall be the one to venture forth for me, to explore the path to the underworld." Xiaosheng, twirling the jade bracelet on her left wrist, responded with a light chuckle. "Is that so? Master Song, you are so ruthless, even to your 7-year-old son, who cannot threaten others." Huh. Chapter 78. Let us try. Song Qinyu's hand, gripping the long sword, stiffened, and the turmoil within his eyes was unmistakable, his mind echoing with the words 7-year-old son. The kidnapped Zheng Yuang stared intently at the slowly rising princess above, his heart filled with dread. Hadn't Song Qinyu's wife passed away years ago, along with the child she bore? The loss of his beloved wife and son had left Song Qinyu a solitary figure, devoid of companionship for many years. This was common knowledge. Xiaosheng circled the table, her cold gaze landing on Song Qinyu before she paused at the edge, resting a hand on the table surface. It was clear that the esteemed official had skillfully navigated the transition from the capital to Zhangzhou, earning the unwavering trust of the Chun family for a decade. Thus, the princess had every confidence in Song Qinyu's ability to extricate himself from difficulties. However, she cautioned, one must not be so absolute in all matters. Xiaosheng smiled slightly. "You have meticulously ensured that your wife and child live on in another guise, and you must have anticipated this day would come. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that leaves traces. The various actions you have taken are not without evidence." The smile at the corners of Xiaosheng's lips gradually faded. "Should you inflict even a scratch on Lord Zheng today, I assure you, I can present you with your son's arm. Do not provoke my patience, Song Qinyu. If you doubt me, let's test it." Song Qinyu found himself in a precarious situation, feeling as though Xiaosheng was attempting to deceive him. For years, He had scarcely seen his wife and child, and when they did meet, it was always in secret. Moreover, their current identities bore no relation to him. His wife's legal spouse was another man. Yet, the fact that the princess was aware of such clandestine matters left Song Qinyu at a loss regarding his next move. What was the princess implying? Quickly regaining his composure, Song Qinyu retorted, "Everyone knows that my wife and child perished during a grave illness. Are you suggesting, princess, that you intend to unearth their graves to threaten me?" He remained convinced that Xiao Sheng was merely trying to trick him. Only Song Yuan was privy to his secrets, and he would never betray him. Is that so? Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she produced an object from her sleeve and tossed it onto the ground. The sound of the longevity lock hitting the floor was particularly crisp, and she said lightly, "This item should not be unfamiliar to you, Lord Song." Song Qinyu's eyes widened. The string of the longevity lock was a pattern only his wife would have crafted. The lock itself was unremarkable, but the string caused his expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, it seems Lord Song is well acquainted with this longevity lock. Xiao Sheng teased, her brow arching slightly. "What do you intend to do?" Song Qinyu could no longer contain himself and shouted at Xiao Sheng. Seeing the disarray finally manifest on Song Qinyu's face, Xiao Sheng smiled silently. He was undoubtedly resourceful. Many matters, even with evidence, could not be proven. This was especially true in the convoluted world of officialdom, where even presenting evidence to Song Qinyu would yield little. Fort Sangzhou had long since rotted from within, with all its citizens entangled in corruption. This was Song Qinyu's brilliance. Once Sangzhou was investigated, no one could remain unscathed. Song Qinyu had long since reserved an escape route for himself. In the hearts of the people of Xiliang City, he was not perceived as a corrupt official indifferent to the lives of his citizens. To produce evidence that would fail to convince the populace and cast him into prison might provoke a backlash. The only means to undermine Song Qinyu's standing was to compel him to admit his hypocrisy as a public servant, to allow the citizens of Xiliang City to witness his true nature, and ultimately to strip him of their support. Only then could the calamity of Sangzhou be resolved. Xiao Sheng leisurely withdrew a dark red order from the sign tube on the desk and tossed it in the direction of Song Qinyu. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she remarked, "Lord Song, being as astute as you are, you should understand what actions would please me. Of course, you may choose to disregard my satisfaction. The decision rests in your hands. However, consider the escape route you have laid out for yourself. Do you truly believe it remains viable?" Xiao Sheng insinuated that he could forsake his wife and son entirely, allowing the citizens of Xiliang to take charge. But in doing so, his wife and son would be condemned to death. Conversely, should he opt to confess his crimes, collude with the clans of the imperial capital, embezzle the court's funds, and disregard the lives of the people of Zhengshangu, there might still be a glimmer of hope for his wife and son. Or perhaps, Lord Song might refuse to choose it all. Xiao Sheng smiled coldly. "I shall personally ensure that the true faces of all officials in Sangzhou are revealed to the populace. I wish to see whether their allegiance lies with the laws of Xiliang or with you, Song Qinyu." The torrential rain continued, though the thunder and lightning had abated. Song Qinyu gazed at the princess who had obliterated all his escape routes, contemplating how this woman had ensnared him from the moment she arrived in Xiliang City, colluding with Pei Sheng to catch him off guard. He had initially believed her to be a pawn sent by the Qin family, only to discover she was a fatal piece that left him with no avenues of retreat. "Sir!" Another man, clad in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, rushed in, his gaze immediately turning cold upon seeing Zheng Yuang, who was being held captive by Song Qinyu, with one hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Zheng Yuang, fearing that any crucial news might delay the princess, stammered, "Speak, speak." Song Qinyu was equally astonished. Although Zheng Yuang had not brought many people to Lingyang, could it be that they were all concealed in the shadows? Chapter 79. The unworthy virtue. The figure cloaked in a conical hat tightened his grip on the sword hilt. His words crystal clear. Of the 81 individuals guarded by the assassins, 60 had been rescued, while the remaining 21 had met their untimely demise by the time their subordinates arrived. This revelation cast an icy pall over the courtroom, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Annihilation? Those 81 were the sole survivors of Zhongshan Valley. At this moment, Xiao Sheng's gaze locked with Lin Zheng's. Song Qinyu remained momentarily disoriented by the notion of silencing witnesses, feeling a sudden pain in his arm as it was seized, causing him to release Zheng Yuan. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a dull ache in his arm, and by the time he regained his senses, Zheng Yuan had vanished from sight, replaced by the sharply defined, cold visage of a man. In the next instant, Lin Zheng swiftly tightened his grip around Song Qinyu's throat. Song Qinyu's pupils dilated, as if his breath had been stolen. He fixated on the man whose face radiated an aura of menace. He realized that Xiao Sheng had chosen this moment to strike precisely because of the trapped inhabitants of Zhongshan Valley. With their liberation, Xiao Sheng would no longer concern himself with Song Qinyu's fate. The people of Zhongshan Valley were acutely aware of how he had treated them. As the old adage goes, one must address the source of the problem. Thus, all matters must be resolved by Zhongshan Valley. Why had Song Qinyu imprisoned the people of Zhongshan Valley? It stemmed from the stark contrast between his reputation in Lingyang and his actions toward Zhongshan Valley. Should the inhabitants of Zhongshan Valley find themselves wandering within Lingyang City, the carefully maintained faade of Song Qinyu would crumble entirely. Most crucially, should his men attempt to silence witnesses and be thwarted, the lingering resentment would serve as the sharpest blade to obliterate Song Qinyu's reputation. Zheng Yuan, after recovering from the shock, quickly inquired, "Where are those people?" At that moment, Song Yuan, paralyzed by the pressure point, wore an expression of anxiety. Those individuals were under his arrangement, without Song Qinyu's authorization. He had initially intended that if they did not reach that location or receive directives before the appointed time, it would signal an unexpected turn of events. As long as an incident occurred, the people inside would have to perish. Indeed, an unforeseen occurrence had transpired, though he had never anticipated that the group would not be entirely eliminated. He had long expressed the need to deal with them. Yet his elder brother insisted on sparing them, and thus the crisis had emerged. "Outside," exclaimed the figure in the conical hat, urgency evident in his tone. "They are outside. Lord Zheng, they wish to see you." Zheng Yuan, however, turned his attention toward Xiao Sheng, composed himself after a moment of turmoil, and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Princess, what are your intentions moving forward?" The situation had come to a point of clarity. It was only a matter of time before the local tyrant of Sangzhou, Song Qinyu, faced justice. Yet the citizens still required reassurance. Furthermore, as the princess had mentioned, many matters were not easily resolved. Song Qinyu had indeed won the people's hearts. Xiao Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Song Qinyu, who was being grasped by the throat by Lin Zheng, before ascending to her elevated position. Her crimson lips parted as she commanded, "Issue a decree. Governor of Lingyang, Song Qinyu, is guilty of embezzlement and corruption, colluding with the aristocracy, muddling the royal bloodline, disregarding the lives of the common people, neglecting his duties, and lacking the virtue befitting his position. He is to be stripped of his title as governor of Lingyang." A flicker of panic surged within Song Qinyu upon hearing the accusations. He could hardly believe that his dismissal would be so straightforward. Zheng Yuan, upon hearing this, raised his eyes to glance at Xiao Sheng, pondering how such a multitude of charges could result in mere dismissal. At that moment, Xiao Sheng's gaze fell upon Zheng Yuan, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. "Zheng Darren, as for the common folk of Zhongshan Valley who have just been rescued, do you think they would feel any solace upon seeing Song Qinyu?" Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You must comfort those recently freed. I shall ensure that the entire populace of Sangzhou receives an explanation." "Yes," Zheng Yuan replied, his eyelids twitching. "As for those whom Song Qinyu has nurtured in Sangzhou over the years, should any oppose, they shall be eliminated." As Xiao Sheng spoke, her gaze fell upon Song Yuan. Her icy eyes infused with malice. "Let him be the first." Song Qinyu's pupils constricted in shock as he felt two precise strikes to his chest, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The figure before him moved with such swiftness that he could barely register the blur of motion. Then, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed. and by the time Song Qinyu comprehended the scene, he trembled uncontrollably, screaming no. Lin Zhang's sword cleaved into Song Yuan's neck, the ensuing spray of blood diminishing even the torrential rain outside. As the severed head tumbled to the ground, the guards in the courtroom turned pale. Zheng Yuang stood frozen, having always known of Princess Huan's ruthless reputation, yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The head rolled to the side of Zhang Wenyuan, who widened his eyes, breath quickening as his trembling hands hung limply. Even Pei Sheng's face blanched at the sight. Hang the head and body at the gates of Lingyang, Xiao Sheng commanded, her tone growing languid with a hint of weariness. Zheng Darren, this matter is entrusted to you. Zheng Yuang responded promptly, yes. Rising from her seat, Xiao Sheng circled the table, her gaze landing on Song Qinyu's face as she chuckled lightly. This bloodshed heralds a bountiful year. It seems that Sangzhou shall surely prosper in the year to come. Song Qinyu stared silently at Xiao Sheng, his voice a hoarse growl. You will meet a terrible fate. Xiao Sheng smiled sweetly. Why not consider this the retribution for your brothers? Song Qinyu glared at her, rendered speechless. Your Highness, Zheng Yuang respectfully inquired. Is Song Qinyu merely to be dismissed? Xiao Sheng withdrew her gaze, her eyes drifting to the gentle patter of rain outside the court. I intend to strip him of the people's trust, to have him reviled and remembered in infamy for eternity. Zheng Yuang paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending Xiao Sheng's intent. His tone grew even more respectful. Yes, I shall attend to the matters you have entrusted to me. A shiver ran down his spine. It was clear that the princess knew precisely how to deal with Song Qinyu. Did he not relish the favor of the people, seeking their adoration? The princess, with unwavering resolve, seeks to obliterate the reputation that Song Qinyu holds dear. In this world, cruelty extends beyond the mere act of taking a life. It seeks to dismantle the very foundations that an individual has devoted themselves to preserving. It is often said that one should leave behind a legacy of purity. Song Qinyu aspires to this as well. Yet, in the end, what remains of that purity? It is the unveiling of all one as shadowy and sordid secrets, laid bare for the world to witness. Chapter 80. Beasts in human clothing. At the initial hour of the U-time, the torrential downpour transformed into a gentle drizzle, enveloping the entire city of Lingyang in an unprecedented chill. Within the city, an inexplicable atmosphere gripped the populace, particularly due to the presence of the residents of Zhongshan Valley, who had been relocated to Huteji. This peculiar situation evoked a sense of unease among the citizens, compounding their distress. The severed head and corpse of Song Yuan hung ominously above the city gates, a gruesome sight that intensified their trepidation. Furthermore, news of Song Qinyu's dismissal reverberated through the city, pushing the citizens to the brink of fury. Song Yuan's identity was well known throughout Lingyang. They had also heard that the court had dispatched individuals to Sangzhou to investigate the autumn rains and flooding. Despite Song Qinyu's timely management of the situation, he was unexpectedly relieved of his post, and those around him suffered a similar fate. In the governor's office, the vast hall was dominated by the presence of Xiao Sheng, who sat comfortably in a high position. Pei Sheng and Zhang Wenyang stood within the hall, the atmosphere tinged with an odd tension. Outside in the courtyard, kneeling were the subordinates of Song Qinyu, their hearts still haunted by the events involving Song Yuan. Although they harbored discontent towards the individual seated high above, their helplessness prevailed. Troops from Jianzhou surrounded the governor's office, and beside the princess was a formidable guard, skilled in combat. Even those wishing to defend Song Qinyu found themselves unable to approach the princess, hindered by both the formidable guards and the overwhelming odds. They could merely kneel in hopes that the princess might show mercy. At that moment, Zheng Yuang returned, appearing at the flower-drooping gate, sheltered by a paper umbrella held by an attendant. His gaze first fell upon the kneeling figures in the courtyard, a flicker of urgency crossing his eyes as he strode purposefully towards the hall. Leaning languidly against the chair's back, Lin Zheng slowly rose upon seeing Zheng Yuang's entrance. Zheng Yuang's attention lingered momentarily on Lin Zheng as he spoke. Your Highness, the citizens of Lingyang have surged outside the governor's office, demanding to know why the court has dismissed Song Qinyu. What shall we do? Initially, Zheng Yuang had been hesitant, fearing to provoke the populace. But he did not anticipate the princess would choose to incite their anger just a day before the New Year's Eve. How many? Xiao Sheng inquired, flipping through a ledger with an air of cold deliberation. Sensing the princess's calm demeanor, Zheng Yuang felt a weight lift from his heart, responding softly, many. Xiao Sheng's eyelids flickered as she raised her gaze to Zheng Yuang. Many? Indeed, many, Zheng Yuang reiterated. At that precise moment of quietude, a figure strode in from outside, bowing respectfully to Zheng Yuang. Sir, there has been a confrontation between the citizens and our men. They demand to see you and seek an explanation. They also wish to meet with Song Qinyu. Zheng Yuang turned to the armored soldiers at the door, drenched from the rain, and then back to the princess seated at the head of the hall, respectfully asking, Your Highness, what course of action should we take next? Xiao Sheng set down the booklet in her hand and spoke softly. Go and inform them that if they wish to see Song Qinyu, they should wait at Zhengshan Gorge. Zheng Yuang pondered for a moment, casting a discerning glance at the princess seated at the head of the table, and his mind began to grasp her intentions. Do not proceed yet, he instructed the person standing at the entrance. Understood. The following day, at Zhengshan Gorge, at the first watch of the day, a faint light began to break upon the horizon. The gentle drizzle had transformed into a torrential downpour, and both sides of Zhengshan Gorge were crowded with people, all clad in raincoats and wide-brimmed hats. Beneath a hastily erected shelter stood Xiao Sheng, draped in a snow-white cloak. Her expression impassive as she gazed at the bones revealed by the rain. With each increment of daylight, her eyes grew colder. Lin Zheng, standing beside her, was taken aback upon seeing the remains, initially believing the tales of buried corpses were mere exaggerations, concealed by floods and landslides. To his astonishment, this place resembled a graveyard, with decaying bodies piled high, having long since rotted without becoming mere skeletons, and a foul odor permeated the air. The citizens who had come here to confront the court fell silent, their mouths closing inexplicably upon witnessing the washed-up corpses. The populace of Lingyang City remained oblivious to the plight of the villagers in Zhengshan Gorge, and after the incident, they had been kept under the control of Song Qinyu, making all information about the gorge come solely from him. To the citizens of Lingyang, Song Qinyu was a virtuous official. Whatever he proclaimed was accepted as truth. When the arriving crowd beheld this scene, their shock was beyond words, for it was evident that these bodies had been discarded here, intended to remain buried forever. Zheng Yuang, seated at Xiao Sheng's lower position, turned pale at the sight of the corpses. He had traversed this path numerous times, never suspecting that beneath the mire lay the bodies of the villagers from Zhengshan Gorge. You all have come here to seek justice for Song Qinyu, have you not? Xiao Sheng queried, her gaze shifting towards the captive Song Qinyu within the prison cart. Since you hold your Lord Song in such high regard, why not allow him to explain the circumstances surrounding these remains? Due to the heavy rain, the crowd at the back could not hear Xiao Sheng's words, but those at the front comprehended her clearly. Song Qinyu's face turned ashen, his eyes hollow with despair, having calculated far too many lives, including that of the Chun family, and had extricated himself from their protection just in time. Yet he found himself ensnared in this predicament, unable to rise again. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Xiao Sheng continued, maintaining her composure atop her high seat, surveying the throng of citizens below with half-closed eyes. Your Lord Song has always appeared as a benevolent official before you. How could he ever reveal the deeds he has committed in the shadows? Allow me to speak on his behalf. I am the eldest daughter of Emperor Yuanin, Princess Huan. Xiao Sheng slowly rose, standing at the edge of the greenhouse, allowing the cold wind to whip against her face, her expression darkening. Do you comprehend the gravity with which the court regards the dams of Sangzhou? Since the time of my esteemed ancestor, the court has prioritized these structures, for natural disasters can claim the lives of the common folk, particularly during the rainy season in the Sangzhou region, which demands the court's utmost attention. The funds allocated to Sangzhou each year are solely intended for the maintenance of the dams. With a hint of disdain in her voice, Xiao Sheng continued, Yet, it is truly lamentable that the imperial funds have found their way into the pockets of your revered Lord Song. The citizens of Zhongshan Valley should have had the opportunity to evade catastrophe, but the dam was destroyed when the floods arrived. Coupled with the trust the people placed in Lord Song, believing that the dams would be repaired annually, they felt assured that even in the face of a great deluge, they would have the chance to escape Zhongshan Valley. Alas, their trust was misplaced in such a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xiao Sheng's tone was soft, yet laced with a chilling severity. I have summoned you here today to reveal the true nature of the man you have placed your faith in, Song Qinyu. Chapter 81. Lingxi in the village of Zhongshan Valley, comprising 3 settlements, a total of 3,181 souls resided. Behold the number of corpses that lay here. Xiao Shang clasped her hands within her sleeves, gazing upon the trench, eroded by the rain, filled with lifeless bodies. A flicker of dark light danced within her cold, clear eyes. From the 3 villages, merely 81 souls survived, and upon the arrival of my people, 21 more perished. Thus, only 60 inhabitants of Zhongshan Valley remain alive. Pray tell, why would Song Qinyu wish to silence them before my arrival? Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, as if engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. In Song Qinyu's eyes, Zhongshan Valley marks the inception of his calamity. After all, the embankments flanking the Hua River are of utmost importance to the court. Now, with the embankments swept away by a single autumn rain, countless lives have been lost. Even those who have survived are not spared from his intentions. By eliminating the people of Zhongshan Valley, he could redirect the official silver allocated by the court to another individual, thereby preserving his own safety. Such a noble man, indeed, claims to act for the country and its people. What say you? The foremost villagers gazed upon the elevated and resplendent figure of the woman, and one among them, emerging from his astonishment, inquired, "But the embankments of Zhongshan Valley have been maintained annually. This is common knowledge throughout Songzhou. None anticipated this autumn rain. Master Song is truly a good official. I implore the princess to investigate, for there must be some misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shang's interest was piqued, and her gaze shifted towards the man, a smile gracing her lips. "Oh, a good official? Why not inquire of your Master Song himself, to ascertain if he truly is a good official?" The man stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the woman's question directed at him. "Ask him then," Xiao Shang scoffed, her attention now fixed on Song Qinyu within the prison cart. The man appeared anxious, turning to Song Qinyu. "Master Song, you must assert your virtue. You are a good official who has done so much for us. There must be some misunderstanding regarding the events in Zhongshan Valley." Hearing the villagers defend Song Qinyu, Zheng Youang's expression turned more repugnant than swallowing a fly. Angrily, he addressed Song Qinyu. "Song Qinyu, do you honor the love of the people who support you?" With his eyes closed, Song Qinyu in the prison cart seemed indifferent to the voices surrounding him, as if they were mere whispers in the wind, soon to dissipate. "Today, I summoned you here solely to provide an account of why Song Qinyu was dismissed from his position. Whether you choose to believe it or not is beyond my contemplation. But do not forget, it is my father, Emperor Yuanin, who has allowed you to live in peace, shielding you from the sufferings of the populace. Should you choose to align yourselves with a corrupt and conniving traitor against me and Xiliang, then know that Xiliang shall have no place for you. After all, you are unable to discern whom to support and whom to cherish. Thus, Xiliang has no obligation to protect you." Xiao Shang's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice icy. "Indeed, I could strike your names and those of your families from the household registry of Songzhou, allowing you to follow those you cherish and support, becoming a separate entity altogether." The words spoken by Xiao Shang struck terror into those standing before her. The notion of abolishing household registration and becoming self-contained was nothing short of rebellion. Was it not an invitation for them to seek their own demise? Truly ruthless. What do you think? As Xiao Shang uttered these words, her gaze fell upon Song Qinyu within the prison cart. Surely, everyone present understood the implication of Xiao Shang's statement. She categorically forbade any affection for Song Qinyu. "Lord Zheng, what is your opinion?" Xiao Shang's final gaze landed on Zheng Yuang. Suddenly called upon, Zheng Yuang's expression darkened. The princess's admonition was merely a reminder to the world that, whether among the common folk or officials of Xiliang, loyalty could only reside with the Emperor of Xiliang. Any hint of personal ambition would surely lead to a grim fate. In response to the princess, I believe the people of Xiliang should clearly understand who provides their protection, ensuring their current stability. The people of Xiliang I refer to also includes its officials. If they fail to grasp this, they are unworthy of being Xiliang citizens. Xiao Sheng shifted her gaze from Zheng Yuang to the crowd of commoners. Thus, what do you think? I do not compel anyone. Should you wish to follow Song Qinyu, then step forward. Zheng Yuang, listening to Xiao Sheng's remarks, felt a twitch of his eyelids. Who would dare to stand up at this moment? The princess was compelling them to remember what manner of man Song Qinyu truly was. Despite any support Song Qinyu might have among the citizens of Lingyang City, when personal interests were at stake, how could they continue to support him? They would only see his inevitable downfall as a consequence of his own actions. As anticipated, no one stepped forward. With half-closed eyes, Song Qinyu observed the scene from within the prison card, a self-deprecating smile escaping him before he shut his eyes once more. Issue my command. Song Qinyu shall be punished for his numerous crimes, executed before the people of Zhongshan Valley. Xiao Sheng's voice rang out, strong and resolute, as though the Creator had decreed the fate of a mere thing. Upon her pronouncement, murmurs of dismay filled the air, yet no other sound emerged. Song Qinyu, however, had not expected Xiao Sheng to dare take his life without the approval of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Even if all evidence were laid bare, there were protocols to follow. Even if he deserved death 1,000 times over, punishment should come after due process. Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, he heard Xiao Sheng declare, "Let the 60 survivors of Zhongshan Valley administer the punishment themselves." Zheng Yuang stole a glance at Xiao Sheng and exhaled sharply. The princess truly knew how to exact revenge. The people of Zhongshan Valley loathed Song Qinyu. How could they allow him any respite? Lord Zheng, let them come forth. Xiao Sheng commanded, then returned to her original position. Lin Zheng instinctively stood in the path of the cold wind, shielding Xiao Sheng from the chill as she settled down. Zheng Yuang bowed respectfully to Xiao Sheng, then turned to the others standing nearby, instructing, "Bring them here." At this, Song Qinyu felt a genuine surge of panic. He shouted furiously at Xiao Sheng, "By what right do you judge me? You are abusing your power. I demand to see the Emperor. I demand to see the Emperor." Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, raising her hand to gently brush aside Lin Zheng beside her, her gaze turning towards Song Qinyu in the prison cart. "I have come to Sangzhou at the behest of my father, who specifically entrusted me with the task of dealing with you." Chapter 82. The final judgment of good and evil within the confines of the prison cart. Song Qinyu gazed upon the figures emerging from behind the hastily erected shelter in Zhongshan Valley. A sense of dread flickered in his eyes, for he recognized these faces all too well, their images etched vividly in his memory. "Master Song, I beseech you, send someone to rescue my mother," cried one voice. "Master Song, my wife is still trapped beneath. I implore you, Master Song, save my wife." The scene was filled with desperate souls kneeling at his feet, pleading for him to aid their loved ones. Yet, he remained silent, staring at the devastation wrought by the flood. He was oblivious to the myriad dangers that lurked in the aftermath of the deluge. But he resolutely refused to expend further resources on rescuing those who could not possibly have survived. It was utterly futile. He had believed that after the flood, a mere allocation of silver would suffice to quell the turmoil. Little did he anticipate that nearly all the inhabitants of the 3 villages in Zhongshan Valley had perished in the inundation. The few survivors, upon seeing him, were filled with loathing. Some even confronted him, demanding to know why he had failed to save them. Others, who should have lived, met their demise due to his inaction, succumbing to the landslides that followed the flood. What had he said then? He had remarked, "Everything has its destined course. Do not be overly sorrowful. I shall compensate you." Those words seemed to pierce their hearts. One individual had shouted at him in fury, branding him as a heartless fiend, and vowed that he would face retribution, even threatening to petition the emperor in the capital. At that moment, he had mocked, "You think you can just waltz into the capital and see the emperor at your whim?" He was all too aware of the depths of the capital's intrigue, which made his derision of a commoner all the more poignant. Yet, He could never have anticipated that the events in Zhongshan Valley would indeed attract the emperor's attention. When he received news from Chun Yuanming, an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. This matter was far from ordinary. However, at that time, the Chun family still basked in their glory in the capital, and there was no foreboding of calamity. It was only after the Chun family's downfall that Song Qinyu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. By now, how could Song Qinyu remain oblivious? With the Chun family's misfortune, his own doom was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. The arrival of the Princess Huan in Xiliang City, armed with the emperor's decree, further confirmed his fate. If he were to survive, how could he justify the princess's personal visit to Xiliang? The princess and Zheng Yuang, operating in concert yet in shadows, had ensnared him in their machinations. Master Song, surely heaven has its eyes. My mother and wife must be overjoyed to see you. The speaker, a towering figure, appeared weary as he spoke, then opened the prison cart and forcibly dragged Song Qinyu out, throwing him to the ground. The rain splashed mud around, and the crowd swiftly closed in. Some wielded sharp daggers, others clutched jagged stones, while still others brandished wooden clubs. As Song Qinyu beheld the encroaching throng, a phrase from Song Yuan echoed in his mind. Brother, there's still people alive down there. We should take someone to rescue them while we still have a chance. If the next flood comes, those people will truly be lost. He replied, It is unnecessary. To Song Qinyu, these common folk were indeed as insignificant as weeds. Meanwhile, the citizens from Xiliang City had also gathered, hearing the footsteps behind them. 3 or 4 people from Zhongshan Gully abruptly turned around, brandishing their weapons, and fiercely shouted at the citizens of Xiliang City, Get the hell away. If you dare to step forward, I will kill whoever comes. Indeed, the citizens of Xiliang City halted their advance. The rain transformed from a steady drizzle to a gentle shower, yet the ominous rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. Inside the hastily erected shelter, Xiaosheng lowered her eyes, listening as the initial agonized screams gradually morphed into faint groans of suffering. A slight smile graced her lips. She was all too familiar with the taste of long-held hatred. Thus, she had allowed those from Zhongshan Gully to personally conclude the fate of Song Qinyu. The citizens of Xiliang City watched as some among them struggled to strip Song Qinyu of his life, with a few even closing their eyes. Blood flowed around the feet of those from Zhongshan Gully. In this world, there are no walls that do not whisper secrets, nor are there well-concealed schemes. Every action leaves a trace, and good and evil will ultimately meet their fates. Observing this scene, Xiaosheng rose to her feet. She intended to be a blade in Emperor Yuanen's hand, desiring the power that he wielded. Only in this manner could she contend with the southern Yu kingdom. Lin, I leave the aftermath to Lord Zheng, Xiaosheng declared, stepping out of the shelter. Lin Zheng withdrew his gaze and followed closely beside her, his indifferent eyes glancing at Zheng Yuang, who nodded slightly in response. After Lin Zheng acknowledged him, he climbed onto the carriage, concerned that Xiaosheng might face unforeseen dangers. Zheng Yuang instructed those around him, You must follow the princess. Do not allow her to come to harm. Yes. Zheng Yuang regarded Xiaosheng's methods with a hint of admiration. He had thought the princess would instruct him to bring Song Qinyu back to the imperial capital, but unexpectedly, she resolved the matter in this manner. He faintly recalled the princess mentioning that all officials in Sangzhou were intricately connected to Song Qinyu. Thus, was the princess planning a thorough cleansing of Sangzhou? If so, it would surely alarm the emperor. On New Year's Eve, in Pear Blossom Valley, while Xiliang City was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, Pear Blossom Valley radiated tranquility. Chun Qinwei observed the individuals from Xiliang City departing from her father's room, hesitating whether to enter when her father's voice resonated from within. Come in. Chun Qinwei stepped inside, noting her father's serious demeanor, and inquired, Father, is there something wrong? The man behind the writing desk exuded an ethereal presence, his eyes unusually calm as he regarded his daughter entering. The tension in his brows dissipated instantly as he rose and circled around the desk, saying, Something has happened in Xiliang City. Is it serious? Chun Qinwei pressed further. It does not concern us directly. It is merely that the governor of Xiliang has been imploring me for years to treat a certain individual. Due to certain matters, I had no desire to associate with this person, so I never acquiesced. I did not expect the governor of Xiliang to meet such an end. Chen Subai spoke in a calm voice as he walked out of the study with Chen Qinwei. Chen Subai shared a certain connection with Song Qinyu. They were once kindred spirits who could engage in meaningful conversation. It was precisely this bond that led Chen Subai to sever ties with Song Qinyu when he chose to exploit their relationship. The years of estrangement from Song Qinyu stemmed from a fear of being implicated in the affairs of the Chen family. For he was acutely aware that the truth regarding Chen Shufei would eventually come to light. The governor of Lingyang City has fallen? Chen Qinwei inexplicably recalled the tale she had heard while in the imperial capital about the floods in Sangzhou. Could it be due to the floods? Chen Subai, with one hand resting on his waist, appeared momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure, responding softly. It is said that the order to execute Song Qinyu was personally issued by Princess Huan. Chapter 83. I believe it is indeed feasible. Chen Qinwei halted her steps, seemingly in disbelief. She inquired, "Is it an edict from Princess Huan?" Chen Subei initially found his daughter's astonishment somewhat peculiar, but soon recalled that this Princess Huan had been wed to his most cherished disciple. It dawned on him that his daughter had hastily departed from Lihua Valley for the imperial capital upon hearing about Qin Yi's sudden betrothal. Chen Qinwei realized her reaction might have been somewhat excessive. She clarified, "What perplexes me is how the princess came to be in Lingyang City." Chen Subei chuckled lightly. "My dear, I often advise you that excessive concern yields nothing. Moderation is key." His daughter understood well the meaning behind her father's words. He wished not to see her become a person unable to stabilize her own emotions over Qin Yi. Speaking of this princess has indeed altered my perception. Chen Subei turned his gaze to meet Chen Qinwei's eyes briefly before looking ahead once more. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qinwei softly asked, "Father, why do you say that? Does not the presence of this princess in Lingyang City strike you as somewhat odd?" Chen Subei's voice was gentle yet laden with significance. Holding power, she marries into the Qin family, subsequently inciting dissatisfaction from the young master of the second branch, leading to his public poisoning. The Qin family enrages the emperor, who personally seeks out the poisoner. Others may be excused. But how could the Chen family be implicated in the poison she suffered? This bears the mark of Qin Yi. Yet why would this princess wish to place the blame on the Chen family, seeking to render them irretrievable? The more Chen Qinwei listened, the more complex the situation appeared. Since entering the Qin family, a succession of events had unfolded that would astonish anyone. This princess seemed far more cunning than mere rumors suggested. Chen Qinwei recalled the day Xiao Sheng visited the Qin family to seek a divorce from Qin Yi, her disregard for him etched vividly in her memory. Is your implication that all of this is orchestrated by the princess? Chen Qinwei arched an eyebrow. I believe this is the emperor's intent. Chen Subei chuckled softly. Patting Chen Qinwei on the shoulder, he sighed deeply. Tonight, we shall celebrate the new year. Let us not dwell on these matters. Come along. Chen Qinwei's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Xiao Sheng was in Lingyang City and had dealt with the governor. What was her purpose? Had Xiao Sheng no ties to Qin Yi? Chen Qinwei would have remained indifferent to her actions, but the inexplicable connection between Xiao Sheng and Qin Yi unsettled her, rendering her irritated by Xiao Sheng's presence in Lingyang. Chen Qinwei gazed at her father ahead and followed. Father, has Qin Yi's leg completely healed? Chen Subei smiled. He is able to return to the capital for recuperation. Chen Qinwei smiled faintly. The weight on her heart lifted. For years, she had been concerned about Qin Yi's legs. And now it seemed the poison within him had been entirely eradicated, leaving only the need for proper recuperation for full recovery. Meanwhile, on the corridor of the cliff, Ning Feng leaned against a pillar. Beside him sat Qin Yi in a dark brocade robe, confined to a wheelchair. Both brothers bore expressions of gravity. Chen Subai was certainly not the only one privy to the news from Lingyang City. Qin Yi and Ning Feng were equally aware. Ning Feng, recalling the familiar silhouette he had seen before being poisoned in town, immediately thought of Xiao Sheng. Now that Xiao Sheng was in Lingyang City, it further confirmed his suspicion that the person he encountered at the inn was indeed her. Brother, why does the princess use people only to cast them aside? Ning Feng expressed his indignation. When she was in the palace, she often commanded me. Yet now that she has left the capital, she seeks my life. Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most ruthless. Qin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the dark distance, lost in thought. Ning Feng, not waiting for his brother's response, continued, and that person by her side is quite extraordinary. Could she have taken a new lover? Did you not claim she was unlike the rumors? Qin Yi retorted coldly. Seeing his brother finally speak, Ning Feng countered, during the time I was near her, no other man approached. And she was not as frivolous with men as the tale suggests. Seemingly uninterested in Ning Feng's ramblings, Qin Yi maneuvered his wheelchair in another direction. Noticing this, Ning Feng quickly followed, murmuring, "Brother, do you think the princess's interest in Song Qinyu is the emperor's intent or her own?" Qin Yi remained silent. "I find it rather peculiar," Ning Feng mused. "First, the Chun family, though we have stirred up trouble for them. The princess knows that your hand was behind her poisoning. She has cleverly ensured the Chun family has no chance of recovery and has turned against you while simultaneously leveraging the situation in Xiliang City. This princess is indeed remarkable." Qin Yi chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his dark eyes. She must have come to a realization. "What do you mean?" Ning Feng hastened to his brother's side, inquiring. "It means that wielding power is far more reliable than relying on her father." As Qin Yi spoke the words wielding power, a faint smirk graced his lips. Ning Feng paused, a look of shock dawning on his face as he whispered, "Are you suggesting that, with the downfall of the fourth prince, the princess seeks to claim his former power?" Qin Yi did not confirm nor deny. "But she is a woman," Ning Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening. "No wonder she would ally with those who poison her to deal with the Qin family. No wonder she would not expose him despite knowing his identity, using him until the very end." It became clear that the princess's ambitions were not directed at the one who had poisoned her, but rather at the Chun family. Concubine Chun and the fourth prince. She even reached into Tsangzhou, leveraging Emperor Yuan's affection for the late empress. Naturally, Ning Feng also suspected that the prefect of Xiliang City had ties to the Chun family, which is why Xiaosheng dealt with him so swiftly. But if Xiaosheng's ambitions aligned with those of the fourth prince, "Brother, if the princess is truly as you say, what impact will this have on our affairs?" Ning Feng's voice was barely above a whisper. Qin Yi's wheelchair came to a halt, his face obscured by the light. "Revealing no discernible emotion." He simply replied, "No impact." Ning Feng swallowed hard. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber, prompting him to chuckle and say, "Brother, if the Princess Chong has ulterior motives in consolidating power, do you think she might covet the military strength wielded by Emperor Yuan?" Upon hearing the mention of military power, Qin Yi tilted his head slightly, half of his face illuminated by the light, and he smirked softly. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say, "Can the Princess Chong be of use?" Ning Feng, struck at the heart of the matter, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he became earnest, responding, "I actually find that quite plausible." Chapter 84. Piercing her eyes, the eyes, concealed in the shadows, withdrew from Ning Feng's figure, leaving only half a face exposed to the light, shrouded in darkness once more. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his voice resonated with a profound gravity. "Has there been any recent activity in Nanyue?" Upon hearing his elder brother broach a serious matter, Ning Feng brightened, moving closer to his brother's side. Since Empress Zhao's unfortunate demise during childbirth, Emperor Yuan has refrained from filling the harem, claiming he must observe a 3-year mourning period for Empress Zhao. Meanwhile, her maternal family, the Zhao clan, has been relocated to the northern territories. "Brother, what do you think Emperor Yuan intends by this?" There have been whispers in Nanyue of the deep affection between Emperor Yuan and Empress Zhao. Why, then, upon her death, would he consign the Zhao family to such a desolate region? A faint, cold chuckle escaped Qin Yi's throat as he parted his thin lips. Emperor Yuan has long harbored wariness towards Empress Zhao, compounded by the Zhao family's military might. With Empress Zhao's passing, the Zhao family is destined for a grim fate. "I sense a deeper meaning in your words, brother," Ning Feng replied with a sly grin, his eyes narrowing. "It is said that Empress Zhao, a daughter of the Zhao family, was quite enamored with power. She married the then Prince Yu, Emperor Yuan, precisely because of his temperate nature, which she believed she could manipulate. Yet, with both parties possessing such cunning, it is no surprise that, just as Emperor Yuanda's reign stabilized 5 years in, Empress Zhao met her untimely end during childbirth. It seems she could not outmaneuver him. You seem to possess quite an understanding, Qin Yi remarked with a faint smile, albeit with an icy glint in his eyes that was chillingly palpable. Since the Zhao family is in the northern territories, seize the opportunity to pay them a visit. Ningfeng's countenance flickered with complexity. And what of you, brother? Will you return to the imperial capital after Mangchun? Qin Yi merely nodded, allowing the topic to drift into silence. Ningfeng furrowed his brow, his thoughts turning to Chen Qinwei, adding further layers to his complexity. Just as he contemplated Chen Qinwei, the figures of Chen Su Bai and his daughter appeared at the end of the corridor. Ningfeng cleared his throat softly and said, "Elder brother, Sister Qinwei has been quite concerned for you during your convalescence." Qin Yi's demeanor remained unperturbed, even as the pace of his wheelchair slowed significantly. As Chen Su Bai and Chen Qinwei approached, Qin Yi's wheelchair came to a complete halt. "Uncle Chen, Sister Qinwei," Ningfeng called out, shedding his previous nonchalance. "Master," Qin Yi addressed, then exchanged glances with Chen Qinwei, offering a slight nod in greeting. Observing Qin Yi's complexion returning to normal, no longer as pale as in recent days, Chen Qinwei smiled gently. "You appear somewhat better today than yesterday. Do you feel any discomfort?" "All is well," Qin Yi replied evenly. "Allons, you've only just begun to recover. Do not keep the vigil tonight," Chen Subai remarked, addressing him by the name his mother would use. "Vin yi nodit inak nodit." Indeed, take rest early. Chen Subai's tone softened considerably. Yet Qin Yi interjected, "Master, I intend to return to the imperial capital tomorrow." Chen Subai paused in surprise. Traditionally, they would not journey to the capital until February, but this year they would depart early. Very well. Chen Subai never inquired about what Qin Yi was doing in the imperial capital. He was well aware that the best place for Qin Yi to recuperate was in the Pear Blossom Valley, yet he had no authority to interfere in Qin Yi's affairs. "I will send someone to gather the medicinal herbs for your journey to the capital," he stated. It was Chen Qinwei who dared to ask, "Has something happened in the imperial capital?" Qin Yi turned his gaze towards Chen Subai. "Master, may I speak with Qinwei for a moment?" After receiving his nod, he then directed his attention to Ningfeng. Ningfeng chuckled awkwardly. "I'll head back to my room now." "Very well," Chen Subai replied in a subdued tone, turning to leave. Chen Qinwei's gaze lingered on Qin Yi's face, then drifted to the darkness ahead. It was only when she was with this individual that her heart felt particularly tranquil. The surroundings fell silent. The chirping of insects amplified in the stillness, creating a serene atmosphere. Qin Yi remained silent, as did Chen Qinwei. "Qinwei," Qin Yi's voice was gentle yet inexplicably distant. Chen Qinwei's heart tightened inexplicably, sensing the gravity of his forthcoming words. She quickly interjected, "Qin Yi, why are you so eager to return to the capital?" By deliberately steering the conversation away, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Sometimes, there was no need to articulate certain matters. As long as they remained unspoken, she could continue to draw closer to him. Yet, at times, things did not unfold as she wished. Just as Ningfeng had remarked, if Qin Yi truly harbored romantic feelings for her, his demeanor would not be so frigid. It was not that Qin Yi was particularly indifferent towards her. Rather, he had never crossed the boundaries of affection that he maintained with Ningfeng. "You must have learned of my circumstances from Master. There's no need to reiterate," Qin Yi said, his gaze wandering into the distance, as if recalling unbidden memories. A flicker of resentment darkened his profound eyes, yet his tone remained soft. "I cannot reciprocate your feelings, nor will I." Upon hearing his final words, Chen Qinwei inhaled sharply, clenching her hands within her sleeves. She turned to face Qin Yi, offering a faint smile. "You know, I do not seek any response from you." "Qinwei, you've always been a remarkably astute person," Qin Yi remarked, tilting his head to meet her gaze. "You understand that I am not a virtuous man." Chen Qinwei averted her eyes, merely smiling wistfully as she self-deprecatingly replied, "Sometimes one must collide with the wall before turning back. I am aware of your past, and I understand that you are not a good man, nor have I ever contemplated having anything with you. Can you grasp my meaning?" Her last words were tinged with a sigh, laced with a hint of resignation. For years, Chen Qinwei had remained by Qin Yi's side, even assisting him with detoxification under the guise of a familial bond, yet she had never anticipated a tangible outcome. She was acutely aware that Qin Yi was devoid of romantic inclinations. She simply wished to stay beside him. "Let us leave it at that, Qin Yi said, maneuvering his wheelchair towards the direction Ning Feng had departed. Chen Qinwei watched his retreating figure, her eyes misting over, as that silhouette grew increasingly indistinct. At that moment, Chen Subai approached Chen Qinwei's side and sighed. "My dear, having pulled Alan back from the brink of death, I ought not to be mired in matters of affection. He has many responsibilities yet to fulfill, and at this juncture, your presence may indeed become a burden to him." Chen Qinwei's eyes inevitably glistened with unshed tears, yet the moisture remained contained within her lashes. In a subdued tone, she replied, "Father, do you think a man like him is capable of loving a woman?" Chen Subai raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's contemplation, responded, "Junlin's temperament mirrors that of his mother. However, he is ensnared by too many constraints, rendering him unable to discern what love truly is." Chen Qinwei forced a smile, her delicate brows furrowing. For reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted back to the day when the Princess of Chong visited the Qin family, presenting the divorce decree to Qin Yi, and the emotion reflected in his eyes had pierced her like a dagger. Chapter 85. Zhongyang in the 25th year of Xiliang, during the first month. The news of Princess Huan's visit to Linyang City sent shockwaves throughout Sangzhou. Following the gruesome execution of Song Qinyu by the remaining villagers of Zhongshan Valley, officials from other regions of Sangzhou, who shared intricate connections with him, began to feel a creeping dread. They feared that the princess would bring them to justice as well. Their apprehensions were not unfounded, as Princess Huan had displayed Song Qinyu's dismembered corpse at the gates of Linyang City, instilling horror among the populace. What should have been a festive new year was overshadowed by the haunting sight of two headless, skeletal bodies hanging at the city gate, which extinguished any joy. Beneath the grand notice proclaiming to deter others, the officials of Sangzhou trembled in fear. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, under a clear sky, a rare occurrence since the incident at Zhongshan Valley, the citizens seemed to find a semblance of clarity amidst their grief. Following Song Qinyu's demise, several chests bearing official seals and correspondence between the officials of Sangzhou and the court surfaced from his estate, along with the annual allocations of public funds. This revelation, akin to blinding light piercing through a veil of darkness, was startling. Consequently, officials across Sangzhou found themselves imprisoned. As the undeniable evidence of collusion with Song Qinyu in embezzling public funds became apparent, the citizens began to question the integrity of their officials, pondering the true nature of governance. Thus, the reputation of Song Qinyu transformed drastically from the previous year to the present, with some citizens even approaching the corpses of the two brothers to spit and curse at them. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, in the imperial capital, the palace, Changyang Hall, Lu Quan entered the grand hall briskly, bearing a letter from Sangzhou, and approached the emperor's desk with respect. "Your Majesty, a letter from the princess has arrived," he announced. The Emperor Yuanin extended his hand, and Lu Quan placed the letter into his palm before stepping aside. In the eerie silence of a hall, the sound of the letter being opened echoed. Lu Quan, with his head bowed, was aware of the situation in Sangzhou. However, a missive from the princess carried a weight of significance, particularly regarding the officials' misappropriation of the court's funds, a matter that touched the emperor's core. Seeking personal gain in governance might be tolerable, but disregarding the welfare of the people and the authority of the emperor was an entirely different matter. Liu Quan, hearing the emperor's calm demeanor, responded promptly, "Your Majesty, please instruct me. There are a total of 4 cities in Sangzhou?" The emperor inquired. "Yes, Your Majesty. There are 4 cities, with Linyang City as the foremost," Lu Quan replied respectfully. The emperor placed the letter down, a hint of satisfaction crossing his features as he asked, "What do you think of the princess?" Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Why would the emperor suddenly pose such a question? It was difficult to answer. The emperor chuckled softly, casually laying the letter atop the documents before rising and making his way outside the hall. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Quan felt a jolt of realization and took measured steps to follow behind Emperor Yuanin. He murmured, "It seems the Princess Chang has changed considerably." The emperor did not respond, yet he noticeably slowed his pace. In the past, the princess had been notoriously extravagant, indulging in every trend that swept through the capital. Her reputation far from pristine. As Lu Quan spoke, he observed the imposing figure ahead come to a halt, causing him to flinch as Emperor Yuanin turned his gaze. Dark and piercing upon him, Lu Quan immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive your servant. I spoke thoughtlessly." The emperor merely urged him to continue. As Yuanin withdrew his gaze and exited the grand hall, Lu Quan rose and followed, this time with a hint of caution in his tone. "Yet now, your servant perceives the princess merely conceals her brilliance." The emperor remained silent, prompting Lu Quan to elaborate. "The princess has never shown interest in any man for more than 3 months. Yet she remains entangled with the young master of the Qin family. Perhaps this marks the beginning of her scheme to undermine the Chun family." Upon hearing this, the emperor's initially furrowed brow relaxed. The Qin family had long been in clandestine dealings with the favored consort Chun, while the princess had a long-standing rivalry with the second princess. Her tumultuous connection with Qin Shujin was likely crafted to unsettle the second princess, who could only claim victory over the Chang princess by marrying him. Then came the day of the wedding, where the Chang princess provoked Qin Shujin, intentionally inciting the Chun family's murderous intent, leading to her poisoning. Each of these actions was directed towards consort Chun and her family. The Chang princess was acutely aware of her standing in the emperor's heart and seized the opportunity presented by the emperor to investigate the true culprit behind her poisoning. Further, she orchestrated a spectacle for the emperor, each step meticulously planned, suggesting that the princess had been concealing her talents over the years. Lu Quan's analysis was astute, resonating with a sense of truth while simultaneously hinting at ambiguity. Nevertheless, there was no denying that the Chang princess had indeed astonished Emperor Yuanin. After exiting the Chanyang Hall, the emperor remarked, "Huan's temperament is excessively flamboyant. This is a result of my own upbringing." Her handling of the matters in Sangzhou was commendable, showing no mercy to the officials there. Such actions are sufficient to quell the corrupt inclinations of officials across the realm. Daringli Liu Guaninkirat. "Might your majesty be concerned about the princess?" Emperor Yuanin chuckled softly, a hint of derision flickering in his dark eyes. "I do not favor an excessive progeny. Yet I cannot be without heirs. I was initially quite satisfied with the fourth prince. How could I be unaware of his dealings with the Chun family? I merely believe that such matters should be the concern of the heir apparent. Yet the Chun family is far too arrogant, and the fourth prince even more so. In Huan's hands, he shall find no chance for redemption." Such emotional candor was rare from Emperor Yuanin, perhaps only in Lu Quan's presence. "At present, I have only one son, and among my 3 daughters, only Huan possesses any semblance of fortitude. Reflecting on my youthful rivalries with my brothers, I now understand the wisdom of my father's words." Lu Quan listened in silence, aware that the emperor regretted not ensuring a more plentiful lineage. However, it was evident that the emperor merely wished to avoid fratricidal conflict. Indeed, the royal family required a flourishing lineage for the prosperity of the empire. Emperor Yuan chuckled at himself, remarking, "As for the struggle for succession, the imperial throne is inherently the domain of the strong. How could the weak ever be deemed worthy to occupy such a position? Given your majesty's constitution, nurturing the 5th prince diligently would equally ensure the continuation of the great lineage." It was only after Lu Quan had spoken that he realized his error, promptly falling to his knees and exclaiming, "This servant deserves death." Such words may be uttered by his majesty, yet as a mere servant, he must not presume to speak them. Chapter 86. Self-evident Emperor Yuanin gazed down upon Lu Quan, who knelt before him, his eyes half closed as if lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Rise." Lu Quan was drenched in cold sweat. He had already overstepped his bounds today, yet the emperor chose not to hold it against him. Had it been another, the outcome would have been all too clear. Both the eastern and southern borders seemed to harbor restless intentions. Over the past few days, Emperor Yuanin had received troubling news that hinted at complexities beneath the surface. The eastern frontier lay adjacent to the northern deserts, while the southern border bordered the northern territories of Nanyue. The relationship between Nanyue and the northern tribes was intricate, and upon hearing of the death of Empress Zhao, the Nanyue emperor had strategically relocated the Zhao family to the northern territories. Lu Quan's mind raced, and he continued, "The northern territories are neighboring the northern deserts and stand in a triad with our western Liang. Although western Liang boasts vast lands and abundant resources, along with a cavalry superior to both the northern deserts and Nanyue, it seems that the northern tribes and Nanyue have shown respect towards western Liang. However, with the ascension of the new Nanyue emperor, their ties with the northern tribes have grown closer, leading one to ponder. Is he seeking to expand his territory? With Nanyue and the northern deserts drawing nearer, any expansion would inevitably target western Liang. The Nanyue emperor was known for his ruthlessness." Emperor Yuanin chuckled lightly. That Empress Zhao likely died without ever understanding the reasons behind her demise. Lu Quan's expression turned grave. Empress Zhao was the legitimate daughter of the renowned Zhao military family, celebrated for her courage and strategic prowess. Yet she met her end within the palace walls, a tragic fate for one so beautiful. The public was aware that following her death, the Zhao family lost their support and was relegated to the most desolate regions of Nanyue. But few knew that the current wife of the Zhao general hailed from the northern tribes. Emperor Yuanin's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened slightly. The political landscape was shifting, and he felt the need to remain vigilant. The Zhao family was known for producing valiant warriors, and an alliance with the northern tribes could spell trouble for western Liang. Upon learning of the new marriage within the Zhao family, Emperor Yuanin recognized it as a strategic maneuver by the Nanyue emperor, a grand game of chess. Northern tribesmen? Lu Quan thought to himself, having never heard the emperor mention this matter before. It was indeed a Nanyue affair, and western Liang's influence in foreign matters was limited. Obtaining such intelligence was no small feat years prior. The Qin family had forged a union with a Nanyue princess, indicating that the former Nanyue emperor had intended to maintain a cordial relationship with western Liang. However, 5 years ago, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin patriarch had inexplicably perished, leading to the tragic death of his son, leaving only his physically frail grandson and himself to navigate the world. It was evident to me that the newly ascended Nanyue emperor had a hand in these events. The Nanyue emperor had never harbored intentions for reconciliation with western Liang, even severing the last connection with the Nanyue princess. Are you suggesting that the Nanyue emperor deliberately orchestrated Empress Zhao's death to maneuver the Zhao family to the northern territories and conspire with the northern tribes? Lu Quan's heart trembled at the thought. I've heard that Empress Zhao was a formidable character. Why would the Nanyue emperor still require the Zhao family? Did they not suspect foul play in their daughter's demise? Emperor Yuanin smiled. The human heart is best left unguessed and unexamined. Such truths are likely known only to the Zhao family and the Nanyue emperor. In your majesty, Lu Quan swallowed hard. What are your intentions? Let us observe the developments quietly. Emperor Yuanin replied coldly. The two nations have united to confront Xiliang, and he is keen to observe what Nanyue and Mabe will accomplish. In Sangzhou, Lingyang, the city is now under the governance of Zheng Yuwang, and with the remains of the Song Qinyu brothers disposed of in a mass grave. A flicker of joy has finally emerged in Lingyang. Princess Wan has ordered the proper burial of the deceased citizens from Zhongshan Valley and allocated a sum of 100,000 taels of silver to expedite the construction of a dam. The survivors of Zhongshan Valley have also been pacified by Zheng Yuwang, who has dispatched individuals to construct houses for them. Such actions are sufficient to fill the hearts of the few remaining citizens with gratitude. On the evening of the Lantern Festival, Xiao Sheng received a secret letter from the imperial capital, accompanied by a token from Emperor Yuanin. As she gazed at the token laid upon her desk, her expression grew increasingly somber, her attention ultimately fixating on the letter from the emperor. The more she read, the heavier her heart became. The room was enveloped in silence. Lin Zheng, standing nearby with a long sword in hand, observed the princess's increasingly grave demeanor and shifted his stance, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. After a considerable pause, Xiao Sheng ignited the letter in her hand until it turned to ash. "Do you know anything about Mabe?" Xiao Sheng suddenly inquired. Lin Zheng resumed his standing position and replied softly, "Not much." "What about the Zhao family of Nanyue?" she asked, a hint of murderous intent lacing her words. Lin Zheng, perceptive as ever, sensed her hostility and scrutinized the princess seated before him, responding, "I know little." "Then share what you do know." Her tone grew icy, as if she had crossed into forbidden territory. The emperor mentioned that the current matriarch of the Zhao family is from Mabe. Lin Zheng raised an eyebrow and added, "This information was conveyed by my subordinates." Xiao Sheng's eyes narrowed as she processed Lin Zheng's final remark, realizing that he was not merely an ordinary shadow guard of Emperor Yuanin, but rather a member of an organization secretly nurtured by the emperor. Why would the matriarch of the Zhao family be from Mabe? This was the reason for her cold expression upon reading the letter. Her father had once humbly spoken of that woman, claiming she was merely the daughter of an ordinary family, and due to familial circumstances, her marriage prospects had been severed. He sought her consent to wed that woman into the Zhao family. At that time, she was the Empress of Nanyue, and any woman seeking to usurp her mother's place warranted thorough investigation. All the inquiries she had conducted aligned with her father's assertions. Her lineage appeared unremarkable, even somewhat pitiable. She had encountered that woman a few times in the palace, but eventually found her presence intolerable and prevented the woman from visiting again. Her father had spoken with such grandeur, asserting that the woman was merely a secondary wife and should not present herself as a mother before the empress. At that time, the people she had at her disposal were not ordinary, which led her to believe that the woman truly hailed from a modest background. Little did she expect that she was actually from Mabe. Moreover, with the northern territories neighboring Mabe, what scheme could that treacherous emperor of Nanyue be concocting? What intentions does the Zhao family harbor? Do they not realize the ambitions of the Mabe people? Is it possible that the northern desert and southern Yu are colluding in secret? Lin Zheng gazed at the princess seated in the main position, a palpable aura of malevolence surrounding her. He averted his gaze and replied in a calm tone, "I am unsure why the princess poses such a question. I can only say that the matriarch of the Zhao family hails from the royal lineage of the northern desert. During the time when the princess was entangled with the young master of the second branch of the Qin family, the northern desert and southern Yu grew unusually close." Xiao Sheng suddenly laughed, her gaze fixed on Lin Zheng with profound significance. "It appears that the royal guard is not merely a simple shadow by my father's side." Chapter 87. My acquaintance with her in the tranquil chamber. The only sound was the flickering flame from the candlestick, crackling softly. The enigmatic words of the princess lingered in the air. Lin Zheng, with his profound and aloof gaze, squinted slightly, but did not directly respond to Xiao Sheng's uncertain remarks. Instead, he inquired, "Does the princess wish to learn about the northern desolation, the Zhao family of Nanyue, or perhaps the matriarch of that family? If this palace desires insights into the intrigues behind Nanyue and the northern desolation, would not the esteemed guard be privy to such knowledge?" Xiao Sheng regarded Lin Zheng with a nonchalant demeanor. This man was solemn, unyielding, and bore an intimidating aura. It was evident that his position beside Emperor Yuanin was of significant consequence. Yet, in Xiao Sheng's recollections, there was no trace of this individual. Coupled with Lin Zheng's earlier assertion of his ability to uncover information about Nanyue, Xiao Sheng surmised that he might be part of a covert intelligence network maintained by Emperor Yuanin. "If the princess seeks answers, I shall investigate," Lin Zheng stated, disregarding Xiao Sheng's gaze as he glanced outside at the dimming sky. "If there is nothing further, I shall not disturb the princess's rest." Lin Zheng, having just shifted his stance, returned his foot to its prior position. Xiao Sheng, with a cheerful smile, rose and circled around the table. As she passed by Lin Zheng, she remarked, "I have heard that the Lantern Festival in Xiliang City is rather splendid. Would you accompany me, esteemed guard?" Every year, the Lantern Festival during the Lantern Festival in Tsangzhou was a vibrant spectacle, not only in Xiliang City, but also in the other three cities. Perhaps due to the unrest caused by Song Qinyu on New Year's Eve, the citizens of Xiliang were eager for the joy that the Lantern Festival would bring as a remedy for that disquieting night. Although the day had not yet fully darkened, the biting cold wind did not hinder the delight of the people of Xiliang. The bustling crowd, the cacophony of shouts, the riddle guessing for lanterns, the steam rising from food stalls, and the crowded inns and taverns filled the air with a zest for life. Xiao Sheng was enveloped in the atmosphere of mortal pleasures, a sensation she had not experienced in many years. Even during her time as a Zhao family maiden, she had scorned the idea of joining her sisters in the dull pursuit of fireworks and street festivities. After marrying Prince Yu and becoming the princess consort, such trivialities were even less appealing. Upon ascending as Empress Zhao, her sole ambition was to bear a legitimate heir, ensuring her child's ascension to the throne. Determined to claim half of Nanyue's dominion, perhaps her unmasked ambition had led to her downfall. The despicable emperor of Nanyue feigned affection while colluding with her own father to orchestrate her demise. The absurd claim that the white rainbow spans the sun, her child is the reincarnation of the late emperor, was indeed the catalyst for her tragic end. It was laughably ironic. Yet, in retrospect, the Zhao family had never been her fortress, but rather her shackles. Perhaps it was that woman from a northern desolation who bore an extraordinary role in her demise. Princess, this lantern is a gift from Lord Zheng. A guard beside Zheng Yuang approached Xiao Sheng, respectfully presenting the lantern. Xiao Sheng's gaze first settled upon the guard's face, then sought the figure of Zheng Yuang. Lord Zheng mentioned that today is a day for reunion, and I thought the princess might be missing the emperor. Thus, he refrained from intruding upon your enjoyment, allowing you to revel in the festivities. Xiao Sheng accepted the beautifully crafted lantern from a guard. Its surface is adorned with auspicious phrases. The nation thrives in peace, rivers are clear and seas calm, an era of tranquility, and all things are at ease. A faint smile graced her lips as she took the lantern, expressing her gratitude to Lord Zheng. Once the guard departed, she held the lantern with a gentle grip, a subtle smile flickering at the corners of her mouth, as her thoughts drifted to the contents of a secret missive from Emperor Yuanin. Should the triad of nations shift due to an alliance between Nanyue and the northern desert, the region of Xiliang would undoubtedly be engulfed in flames of war. While Nanyue or the northern desert alone posed a manageable threat, a combined assault would overwhelm even the mightiest cavalry of Xiliang. We shall return to the imperial capital tomorrow, Xiao Sheng remarked softly. Lin Zheng, who walked beside her, acknowledged with a slight hum, his gaze briefly wandering to the lantern before he focused ahead. After a moment, he cast a sidelong glance at her profile, which was gently caressed by the cold wind, wisps of hair dancing about. Her unadorned features bore a striking resemblance to the Emperor Yuanin. Is she beautiful? In that moment of reverie, their eyes met as she smiled alluringly. Lin Zheng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, averted his gaze, murmuring, "It's acceptable." Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly, her attention returning to the path ahead. However, that soft laughter struck Lin Zheng's ears as somewhat jarring, yet he dared not glance at her again. His expression clouded as he walked alongside her in silence. After traversing some distance, Xiao Sheng halted before an inn, stating, "Let us take a seat inside." Lin Zheng cast a brief look at the establishment, noting its unusual desolation amidst the day's bustle, before following her inside. Upon entering, they were met by an apologetic innkeeper who said, "My lady, I regret to inform you that a patron has reserved our establishment today. I kindly ask you to seek another place." Xiao Sheng furrowed her brow, initially believing the lack of patrons to be due to other circumstances, only to discover it was a private booking. Just as she was about to turn away, a voice resonated from across the hall. "Let her in. I am acquainted with her." Xiao Sheng recognized the voice and turned to see Ning Feng approaching, his gaze carrying a subtle yet sharp intensity. On that day in Chongqing town, she wore a veil, yet something about him felt familiar. The innkeeper, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly retreated to the kitchen after exchanging a few pleasantries. Ning Feng regarded Xiao Sheng with a mild smile, stating, "I did not expect to encounter the princess here." Xiao Sheng returned the smile, her peripheral vision catching sight of someone in a wheelchair nearby. "I too did not anticipate meeting you here, Xiao Ning." Ning Feng's lips twitched slightly as he recalled his days of feigning a eunuch to infiltrate Xiao Sheng's circle to undermine the Chen family, his brow furrowing deeper. May I ask, who is this? Ning Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Zheng, standing behind Xiaosheng, recalling the pain endured in Pear Blossom Valley. The coldness in Ning Feng's eyes was unmistakable. My people, Xiaosheng replied with a gentle smile. If there is any misunderstanding with young Ning, I am entirely willing to dispel it. Ning Feng let out a soft scoff, but refrained from retaliating today, mindful of the venomous creature lurking behind Xiaosheng. My brother has requested the princess for a brief conversation. Ning Feng chose not to mention the words spoken by Qin Yi when he first saw Xiaosheng enter. Xiaosheng maintained her poised smile. Then I shall not hold back. Chapter 88. Astonishment. Once Xiaosheng settled into her seat, the wheelchair-bound Qin Yi cast a glance towards the entrance of the tavern, where Lin Zheng, clad in resplendent black silk garments, leaned against the door, sword cradled in his arms, with the floral lantern that Xiaosheng had just held at his feet. As his back faced them, his expression remained concealed. He spoke with a faint smile. Is the princess's entourage not concerned for her safety? Xiaosheng turned her head, her gaze flitting over Lin Zheng before she averted her eyes, offering a gentle smile. Surely, young Master Qin would not allow me to fall into peril. For I bear no animosity towards you. The phrase no animosity seemed to carry an underlying implication. Qin Yi was inexplicably reminded of the warning Xiaosheng had given when she visited the Qin residence to deliver the divorce decree. A fleeting shadow passing through his otherwise tranquil eyes. In that moment of silence, Ning Feng took a seat, candidly stating, did the princess, upon her arrival in Sangzhou, make a stop at a tavern in Changxing town? Indeed, Xiaosheng replied with a subtle smile, akin to a gentle breeze, as I departed the palace in secrecy. I did not greet little Ning that day. Is there an issue with that? Ning Feng's expression soured considerably. Is there an issue? Is there an issue? The suffering I endured, and this princess remains oblivious, all due to that fellow's reckless actions. Just as Ning Feng was on the verge of an outburst, Qin Yi interjected with a gentle smile. There may be some misunderstandings at play on Ning. Do not be hasty. Ning Feng snorted coldly, his chest heaving with agitation. Qin Yi gracefully poured a cup of tea for Xiaosheng, leisurely explaining the circumstances. Perhaps your lady-in-waiting felt that Ning had been too frivolous with the princess, thus teaching him a lesson. He pushed the teacup towards Xiaosheng, his handsome visage bearing a smile, yet exuding an inexplicable intimidation. However, this lesson nearly cost Ning his life. Should not the princess provide me with an explanation? Xiaosheng lifted the teacup, her smile light and airy. She inhaled the fragrance before slowly setting it down, meeting Qin Yi's gaze. You seek an explanation, young Master Qin? Qin Yi's dark eyes bore into the woman across from him. She pushed the teacup towards him and remarked, It seems you are persistently provoking me. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, a faint, cold smile escaping from his throat. Setting aside the matter of the ice-poison needle, the fact that your lady-in-waiting's frivolity has not cost him his life is already the greatest of favors. Xiaosheng spoke with a radiant smile, her gaze inadvertently skimming over Ning Feng before she continued. I did not expect young Master Qin to desire an explanation from me. What, pray tell? Do you wish me to explain? Could it be that you wish me to hand him over to you? Xiaosheng gradually retracted her smile, her tone turning resolute. Young Master Qin, do you believe that is feasible? Qin Yi neither grew angry nor ceased to smile, fixating on the woman before him. Given that it is an impossible request, it would be best for you not to harbor any illusions of receiving an explanation from me. As Xiaosheng rose, her gaze swept over the exceedingly pale Ning Feng. Little Ning, let this be a lesson learned. Do not speak lightly to ladies, lest you risk your very life. With that, Xiaosheng walked towards Lin Zheng, while Ning Feng attempted to rise and follow, only to be restrained by Qin Yi. Brother. Ning Feng was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Qin Yi maintained her composure and softly remarked, You are not a match for that person. The princess was right. Experience teaches wisdom, so refrain from being frivolous with young ladies in the future, Qin Yi admonished. Ning Feng felt subdued by Qin Yi's demeanor, his arrogance considerably diminished. Do you know who accompanies the princess? Qin Yi withdrew her hand from Ning Feng's shoulder, her tone indifferent. Those are the people from the Ghost Pavilion. What? Ning Feng's eyes widened. As if a realization struck him, he glanced toward the empty hall entrance. People from a Ghost Pavilion? The sword that person wielded just now originates from the Ghost Pavilion. The totem on the hilt is unmistakably theirs. Qini chuckled lightly. Who else but the Ghost Pavilion can nurture a crimson spider? Even a Pear Blossom Valley cannot. Ning Feng suteret. Recalling what Qin Qinwei had said, it was merely a juvenile crimson spider, not an adult. Had it been a mature one that day, he would have perished on the spot. But why would someone from the Ghost Pavilion be near the princess? Ning Feng had only heard of the Ghost Pavilion in passing, never knowing its true nature. Although he had not traversed the martial world, he was aware that the Ghost Pavilion was merely a whispered legend, and he was even more unfamiliar with its master. Yet, Master Chen had not mentioned the Ghost Pavilion. Ning Feng exclaimed in astonishment. That crimson spider is not something that a person from the Ghost Pavilion would possess. Qini did not elucidate the reasons behind this, her gaze deepening slightly. The arrival of Xiao Sheng in Tsangzhou was unexpected, as was the significant upheaval in Tsangzhou itself. The presence of Ghost Pavilion members alongside Xiao Sheng was even more unforeseen. After meeting with Zheng Yuang tonight, I shall return to the imperial capital, Qini stated. As they flooded into the street, Xiao Sheng's expression was far from pleasant. Encountering Qini here inexplicably filled her with a sense of foreboding. Lin Zheng held a long sword in one hand and a lantern in the other, glancing at the people around him before extending the lantern toward her. Xiao Sheng frowned, but accepted it upon seeing the inscription, "All is peace." Lin Zheng inquired, "Aren't you curious about Qini's identity? What significance could Qini's identity hold?" Xiao Sheng's demeanor returned to normal. "What do you mean by that?" Indeed, Qini's identity seemed inconsequential, but her mother was a princess of Nanyue. Lin Zheng's words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, the ripples causing Xiao Sheng to chuckle softly. A princess of Nanyue? Which one? The daughter of a late emperor? Yet, she had never heard of any princess from Nanyue marrying into Xiliang. Could it be that there were matters regarding Nanyue of which she was unaware? Having resided in the inner palace for 5 years and grown up in Nanyue, how could she not have heard of another princess marrying into Xiliang? Is it not said that twins are an ill omen? Lin Zheng remarked. Xiao Sheng composed herself, choosing silence. Twins are associated with the Yin, which is unfavorable for the realm. Lin Zheng observed the princess regaining her composure, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Thus, this princess was sent away from the palace by her mother, leaving only the prince behind. That prince is none other than the current emperor of Nanyue. Xiao Sheng abruptly turned her head to Lin Zheng, inquiring about the Emperor Yuanda. Indeed, she had never heard of Emperor Yuanda having a sister or a younger sibling. However, at that moment, she found the mention of the Empress Dowager somewhat peculiar. Before marrying that wretched emperor, the mother of Emperor Yuanda often expressed a longing for a daughter, and whenever she spoke of a daughter, an indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. Is the princess truly astonished? Lin Zheng observed the myriad of emotions on Xiao Sheng's face and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 89. Resentment. Xiao Sheng's heart was filled with a cold sneer. How could one merely be astonished? Having served as the Empress of Nanyue for 5 years, she was oblivious to the fact that the Dog Emperor had a sister sharing the same mother. It seemed this matter had been skillfully concealed by both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Even more amusing was that those around the Yuan and Emperor of Xiliang were well aware of what she herself did not know. This only heightened Xiao Sheng's curiosity regarding the organization behind Lin Zheng. Moreover, in the memories of Xiao Sheng, there had been no mention of the news that the daughter-in-law of the Qin family's main branch was a princess of Nanyue. How did Qin Yi's mother meet her demise? Xiao Sheng inquired softly. The main branch of the Qin family consisted solely of the old Marquis and Qin Yi, while the second branch flourished abundantly. The stark contrast between the two branches of the Qin family was indeed perplexing. Qin Yi's mother had died suddenly 5 years prior at the border, and his father had directly followed her in death. Lin Zheng's voice was gentle, mingling with the surrounding clamor, making it somewhat difficult to hear. Upon hearing the words "followed in death," Xiao Sheng raised an eyebrow. If Qin Yi's father had no relatives left, perhaps he might indeed choose to follow her. But there was still Qin Yi and the old Marquis, aged and frail. How could they possibly follow suit? The implications behind this matter suggested that the Qin family could only use following in death as a cover. You just mentioned that Qin Yi's mother died suddenly 5 years ago? Xiao Sheng chuckled softly. Wasn't it 5 years ago that the Emperor Yuanda of Nanyue ascended to the throne? Indeed, it was during this time that Emperor Yuanda took the throne, coinciding with the sudden death of Qin Yi's mother. Coupled with Qin Yi's father, Lin Zheng's subordinates sensed something was amiss. As Lin Zheng spoke of this, his brows slightly furrowed. Since the decline of the Qin family's main branch, those who had previously surrounded General Qin had either died or gone missing, making it nearly impossible to investigate many matters further. So, you are also unaware of the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Qin Yi's parents? Xiao Sheng gazed into the bustling crowd, contemplating Qin Yi's crippled legs, narrowing her eyes. The Qin family, a distinguished lineage, had only recently seen the second branch ascend to the path of civil service. Qin Yi's father, stationed at the border adjacent to Nanyue, had long been entwined with the princess who had fallen among the common folk of Nanyue. Such a connection was indeed profound. Considering Qin Yi's age, it was likely that his parents had known each other for quite some time. If Qin Yi's mother truly was a princess of Nanyue, she must have maintained contact with the Empress Dowager. Even if the Empress Dowager could not publicly protect her daughter who had been sent away, she would undoubtedly be aware of the life her daughter led and the man she married. I do not know, Lin Zheng replied softly. The deaths of the son and daughter-in-law of the main branch of the Qin family had caused quite a stir in the capital at the time. However, the old marquis hastily conducted their funerals without elaborating further, and the matter gradually faded from public memory. It was not until Nanyue established relations with the northern desert that Emperor Yuanin detected something amiss, prompting him to investigate the deaths of the old marquis's son and daughter-in-law at the border. Nevertheless, that was an event from 5 years prior. In investigating, it would undoubtedly pose challenges. However, with the methods of the shadowy pavilion, some clues could still be unearthed, leading to the revelation that the old marquis's daughter-in-law was indeed from Nanyue, and a daughter of the Empress Dowager no less. When Emperor Yuan learned of this news, he speculated that it might reflect the former emperor of Nanyue's desire to maintain the status quo with Xiliang. Even if the daughter of the Qin family were a pair of twins, she would still possess the bloodline of a Nanyue princess. This thought lingered until the demise of Qin Yi's parents at the border. Coupled with the clandestine collusion between Nanyue and the northern tundra, Lin Zheng could not help but suspect that the deaths of Qin Yi's parents were part of a conspiracy orchestrated by Nanyue and the northern forces. The military morale along the border had been precarious for quite some time. Presently, the Qin family was largely led by civil officials, with the aged Marquis of Qin residing in the imperial capital, leaving the border forces without a clear command. Should Nanyue make any move, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. As Lin Zheng pondered these matters, he caught the sound of a disdainful voice nearby. 5 years ago, what a coincidence indeed. As for what was coincidental, Lin Zheng merely smirked without responding. Who currently guards the border adjacent to Nanyue? Xiao Sheng inquired. Lin Zheng seemed to deliberate on the implications of Xiao Sheng's question. After a moment's reflection, he replied, the Ning family. He then added with a knowing tone, is it possible the princess is unaware? Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The eldest princess had always been preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, showing little concern for such matters. The Ning family? Xiao Sheng instinctively thought of Ningfeng and asked, is there a connection to Ningfeng? Lin Zheng, observing the eldest princess's genuine ignorance of the Ning family's ties to the main branch of the Qin family, let a light chuckle. The wife of the Marquis of Qin bears the surname Ning. The Ning family and the Marquis are related by marriage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng's expression momentarily shifted. It was no wonder the Marquis of Qin could remain at ease in the imperial capital, with the Ning family stationed at the border, free of any apprehension. When she learned of the familial connection between Ningfeng and Qin Yi, she had assumed it was due to Qin Yi's mother bearing the surname Ning. Let us return. We shall head back to the imperial capital at dawn, Xiao Sheng declared. Turning to walk in another direction, her countenance darkened. It seemed that the machinations of the world had been laid out, awaiting the winds of change. In March, the imperial capital still bore a lingering chill, with only occasional warm sunlight piercing through, yet the damp cold beneath the estate remained piercingly frigid. Within the Qin residence, in the western garden, a maid hurried through numerous courtyard gates to the inner courtyard, her face marked by urgency. Upon reaching a particular courtyard, she took a moment to compose herself before entering. As she approached the main house, she slowed her pace, stepping inside. "Princess," the maid announced, standing before the inner door. Peering through the beaded curtain at the woman reclining on the beauty couch. Bowing her head respectfully, she declared, "The eldest princess has returned." The woman on the couch appeared gaunt, her eye sockets slightly sunken, exuding an air of fragility. Her eyes, which had been gently closed, flickered at the maid's second statement before she opened them. "Do you know where she has gone?" Xiao Muxi's tone was exceedingly gentle, though the steeliness in her gaze was unmistakable. "It is said that the eldest princess traveled to Zhangzhou, to the Pear Blossom Valley, to treat the poison left by the ice soul needle within her body," the maid replied in a hushed, respectful tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxi let out a light, mocking laugh as she rose from the couch. The maid, seeing this, promptly entered to drape a cloak over Xiao Muxi's shoulders. "Is it true that the one from the Eastern Garden is also soon returning from Zhangzhou?" Xiao Muxi inquired further. The maid responded, "I heard from the master that the young gentleman from the East Garden is indeed returning from Zhangzhou soon. What a coincidence it is. Both heading to Zhangzhou, and both seeking to cure the poison within." Xiao Muxi understood better than anyone that Lihua Valley had no ties to the Chun family. Yet Xiao Sheng insisted on claiming that the master of Lihua Valley was related to the Chun family, merely because they share the same surname. As a thought crossed her mind, a sinister expression began to emerge on Xiao Muxi's face. "I refuse to believe that she will always be so fortunate. If she does not perish, how can I ever quell the resentment that lies deep within me?" Chapter 90. Return to the palace in the evening. The feeble remnants of the sun cast a gentle yellow glow upon the palace, illuminating the intricately carved eaves. A carriage entered through the eastern gate, finally coming to a halt after passing the celebration gate. Yu Huan alighted from the carriage and exchanged a brief glance with Lin Zheng before addressing the vehicle. "Princess, we have arrived." Xiao Sheng bent down to exit the carriage, casting a glance at the imposing high walls before stepping out. "His Majesty awaits you in the Changyang Hall." Yu Huan lifted her gaze to observe Xiao Sheng, who bore no trace of makeup and felt uncertain about the princess's intentions. Having journeyed to Zhangzhou, she was left wondering whether they had visited Lihua Valley, and if the poison within her had been cured. Yet, judging by the princess's pallor, she seemed even more wan than during their trip to Zhangzhou. If the princess's thoughts were consumed with resolving the emperor's displeasure, what would become of the poison within her? Yu Huan walked 3 paces behind Xiao Sheng, accompanied by Lin Zheng. She leaned closer to him and whispered, "Lingard, did the princess not go to Lihua Valley this time?" Lin Zheng, gripping his sword, paused for a moment to contemplate the figure ahead before responding with a soft "mm." Yu Huan frowned and edged closer to Lin Zheng, lowering her voice further. "Weren't you supposed to accompany the princess to Lihua Valley? What of her health?" Lin Zheng remained silent, sharing her confusion. The primary purpose of the princess's visit to Zhangzhou had indeed been Lihua Valley, yet she had never mentioned it upon her arrival. Although there were hints of illness about her, she did not seem gravely unwell. Due to the circumstances in Lingyang City, he had refrained from inquiring further about the princess's health, having found no cause for concern during their time in Lingyang City. He subconsciously believed that the princess's condition was stable. However, as Yu Huan suddenly raised the matter, Lin Zheng found himself momentarily distracted. The princess appeared markedly different upon returning to the capital compared to her state in Lingyang City. It was all too easy to perceive her as frail and delicate upon her return to the imperial city. Was the princess solely preoccupied with alleviating the emperor's grievances, neglecting her own well-being? Although Yu Huan spoke in hushed tones, her shock was unmistakable. Lin Zheng responded with another quiet as if to agree with her sentiments. Just as Yu Huan was about to voice her thoughts, the figure ahead halted and turned to face them. "It is merely that the master of Lihua Valley refuses to treat me," she stated. "What?" Yu Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Refuses to treat you? On what grounds does Lihua Valley deny treatment? The ice soul poison needle originated from Lihua Valley. If His Majesty were to be incensed, the Qin family would share the blame with them." Xiao Sheng averted her gaze and continued walking forward. "Ignorance absolves one of guilt. How could the people of Lihua Valley know that the Chun family intended to harm me with the ice soul poison needle? But what of the poison within you, princess? Yu Huan stepped forward, her urgency palpable. It is of no consequence, Xiao Sheng replied softly. Lin Zheng observed Xiao Sheng as she walked ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly as if a thought had crossed his mind. An imperceptible smile graced his lips, and he continued on, enlightened. Lu Quan, who waited outside the Longyang Hall, occasionally cast glances towards the grand, drooping flower gate. Upon seeing the silhouette of the princess appear at the gate, a smile instantly illuminated his face. He stepped forward with measured strides, bowing slightly. I have the honor to greet Her Highness, the princess. Xiao Sheng glanced at Lu Quan's expressionless visage, a smile gracing her lips. During my absence, has father been well? His Majesty is well, though he often thinks of your highness, Lu Quan replied, accompanying Xiao Sheng as they proceeded towards the main hall of Longyang Palace. Upon reaching the grand hall, Lu Quan halted, bowing slightly towards Lin Zheng and Yu Huan. Please, your highness, he gestured invitingly. As Xiao Sheng entered the hall, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zheng, who promptly averted his gaze, turning instead to observe the eaves above. Yu Huan, however, appeared somewhat anxious. Although she was not privy to all of the princess's actions in Sangzhou, she was aware of enough to know that those around the emperor were exceptionally capable. If they learned that the princess had not ventured to Lihua Valley, she wondered how the emperor might react. Xiao Sheng advanced step by step into the grand hall, her gaze lingering momentarily on the man seated upon the dragon throne, only withdrawing her attention once she reached the center of the hall. I have come to pay my respects to father, Xiao Sheng said, bowing gracefully with a tone of utmost respect. Emperor Yuanin nonchalantly set down the red ink brush in his hand, first glancing at the memorial before him, then lifting his gaze to observe Xiao Sheng, who stood in a resplendent white fox fur coat at the hall's center, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite the lingering chill of March in the imperial capital, donning a fox fur seemed excessive. Noticing the faint traces of illness upon Xiao Sheng's brow, he directly inquired, "You did not visit Lihua Valley during your trip to Sangzhou?" "I did not." Xiao Sheng's voice bore a hint of frailty. "Why?" Xiao Sheng's eyes betrayed no emotion. Firstly, Lihua Valley does not receive visitors. Secondly, the flood situation must be resolved swiftly. Once the year-end passes, the plum rain season will commence, and the dam at Zhongshan Valley cannot withstand a prolonged wait. Meeting the emperor's gaze, Xiao Sheng perceived a mixture of skepticism in his eyes. She continued, "The primary reason is that the lord of Lihua Valley does not favor me." "Why does he not favor you?" Emperor Yuanin lifted a now-cold teacup, removing the lid and fixing a stoic gaze upon Xiao Sheng. Lowering her eyes, Xiao Sheng replied, "The grandson of old Marquis Qin is the favored son-in-law of the lord of Lihua Valley. Last year, in my ignorance, I took advantage of young Master Qin, which resulted in the lord of Lihua Valley refusing me entry due to this grievance." Emperor Yuanin, contemplating the character of the lord of Lihua Valley, surmised that such behavior was indeed plausible and chose not to pursue the matter further. "How is your health?" Xiao Sheng raised her delicate brows, detecting a hint of concern in the emperor's tone. "I have become accustomed to it. I do not know how much longer I can endure." As she spoke, her voice carried a sense of grievance, and she knelt down. "Father, I have a humble request." The emperor remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the kneeling Xiao Sheng. Since the incident with concubine Shun, he realized that he could no longer treat his eldest daughter with the same demeanor as before. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor Yuanin remarked, "Speak." The daughter humbly responded, "Your servant has reached the age of marriage." Xiao Sheng raised her gaze, deeply scrutinizing the emperor's expression. As anticipated, upon mentioning this, the emperor's demeanor grew cold, suspecting her of harboring ulterior motives. She continued, "Yet, your servant possesses an understanding of her own circumstances, aware of her own worth. Therefore, I beseech your majesty to grant me a favor, should my health fail to recover. I shall spend the remainder of my days in a monastery. However, if I am to regain my health, I will accompany you, dear father, into your twilight years." Remaining unmarried. Chapter 91. Ineptitude, Xiao Shang's greatest concern at present is the possibility that Emperor Yuan and might arbitrarily arrange her marriage. She is resolute in her determination not to let such a matter impede her grand aspirations, which are only just beginning. The thought of the emperor finalizing her marital fate and confining her to the inner palace fills her with dread. She must prevent all such eventualities from occurring. With his eyes narrowed, Emperor Yuan was about to speak when Xiao Shang interjected. Given my reputation in the capital, no young man would genuinely treat me with sincerity. Thus, I would rather remain solitary. She then bowed deeply before the emperor. The emperor's expression grew increasingly solemn. He initially intended to mock Xiao Shang but found it difficult to do so in light of her earnestness. However, the notion of her remaining unmarried was indeed hard to justify, despite her less than stellar reputation in the capital. After all, she is the emperor's eldest daughter. Who would dare to look down upon her? Have you truly considered this? The emperor pondered the matter of Cangzhou, recalling the praises sung by Zheng Yuang about his eldest daughter, and his ire began to diminish. To remain unmarried for a lifetime will subject you to slander far beyond what is currently whispered in the streets. I am aware of this. Yet compared to the possibility of encountering an unworthy partner after marriage, such rumors are trivial. Xiao Shang replied with a sincerity that suggested a firm resolve. The emperor was perplexed by his daughter's sentiments, speculating about the lingering toxins within her, and was inexplicably reminded of the empress in her dying moments. I shall consider it. The emperor's tone softened considerably. Thank you, father, Xiao Shang said, prostrating herself on the ground. As long as this matter is secured, she would naturally take action on subsequent issues. Contemplating the collusion between Nanyue and the northern territories, as well as the affairs of the Zhao family, her hands clenched in a fist beneath her voluminous sleeves. Their collusion aimed at expanding into Xiliang was indeed ambitious, overly so. I will seek out a physician from among the common folk to treat you. Once you return, you shall recuperate properly within the princess palace, and I will arrange for the royal physician to check your pulse daily. The emperor mused, unable to bear the thought of his daughter suffering in such a dire state. His mind was haunted by memories of the empress passing away in his arms, her emaciated form and sunken cheeks. Such recollections seemed to evoke an unbearable pain within him. Leave the palace, the emperor commanded, his tone noticeably altered. As she rose, Xiao Shang respectfully said, I take my leave. After retreating a couple of steps, she added, Father, there is no need to worry about the matters concerning Nanyue and the northern territories. The soldiers and cavalry in Xiliang are not inept. If Nanyue and the northern territories truly harbor ambitions to devour Xiliang, why not strike first? Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted slightly, and he paused to regard Xiao Shang's face before replying, You may go. After bowing her head in acknowledgement, Xiao Shang exited the grand hall. Lu Quan, who had been standing at the door, was astounded by the conversation he had just overheard. The inner palace was not meant for political discourse. How could the princess speak of such matters without rebuke from the emperor? I bid farewell to the esteemed princess, Lu Quan said, bowing deeply. As Xiao Shang departed the grand hall, Yu Huan followed closely behind. Lin Zheng had not kept up. Xiao Shang was aware that Lin Zheng had many matters to discuss with Emperor Yuan, so she tried to minimize references to Cangzhou while conversing with him. The emperor and Lin Zheng were far too vigilant. If she were to utter a falsehood, it would surely reveal itself, resulting in greater losses. She had little faith that Lin Zheng would side with her. The emperor's intention in placing Lin Zheng by her side was to ensure that Lin Zheng reported on her conduct. Princess, I can't help but notice how much you've changed since returning from Cangzhou. Why have you suddenly decided against marriage? Yu Huan speculated that Qin Shujin had wounded the princess too deeply. There are countless men in this world. Please don't utter such foolish words, princess. It is unheard of for a woman to remain unwed, and soon the capital will be rife with gossip about you. Xiao Shang merely chuckled softly. Yu Huan, do you not realize that men are the most fickle and ungrateful of beings? Compared to the disdain of the world, I refuse to squander my youthful years for the sake of one man. Yu Huan sighed lightly. Once the princess made a decision, it was immutable. She could only hope that the emperor would not consent, wishing instead for the princess to marry a worthy partner. After exchanging a few words, the two fell into silence. Upon leaving Changyang Palace, they arrived at a winding path. As Xiao Sheng pondered her thoughts, a figure suddenly knelt before her. "Princess, I beseech you to visit the third princess. She has lost her mind." A palace maid, her face streaked with tears, gazed at Xiao Sheng, weeping as she implored. "Yun Pin is utterly at a loss. Please, princess, you must see Yun Pin and the third princess." "Impudent," Yu Huan interjected, stepping protectively in front of Xiao Sheng, her voice icy. "The third princess has lost her mind. Yet what is the caretaker of the cold palace doing? What status does Yun Pin hold that demands the attention of the princess?" The maid had not anticipated such a lack of compassion from Yu Huan. Kneeling, she repeatedly bowed her head. "Princess, I implore you to see Yun Pin. The third princess is truly mad, and the caretaker of the cold palace pays no heed to Yun Pin." Just as Yu Huan prepared to respond, Xiao Sheng gently patted her arm, signaling her to step aside. Yu Huan cast a cold stare at the kneeling maid. "Is it the third princess who desires to see me, or is it Yun Pin?" Xiao Sheng's voice remained perpetually cool and undisturbed. The maid, taken aback by the princess's calm demeanor, quickly replied, "It is Yun Pin, your highness." "Very well, then. I shall go to see Yun Pin," Xiao Sheng said with a smile playing on her lips. It seemed that upon her return to the palace, someone was eager to meet her. To decline would surely thwart their goodwill. "Rise." Yu Huan watched the maid warily, positioning herself at Xiao Sheng's side, fearful that the maid might harbor ill intentions. Once the maid stood, she hastily wiped her tear-streaked face and led Xiao Sheng toward the cold palace. After approximately 45 minutes, the maid brought Xiao Sheng to the side entrance of the cold palace, timidly stating, "Princess, I dare not enter through the main door, so we must proceed through this side entrance." Yu Huan scoffed. "The princess must enter the cold palace through a side door? It seems the protocols here are rather strict." Xiao Sheng's expression remained unchanged as she cast a glance at Yu Huan, who pressed her lips together. "Princess Chong, please," the palace maid urged once more. Xiao Sheng offered a faint smile to the maid and entered through the side door. Yu Huan closely followed beside her. Upon passing through a dilapidated courtyard gate, they were met with an inappropriate sound. "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, yet you appear even more radiant," Xiao Mu Ci remarked as she sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, her gaze fixated on Xiao Sheng with a sinister intensity. Unfazed, Xiao Sheng replied evenly, "Is the second royal sister akin to a rat in a sewer? Must you employ such crude tactics to seek an audience with me?" Chapter 92. How? Xiao Mu Ci's countenance displayed a clear indication of anger, yet it swiftly dissipated, replaced by a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Her gaze scrutinized Xiao Sheng, whom she had not seen for several months, from a lower vantage point. The image of Xiao Sheng was one of flamboyant red and black attire, mirroring her audacious personality. However, after a visit to Zhangzhou, not only had her attire transformed, but her demeanor had also undergone a significant change. In the past, how could Xiao Sheng have calmly and sarcastically referred to her as a rat in the gutter? She would have erupted in fury, seeking to eliminate her entirely. The calmer Xiao Mu Ci appeared, the more monstrous Xiao Sheng's expression became. Yet now, things were different. Xiao Sheng could regard her with an unsettlingly neutral demeanor. Xiao Mu Ci felt a twinge of unease under Xiao Sheng's gaze and remarked, "My current status is hardly that of a rat in the gutter. If I wish to meet with the Empress, I certainly cannot loiter outside my father's Changyang Palace." Xiao Sheng took a seat opposite Xiao Mu Ci, her attention momentarily lingering on the palace maid who had just let her in. "Didn't Yun Pin wish to see me? Where is she?" Xiao Sheng inquired. Observing the maid, with a sudden thud, the maid fell to her knees, prostrating herself on the ground without offering a word of defense. Xiao Sheng lowered her gaze, clicking her tongue lightly. "Yu Huan, have I inadvertently given others the impression that I am easily manipulated?" Before Yu Huan could respond, Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile as she spoke. "Inquire with the head of the cold palace about how to handle such deceitful servants who deceive their mistress." Xiao Mu Ci's expression stiffened considerably. Her visit to the palace had not disturbed the head of the cold palace. Although Xiao Sheng was aware that Xiao Mu Ci was unafraid of her revealing the news of her visit to their father, such matters were best kept private. If it were to come to light that she had ventured to the cold palace to visit Shaoli, their father would undoubtedly be enraged. I had thought my sister would be directly angered with me. Instead, she seeks to punish a mere palace maid. Does my sister not realize that this maid acts on my behalf? The implication in Xiao Muxi's words was clear. Should there be any grievances, direct them towards me. So what of it? Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. Does my younger sister desire me to be wrathful towards you? Xiao Muxi smiled faintly. Sister, have you not noticed that we have never gotten along since childhood? Despite my innocence, you have always regarded me with disdain, competing with me at every turn. Even our father seems to favor you. Do you believe that by suppressing me, you achieve victory? Xiao Sheng's gaze shifted indifferently from Xiao Muxi's face as she retorted with derision. My mother is the emperor's primary consort, and I hail from the main palace. If we were to assess our standings among the clans of the imperial capital, you, a mere illegitimate daughter, believe there is anything to contest? Xiao Muxi was incensed by the term mere illegitimate daughter, her complexion altering as she bit her lip. Is that so? If it were not for your desire to outdo me, why would you entangle yourself with Qin Shujin? She sought to provoke Xiao Sheng through the mention of Qin Shujin, hoping to steer Xiao Sheng in the direction of her own designs. Qin Shujin? Xiao Sheng chuckled softly. That face indeed possesses a certain allure, one suitable for my younger sister. As for the previous entanglements, she paused for a moment, her gaze dimming. Does the imperial sister truly believe that I am earnestly entangled with Qin Shujin? Xiao Muxi's expression stiffened as she fixated on Xiao Sheng's face, which bore a semblance of a smile. Suddenly, she felt a wave of disorientation. It was as if the more Xiao Sheng yearned for that object, the more she felt compelled to seize it. Just as she had anticipated, whatever she desired, Xiao Sheng would strive for as well. Yet this time, she had triumphed. Qin Shujin belonged to her. A secret satisfaction bloomed within her. Xiao Sheng's affections for Qin Shujin were genuine, yet Xiao Sheng would never possess him. Even if Xiao Sheng garnered the emperor's favor, it amounted to nothing. She had lost. Xiao Sheng had married a cripple, and even though they were divorced, she remained a woman of ill repute, available to all. However, as she gazed at Xiao Sheng's indifferent countenance, she felt a growing suspicion that Xiao Sheng was deliberately entangling herself with Qin Shujin. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. If Xiao Sheng's actions were intended for her eyes, then the events leading up to the wedding procession, the poisoning, and the subsequent investigations conducted by the Chun family and her mother were all part of the scheme. What do you mean? Xiao Muxi rose to her feet, her eyes locked on Xiao Sheng. You are deliberately entangling yourself with Qin Shujin for my sake? Intentionally orchestrating a union between the Qin family and me? Even the poison you ingested was a calculated design? Your true aim has never been to confront me, has it? You seek to target my mother and my maternal grandfather's family, do you not? The last sentence nearly erupted from her lips. Since childhood, she had been in constant comparison with Xiao Sheng, maintaining control over every situation, causing Xiao Sheng to rage in every encounter, ultimately tarnishing her reputation. For years, Xiao Sheng's name had been utterly ruined in the capital. She had thought that by obtaining Qin Shujin from Xiao Sheng, she had triumphed over her. After all, on the day of the wedding, Xiao Sheng's loss of composure and her disregard for the royal family's reputation by obstructing Qin Shujin were memories that brought her immense satisfaction. Yet, she had never considered that Xiao Sheng's true contention was not for a man, but for her support, seeking the demise of her mother. What now? Xiao Sheng did not flinch, her tone dripping with mockery. What can you do about it? Xiao Sheng. Xiao Muxi was thoroughly incensed, her visage contorting into a snarl. I will not let you escape unscathed. The Qin family will not overlook this either. Xiao Sheng smirked as she rose, meeting the extremely displeased gaze of Xiao Muxi. Very well, I shall await your move. With those words, Xiao Sheng turned and walked toward another courtyard gate. Xiao Muxi clenched her fists, her eyes burning into Xiao Sheng's retreating figure, as if she wished to bore a hole through it with her gaze. Just as Xiao Sheng was about to cross the threshold of another courtyard, footsteps echoed from a different direction. Xiao Sheng halted and turned her head toward the eunuch approaching from a side path, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of her lips. The servant bowed, addressing her. I have met the eldest princess and the second princess. The one who spoke was Lu Qing, the chief steward of the Cold Palace. Due to familial connections with Lu Quan, he was fortunate enough to secure this position, allowing him to distance himself from the palace intrigues while overseeing the former noble ladies of the court. Lu Qing's life could be described as quite comfortable. In his youth, he had served by Lu Quan's side and understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. For instance, although the second princess had lost her support and her status had significantly diminished, he still chose to remain humble and continue to elevate those around him. Upon seeing Lu Qing, Xiao Muxi's expression returned to normal. Meanwhile, the kneeling palace maid began to tremble with fear. The servant, unaware of the tenure of the two princesses, had failed to extend a proper welcome and was now subject to reprimand by them. Lu Qing bowed his head deeply, obscuring his face entirely. Chapter 93. Encounter with Xiao Li. Xiao Sheng retreated from the entrance of the courtyard, her gaze scrutinizing Lu Qing. The atmosphere surrounding them was exceedingly peculiar. Xiao Muxi felt a chill run down her spine. The circumstances today were markedly different from before. Her visit to this cold palace was, in itself, a grave transgression. Without her mother and the Chen family, she dared not offend even a lowly servant. Should her father learn of her presence here, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Yet, she knew all too well that the implications of Xiao Sheng being reported by a mere servant to their father were entirely dissimilar. The former would be dismissed as Xiao Sheng harboring personal grudges, while the latter would bear far graver consequences. What was the purpose of her visit to the Cold Palace? Did she come out of sympathy for Xiao Li, who had committed such treacherous and shameless acts? At that moment, Yuan approached Xiao Sheng's side and whispered, "This is the steward of the Cold Palace, Lu Qing, who has some connections with the chief steward Lu beside the emperor." Though Yuan's voice was soft, all present heard her. "Master Lu," Xiao Sheng greeted warmly. Lu Qing, in this imperial palace, dreaded offending the eldest princess most of all. He had often witnessed how she punished the servants while in the company of Lu Quan, and he was wise enough to avoid her at all costs. Over the years, he had never fallen prey to her whims. Even Lu Quan would sigh and shake his head whenever her name was mentioned. Hearing the eldest princess call for him now set his heart racing. "Your Highness," he replied, his demeanor shifting, "that maidservant has truly displeased me today. Master Lu, do you have a way to alleviate my anger?" Xiao Sheng's tone was gentle, yet it struck Xiao Muxi and the kneeling maidservant like a death knell. Lu Qing lifted his head, scanning the dilapidated courtyard before fixing his gaze on the kneeling maidservant, replying respectfully, "This servant shall do his utmost." Xiao Sheng chuckled lightly. "Master Lu, I trust you will not disappoint me." Lu Qing forced a smile. "This servant shall certainly not let the eldest princess down." Exchanging a glance with Lu Qing, Xiao Sheng turned and made her way into the inner courtyard. Upon entering, they heard Lu Qing's chilling voice ring out. "Why are you not swiftly dragging this wretched maid away?" "Yes, yes," came the voices of several young eunuchs. Second princess, please save this maidservant." The maidservant, as if being pulled away, cried out desperately, her mouth seemingly silenced, producing only muffled whimpers. Xiao Sheng was oblivious to the expression on Xiao Muxi's face. Yet she relished the sight of others in helplessness and despair. Yuan, listening to the sounds trailing behind them, raised an eyebrow. The princess was becoming increasingly composed, no longer needing to intervene personally in matters. Just as they were about to ascend the stone steps into the corridor, Xiao Muxi's voice called out, "Xiao Sheng." It was only after Xiao Sheng had stepped onto the corridor that she halted, turning to see Xiao Muxi approaching, accompanied by Lu Qing. "What do you intend to do?" Perhaps it was due to Xiao Muxi's inherent indifference. After the little palace maid was taken away, her initial helplessness faded, and she seemed to regain her composure. "Are you going to meet Consort Yin? Perhaps to pay a visit to the third princess as well?" Xiao Sheng's words hinted at a deeper meaning, and even her eyes took on an enigmatic gloom. Xiao Muxi gazed intently at Xiao Sheng, as if seeking to unearth some other sentiment from her countenance. However, after staring for a moment, she discerned nothing and could only awkwardly remark, "Sister, you truly possess a keen interest. Your first act upon returning to the palace is to visit Consort Yin." Xiao Sheng paid no heed to Xiao Muxi's sardonic tone and turned her attention to Lu Qing. Is Consort Yun present in this palace? Lu Qing bowed his head in response. Consort Yun resides in another palace. This one is home to the third princess. Xiao Sheng acknowledged this with a soft "oh" and continued. Then I must trouble you, Lu Gonggong, to lead the way. Lu Qing, still unaccustomed to the long princess's affability, cast a furtive glance at her before lowering his gaze and moving ahead of Xiao Sheng. Please follow me, Your Highness. They traversed the dust-laden corridor and passed through a flower-draped gate, arriving at the main hall of the palace. The cold palace was as desolate as one might expect. The dilapidated structure bore witness to its neglect, with even the curtains appearing tattered and worn. Your Highness, Lu Qing paused before the main hall. The third princess's health is not robust. The chamber may harbor some unpleasant odors. If you are willing to wait, I can instruct the servants to tidy it up. No need. Xiao Sheng's gaze lingered on the half-closed, dilapidated door, and as her words fell, she advanced towards it. Lu Qing furrowed his brow. Uncertain whether the princess had truly changed her disposition or if he had merely misremembered, she seemed entirely different from the long princess he recalled. With a creak, the door swung open, emitting a mournful sound akin to that of the cold palace itself. The moment the door opened, an overwhelming stench assailed Xiao Sheng, prompting Yu Huan to nearly retch. Yet, seeing the long princess remain unperturbed, she suggested, "Princess, should we have someone clean it before entering?" The acrid odor was striking even in this temperate weather. One could only imagine how unbearable it would be in the heat of summer. Lu Gonggong, following closely, explained. After the third princess entered the cold palace, a bowl of lozi soup was delivered to her. After being forced to drink it, her health has deteriorated day by day. As for those who enter this cold palace, my duty is merely to ensure she does not perish. I dare not overstep my bounds. This also clarified that the odor did not concern him. He would not meddle in matters beyond his purview. Xiao Sheng offered a silent, faint smile. Lu Gonggong, please wait here. I shall go in and take a look. Yes, Lu Qing observed Xiao Sheng's figure retreating into the inner hall, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The long princess had indeed transformed. She entered such a foul place without a flicker of concern. Yu Huan had contemplated intervening more than once, but, recalling that the long princess would not visit the third princess without reason, remained silent. The grand doors of the inner chamber remained ajar, revealing a scene of disarray upon approaching. The floor was strewn with filth, and upon a rudimentary bed lay a gaunt figure. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of the chest, one might be led to believe that a decayed corpse rested there. Particularly disconcerting were the remnants of meals scattered haphazardly about the floor, their colors long since faded, suggesting they had laid there for an extended period. The bedding, too, had lost all semblance of its original hue. With an impassive expression, Xiao Sheng approached the bedside, gazing down upon the wide-eyed Xiao Li, who appeared to be an entirely different person from the one encountered in the Changla Palace. It seemed Xiao Li had not anticipated Xiao Sheng's visit. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Sheng's face for a moment before suddenly sitting upright, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at her. "Princess San, it is a relief to see you well," Xiao Sheng said, offering a gentle smile. Chapter 94. Confusion. Xiao Li's visage had become painfully gaunt over the past few months in the cold palace, her once smooth and lustrous hair now dry and disheveled, her face as pale as parchment due to her frail condition. Upon seeing Xiao Sheng, the fear and fury in her eyes were almost instantaneous. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Sheng, her voice hoarse and strained as she shouted, "What do you want?" At that moment, Xiao Musi strode into the room, quickly moving to stand beside Xiao Sheng. She questioned, "Elder sister, you have already ascended to a high status. Will you not spare Xiao Li?" Xiao Sheng cast a sidelong glance in Yu Huan's direction. Understanding the cue, Yu Huan stepped forward, grasping Xiao Musi's hand and pulling her towards the exit, saying, "Your Highness, the eldest princess wishes to speak with the third princess. Please step aside." Xiao Musi struggled fiercely, but Yu Huan's grip was unyielding, and she was swiftly dragged to the door and forcefully thrown outside, landing hard on the ground. "Second princess, sometimes you should not overstep your bounds. The eldest princess has no desire to compete with you for anything. Do not entertain delusions that she seeks to contest or harm you." Yu Huan's voice rang with authority as she looked down at Xiao Mu Ci, who lay on the ground. Before Xiao Mu Ci could respond, Yu Huan slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Lu Qing was taken aback, glancing at the closed, dilapidated door before lowering his head. Master Lu, the eldest princess hopes to converse with the third princess without further interruptions. Yu Huan's voice echoed in the room. Lu Qing, sensing the complexity of the situation, knew he could not offend the eldest princess. He turned to the now standing Xiao Mu Ci, his tone imbued with both respect and firmness. Second princess. This year at the palace banquet, His Majesty has bestowed several boxes of fine tea. The hour is still early. Why not accompany this servant to sample it? Xiao Mu Ci snorted dismissively, sweeping her sleeves as she exited the dilapidated palace. Lu Qing sighed heavily and followed her. Inside the inner chamber, Xiao Li huddled in the corner of the foul-smelling bed, whimpering, "Why have you come to find me? Are you pleased to see me in such a plight? Eldest sister, I bear you no grudge, nor have I ever offended you in any way. Why have you brought me to this state? Isn't it your own choice?" Xiao Sheng replied lightly. Xiao Li turned abruptly to face Xiao Sheng, the sister she had always looked down upon, who had now descended into madness, her reputation in tatters. "What did you say?" Xiao Li's voice trembled with disbelief as she fixed her incredulous gaze on Xiao Sheng. "What do you know?" Xiao Sheng regarded the disheveled Xiao Li with a disdainful huff, speaking leisurely. "While investigating a case in Changyang Palace, I encountered a Ningfeng, which struck me as peculiar. Although Ningfeng revealed his identity and his connection to Qin Yi, I still found it astonishing that he could wield the palace as a weapon under our father's very nose, executing such a cunning stratagem. How could Ningfeng and Qin Yi possibly achieve this?" Xiao Li felt an increasing sense of dread as she observed Xiao Sheng. Despite the matter seemingly settled, Xiao Sheng had chosen to bring it up again after all this time. What does she truly know? Xiao Sheng's gaze swept through the dilapidated room before returning to Xiao Li, and she spoke slowly. "I do not possess much knowledge, yet I am plagued by numerous questions and uncertainties. I hope the third princess can elucidate them for me. I have no idea what you are talking about." Xiao Li's voice was sharp and grating as she moved to grasp Xiao Sheng. Yu Huan intended to intervene, but saw Xiao Li's throat firmly grasped by the grand princess, whose expression remained unchanged. Xiao Li's hands clutched desperately at the hands constricting her throat, her breath becoming labored. "What do you intend to do?" "As I just mentioned, I have many uncertainties that I wish for the third princess to clarify." Xiao Sheng's lips curled into a smile, her tone suddenly turning frigid. "If you wish to feign madness to deter me, I shall ensure your descent into true madness. This cold palace is not a sanctuary for your escapism." Xiao Li was ensnared by Xiao Sheng's pitch-black eyes, resembling a venomous serpent devoid of warmth, causing her entire body to weaken. Xiao Sheng disdainfully cast Xiao Li aside as though discarding refuse, retrieving a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe her pale fingers. Her gaze lingering on her hand as she softly remarked, "You would do well to consider your words carefully when speaking with me. After all, it would be exceedingly simple for me to end your life in this cold palace." Xiao Li distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Sheng. Reminiscent of the earlier moment when her throat was gripped, a clear indication that Xiao Sheng wished for her demise. How did Ningfeng arrive at Changyang Palace? Right under Father S' nose, to present himself before me? Xiao Sheng inquired, her eyes drifting toward a nearby table where a fire starter lay, and she approached it. Xiao Li appeared momentarily dazed, lost in thought. At that moment, the only sound in the chamber was the echo of Xiao Sheng's footsteps. When they ceased, the sound of the fire starter being ignited filled the air, flames leaping up to consume the silk handkerchief in her grasp. As the flames rapidly spread over the fabric, Yu Huan, seeing the fire nearing Xiao Sheng's hand, stepped forward to intervene, but Xiao Sheng merely discarded the burning handkerchief to the ground. It seemed that Xiao Sheng's patience had been entirely consumed alongside the handkerchief. She returned to stand before Xiao Li, her voice calm. "Not going to speak?" Startled by Xiao Sheng's sudden inquiry, Xiao Li quickly regained her composure, her gaze growing increasingly vacant as she muttered, "Yes, it was the DeFaze scheme." Xiao Sheng was not surprised. Everything appeared to fall within the realm of expectation. Ning Feng's arrival had been riddled with inconsistencies. Initially, she merely sought to discern the intentions of this sudden figure who provided her with clues. Later, upon realizing their common goals, she had cleverly utilized Ning Feng's connections to unveil the secrets of Chen Shufei to the world. Thus, she chose to keep Ning Feng close. Empress Dowager Wang? Xiaosheng chuckled lightly, a spark of interest igniting within her. It seems I have inadvertently resolved a significant predicament for her regarding the Chun family, while she remains blissfully unbothered. How utterly vexing. Xiaoli gazed up at Xiaosheng, who appeared so out of place in the room, her expression exceedingly cold. What more does the eldest princess wish to know? Do you truly intend to take action against Consort Wang and the Qin family's main branch? No, no. Xiaosheng replied with a smile. How could you possibly think I would target them? Why would I have any reason to do so? A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Li's eyes. Then what brings you to seek me? Are you merely curious about who is covertly stirring the waters? You are aware of the Qin family, yet their main branch does not extend its reach into the palace. Thus, you suspect there are individuals within the palace colluding with the Qin family's main branch in secret. Chapter 95. The White One. What I wish to understand is this. As a descendant of Lady Chun, why have you conspired with Ning Feng, allowing the secrets concealed by Lady Chun to surface? Xiaosheng squinted slightly, as if recalling something, and chuckled softly. After the Chun family fell, I found nothing amiss. My only suspicion lies in how Ning Feng managed to appear before me under the watchful gaze of my father, who remains oblivious to anything untoward. Xiaoli averted her gaze, concealing her eyes, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. During my time in Sangzhou, someone informed me that Ning Feng is the offspring of General Ning, stationed at the borders. Curiously, Ning Feng's mother bears the surname Wang, and yet Wang Defei has maintained a low profile in the harem, managing to retain her esteemed position. Even the fifth prince, born of her, has instilled a sense of caution in both Lady Chun and the fourth prince. This undoubtedly reflects the influence of the Ning family, but upon investigation, I found the Wang family to be of scholarly lineage, with the fifth prince rarely entangled in political affairs. The emergence of the anomaly that is Ning Feng has rendered what once seemed ordinary utterly perplexing. In this world, who does not aspire to ascend, especially within the ruthless imperial family, which prince does not yearn to contend for the throne? Xiaosheng laughed, a gentle yet chilling sound. I can surmise the role Ning Feng plays in this scheme, yet I remain utterly bewildered by the role of the third princess. While she appeared to defend Lady Chun within the Palace of Eternal Happiness, she was, in fact, compelled by Lady Chen's loss of control to force her to acknowledge the truth. Do you wonder if Xiao Muxi harbors resentment towards you? Why would Lady Chen permit your visits to the Chen household? Had you not desired to go, she likely would not have allowed it. Does Xiao Muxi resemble you in her frequent visits to the Chen family? Xiaoli gazed at Xiaosheng, her expression one of disbelief. I speculate that your frequent presence within the Chun household, culminating in your stay there, is motivated by your desire to associate with the fourth prince. Is your intention to seek vengeance against Lady Chun? Yet, that seems incongruous. Lady Chun has treated you well. Why then would you destroy yourself in a bid for retribution? I suspect there are deeper motivations at play. Moreover, Ning Feng mentioned that on the day of my marriage, the fourth prince appeared in the Palace of Eternal Happiness, while those around me failed to notice his presence. Yet you, third princess, what compelled you to visit my quarters? The intrigue of this situation only deepens, and my interest is piqued. I can't shake the feeling that I am but a pawn in this game. For instance, should I be poisoned and perish, you would exploit my demise to bring about the downfall of the Qin family. If I survive, perhaps my existence has inadvertently aligned with your plans. However, when my father suddenly commanded a thorough investigation into this matter, it propelled your schemes into a different trajectory. As for the reason behind my father's unexpected insistence on this inquiry, I suspect it may have something to do with Wang Defei's influence. Xiao Li's expression grew increasingly grave, her complexion paling unnaturally. Xiaosheng laughed softly. You must be aware that I serve as a most advantageous pawn, at least one capable of inciting my father's wrath. In the grand scheme of things, regardless of my fate, the outcome for the Chun family remains unchanged. Only the journey becomes fraught with obstacles. However, you swiftly discover a chink in the armor, exploiting my past absurdities to incite the Emperor's wrath. Had it not been for my unreasonable antics, how could I have succumbed to poison? Should I perish from this poison, the Emperor would surely be engulfed in guilt, lamenting his failure towards my deceased mother. Thus, amidst his fury, he would utter a few words to instill a lesson in me, urging me to uncover the identity of my poisoner. Should I fail to do so, I would be condemned to the cold palace for introspection, a fate from which I may never emerge. Third Imperial Sister, do you not agree with my assertions? Xiao Sheng's smile gradually faded. Upon entering the palace, the Emperor commanded a thorough investigation into this matter. Ning Feng appeared and informed me that the fourth prince had been seen at the Changlu Palace on the day of my wedding. I can only speculate how you would proceed had I succumbed to poison on the spot. Xiao Sheng advanced step by step toward Xiao Li, maintaining her smile as she continued. It was Qin Shujin who struck me down. In this affair, the Qin family is indeed the victim. Yet, in front of many witnesses, Qin Shujin did strike me. Regardless of how the second branch of the Qin family attempts to justify their actions, Qin Shujin must face imprisonment. Once Qin Shujin is incarcerated, how could her father, Qin Bianbo, allow his son to be wrongfully imprisoned? He will undoubtedly investigate. And where better to begin than at the Changlu Palace, where I was wed. Qin Bianbo is a formidable figure. You are aware of his capabilities. Thus, he will be granted certain conveniences that should not be afforded, just as I was provided with leads. Mentioning your visit to my Changlu Palace and the fourth prince's presence there, Qin Bianbo will inevitably trace this thread back to the incident of Chen Shufei's childbirth. Consequently, the Qin family too shall face ruin. Am I not correct? Third Imperial Sister? Xiao Sheng's expression remained serene, a faint sigh escaping her lips. Hence, I can foresee these events. Yet I remain perplexed regarding the role you play in this intricate web. Can it be revealed now? Xiao Sheng fixed her unwavering gaze upon Xiao Yuan, who had been listening intently, was taken aback. The matter of the princess's poisoning was far more intricate than she had imagined. The audacity of concubine Wangde and the main branch of the Qin family to treat the eldest princess as a pawn against the Chun family was staggering. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Li finally spoke. In truth, I am not the daughter of Chen Shufei. While she did give birth to a daughter, that infant perished upon birth. The delivery was attended not only by Chen Shufei's aunt, but also by Granny Yin, whom the Empress knows well, as she serves beside Consort Yin. Xiao Sheng frowned. If you are not Chen Shufei's daughter, why then the kindness bestowed upon her? Xiao Li continued. I am merely the infant that concubine Wangde delivered to Chen Shufei's palace in a timely manner. My mother was a maidservant in concubine Wangde's service, and it was she who had an affair with the emperor after indulging in wine. After my birth, my mother went into hiding, and it was with Granny Yin's assistance that I was able to enter this world. Fortuitously, I was born just 2 days prior to Chen Shufei's daughter. Thus, Chen Shufei has never harbored any doubts. Chen Shufei gave birth to a stillborn child. Since it was delivered by Nurse Yin, Chen Shufei's aunt, who considered herself of a different status, wished to avoid any association with misfortune, even in the case of Chen Shufei. Nurse Yin, fearing that Chen Shufei would not spare anyone involved in the delivery, decided to switch the stillborn child. The more Xiao Sheng listened, the more confused he became. Didn't Chen Shufei claim that everyone present during the delivery, except for Yin Pin and that Aunt Shun, had perished? How was Nurse Yin still alive? Chapter 96. Hidden dangers. The crux of the issue lay with the aunt of Chen Shufei. Xiao Li scoffed softly, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes upon Xiao Sheng. Yin Mama was not merely a servant. In her youth, she was brought into the palace by the aunt of Chen Shufei. Later, she established her position among the maids of Wang Defei. With a kind heart, Yin Mama secretly cared for my mother during her pregnancy. However, due to this, she was demoted by Wang Defei to the ranks of the lowly servants. When the aunt of Chen Shufei came to the palace to assist with her delivery, Yin Mama approached Wang Defei, expressing that her life should have been peaceful. Yet she was ensnared by the machinations of Chen Shufei's aunt, who had orchestrated her entry into the palace under false pretenses. Yin Mama was determined to seek her revenge. Wang Defei then inquired how Yin Mama intended to exact this revenge. Yin Mama proposed that, given her acquaintance with Chen Shufei's aunt. She could persuade her to allow Yin Mama to remain close at hand. Wang Defei further questioned what benefits such proximity would yield for Yin Mama, to which she replied that it would ensure Chen Shufei would not bear a son, and then she presented me, merely 2 days old. Wang Defei praised Yin Mama for her resourcefulness and discreetly arranged for a meeting between Yin Mama and Chen Shufei's aunt. After enjoying a period of prominence, Chen Shufei's aunt unexpectedly encountered Yin Mama, who was not faring well in the palace, nostalgically recalling their shared origins. Chen Shufei's aunt felt a pang of compassion and inquired about Yin Mama's current station. Yin Mama revealed her role in the lowly servants' quarters, expressing her disbelief at encountering a familiar face in her lifetime, perhaps fearing that the secrets of her past deeds might be revealed despite the passage of years. Chen Shufei's aunt felt compelled to assist Yin Mama in whatever way she could. Xiao Sheng's gaze fixated on the dilapidated window frame, reflecting on Xiao Li's narrative with a sense of melancholy. The Chen family met its swift demise so easily, she merely nudged events along, while Wang Defei emerged as the true mastermind within the harem. Years of plotting culminated in a single move that left Chen Shufei, the fourth prince, and the Chen family with no chance of redemption. Chen Shufei's aunt, possessing some medical knowledge and holding Chen Shufei's trust, informed her of encountering an old acquaintance in the palace's servants' quarters, suggesting that perhaps this acquaintance could be permitted to stay in Chen Shufei's palace to alleviate her burdens. It was merely a matter of allowing a servant from the quarters to work in her vicinity, and with a single word from Chen Shufei, Yin Mama was promptly assigned to Ganquan Palace. Upon entering Ganquan Palace, she was not referred to as Yin Mama, but by her given name. The aunt was aware that Yin Mama was skilled in delivering children, and it was indeed Yin Mama who assisted Chen Shufei during her labor, while the aunt merely oversaw the proceedings from the outer hall. Yin Mama originally intended to exchange me for the child within Chen Shufei's womb, under the assumption that it would be a son. Yet, the outcome was a stillborn girl. Wang Defei's people had long prepared for my arrival, merely awaiting Yin Mama's opportunity to switch the two infants. As YNMM was cleansing the dead fetus, she inadvertently exchanged my position with that of the lifeless child. This is a point of confusion for the eldest princess. Why would I serve Empress Wang when Consort Chen has treated me with such kindness? The truth is, I feared for my life and harbored a genuine wish for the fourth prince's demise. Xiao Sheng spoke with a hint of disdain, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Although Empress Wang appears to have no connection to the Qin family publicly, she has been secretly allied with Ning Feng and the Qin clan. The icy poison needle was delivered by a woman close to the grandson of the old Marquis Qin. As the eldest princess noted, whether she lives or dies, the Chen family, Consort Chen, and the fourth prince are all destined for death. Yet, since the eldest princess remains alive, she will be the one to orchestrate the unfolding events. Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Li. She was not curious about Xiao Li's motives for wanting the fourth prince dead, nor did she wish to delve into the trials Xiao Li endured to survive. However, her confusion was resolved, and she recognized her path forward. She must either not obstruct Empress Wang's vision or eliminate her entirely. Yet presently, Empress Wang may not regard her with any significance. As a mere princess, she was of little consequence in Empress Wang's eyes, especially since the fifth prince is determined to secure the position of Emperor Yuanin. She shifted her gaze away from Xiao Li and spoke softly. Since you have done so much for Empress Wang, do you not hold her accountable for your unfortunate fate? The eldest princess. How can one truly understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Xiao Li replied with a smile. Now that the eldest princess has uncovered what she wished to know, it would be best to refrain from visiting this cold palace in the future. It brings ill fortune. Xiao Sheng's brows twitched slightly, and her expression shifted as she exchanged glances with Yuan. Thank you, Xiao Sheng said, turning to leave for the outer hall. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback by the gratitude expressed, pondering when the once arrogant eldest princess had become so amiable. Just as Xiao Sheng reached the entrance, she heard Xiao Li's voice behind her. Eldest princess, do keep an eye on the second princess. She will not spare you. Xiao Sheng paused briefly, but continued onward without hesitation. Upon reaching the courtyard, she instructed, "See to it that Lu Qing manages the arrangements, so that the third princess has a more comfortable stay in this cold palace." "Understood," came the response. Xiao Sheng departed through a side door of the cold palace and met Yu Huan at the eastern gate. At that moment, Lin Zheng also appeared at the eastern entrance. Yu Huan frowned and whispered to Xiao Sheng, "We have returned to the capital. Why has he followed us?" Xiao Sheng appraised Lin Zheng for a moment before boarding the carriage. Lin Zheng approached and seated himself within, taking hold of the reins and directing his gaze at Yu Huan. "Not leaving the palace? Are you planning to accompany the princess to her residence?" Yu Huan climbed into the carriage, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. Lin Zheng tightened his grip on the reins, the sound of wheels echoing as the carriage began to move away from the eastern gate. "The Emperor's directive is for me to protect the princess henceforth," he replied in a cold tone. Yu Huan huffed dismissively, signaling the end of the discussion. Inside the carriage, Xiaoxin couldn't help but smile at Lin Zheng's words. It is only through the bond of master and servant that one can exert control, particularly when she holds the reins over others. Yining Hall. At this moment, the fifth prince was dining with concubine Wanda. A eunuch entered, stepping lightly. He first glanced at the fifth prince before approaching concubine Wanda. In hushed tones, he said, "Your Highness, the eldest princess has been sent to the cold palace." Concubine Wanda paused, her porcelain spoon halting midair, as she raised her gaze to the eunuch. "She has been sent to the cold palace?" The young eunuch continued softly. "The second princess is also in the cold palace. Yet the eldest princess went to visit the third princess and remained in her chambers for quite some time before departing." Chapter 97. The Bai family's intrigues. Upon hearing the words, Consort Wang set down her porcelain spoon, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her heart. Though faint, this feeling was potent enough to render her cautious. "Hua, An is visiting the third princess? The eldest princess has inexplicably ventured to the cold palace to see the third princess?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards the fifth prince. The fifth prince laid down his utensils and rose, saying, "Mother, I shall take my leave from the palace." With that, he departed from Yining Hall under Consort Wang's watchful eyes. Once the fifth prince had left, the palace maid swiftly cleared away the meal. Soon, the hall was left with only Consort Wang and a certain eunuch. It was someone from the second princess's side who guided the eldest princess to the cold palace. The eunuch remarked, lifting his eyes to regard the consort, who now occupied the main seat. Noticing the coldness in her gaze, he quickly lowered his eyes. Since the passing of Consort Shun, the second princess has lost her support and has shifted all her resentment onto the eldest princess. It seems she intends to scheme against her by bringing her to the cold palace. As for the eldest princess visiting the third princess, perhaps that too is within the second princess's expectations. Consort Wang listened intently, her brow slightly furrowing as curiosity piqued within her. "That girl Mu Ci is far more astute than Hua, and do not underestimate her." The eunuch raised his eyes, clearly perceiving the coldness that now enveloped Consort Wang's pupils, and once again bowed his head. "Xiao Gonggong, keep a close watch on the second and third princesses. Ensure these two wretched girls do not concoct any schemes right under my nose." There was a palpable edge to Consort Wang's tone, yet she bore a lingering anxiety. Not long ago, the fourth prince had died, and should the third princess also meet her end in the cold palace, it would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicions. "Understood," replied the eunuch, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Should we keep an eye on the eldest princess as well?" A flicker of inscrutable emotion danced in Consort Wang's gaze as she replied, "Do not raise any alarms. As long as Hua does not interfere with my affairs, we shall leave her be." "Yes," the eunuch replied respectfully, "I take my leave." Once the eunuch departed, silence enveloped the hall. Time slipped by unnoticed until Consort Wang finally exhaled softly. "Summon Granny Yin," she commanded. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Granny Yin arrived, albeit belatedly. "This servant pays her respects to the Empress," she said cautiously. Since Yin Pin had been sent to the cold palace, Granny Yin had only ventured there twice, not due to her unwillingness to see Yin Pin, but because Yin Pin had barred her from entering, claiming it was inauspicious and would bring misfortune upon her later years. Granny Een had resigned herself to the thought of spending her remaining days in the menial palace, never expecting that Consort Wang would summon her today, particularly since their bond had long since frayed. She believed her mission had concluded with the downfall of Consort Shun and her family. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" came Consort Wang's soft voice from above. Granny Een quickly ruminated, raising her eyes to meet Consort Wang's gaze, and tentatively ventured, "Is it regarding the third princess?" Otherwise, she truly could not fathom why Consort Wang would seek her audience. Only the third princess, and only her with whom there exists a slight connection. "It seems you have always been quite astute." Wang Defei chuckled softly. "Today, the eldest princess visited the cold palace and met the third princess. I have heard that they engaged in extensive conversation. You should inquire with the third princess about what was discussed with the eldest princess. Should she have revealed matters that ought not to be spoken, she must not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Een Mama was initially taken aback that the eldest princess had visited the cold palace to see the third princess. Before she could fully comprehend, Wang Defei's voice echoed above her. "It is rumored that the second princess led the eldest princess to the cold palace. You have been in the palace for many years. Surely you have trustworthy individuals among the servants. Have them discreetly ascertain whether the second princess has been frequently entering the palace of late." Upon finishing her words, Wang Defei lifted a teacup, her eyes glinting with a cold light. What she thought was a concluded matter seemed far from over. If Xiao Mu Ci intended to use the third princess as a pawn and turn the tables on Huan, it would indeed be rather troublesome. After all, Huan was not akin to Xiao Mu Ci or Shaoli. The incident involving the ice poison needle occurred solely due to Hua An's impending marriage to Qin Yi, which prompted Qin Yi's actions against her. However, now that both Hua and Qin Yi had divorced, Lihua Valley would certainly not involve itself in such matters. Attempting to deal with Hua An would be futile. Yet, within the cold palace, Shaoli posed no such complications. Wang Defei closed her eyes and sighed softly, saying, "You are relatively close to the third princess. She will confide in you about any matters. Therefore, Een Mama, you should comprehend my intentions." Een Mama's hands trembled slightly. How could she fail to understand Wang Defei's meaning? If the third princess divulged information that should remain undisclosed, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "This servant shall thoroughly interrogate the third princess," Een Mama replied respectfully, her tone laced with a hint of caution. "However, Your Highness, the second princess is married and has the Qin family as her protection. It may prove challenging to find trustworthy individuals to investigate matters concerning her. Perhaps it would be best if Your Highness dispatch someone for this task, lest my negligence impede your affairs, which would be my fault." Een Mama was not foolish. Inquiring about the second princess was a matter of life and death, especially given Wang Defei's penchant for using others as instruments of her will, never sullying her hands with blood. She discerned that investigating the second princess's affairs was anything but simple. Wang Defei did not anticipate Een Mama's direct refusal. A flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes as she smiled. "You speak wisely. I shall have my people keep watch over the second princess. You may leave now." "Yes," Een Mama replied as she retreated from the hall. With Een Mama's departure, the expression on Wang Defei's face dissipated entirely, her voice turning icy. "Send someone to monitor her and ascertain what was said with the third princess." As her words fell, a dark voice echoed in the hall, "Understood." Though the individual remained unseen, a shadow swiftly exited the hall in Wang Defei's line of sight. In the princess's residence, Yuan, upon entering the estate, received an invitation from a servant at the main gate. It was only after returning to the main house with Xiao Sheng that she opened the invitation. After reading the invitation, Yuan placed it before Xiao Sheng, who was busy dismantling a hairpin. "Your Highness, it is an invitation from the Bai family." Xiao Sheng was not well acquainted with this prominent family from the western Liang imperial capital. Noticing the slight furrow in Xiao Sheng's brow reflected in the copper mirror, Yu Huan remarked, "The youngest daughter of the Bai family celebrates her birthday at the end of the month, and they have not forgotten about you, Your Highness." Year after year, the patriarch of the Bai family holds a significant position within the cabinet, making their status formidable. The birthday banquets of the women in their household are known to extend invitations to all the noble ladies of the imperial capital. After hearing this, Xiaoxing cast a glance at the invitation and inquired, "What of the Bai family?" Chapter 98. So as upon hearing this, Yu Huan pondered the Bai family. Why did she suddenly feel that Her Highness the Princess was utterly oblivious to the noble families of the imperial capital? Or perhaps the princess was insinuating something else? Yu Huan hesitated to speak, while Xiaoxing remained unhurried, methodically using a wooden comb to arrange the ends of her long hair. She gazed into the copper mirror at a visage that felt entirely foreign to her, and unbidden. She recalled how Xiaoxing had been perceived as a pawn by the Qin family's main branch and consort Wang from the very beginning. The comb paused mid-motion, her brows furrowing slightly. It became evident that Xiaoxing was indeed regarded as a highly useful piece by certain individuals. Noticing a peculiar expression on the princess's face, Yu Huan assumed it was due to her momentary distraction and quickly interjected, "Your Highness, the Bai family has been a lineage of scholars for generations. The three granddaughters of Old Master Bai have all married into princely households. Although they are wed to the Xiao family, they are not closely related to His Majesty, which explains the distance in your interactions with them. One could even say it is rather unfamiliar. Currently, only the youngest daughter of the Bai family remains unmarried, and during this birthday celebration, it is likely that the family will announce her intended husband." Xiaoxing regained her focus, the chill in her expression dissipating. "Old Master Bai, the cabinet minister?" "Indeed, he is the second assistant," Yu Huan replied, her brows slightly furrowing. It appeared that the princess had truly been unaware of the noble families in the imperial capital, perhaps not due to ignorance, but rather a complete lack of interest. All the daughters married into princely families. What the sons? Xiaoxing inquired with a smile. Are they not in the 6 ministries? Indeed, they are quite accomplished within the 6 ministries. The Bai family is certainly impressive, Yu Huan acknowledged. Xiaoxing set the comb down and rose to head towards the inner chamber. Since the invitation has been delivered, we shall go and take a look. Yu Huan was taken aback, recalling that in the past, whenever the princess attended such gatherings, she often became the subject of disdainful gossip. Although those in attendance outwardly showed respect to the princess, they would malign her as soon as her back was turned, leading to the princess's increasingly volatile temperament, ultimately causing her to shun all such events. Despite the noble families in the capital inviting the princess to their daughters' gatherings, she had never attended. Your Highness, did you not say that you would refrain from attending such gatherings in the future? Yu Huan expressed concern, fearing that Xiaoxing might once again become the target of malicious rumors, especially since she had recently divorced shortly after her marriage. While few spoke of this matter openly, discussions at such gatherings invariably revolved around the affairs of the noble families, and anyone encountering the princess would inevitably whisper about her marriage and subsequent divorce. As Xiaoxing approached the clothing rack, she spread her arms wide. Yu Huan stepped forward to assist her in loosening her garments, her voice softening considerably. They will undoubtedly gossip again during the banquet. What is there to fear? Xiaoxing's gaze remained fixed on Yu Huan's face as she helped her undress. Who does not have her backbiters? Who is free for gossip? A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Huan's eyes, and for a moment, she was lost in thought before replying. I merely fear that the princess may feel disheartened. To have aspired to marry one and ultimately wed a man who is now crippled, only to part ways shortly thereafter. Surely the entire circle of noble women in the capital must be laughing at the princess. Is such idle chatter truly distressing? Xiaoxing smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting a trace of heartache. Despite being the esteemed daughter of heaven, revered by all, she found herself provoked by mere gossip, her temperament growing increasingly tempestuous, ultimately leading to a reputation of arrogance and tyranny. This eldest princess, despite her noble status, did not lead a carefree life. In the end, she became a mere pawn in the hands of others, all due to a certain Qin Shu gene. Did the princess not feel sorrow? Yu Huan had indeed witnessed the princess, upon hearing unflattering remarks, retreating to her chamber, weeping softly. If I were to feel sorrow, would I not be granting those people their wish? She shed her outer garment and walked towards the bed, continuing, Do you know how to deal with such idle chatter? Yu Huan stood beside the bed, increasingly sensing the princess's transformation from her former self. Let them speak. What power do they hold over me? Upon encountering me, Do they not still bow and show me respect? She was not truly Xiao Shang. There were certain experiences she could not empathize with. Yet what she could do was to release the pent-up grievances of Xiao Shang. Observing the princess's lack of her previous emotions, Yu Huan smiled. Indeed, Your Highness. You should rest now. Night fell, and the hour was midnight in the cold palace. In the dim light, Mama Yin sat beside a dilapidated table, surveying the changed surroundings and the new bedding, understanding everything. Were these replacements made by the steward of the cold palace after the eldest princess's departure? A plate of fresh pastries remained beside Xiao Li's table, and a long-absent smile graced her face. The eldest sister is indeed thoughtful. Her plight in the cold palace was dire. How could it not have been influenced by concubine Wang's meddling? Concubine Wang wished for her survival, yet desired her discomfort. It seemed that the eldest princess had undergone significant changes. Mama Yin paused briefly before adding, "Perhaps I have never truly understood the eldest princess." Xiao Li brought the pastries closer to Mama Yin, saying, "Mama, please have some." Mama Yin regarded Xiao Li, her murky eyes softening somewhat. After consuming a small piece of pastry, she remarked, "Your Highness, look, since coming to the cold palace, only the eldest princess, whom you once held in disdain, has treated you with some kindness." Xiao Li's expression remained unchanged, yet a self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. "You speak the truth, Mama. In the past, I only saw my elder sister's arrogance. Yet now I realize that her peculiar temperament and self-destructive actions were largely the result of concubine Shun and the second princess's influence." Mama Yin picked up another piece of pastry, non-committal in her response. Xiao Li hugged her knees and sighed deeply. "It is indeed pleasant here. It is tranquil. Yet, it seems the princess may not enjoy this tranquility for long." Mama Yin's voice darkened significantly. Xiao Li, momentarily taken aback, soon recalled why Mama Yin would say such a thing and why she had come to see her in the cold palace tonight, chuckling lightly. "Has the concubine Empress learned of my encounter with the eldest sister today? Indeed, after the hour of Shun today, I was summoned to the concubine Empress." Mama Yin emphasized the word summoned heavily. The concubine Empress seems quite displeased. She fears that the third princess might reveal something inappropriate to the eldest princess. How is it that the esteemed noble consort, so capable, is unaware of the conversation I had with the eldest princess? Must you, dear Mama, come to inquire? Xiao Li Castunat, Barplaksha. Given the methods of noble consort Wang, she ought to have known that Xiao Sheng had visited her and what was discussed. However, Mama Yin chuckled softly. The young lady Yu Huan, who accompanies the eldest princess, is trained as a covert guard under the emperor. If anyone approaches, she would undoubtedly be aware. The noble consort's people are inherently astute. They would never engage in actions that would lead to their own distress. Thus, they likely only know that the eldest princess met with you, but the particulars of your dialogue remain beyond their grasp. Xiao Li regarded Mama Yin with a knowing look before nodding in understanding. "Ah, I see." Chapter 99. Better to err on the side of caution. Has the Empress Dowager begun to feel uneasy? Is she afraid that I might divulge matters best left unsaid? Xiao Li found this notion rather amusing. Given the Empress Dowager's cunning methods, it was no surprise that she had summoned Yin to probe her intentions. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Xiao Li comprehended the source of the Empress Dowager's apprehension. Not long ago, a prince had perished within the palace. Should another princess meet a similar fate, even if in the cold palace, Emperor Yuan would surely take notice. The situation concerning the Chun family had only just subsided in the capital. If a seemingly inconsequential princess's death were to stir suspicions regarding the Chun family's affairs, suggesting that they were not as straightforward as they appeared, and implicate the princess of Hua and as a mere pawn, it would reveal that the icy poison needle had indeed originated from the Empress Dowager's faction. The Empress Dowager would undoubtedly refrain from committing such a foolish act. Thus, she could only send someone close to her to investigate what she and the princess had discussed. "So, did you utter anything inappropriate to the princess?" Yin inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety, casting a furtive glance outside the hall. Xiao Li too sensed the presence of someone outside, yet merely smiled, responding, "How could I dare to speak? My father favors the eldest princess above all. If I were to say something untoward, and the eldest princess were to relay it to him, Would that not precipitate yet another storm of intrigue within the harem? Upon hearing this, Aunt Yin's heart eased, and she exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It is well that you did not speak. Then, what did you discuss with the princess today? Xiao Li's gaze lingered outside the hall for a moment before she replied softly. She asked me why the second princess has been visiting the cold palace so frequently, and whether I knew her intentions in drawing the princess there. Anine, upon hearing this, recalled how the Empress Dowager had dispatched her people to inquire about the second princess's recent visits to the palace and whom she had met. It seemed the Empress Dowager was concerned that the second princess had learned something, prompting her to lead the princess to the cold palace. Perhaps to warn her about the schemes against the Chun family in Changle Palace, where she was merely being used as a pawn. Did the second princess share anything with you? Aunt Yin's mind raced. The second princess had always been a source of instability. If she intended to leverage the third princess against the eldest princess and the Empress Dowager, it could spell disaster. The second princess did share quite a bit, but she is unlikely to be a match for the eldest princess. The eldest instructed me to steer clear of such matters and not become a pawn in someone else's game. Xiao Li's voice was soft. Naturally, Xiao Shang had not confided these words to her, yet to observe the turmoil from a distance, she felt compelled to deflect all responsibility. The princess's advice was sound. One should not be easily provoked into anger or hatred. If anyone around you attempts to incite such feelings, it is merely to use you against their adversaries. Annie nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. She then deftly shifted the conversation to trivial matters. Those outside the hall, perceiving that there was nothing further to overhear, departed. In Yun Ying Palace, the Empress Dowager reclined on a beautiful couch, with a palace maid kneeling beside her, gently massaging her calves. The soft patter of footsteps stirred her from her reverie, causing her eyes to flutter open. A shadow clad in black came into view, prompting her to close her eyes once more. As the figure approached, they spoke. I have listened for quite some time, yet I have not gleaned any significant information from the third princess or Anine. The girl, Xiao Li, has become increasingly astute. The noble consort, Wang, has never subscribed to the notion of unfounded occurrences, especially since Xiao Mu Ci and Chen Shu Fei are remarkably similar. One must always be cautious. The risk of disrupting her carefully established order due to a single individual like Xiao Mu Ci would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Your Highness, shall I proceed? The glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the cloaked figure, but Wang Defei interrupted before they could finish. Since Xiao Li refused to divulge the truth to Aunt Yin, that was satisfactory. To evade manipulation, one must take the initiative. Wang Defei opened her eyes and, with grace, adjusted her posture upon the beauty couch, while the palace maid stood respectfully to the side. Xiao Li posed no threat. The primary concern now lay with Xiao Mu Ci and Huan. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Defei's pupils as she mentioned Huan. Although Xiao Mu Ci possesses certain skills and schemes,